Chapter 1. A Million Years of Thunder Tribulation, the first beast god of Douluo. Here lies the largest gathering place of soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Star Do Forest. In the heart of this forest, there exists a realm that resembles a pure land. Verdant branches and mirror-like lakes create an illusion of beauty and tranquility, yet concealed within are hidden dangers and unimaginable horrors. This place is forbidden to humans. Only those soul beasts with a cultivation of 100,000 years are deemed worthy to tread here. At this moment, a young man clad in azure stands upon the surface of the lake, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. In the distance, a 10-meter-long azure bull python remains silent, coiled in a position of reverence, its enormous eyes filled with awe. The towering Titan giant ape is as docile as a small monkey, kneeling on one knee as if in worship of a sovereign. They are acutely aware of the terror that stands before them. For 1,000,000 years in Douluo, there has been no dispute. He is the foremost beast god among humans. The young man, known as Luo Yu, stares at the heavens, his expression tranquil as a deep well, slowly shaking his head. The heavens are finally about to change. Luo Yu, is your million-year calamity of fierce beasts approaching? A silver portal materializes beside Luo Yu, from which a pair of immaculate jade feet emerges, followed by long, graceful legs, revealing a stunning figure. It is a girl with silver hair and violet eyes. Her breathtaking beauty is striking, with silver locks cascading to her ankles, curled lashes framing a face as pale as a delicate flower, perpetually exuding an enchanting allure that evokes pity. Luo Yu turns, smiling gently. Gu Yue Na, what brings you here? The girl's clear, beautiful violet eyes express displeasure as she pouts. Luo Yu, how many times must I emphasize? Call me Na. Do not address me by my full name. Luo Yu chuckles in astonishment. That wouldn't be appropriate, for you are the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. How could I dare to overstep? Gu Yue Na huffs. What is it that you wouldn't dare? Stop pretending. Last time I was bathing, who was it that? Luo Yu's lips twitch. That was an accident. Who knew you would happen to bathe there? Gu Yue Na shoots him a sharp glance, her tone languid. I distinctly remember setting up a barrier before bathing. Dear lady, please don't bring that up. Just look at those two over there. They're terrified. Luo Yu gestures towards the lakeside. The azure bull python and Titan giant ape, both 100,000-year soul beasts, tremble in fear. They stare wide-eyed at this scene, too frightened to flee or listen, fearing that knowing too much might lead to their demise, only capable of voicing their inner dread. Gu Yue Na, facing the two, loses her patience, her gaze icy, words laced with frost. You too. The two apex soul beasts, trembling in terror, with faces drawn in despair, plead, Mighty Sovereign, we swear we heard nothing. Leave. Thank you, Sovereign, for your forgiveness. The two soul beasts, as if granted amnesty, disregard their dignity, scurrying away in panic, trampling dozens of shrubs in their hasty retreat. TSK, perhaps you were a bit too fierce. Luo Yu laughs, crossing his arms. The frost on Gu Yue Na's face begins to thaw, her lips curving up in a light huff. Not everyone is worthy of my gentleness. You are the only scoundrel in this world. Observing the girl's haughty demeanor, Luo Yu feels an impetuous desire to seize her delicate lips in a passionate kiss. You harbor ulterior motives and wicked intentions toward me. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes suddenly sharpen. I do not. You do. Gu Yue Na sneers. With my mental prowess, your every action cannot escape my notice. If you were so capable, then why was it that I remained undetected for so long when you were bathing? Did you intentionally allow me to enter? Luo Yu questions, his expression skeptical. Ridiculous. Gu Yue Na's fair face flushes with a hint of crimson, her gaze evasive. How could my status allow for such disgraceful conduct? Exactly. What ill intentions could little Na possibly have? Luo Yu teases with a smile. Are you trying to provoke me? You dare, jest even with the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yue Na furrows her brows, launching a flurry of playful punches at his shoulder. Enough. Let's not bicker. Luo Yu raises a hand toward the sky. What is destined to come has finally arrived. Gu Yue Na's expression stiffens, as if she senses something, her movements halting as she gazes upward. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberates through the heavens. The previously sunny sky above the forest is suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. All sunlight is blocked, casting a shadow over the vast expanse, where ominous clouds swirl and crimson lightning flickers, exuding a destructive radiance. Gu Yue Na gazes at the terrifying flashes within the clouds, her voice trembling. Luo Yu, you're capable of facing this final thunder tribulation, right? Luo Yu appears momentarily stunned. It is the first time he has seen Gu Yue Na stutter. I'm addressing you. Gu Yue Na's voice quivers, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound concern. Looking at the girl who is cold and aloof with others yet so affectionate with him, Luo Yu feels a momentary daze, recalling the events that have transpired. He is not a native of Douluo, he hails from Earth, and it has been so long since he crossed over that he can hardly remember. Regrettably, he did not cross over as an adult. Fortunately, he became the strongest fated soul beast, the imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion. His talents are extraordinary, and moreover, the cultivation of the soul beast around him invisibly rises alongside his own, so he has never encountered any true rivals for many years. He has navigated life smoothly. Additionally, with human experience to interact with the naive Gu Yue Na, their relationship has flourished, and she finds him amusing. Yet, in order to confront the formidable heavenly tribulation, Luo Yu has devoted nearly all his time to intense training, never daring to slacken, rarely leaving the Stardo forest. However, having arrived in the Douluo realm so long ago, Luo Yu must have averted some tragedies. For instance, he once ventured out a few years ago, rescuing the Empress Bibidong from a secret chamber, winning her favor, and subsequently obliterating the scourge known as Qian Sunji. Moreover, he also saved the gentle and graceful mother of Xiao Wu from the spirit hall a few years back. He still remembers the gratitude in her eyes, which were filled with an unpayable debt. To be honest, mature women, like ripe peaches, are somewhat enticing. Nevertheless, he is a serious person. Cultivation is paramount. Boom! A thunderclap jolts Luo Yu back to reality. Gu Yue Na, biting her lip, gazes at him with concern. Luo Yu, do you have confidence? What does it matter if I have confidence or not? Face the troops when the soldiers arrive, and cover the earth when the water comes. Observing the man's calm demeanor, Gu Yue Na bites her moist lip, her fists clenching silently. Luo Yu takes her small hand, gently loosening her grip, and smiles reassuringly. Do not be anxious, it's merely a minor, heavenly tribulation. I am confident I can overcome it. Gu Yue Na shakes her head repeatedly, as if recalling something, her eyes flashing with intensity. The divine realm is devoid of virtue. They do not wish for soul beasts to ascend. And this million-year beast god tribulation will not be easily passed. Luo Yu smiles indifferently, raising his gaze to the sky. His stature stands tall like an unparalleled divine spear, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, black hair swirling in the tempestuous winds of the tribulation. What sort of nonsense the divine realm is? We are not unaware of it. Do they wish to make things difficult for me? Let them come, I fear them not. In that moment, the exquisite maiden and the man stand facing each other, their hair dancing in the wind, gazing into each other's eyes. As they behold the man's imposing presence, a peculiar light flickers in Gu Yue Na's violet eyes. Boom! The sky churns with countless blood-red thunder dragons, resembling an apocalyptic scene, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. Within the forest, millions of soul beasts cower on the ground, trembling in fear. Luo Yu turns and floats upward, bellowing, "This tribulation comes for me, all beasts. Remain at ease, do not panic." His resonant voice reverberates for miles, and in that instant, the anxious million soul beasts inexplicably find solace. They all gaze up at the man, who appears diminutive compared to the heavenly tribulation, yet in their hearts he is towering. As they watch Luo Yu bravely confront the tribulation, Gu Yue Na calls out, her voice filled with urgency. "Luo Yu, how confident are you in overcoming the tribulation?" The man gazes at the cataclysmic blood-red thunder dragons in the sky, turning back with a playful expression. "Actually, I do not possess much confidence." Gu Yue Na's beauty stiffens. "Only 10%. Are you trying to kill yourself? Even now, you dare to jest. Gu Yue Na stomps her delicate feet in frustration. Luo Yu suppresses his playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn. Just watch what I aim to achieve today is not merely to pass the tribulation, but to overturn this firmament. Gu Yue Na is momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with confusion. Upon hearing his words, she is profoundly shaken. At that moment, she begins to understand why the icy facade she has maintained for millennia melts in front of this man. It is because he truly possesses no reverence for the divine realm. And she, indeed, harbors a deep-seated hatred for the divine realm's refusal to grant soul beasts a path to ascend, forcing them to endure tribulations. Yet, gazing at the roiling clouds above, which could annihilate even a deity, Gu Yue Na feels a wave of concern. Although she admits the man was indeed impressive and exuded an innate dominance, facing such a tribulation, it would be fair to say that his million years of cultivation might just be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This rogue man, could he be jesting with himself, telling one last joke before his demise? Gu Yue Na's lips begin to pale facing this tribulation. Survival is already a slim chance, and the annihilating thunderclouds leave no room for hope. And oh, regardless of the consequences, I will save him. Even if it means being discovered by the divine realm, I will rescue him. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, resolutely determined, her entire being enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant light, gathering power fervently. Foolish man, if you truly lack confidence, don't force yourself, you still have me by your side. It was not only Gu Yue Na who felt uncertain faced with such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation. Despair flickered in the eyes of all soul beasts. For them, perhaps successfully transcending the tribulation was nothing more than an unattainable dream, as the divine realm granted them no opportunities. The Titan giant ape nudged the azure bull python. Brother, do you think the beast god can overturn this thundercloud? Are you blind? Can't you see how ferocious this thundercloud is? It offers no escape for the beasts. The azure bull python swatted its tail against the giant ape's head, dejectedly stating, "To survive with the strength of a single beast is already a challenge. How could we dare to battle the heavens? The beast god is likely to fail, but we should share in this noble spirit." Roar! A colossal radiance of golden light filled the heavens, as a towering phantom of a divine beast emerged, its scales and claws aflame, exuding an earth-shattering might. It did not choose to await the descent of the thunder tribulation, but rather charged fiercely towards the tribulation clouds. Goodness, the beast god is so audacious. Indeed, the azure bull python was left dumbfounded. Normally, one should cower slightly during a tribulation, gazing at the descending lightning and resisting it one strike at a time. Yet, this beast god charged straight into the fray. At the same moment, Gu Yue Na's frantic cries pierced the air. "Luo Yu, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Self-igniting your soul core? Are you willing to forsake your million years of cultivation?" Boom! The thousand-zhong golden-hued phantom of the divine beast surged into the vast expanse of tribulation clouds, its essence far more frenzied than the blood-red lightning. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. The thunder tribulation dissipated, the sky cleared, and the heavens shone once more, resplendent under the stars. They did it. They truly did it. The beast god has succeeded. The Titan giant ape was filled with fervor. "Fool, shut your mouth." The azure bull python swatted the Titan down, lamenting, "Can't you see that the beast god burned his soul core and sacrificed himself to attack the thundercloud?" Huh? The Titan was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the beast god has truly perished? Gu Yue Na hovered in the air, frantically searching, her eyes shimmering with tears, her violet gaze lost, staring blankly at everything unfolding before her. Gradually, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Gazing skyward, her lips, which had been bitten, oozed crimson blood as a chilling voice emerged. "The divine realm slaughters my kin and now destroys my dearest friend. I shall not rest until I have vengeance upon you." With that, her expression turned mournful and filled with resentment. "You foolish man, if you can't do it, at least call for help. I will undoubtedly assist you." To play the fool and lose your own life? You wretched scoundrel! Who is the scoundrel? Luo Yu. Who is speaking? Gu Yue Na instinctively responded, abruptly turning her head, only to find a 24-petal golden lotus floating in the void beside her. The golden lotus, reminiscent of exquisite ruby and jade, radiated an otherworldly divine aura. No, this is not right. Gu Yue Na's pupils constricted. Upon closer observation, she felt the lotus mystery and sanctity. Brimming with endless vitality within it pulsed the powerful rhythm of a heartbeat. She had never witnessed such an extraordinary sight. What treasure is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Yue Na's eyes. From within the 24-petal golden lotus came a voice of discontent. Shaunana, explain me what you mean by playing the fool and losing yourself. Luo Yu, are you inside? What is this thing, and what on earth is happening? Gu Yue Na raised her hand, absent-mindedly wiping her eyes, gazing in delight at the lotus. She poked at it. It was neither gold nor iron, solid as a fortress, made of an unrecognizable material. First, take me back to the cave abode, and nurture me well. Once we arrive, I will explain everything slowly. Luo Yu is currently preoccupied with thoughts, a cacophony of voices ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finally taking form. The binding of the goddess capture system has officially commenced. Ding! System binding successful. Ding! The host can increase the goddess favor by demonstrating strength to receive divine-level rewards. Task objectives are being locked in. Chapter 2. Forging the strongest divine body. The embrace of the gentle boned rabbit. Task objectives locked in. Spirit Hall. Pope Bibidong. Successfully courting the Empress Bibidong will yield. True, the world's #1 beast martial spirit. Current task progress. 0. Luo Yu heard the system's prompt in his mind and felt no surprise. He had awaited this day for a long time. In fact, he had known about his system for quite some time. However, it was rather devious, requiring a human body to bind. At that time, he had already cultivated for 300,000 years. Even though he coveted the system, he had no opportunity to take form, merely waiting for this million-year threshold. While other fierce beasts aspire to transcend, he scoffed at the idea of ascension. Becoming a god in the divine realm only meant being among the lowest ranks. And furthermore, the divine realm discriminated against soul beasts, making it difficult to survive. Therefore, he had long since planned to seize this divinely granted opportunity to take form. This 24-petal sacred golden lotus was a gift from the system, aiding his transformation, its true name being Tribulation Golden Lotus. Once his cultivation reached 1,000,000 years, he could activate the lotus at the moment the strongest thunder tribulation descended, preserving his true spirit and converting the power of the tribulation and his 1,000,000 years of cultivation into nourishment for the lotus, to give birth to the most exquisite body in the world. While others may possess mere mortal forms, he shall forge a truly unparalleled divine physique. Such an opportunity is unprecedented in the realm of Douluo. It is difficult to fathom the extraordinary cultivation talents that such a divine body would possess. Frankly, even Luo Yu himself is filled with anticipation. Although the talent of the three-eyed golden lion is remarkable, it is likely that after ascending to the divine realm, it would still be vulnerable to bullying. Have we not seen how powerful Gu Yue Na is, yet she remains hidden among mortals? The divine body and system are indeed the robust foundation for a transcender's rise to prominence. Moreover, it is time to relish the splendid experiences of the mortal world. Engaging in romance, expressing love, and playfully teasing Tang San. What could be better? After traversing through time for so long, constantly cultivating to overcome tribulations, it has become quite overwhelming. A glance at the task panel in his consciousness reveals a goal: to capture the Supreme High Priestess? TSK, such a feat may be considered hellishly difficult for others. However, for him, the challenge is not so daunting, especially since there has been prior interaction. Speaking of which, what on earth is this true #1 beast martial soul? Could it possibly surpass the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Surely, it must be a divine-level martial soul. Otherwise, it would be rather unimpressive, Luo Yu speculates. In the Stardow Forest, beneath the lake in the core area lies an extraordinary realm. This is Gu Yue Na's sanctuary. The interior is simply adorned, featuring a colossal jade bed, accompanied by a round table carved from emerald and agate. At the center of the room is a square pool, shrouded in ethereal mist. brimming with the essence of heaven and earth. The 24th grade golden lotus, crafted by Luo Yu, was placed within, absorbing the nourishing essence of the spiritual liquid. You are fortunate, for these precious elixirs are indeed my treasures. Now, perhaps you could elucidate the situation for me. Gu Yue Na sat beside, resting her elbows on the table, her chin cradled in her hands, her violet eyes shimmering with curiosity. Luo Yu succinctly explained, having no intention of divulging matters concerning the system, not wishing to ascend. He opted for transformation and recultivation. This golden lotus is the precious artifact that can assist in his metamorphosis and rebirth. Gu Yue Na chided, "Are you foolish? You could clearly succeed in transcending the tribulation, so why provoke the tribulation clouds with such impatience?" Luo Yu remained silent. "Do you not realize that once you successfully transcend the tribulation, you shall emerge victorious and ascend to divinity?" Gu Yue Na lamented passionately, embodying a sense of frustration akin to a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil. "What merits does divinity hold?" Luo Yu's voice echoed back, almost sullenly. "Ascending to the divine realm grants you the ability to soar among the heavens. It bestows upon you eternal life." Gu Yue Na raised her delicate fingers, enumerating the virtues with fervor, her expression a delightful blend of determination and charm, reminiscent of an exquisite porcelain doll. "Indeed, the divine realm possesses everything. However, it lacks you." A gentle voice resonated within the chamber. Gu Yue Na was instantly rendered speechless, her violet eyes shimmering with myriad emotions. What did you just say?" The girl's voice trembled slightly. "It is nothing." Gu Yue Na's expression grew complex, a fleeting tenderness crossing her features, only to be swiftly concealed once more. "Then why? In your right mind, would you seek to provoke the calamity clouds and court death?" Luo Yu retorted. "So, were you pleased when I shattered it?" Gu Yue Na, having just suppressed her emotions, found them surging uncontrollably. Her spirit trembled, her delicate form quivered, and her enchanting eyes glistened with waves of emotion. Unable to maintain her poise and icy demeanor, a million years of cultivation obliterated in an instant. "I ask you, was it worth it? Why do you not inquire if I harbor regrets? Do you regret it?" Gu Yue Na instinctively asked, her composure as the Dragon King now a distant memory. No regrets. In that fleeting moment, the tranquility within Gu Yue Na was utterly shattered, and she was about to speak. "Ha ha ha." A hearty laughter erupted from within the golden lotus, emanating from Luo Yu. "What are you laughing at?" The atmosphere disrupted. Gu Yue Na furrowed her elegant brows, tucking her disheveled silver strands behind her ear. "Silly girl. I was merely teasing you. My transformation had a purpose." "Oh, so you were playing me?" Gu Yue Na's eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. Luo Yu jestingly remarked, "Tell me, did you feel a fleeting moment of love for me just now?" "Ha. I, Gu Yue Na, am utterly oblivious to the affairs of love. Falling for another is simply inconceivable in this lifetime. That is indeed a relief, for I would dread the thought of you developing feelings for me. If I were to fancy another girl, you might very well take a hatchet to me." Luo Yu expressed with a sense of gratitude. "Do not flatter yourself. How could this queen ever harbor feelings for you? Indeed, I am unworthy of your affection," Gu Yue Na retorted, her lips forming a silent curse that vaguely resembled the term rascal. Ultimately, all her sentiments coalesced into a disdainful snort, seemingly dismissive. Yet a unique brilliance flickered beneath the surface of her gaze. Luo Yu let out a quiet sigh, realizing that his destiny was intertwined with the girls of Douluo. He did not harbor any aversion towards this fate, yet the domineering nature of Gu Yue Na filled him with trepidation. Should they become entwined? Any flirtation with other women might lead to dire consequences. "Forgive me, dear Nana, but I vow this, on the day I ascend to divinity. I shall champion your soul beast clan, storm the divine realm, and seek justice." Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, the dragon clan had no concept of monogamy. 3 days passed, and the spiritual liquid in the pool evaporated entirely. The 24th grade golden lotus spun rapidly, emanating brilliant golden light, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from miles around. With a resounding explosion, golden light erupted as the lotus blossomed, filling the room with an intoxicating fragrance. Gu Yue Na gazed in astonishment, nearly entranced. Emerging from the blooming golden lotus was a figure resembling an ethereal immortal, a youthful boy of 12 or 13, strikingly handsome, with elegantly arched eyebrows, delicate lips, and deep, captivating black eyes that radiated an air of reckless charm. Most striking of all was his flawless physique, a paragon of golden proportions, exuding an alluring magnetism with every movement, as if he possessed an enchanting aura that could stir the hearts of young maidens. Beyond his astonishing beauty, Luo Yu could sense the perfection of this body. All 9 orifices were open, and the meridians flowed seamlessly, with golden light coursing through the veins. It is noteworthy that Tang San had spent over a decade cultivating the Xiantian Gong, with the assistance of rare herbs, to barely open his meridians. Luo Yu, however, possessed an innate physical talent of unparalleled caliber from the outset. Hey, wake up. Luo Yu waved his hand in front of Gu Yue Na. Huh? Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality, instinctively throwing a punch. You lecher. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Whoa, ancestor, please be gentle. I have yet to cultivate. Luo Yu was swiftly propelled backward, his spittle splattering onto Gu Yue Na's fair visage, and he crashed into the wall. Only after striking did Gu Yue Na realize the gravity of the situation. His cultivation had surpassed his former self. Her casual strike, which would terrify an ordinary person, had left her in shock as she rushed after him. Luo Yu, don't die on me. Cough, I'm still alive. If you hit me again, I may be incapacitated. Luo Yu clutched his chest. Huh. Gu Yue Na was taken aback, her gaze drawn to his sculpted torso, reaching out to touch it. Gu Yue Na? What are you doing? Are we playing a game of secrets? Do you have ulterior motives? Luo Yu panicked. Your body seems problematic. You are the one with the issue. Your physique is almost too perfect. Gu Yue Na could not resist touching him, ignoring her instincts. Of course. Otherwise, your punch would have obliterated me just now. Luo Yu swatted her hand away. You'd better behave. If you provoke me, I might commit a crime. Gu Yue Na shot him a sidelong glance, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her face with her hands. Luo Yu was at a loss for words. Was this foolish girl simply slow to react, or was she making excuses to benefit herself? However, at this moment, he found himself without clothing. Just then, the 24 golden lotus petals in the pond ascended and adhered to Luo Yu's body. What was happening? After the dazzling golden light faded, the lotus petals vanished from sight. Luo Yu's raven hair was elegantly secured by a golden crown, clad in a deep blue ensemble that accentuated his figure. Delicate jade ribbons adorned his waist, while he donned cloud-patterned boots of purple gold, enhancing his already striking demeanor. Gu Yue Na had long since turned away discreetly, her fingers revealing a glimpse of her violet eyes, utterly captivated. Luo Yu, have you discovered something? He raised an eyebrow. You are a tad handsome, Gu Yue Na remarked, playfully pinching her pinky. Perhaps just a smidgen, she mused with genuine admiration. With this physique, you must be the unrivaled divine body of Douluo continent, unmatched by any. Your visage possesses an inexplicable, ethereal charm, akin to poison for women. If you were to venture out, it is uncertain how many hearts would be ensnared by your allure. Luo Yu shook his head in exasperation. Please, wake up. It's just a few simple words. There is no need for such exaggeration. Gu Yue Na's expression turned serious. I am not jesting. Your physique is indeed rather unique. Cough. You speak with such authority as if you have experienced it yourself. Step aside. If you continue to be a nuisance, I shall retaliate. Gu Yue Na flashed her pearly whites and brandished her fist in a show of defiance. Be a bit more serious. Gu Yue Na acknowledged her own inability to maintain her regal demeanor around others. She unconsciously transformed into a more amiable version of herself when with Luo Yu. Nana, I am preparing to venture forth. You are leaving? Gu Yue Na maintained her composure. Yet there was a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Indeed. Where do you intend to go first? The first destination is the Spirit Hall. And the second? Gu Yue Na inquired. Luo Yu shook his head, uncertain of his thoughts, likely leaning towards the side of the Heavenly Empire. He sensed that the primary target of the system was Bibidong, while the second remained ambiguous. Subsequent objectives might converge on Shrek. As he calculated that it was precisely the initial stage of Tang San's development in Douluo. Then you may depart, he said. Are you not going to keep me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. If you wish to leave, can I truly retain you? Gu Yue Na let out a soft huff, urging. You should hurry away, so I can focus on recuperating. The sword of the Shurigod is exceedingly formidable. I cannot recover from its effects in a short span. Luo Yu nodded and strode towards the door. Gu Yue Na maintained a calm demeanor, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Just as he reached the threshold, Luo Yu paused. Without turning back, he spoke softly. Na, do not worry. Whoever dares to harm you will answer to me. I shall take their life with a single blow. Gu Yue Na pouted. You boast too much, you foolish man. Do you even know the identity of the one who attacked me? They are among the pinnacle of the divine realm, a being of unparalleled might. Not even in my prime could I stand against them. Only the dragon god might rival their strength. There is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. All I wish is for your safety and well-being. As she concluded, Gu Yue Na's tone softened, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Luo Yu pushed the door open and stepped outside. The cheerful laughter of a man drifted in from beyond the ajar door, imbued with a hint of disdain, laced with a touch of roguishness and rudeness. Shaunana, spare me your cryptic words. Be candid. It's merely the Shura God King of the Divine Realm Committee. Anyone who dares to bully me, regardless of their divine status, I shall vanquish them as effortlessly as shattering a thunderstorm. Gu Yu Na's delicate form trembled. A warm surge filling her heart, simultaneously touched, yet beset by countless questions. He, too, was not of the divine realm. How could he possess knowledge of the Divine Realm Committee? And how could he dare to speak of slaying a Shura god? That was a god king. A wave of bloodlust surged within Gu Yue Na as she recalled the faint scars on her body, her complexion turning pallid. And a sense of helplessness and dread washed over her. It was not until she remembered Luo Yu's words upon his departure that an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed within her, warming her spirit. He is already gone. She murmured softly to the empty air, ultimately revealing a faint smile, foolishly declaring, "You rogue, I shall wait for you." As Luo Yu stepped out of the core area, he was intercepted by a graceful young woman. Clad in a pink ensemble, with delicate brows and exquisite eyes, her skin was as flawless as jade, appearing even more enchanting than the snow. In the forest, she radiated an otherworldly allure, possessing a captivating beauty that was truly mesmerizing. Upon seeing Luo Yu, joy and gratitude flickered in her eyes. She bowed respectfully, her alluring figure almost causing his composure to falter. "Greetings, benefactor. What brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. The young woman responded respectfully, "My lord has sent me a message, mentioning that you have undergone a revival, and tasked me with escorting you to the human realm." "There is no need for such trouble." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to care for you, benefactor. Had it not been for your assistance back then, I would likely have perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall's hunters. I have longed for an opportunity to repay you. I hope you might grant me this chance," she said, her long eyelashes fluttering as tears glistened in her eyes, revealing her charm. "I truly do not require a bodyguard," Luo Yu reiterated firmly. With a sigh, she replied, "Benefactor, my daughter, Xiaowu, has been in the human world for quite some time now. As a mother, I can't help but worry. It is fitting for me to accompany you and see the world. Bringing along a beauty like you would likely attract unnecessary troubles," he remarked. However, she shook her head vigorously, her form shimmering in a soft pink glow, transforming into a petite and adorable pink rabbit adorned with lovely patterns on its ears, which promptly leapt into Luo Yu's embrace. "Benefactor, I shall exist as your pet. This surely won't trouble you, and I can protect you as well. Truly a win-win situation." As Luo Yu embraced the warmth in his arms, he listened to the gentle voice, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a peculiar situation, one woman, a young matron at that, seemingly oblivious to the delicate boundaries. This woman had nestled into the man's embrace, reveling in her own delight, as if her spirit beast were utterly unperturbed. "Your actions render my situation exceedingly complicated. Are we to share, even sleep together? Dear benefactor, please regard me merely as an ordinary, delicate-boned charm rabbit. Is this whimsical scenario truly meant to be taken seriously?" The image of her long, graceful legs and alluring figure flashed through Luo Yu's mind, leaving him speechless and feeling rather out of place. Ultimately, faced with such earnest affection, he could only reluctantly accept this clingy young lady, this endearing charm rabbit. Embarking on his journey, Luo Yu was struck by a fleeting thought. The allure of the soft-boned demonic rabbit remained uncertain, yet the suppleness of its bones piqued his curiosity. Driven by a spirit of scientific inquiry, Luo Yu impulsively reached out, his fingers grazing the rabbit's delicate, rosy fur. A gasp of delight escaped his lips. Exquisite. The sensation was unparalleled, captivating him entirely. He was enamored. What malice could Luo Yu possibly harbor? He genuinely regarded the rabbit as a mere rabbit, akin to the way one might indulge in petting a cat. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the delicate-boned, enchanting rabbit remained silent, its pink eyes brimming with unshed tears. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the Spirit Hall. Luo Yu gazed upon the resplendent and majestic palace within the towering city walls, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he pondered whether that woman still remembered him. Chapter 3. A stunning appearance causes a stir. Hu Laina approaches. Wuhun City, the most prosperous city in the Douluo continent, serves as the stronghold of the continent's foremost power, the Wuhun Hall. As the residents traversed the streets, their eyes filled with reverence and devotion whenever they beheld the grand edifice at the city center. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, one youthful figure stood apart, his ethereal demeanor strikingly out of place. Not only did his exquisite visage resemble that of a celestial being, but his deep, star-like black eyes were equally captivating. The passers-by, regardless of age or gender, found themselves irresistibly drawn to the young man's aura. Such an unparalleled charisma. He must be the scion of some illustrious family out for a leisurely stroll, one mused. Indeed, with looks and grace like that, he likely surpasses even the sons of the 7 great sections. Keep your voice down, mate. We shouldn't speculate about the young masters from noble families. While men gazed at Luo Yu in admiration, women chattered excitedly. A pure-hearted maiden tugged at her friend's sleeve, urging, "Turn around quickly. There's a remarkably handsome young man over there." Her friend, unimpressed, chided, "You silly girl, you get infatuated with every man you see on the street. Have some decorum. This place is filled with rough men. Where could a handsome lad possibly be?" However, the maiden remained entranced, her gaze fixed on Luo Yu, her lips slightly parted. "He is truly exquisite. My heart races." "Hey, your expression is a tad exaggerated," her friend teased. "You must be infatuated. I see you're smitten," as they bantered. The friend followed the girl's gaze, her nonchalant demeanor abruptly shifting to one of astonishment, her lips parting in disbelief. Upon sensing the silence beside her, the girl turned to her friend, a disdainful look crossing her face. "Huh, you accuse me of being infatuated? Please, do put away that love-struck look of yours." "I'm not. I didn't tea." Her friend vehemently denied, yet her gaze remained fixated on the young man. The girl scoffed, "Some people really have no shame. In public, ogling the man until you nearly drool. How embarrassing." Her friend retorted playfully, "You little rascal, stop talking nonsense. I think it's your own composure that has slipped away." The two exchanged light-hearted jabs, drawing the attention of passing women, who blushed and silently scolded the pair for their lack of restraint. As they regarded Luo Yu, their cheeks flushed, a sense of allure enveloped him that transcended mere handsomeness, igniting an insatiable curiosity within them. "Hey, handsome young man. Is this your first visit to Wuhun City?" As Luo Yu made his way towards the papal palace, a maiden abruptly intercepted him. The damsel who accosted him was adorned in a resplendent golden gown, her figure possessing a devilish allure, exquisitely curvaceous. Her elongated, shapely legs were slender and graceful, while her delicate features resembled those of a celestial being, exuding an aura of both sanctity and beguilement, her roseate irises seemingly capable of captivating the very soul. Numerous men in the vicinity were also surreptitiously observing the maiden, their mouths watering in ardent desire, yet they were held back by apprehension, refraining from approaching her. Luo Yu gently caressed the soft fur at the nape of the charming rabbit's neck, his gaze assessing the girl blocking his path. With her striking golden short hair and long, delicate legs, she exuded an aura of beauty and confidence that could easily elevate her to goddess status in the eyes of many. The hungry stares of the surrounding onlookers only reinforced this notion. Yet, he found himself questioning the relevance of her presence, raising his gaze to inquire, "Do you need something?" Hulaina's smile faltered. As a saintess of the spirit hall, gifted beyond compare, she had never approached a man first. Today, while out for leisure, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Luo Yu. Logically, she should not have felt this way. The spirit hall was filled with handsome men, and countless admirers clamored for her attention. However, compared to this stranger, they seemed utterly insignificant, prompting her to unconsciously take a step closer to engage him in conversation. Initially, Hulaina felt confident in her ability to initiate a dialogue. Setting aside her formidable prowess, her beauty alone could easily overshadow those superficial admirers. Surely, it was not an exaggeration to claim she was the most stunning woman in the spirit hall, second only to her mentor. Typically, when a beautiful woman approached, men would greet her with warmth and smiles. To her astonishment, however, Hulaina was met with indifference. The man's aloof demeanor left her taken aback. What was his issue? Why such a cold response? She instinctively touched her flawless cheek, ensuring there was no blemish to mar her appearance. As she remained silent, Luo Yu shifted his stance, preparing to walk past her. "Hey, stop." Hulaina called out, her slender legs propelling her forward in pursuit. "Is there something you want?" Luo Yu frowned, puzzled by her persistence. Hulaina gasped softly, momentarily stunned. It was the first time a man had spoken to her in such an impatient tone. In the spirit hall, who wouldn't he shower her with concern and care? Yet, she had never taken the initiative before. Now that she had mustered the courage to do so, she was met with a frosty reception. "Humph, you are quite lacking in romantic sensibility," Hulaina pouted, her lips glistening with a soft sheen. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. "My dear lady, I do not believe we are acquainted," he remarked. "Hey, are you some sort of simpleton?" Hulaina pouted in retort. The men who were stealthily observing were utterly entranced by the goddess's playful banter. Their hearts fluttered with admiration. Gu Yue Na felt a pang of disappointment as an alluring beauty. She approached him to strike up a conversation, thinking that a simple exchange of words could lead to a budding story between them. Yet, with a sharp rebuttal, she found herself at a loss for words. As Luo Yu's gaze subtly shifted, he addressed the young lady who had inexplicably obstructed his path. While your interruption is of little consequence, should you choose to speak to me in such a manner, we may need to have a serious discussion. Observing Luo Yu's keen expression, Gu Yue Na pouted, her eyes reddening with indignation. It was her first attempt at a bold approach, and yet it had turned out so poorly. She glared at Luo Yu, feeling wronged. All she desired was a simple introduction, yet his lack of understanding was utterly exasperating. Detestable man, I dislike you, she exclaimed, stamping her foot, her soul light flaring into existence. Adorable plush ears sprouted atop her head, and a delicate foxtail appeared behind her, blushing pink. Furiously, she glowered at Luo Yu, her silver teeth clenched as she raised her fist in defiance. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. This woman must possess the cultivation of the soul sect. They murmured. That man is finished. She is the holy maiden of the spirit hall, far beyond his reach. I've never witnessed the holy maiden being thwarted before. This fellow is remarkable. Another commented. But what good is that? He has angered the holy maiden. He will surely regret it. Why must he act so aloof? If such a beautiful goddess were to approach me, I would be at a loss for words. A man of decent appearance glared venomously at Luo Yu, seething with jealousy. Why is it that I have no women to engage with? This lad is merely handsome and charming. Why should he be so much more popular than I? Did he dare to make a move? In contrast to the terrified spectators, Luo Yu remained composed. His deep-set eyes were as tranquil as a still pond as he cradled the soft-boned rabbit, maintaining his gaze on Gu Yue Na. She looked back at him, astonished. You are not afraid of me? Luo Yu cast a curious glance at her and asked, Why be afraid? Gu Yue Na's expression shifted, feeling a profound sense of indignation for the first time in her life. Having been belittled so harshly, her sense of injustice only intensified. You, sir, are truly excessive. With a resounding boom, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, ascended from Gu Yue Na's form. Even the onlookers, who were merely experiencing the aftershocks, found it difficult to breathe, their eyes bulging in discomfort. Chapter 4. The Empress is my fiancée, it pleases my benefactor. Terrifying, so terrifying. The holy maiden of the spirit hall truly lived up to her reputation, possessing such formidable power at such a tender age. The young man opposite her was utterly defeated. Haha, what good is being handsome if it pales in comparison to strength? The previously envious man spoke again, whispering in schadenfreude. A pretty face is only fit for being a pretty boy. In terms of power, he is nothing. At that moment, everyone believed the aura of the 4 soul rings was sufficient to overwhelm Luo Yu. After all, he appeared quite youthful and did not seem to possess any formidable strength. Gu Yue Na thought so as well. Her beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation, wondering if she had been too harsh. It was known that no one among the younger generation of the spirit hall could rival her cultivation. This fellow was even less likely to do so. Gu Yue Na intended to temper her might slightly. In truth, she merely sought to intimidate the man before her, having no intention of inflicting harm. Yet, in the next moment, she was astonished. The man remained unscathed, a faint smile adorning his countenance. Foreign soul master. With the spirit of the phantom fox, you are Gu Yue Na? As Luo Yu stood unharmed, the gathered crowd was left in a state of shock, erupting in a cacophony of disbelief. This was not the script they had envisioned. How could he remain unscathed under the pressure of a 4-ringed soul master? What could his true power be? Such striking appearance and demeanor? Could his strength truly be as formidable? Some murmured in disbelief. This lad cannot be merely bluffing. A 4-ringed soul master is the pinnacle achievable by his contemporaries. I refuse to believe any peer could withstand it. At this moment, all onlookers were left agape, their faces painted with incredulity as a heavy cloud of questions loomed in their minds. Faced with the full force of Gu Yue Na's overwhelming talent, why did this young man retain his composure? It was utterly incomprehensible. However, the truth lay before them, compelling their acceptance. The man's enigma and strength reflected within each heart present. Gu Yue Na, too, felt a sense of bewilderment, astonished to behold a man able to withstand her pressure. Such fortitude and courage were rare among ordinary people. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Yue Na inquired, Who are you? How do you know of my origins? Luo Yu smiled lightly, remarking that it was nothing, merely a matter of having heard of him in the past, especially as those around were also discussing him. Then how come I have never heard of you? Hu racked her brain, unable to conjure any impression of this man. Such an extraordinary individual, she mused. If she had ever encountered him, she undoubtedly would not have forgotten. Luo Yu shook his head and suggested, perhaps it would be wise to conceal your martial soul. It exudes no aura of menace, not even enough to startle the rabbit in my embrace. With a huff, Hu felt her facade unravel as she blushed, retorting, "Do not underestimate me. As a foreign soul master, surely I can intimidate a mere rabbit." How absurd. Luo Yu's gaze turned peculiar as he hesitated. To speak the truth may be frightening. This rabbit I hold is likely capable of besting you tenfold. Hu could not help but burst into laughter, playfully chiding. Your exaggeration lacks even a modicum of credibility. Ask those around us, who would believe your fanciful tales. Luo Yu gently stroked the rabbit's fur. Just because others do not believe does not imply that the matter is untrue. Hu shook her head repeatedly. That said, your discerning eye and mysterious prowess are indeed remarkable. I am curious to know the origin of your martial soul. Luo Yu pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. My martial soul has yet to awaken, and my soul power is non-existent. Hu pouted her lips in displeasure. This is outrageous. You scoundrel, are you attempting to deceive me here? How could someone without any cultivation possibly withstand my aura? Absolutely impossible. Your lack of honesty is simply unacceptable. Luo Yu was left speechless. What I said is the absolute truth. Why do you refuse to believe it? Hu surveyed him from head to toe, ultimately raising her chin with an air of arrogance. In my opinion, your ability to withstand my aura without flinching suggests that you possess at least a level 30 cultivation, perhaps even comparable to mine. My judgment is infallible. As for your claim of not having awakened your martial soul? I would never believe it, even if you were to die. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, expressing his disappointment. Unfortunately, you guessed incorrectly. I have yet to awaken my soul. Hu infuriated, stomped her feet. Isn't it customary in Douluo continent to awaken one's martial soul by the age of 6? You must be at least 12 by now. What if I am merely biding my time? Luo Yu shrugged, unconcerned. If you doubt me, so be it. Shall we make a wager? What if everything I say is indeed true? Hu filled with a rush of confidence, declared, if you have not awakened your martial soul, I shall address you as father whenever we meet henceforth. Luo Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head earnestly, declaring, however, I do not wish to accept you as my daughter. Hu erupted with fury, the little fairy seething with rage, her first soul skill igniting with a blinding radiance. It was over. This young man had brought his doom upon himself, and no one could save him. How foolish. This self-destructive lad, believing that his handsome appearance granted him the liberty to speak so freely to the saintess, now his fate was sealed. The man with the crimson eyes became exhilarated, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Moments earlier, he had felt a twinge of disappointment at the thought of a fight being averted. His disdain for Luo Yu stemmed from jealousy over the attention he received. Whoosh. The soul light blazed forth. Hu had made her move. The onlookers could almost foresee that in the next moment, Luo Yu would be left battered and bruised. Some felt concern, while others were filled with excitement. Boom. Luo Yu stood there, utterly unperturbed, his eyes not even fluttering. In stark contrast, the man who had been muttering derisively from the shadows was sent sprawling by a kick from a pair of exquisite legs. He scraped along the ground, his clothes tattered. Propelled far away, his face a mask of disbelief as he coughed up blood. Why are you hitting me? He exclaimed, bewildered. His features still frozen in the malicious grin he had worn moments before. The onlookers were equally perplexed, and Luo Yu cast an inquisitive glance in his direction. As Hu descended gracefully to the ground, she slowly retracted her long, elegant legs, her delicate hands smoothing her striking golden locks. With a porcelain neck and a pair of pink eyes that flashed with an air of aloofness, she regarded the man who had been struck down with palpable disdain. I've heard you whispering for quite some time, truly believing no one could hear you? Let me tell you, it's best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. She boldly pointed at Luo Yu. This fellow may be a tad irritating in his speech, yet he possesses a commendable demeanor, speaking straightforwardly without vulgarity. I quite admire that. And you, the envious cur, muttering beside him, what do you amount to? It's genuinely revolting and contemptible. Her frigid, commanding voice echoed, as if she had reverted to her elevated stature as a saint, impervious to any desecration, resolute in her judgments, and merciless. The man on the ground was rendered speechless, too terrified to meet Hu gaze, and he scurried away, crawling in disgrace, not daring to utter another word. A glimmer of light flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. This woman seemed to possess quite a character. As for the man who had retreated, he had long been aware of the discussions surrounding him. However, he deemed them unworthy of his attention, for trash is ultimately just trash, and there is no need to concern oneself with it. Yet, he did not anticipate that this woman would take action, which piqued his interest. Enough of this. Gu Yue Na cast a cold gaze around, causing the crowd to shudder and scatter like startled birds. Within mere breaths, they had fled, leaving only Luo Yu and the two of them behind. Gu Yue Na retracted her martial spirit and approached Luo Yu, remarking, "You, after all this conversation, have yet to utter a single truth." Luo Yu scoffed, declaring, "I truly possess no martial soul. Do you doubt it? Ha! If you have the capability, allow me to test it. Should you genuinely lack a martial soul, I shall call you father without hesitation, and I pledge this as the maiden of the martial soul palace. However, I am still youthful and prefer not to assume such a paternal role." "Humph, you are nothing but a great deceiver. If you insist, so be it. I shall not be your father today." "Oh dear." Gu Yue Na thought of scratching this man before her to death. "How about we forge a friendship? I find you rather intriguing, somewhat enigmatic." A glimmer shone in her eyes. Luo Yu smiled amiably, saying, "There is no need for that. Fate will bring us together again." Gu Yue Na snorted, "You speak so sweetly, yet it is evident that you are subtly rejecting me. What do you mean by fate will bring us together? I have been secluded in the spirit hall for years and rarely venture out. You may never have the chance to encounter me again. We shall meet again." Luo Yu asserted confidently. Gu Yue Na shook her head. "Impossible. Meeting me is not as simple as you think." "Perhaps not?" Luo Yu replied with a hint of playful intrigue. "What would you know? The holy maiden of the spirit hall can only be seen if she wishes to be." Gu Yue Na puffed up in frustration, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. This man simply could not comprehend that she was a prodigy being nurtured by the spirit hall. And it was no easy feat for her to emerge from its confines. Even if he were a genius from another faction, he would not have the privilege to seek her out within the hall. Moreover, how could the spirit hall permit its holy maiden to interact with a man? Thus, their chances of meeting again were indeed slim. Luo Yu languidly remarked, "Your Majesty, I can meet at any time. Why can't the saintess?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na was taken aback, cautiously glancing around with a sense of trepidation. She exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Seeking death, are you? How dare you show such disrespect to the Empress in Spirit City?" Luo Yuhan smiled and shook her head. Gu Yue Na, in a fit of anger, swung her hand and departed, only to find that no words of persuasion followed her. She stomped her foot and could not help but turn back to inquire, "Hey, what brings you to the Spirit City?" "Oh, it's nothing much," he replied. "There's a woman who once claimed she would marry me, and I have come to see if her words still hold any weight." As Luo Yu spoke, a captivating figure from the past danced through his mind. The once lost and helpless young girl had surely transformed into a queen reigning supreme in the present day. What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in astonishment, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirring within her. Who was that woman? There was no need to mention it. Even if he did, she would hardly believe it. Pouting defiantly, Gu Yue Na retorted, "Dare to speak of it. I shall dare to believe." A playful smile danced upon Luo Yu's lips as he remarked, "Do you truly believe I am the foremost figure of the Spirit Hall?" The mention of the Spirit Hall's preeminence elicited a soft murmur from Gu Yue Na, her delicate form trembling in disbelief. Could it possibly be the esteemed Pope, Master Bibidong? She lifted her gaze to Luo Yu, regarding him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. "Are you courting death with such words? How dare you utter such claims? If anyone else were to overhear, you might find yourself imprisoned, subjected to a fate most dreadful." Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, saying, "See, I told you long ago that it was too late. I assure you, you would not believe me even if I told you. Bah, enough of your foolish babble. How dare you speak so lightly of His Holiness the Pope? You are truly courting disaster. You must refrain from such reckless words." Luo Yu shook his head in helplessness, pondering whether anyone truly believes in honesty these days. Gu Yue Na spoke earnestly, "To be candid, even though this is our first encounter, I find myself rather fond of you. Therefore, I advise you to exercise caution. Her Majesty, the Empress, is a cold and unyielding iron-blooded sovereign who has never shown any signs of affection towards men. Even a declaration from a titled Douluo would lead to certain doom. If you continue to speak so recklessly, you may easily invite peril upon yourself." Luo Yu expressed his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "I suspect that you are referring to Bibidong. She has always been quite gentle in my presence." His audacity was astounding. Truly reckless. Gu Yue Na interjected sharply, advising, "Based on my understanding of our teacher, she would never feign kindness towards a man. Do not utter such nonsensical claims here. Luo Yu replied, perhaps you do not understand her well enough. I do not understand? Who does? Gu Yue Na became agitated. I may know her better than you. Luo Yu stated calmly. Come now, you are only speaking so boldly because you are unaware of my relationship with the Empress. Gu Yue Na gazed at the man's earnestness and confidence in his eyes, finding it quite absurd. He appeared youthful. How could he possibly know her teacher? Moreover, could he truly understand her better than her own disciple? Oh well, I shall cease my attempts to persuade you. Take care of yourself. And I hope you do not speak indiscreetly. Although you tend to be unreliable with your words, I still. Gu Yue Na refrained from continuing. Turning away with a blush, whispering to herself, I hope to see you again. As she beheld Gu Yue Na's alluring, graceful figure, those long, fair legs vanished at the end of the path. Luo Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he lifted his gaze toward the nearby papal palace. Soon, we shall meet again. His voice floated with the wind, uncertain if it was directed at Gu Yue Na or the exalted, aloof Empress, Bibidong. In his embrace, the soft-boned enchantress rabbit, with its watery pink eyes, seemed to melt further under Luo Yu's gentle caress, as if relishing the sensation of being held. Wu felt a mix of shyness and anxiety. Should she remind her benefactor that the rabbit's ears were a sensitive area and should not be squeezed? Never mind. As long as her benefactor was pleased, that was enough. Chapter 5, Treading on the Soul King. My wife is the Empress, am I not proud? Luo Yu stood before the Soul Hall, gazing upon the towering and magnificent palace complex, resplendent in gold and jade, radiating an aura of sanctity and grandeur under the sunlight. Outside the hall, a procession of silver-armored knights, wielding sharp spears, stood in solemn vigilance, patrolling with an air of dignity. Luo Yu stepped forward, only to be halted by a knight clad in silver armor. Halt! You stand before the sacred grounds of the martial Soul Hall. Do you possess a pass? I wish to enter the hall. Is there truly no way for me to gain entry without a pass? Luo Yu inquired. The silver-armored knight's face flickered with impatience. What need is there for further discussion? Without a pass, you cannot enter. Do you think this place is open to just anyone? Be gone. Luo Yu furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. What is the matter? Are you upset? The silver-armored knight let out a cold laugh, a look of arrogance flashing in his eyes. It matters not who you are. Without a pass, be swift to depart and do not linger here. The expression on Luo Yu's face grew increasingly grim. Oh, do you still wish to cause a scene? A mere commoner dares to create a disturbance here. One must first assess their own worth. The silver-armored knight spoke with brazen arrogance, emboldened by his authority. Is it possible to enter without a pass? Certainly. Simply displaying a cultivation level above that of a soul king suffices. Beyond that, even if you are a prodigious heir of a grand sect, it would be of no consequence. He, being a soul king, could discern at a glance that the young man before him possessed no cultivation whatsoever, promptly labeling Luo Yu as a mere pretty boy in his mind, devoid of any respect. Luo Yu's voice was deep and resonant. Do you know who I am searching for? The silver-armored knight, momentarily taken aback by the audacity, cautiously inquired. Who? Bibidong. Presumptuous. Is the name of Her Majesty the Empress something you can utter? The silver-armored knight scoffed, summoning 5 soul rings that spiraled around him, exuding a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the venue. Other silver-armored soldiers, alerted by the commotion, quickly surrounded them. With a derisive smile, he continued. If you were seeking someone else, it might be excusable, but even a sect leader cannot simply meet the Empress at will. What qualifications do you possess to even consider it? In the face of the knight's scornful taunts and the overwhelming presence of a soul king, along with the encirclement of numerous soldiers, Luo Yu cast his eyes downward upon the delicate bone rabbit, his body trembling slightly. This only incited further laughter from the silver-armored knight, who surveyed his comrades and proclaimed, Brothers, did you see that? I haven't even exerted myself. And this pretty boy is already quaking in fear. To wish to meet the Empress, he should take a moment to reflect on his own worthiness. Captain, look at this slick fellow, clutching a pink rabbit. He clearly reeks of femininity. Let us hasten his departure. Shedding blood here would tarnish the image of the spirit hall. Their raucous laughter echoed around them until a cold voice emerged from the now bowed Luo Yu. I must ask, did the guardians of the spirit hall lack intelligence? The silver-armored knights widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated this trembling figure would dare to mock them. The audacity was astonishing. What a bold provocation from one so visibly terrified. You must have come to the wrong place. Boom. The crowd surged with fervor. Soul rings rising one after another, encircling Luo Yu. The foremost silver-armored knight, with his 5 soul rings, shone the brightest and exuded the most arrogance. with disdainful gazes. They seemed to eagerly await the spectacle of Luo Yu being crushed into submission. However, the anticipated scene never materialized, as dozens of soul rings surged toward him. Luo Yu stood resolutely, the tremors in his body vanishing. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed, and a wicked smile graced his lips. Surveying the surroundings, he spoke slowly. It has been far too long since anyone has mocked me, and I failed to manage my emotions, trembling out of anger. I apologize. It seems my brief moment of agitation has led to a misunderstanding, as they beheld his sinister smile and the bizarre turn of events. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, as if someone had forcefully grasped their throats, leaving them in disbelief as they stared at Luo Yu. Isn't he supposed to be devoid of cultivation? He is so young, surely he cannot possess greater power than us. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is merely an attractive commoner. Those present were not fools. They were confident that Luo Yu lacked any cultivation. Furthermore, given the Empress's well-known disdain for men, it was inconceivable for her to grant an audience to one. Relying on these two assumptions, they had dared to act so brazenly. At this moment, Luo Yu still emanated no aura of cultivation. Yet, the smile upon his face instilled a simultaneous chill in the hearts of the encircling silver-armored knights. Luo Yu's deep black eyes swept the surroundings, locking onto the Soul King of the Five Rings. His voice, though calm, resonated with the weight of judgment akin to that of the King of Hell, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. I have a question for you. The Five-Ringed Soul King, visibly tense, took a half-step back, fully aware that something was amiss. You are so arrogant. Does your mother know? The words echoed ominously. And in an instant, the Five-Ringed Soul King's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. Your arrogance is excessive. Perhaps I misjudged you earlier. But regardless of who you are, this is not your privilege to flaunt before the Spirit Hall. He turned abruptly, calling out urgently, Brothers, no matter his background. We have already provoked him. I am certain this fellow lacks any cultivation. Let us join forces and eliminate him. This way, we can avoid future retribution from any potential backing he may have. If any trouble arises from above, we will present a united front, insisting that he provoked us first, and that we acted out of necessity. After all, there is no one else around, and we can dictate the narrative. Thus, his backing would think twice before antagonizing the Spirit Hall. Initially, the onlookers were unsettled under Luo Yu's gaze, but after being incited, determination and murderous intent flickered in their eyes as they advanced menacingly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, remarking, You truly are a remarkable talent. You have even amused me. He beckoned with his finger. You guessed correctly. I possess no cultivation. Come swiftly and end me. Ha! What a blustering fool. Even when death looms, he dares to boast. Brothers, we cannot delay. Let us act with haste. The Five-Ringed Soul King initiated the assault, conjuring a fierce tiger's phantom that surged forth, accompanied by a barrage of soul light, all converging upon Luo Yu in a tempest of energy, intent on tearing him asunder. A band of fools. As the lethal intent approached, Luo Yu remained unperturbed, playfully pinching the adorable ears of the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. Whoosh! A radiant pink glow enveloped the heavens, instantly nullifying the coordinated attack of the silver-armored knights. All energy storms were effortlessly obliterated, leaving behind a tableau of astonished and terrified faces, frozen in place. What transpired? What just happened? Why can I not move? What sorcery has this fellow unleashed? A cacophony of panicked exclamations erupted as all signs of arrogance vanished. The silver-armored knights rendered immobile, their eyes betraying a plea for mercy. In the face of the terrified silver-armored knights, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. You people, in times of fortune, are arrogant and overbearing. In times of adversity, you bow your heads in submission. Since you refuse to live honorably, then kneel and serve as dogs. Thud. The weight of the pink light bore down like a mountain, and a series of resounding crashes followed as the silver-armored knights all fell to their knees. The silver armor on their knees shattering against the ground. This group of silver-armored knights was utterly paralyzed by fear, all begging for mercy. Only the Five-Ringed Soul King, trembling yet defiant, proclaimed, Even when striking a dog, one must heed its master. Regardless of our wrongdoing, should you take our lives, it would tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall shall not let you off lightly. Moreover, my uncle is the Eight-Ringed Soul Douluo, the Platinum Bishop. Should you harm me, my uncle will not spare you. Luo Yu approached the Soul King of the Five Rings, revealing a benevolent smile. Your uncle is a soul fighter, isn't he? Indeed. If you know what's good for you, release me at once. Slap. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu gazed at his swollen cheek, nodding in satisfaction. It is indeed the symmetry that renders one aesthetically pleasing. My uncle, the Soul King, is still struggling, his face a portrait of anguish and indignation. The leaders of the 4 lesser sects among the 7 great sects possess merely the cultivation of a soul Douluo. With such backing, he had little to fear, however. He now pondered the origins of this individual. Silence. Bang. Luo Yu raised his leg and swept it across, forcefully trampling him underfoot. He leaned forward, gazing coldly into the eyes of the Soul King and said, "Are you the Soul Douluo, a formidable presence? My esteemed wife is none other than the Empress. Do you see me boasting?" The Soul King, bloodied and filled with resentment, spat out, "You dare insult the Empress? Regardless of your background, you shall meet your demise." I sense my uncle's arrival. Luo Yu raised his gaze towards the direction of the Pope's palace, observing several streaks of light racing towards him, and let out a soft chuckle. "Let us await the outcome and see whether your uncle can protect you. Will it be your demise or another's?" Chapter 6. To insult the Empress. This youngster is doomed. Several beams of light from the Spirit Hall arrived in an instant. 4 figures emerged, all embodying avian spirit souls. At the forefront stood an elderly man, adorned in luxurious attire, with a pair of dragon wings manifesting behind him. His face bore the haughty demeanor of a vulture, and his narrow eyes glimmered with a cunning emerald light. He was none other than the Platinum Bishop Palace, an 85th level spirit Douluo, as mentioned by the silver-armored Soul King. His countenance was grim as he scanned the surroundings, taking in the sight of the kneeling silver-armored knights and the scattered subordinates of his nephew, who had been struck down by Luo Yu. Fueled by rage, he was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, but upon noticing Luo Yu's extraordinary demeanor and appearance, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He swiftly tempered his fury, adopting an expression that resembled still waters. "Bah, still not releasing me?" Beneath Luo Yu's feet, the silver-armored Soul King spat out a mouthful of blood, urgently exclaiming, "Uncle, this insolent wretch dares to disregard our Spirit Hall's authority. Quickly, eliminate him." How vexatious. A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Yu's brow as she dug at her ear. With a graceful lift of her toes, she propelled her foot into the abdomen of the silver-armored Soul King, sending his body soaring into the air like a ragged sack. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, landing squarely at the feet of the Platinum Bishop, Paulus. A glimmer of anger flashed in Paulus's eyes, yet he refrained from expressing it. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at the unfortunate state of his nephew before averting his gaze and offering a courteous smile to Luo Yu, saying, "I am unaware of your esteemed lineage, dear friend. My nephew has been quite rude, and I humbly ask for your understanding." The light in Luo Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This old fellow seemed to possess some intrigue. Just moments ago, his provocative gesture would have been intolerable to anyone else, yet this man managed to suppress his anger, maintaining a composed demeanor while greeting him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Luo Yu replied nonchalantly, "I am without a master, a solitary wanderer. As for the events that transpired here, do not inquire of me. Rather, direct your questions to the one beneath your feet." Upon hearing the young man's indifferent and dismissive tone, a shadow of malice crossed Palus's gaze, yet he refrained from reacting. Taking a deep breath, he offered a smile. "My young friend, you jest. I am well aware of the capabilities of my kin. If you can easily subdue them, you must certainly hail from an extraordinary lineage. Should I have erred in any way, I humbly apologize." Luo Yu chuckled softly, seemingly amused by the notion that the Spirit Hall was not entirely composed of mediocre individuals, as there were indeed some discerning souls among them. The corner of Palus's eye twitched unnaturally, his teeth clenched in frustration. This impudent youth was insufferably arrogant. Who was he? After all, the Platinum Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, wielding authority second only to the elders. Even the leaders of the so-called lower 4 sects would show him a modicum of respect. He had never before been so belittled, especially by a mere child. Yet, years of prudence held him back. He refrained from acting rashly until the situation was fully understood. "Get up and clarify the matter," Palus commanded, channeling his soul power into a massive hand that seized the silver-armored Soul King by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Uncle, why are you hitting me? Strike him instead. This brat lacks a pass and dares to speak disrespectfully to our Spirit Hall, not to mention slandering Her Majesty the Empress. He deserves nothing less than death." With a resounding slap, Palus struck the silver-armored Soul King across the face, his tone icy. "Enough of your nonsense. Apologize to our esteemed guest." The silver-armored Soul King was left utterly dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding events. Luo Yu clasped his shoulders. a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth, curious to see what tricks this old fox would play. He had just witnessed a glimmer of malice in the other's eyes and was skeptical that they would simply let the matter rest. Apologize, Pallas threatened coldly. The silver-armored knight, eyes clouded with confusion, dared not defy him. With a sense of grievance, he bowed deeply to Luo Yu, his teeth chattering in the chilly air. I beg your pardon. My lord, it was my folly to offend you. I hope you can overlook this slight and grant me mercy. Huh, Luo Yu remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Pallas before raising his hand. If that is the case, I shall let it pass. Mind your conduct, should you provoke me again. It shall not be so easily forgiven. The silver-armored Soul King clenched his fists in frustration, only to be restrained by Pallas. Pallas stepped forward, a smile that did not reach his eyes upon his lips. I appreciate your magnanimity, young friend. Since you have come with purpose, please, enter the hall for further discussion. I shall have someone guide you. Luo Yu's hand caressed the soft fur of the gentle-boned charm rabbit, and he nodded slightly. Pallas's gaze was cold and calculating. What an arrogant young man. Allow him to prance for a fleeting moment, and once I grasp the essence of his being, I shall ensure he meets his demise without a resting place. 2 guards led the way, with Luo Yu closely following. Pallas trailed behind, accompanied by the silver-armored Soul King. Uncle, you are a platinum bishop. Even if this lad possesses some background, he is hardly a cause for concern, the silver-armored Soul King murmured, his eyes fixed on Luo Yu's retreating figure, filled with indignation and hatred. Pallas reprimanded softly, are you an imbecile? One must tread carefully. It would be far more satisfying to eliminate him once we ascertain his true nature. What if he is an unyielding opponent? Ah, I see your intention now. This fellow is indeed peculiar. He subdued me without any apparent action, employing some arcane method. Pallas massaged his temples. I have refrained from acting out of caution for this very reason. The silver-armored Soul King's expression darkened. Could it be that vengeance was now unattainable? Gritting his teeth, he declared, Uncle, this lad dared to slander the Empress, claiming Her Majesty is his wife. Pallas's eyelids twitched, and a chill ran down his spine. Is this true? Or are you fabricating tales? The silver-armored Soul King asserted with conviction. He indeed spoke such words. All present bore witness. Pallas's eyes glinted as he let out a sinister chuckle. Your vendetta is now within reach. This boy has dared to insult the Empress, irrespective of his formidable background. He is destined to perish today. What if he is a scion of the upper 3 sects? Might he not escape? The silver-armored Soul King voiced his concern. Foolish nephew. You do not comprehend. The Empress has, for reasons unknown, developed a profound aversion to males in recent years. Even our elders, when summoned, must stand 100 paces away, unable to lift their gazes. Otherwise, they face death or injury, a taboo. Regardless of his background, this lad has audaciously tarnished the Empress's reputation before all. Even if a heavenly king were to intervene, he could not save him. I shall even embellish the tale further, Pallas cackled. Uncle, your strategy is indeed superior. The silver-armored Soul King beamed with admiration. Young man, take heed and learn. You are still far too lacking. Pallas raised his chin, his face a portrait of malice. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the delight and ruthlessness mirrored in the other's eyes, revealing a conspiratorial smile. Before the papal palace, Pallas clasped his hands and spoke amiably. Young friend, please wait a moment. I shall first enter to inform Her Majesty the Empress. There is no need. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Pallas regarded Luo Yu with a penetrating gaze. If I am not mistaken, young friend, you are likely representing the great sect behind you in visiting the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, you would not exhibit such confidence. However, you are unaware that the Empress has an extreme disdain for men. Even we, the senior members of the hall, must approach her with humility and caution. Allow me to enter first and convey your sentiments. Luo Yu fixed his gaze upon Pallas, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am grateful for your kind words. May I inquire if there is a message you wish for me to convey? You need only to state that Luo Yu has come to pay a visit, Pallas replied, hastening towards the papal hall, a malicious chuckle echoing in his heart. Entering first, he mused, it is not merely a matter of speaking one's mind. By the time you, young man, step into the hall, I fear you shall find no opportunity for discourse, destined instead to be reduced to mere pulp by the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress. The silver-armored Soul King, standing nearby, stifled a smirk, thinking to himself how this fool remains blissfully unaware of his own predicament. Just wait for my uncle to enter and offer you some flattering words, he thought, chuckling inwardly. Luo Yu raised her gaze towards the magnificent palace before her. secretly contemplating that the enchanting beauty who had once captivated all would surely be even more alluring now. Casting a glance at the system panel, she noted that capturing the Empress Bibidong would yield the reward of the true Supreme Beast Martial Soul. Current task progress, 0. TSK, she mused. What kind of martial soul would the reward be? The 9 Great Dragon Kings? The Golden Sacred Dragon? These options seemed rather mediocre. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, let's set that aside. She hoped the reward would not be too lackluster, as it should at least be impressive. Luo Yu's lips curled into a confident and enchanting smile as he began to speculate on the rewards and the objectives of the next task. As for the intentions of the Platinum Bishop and the Silver-Armored Knight, the two could never fathom that his divine physique was unparalleled, with keen senses that had already perceived everything, though he merely feigned disinterest. Instead, he found himself inwardly mocking them, 2 mere clowns, and he awaited their performance. Chapter 7. The Heart's Tremor of Bibidong. A deep yearning within the resplendent papal hall. A woman of exquisite beauty reclined against the throne, her alluring, snow-white legs gracefully crossed, draped in a dazzling golden gown that accentuated her devilishly captivating figure. Her face was even more enchanting, as if she were a favored child of the heavens, both ethereal and striking. An air of regal aloofness surrounded her, emanating an aura befitting an untouchable queen, rendering her presence almost sacred. Alas, the hall was devoid of any company, leaving no one to admire the queen's unparalleled beauty. It was only in solitude that the cold and imposing queen revealed her sorrowful vulnerability. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with profound longing, as memories of the broad figure who had once protected her in her time of weakness flooded her mind. As she reminisced, Bibidong's gaze grew increasingly distant. She had believed that with the passage of time, she would forget the man who had saved her, yet she found herself sinking deeper into longing, unable to erase his memory. Had it not been for that man, she might have met a fate of violation. He had rescued her life, giving her hope. The humor and charm he possessed had left an indelible mark on her consciousness. Brother Yu, I wonder how you are faring. Donger has awaited you with such longing. Over the years, I have obeyed your every word, allowing no man the chance to approach me, not a single soul. The queen's ruby lips parted, her whispers imbued with profound yearning and affection, her gaze flowing like water, shimmering with emotion. Were others to learn that the Ice Queen had harbored feelings for a man all these years, it would surely cause an uproar. How many men would be consumed with jealousy? Bibidong, the undisputed goddess of her time, possessed unparalleled talent that overshadowed her contemporaries, along with a beauty that could captivate nations. Countless titled Douluos revered her as their goddess and dream lover. Yet throughout the years, none dared to pursue her. One reason was their own inadequacy. Another, the well-known fact that the queen had long rejected men, forbidding any from approaching her. No matter who you were or what your status, should you dare to come near, the only response would be a resounding dismissal. Yet, in this moment of icy detachment, the proud queen was suffused with tender emotions, yearning and waiting in the papal hall for the return of that man from her past. Even after all these years, she had not relinquished her hope, for he had promised her that once his matters were settled, he would return. Bibidong extended her delicate fingers, caressing her smooth, pale face, and sighed dreamily. Brother Yu, do you know? Donger has blossomed into her most beautiful years. When will you return? I am truly waiting in anguish. As she concluded, she pouted her lips, letting out a light hum reminiscent of a youthful girl. Oh, Brother Yu, if you don't come back soon, I may lose my beauty. You mustn't find fault with me then. At that moment, the silence was shattered by a faint knocking at the door. Bibidong's warmth receded, her gaze suddenly sharp, filled with authority and coldness. Who goes there? Outside the hall, the Platinum Bishop Pallas trembled at the queen's chilling voice, fear coursing through him. Your Majesty, I am Pallas, the Platinum Bishop, here to pay my respects. Silence reigned in the hall. Just as Pallas was about to speak, the queen's voice rang out with a commanding tone. Are you seeking death? Depart. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Pallas mused on the queen's evident disdain for men. The audacity of this young man to approach her must stem from some powerful family, he thought. Since you are so brazen, I shall ensure you meet your end today. Bowing deeply, Pallas reported, Your Majesty, an outsider has come to visit, claiming to be quite familiar with you. With a thunderous crash, the heavy doors swung open, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The queen emerged, adorned with a crown of intricate purple and gold, wielding a magnificent scepter embedded with jewels, her beauty transcending that of mortals. She stood at the top of the steps, coldly gazing down at the world beyond. Pallas, what does this person look like? Bibidong's beautiful eyes narrowed, fixating intensely on Palace, her voice trembling slightly. Palace stiffened. Could that young man truly have a connection with the queen? He cautiously described. He is a remarkably young and handsome fellow, possessing a certain charm, likely in his early teens. Bibidong's expression darkened, her anticipation morphing into fury. Palace? Do you know what you have done? Palace bowed at a 90-degree angle, hastily explaining, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The individual spoke arrogantly, disrespecting you. I intended to discipline him, but he insisted on his close relationship with you, and I was too fearful to act. Do you believe I would have such a young friend? Bibidong's tone was icy, causing Palace to tremble as if in an icy abyss. I, too, believe that is unlikely. I shall personally descend to tear that audacious young man to pieces, as a warning to others. Palace appeared anxious, yet inwardly he chuckled, having now secured the queen's confirmation. Regardless of the young man's background, he would act without restraint. As he turned to leave, a cold voice halted him. Stop. Palace glanced back to see the queen dismissively turn away from him. Even so, he dared not raise his gaze, cautiously inquiring. Does Your Majesty have any further instructions for me? When you encountered that individual, did he say anything? A glint of cunning flashed in Palace's eyes. This is the moment to speak well of you. Young man, do not forget to thank me. Your Majesty, the words of that individual, I dare not describe to you. Palace feigned hesitation. Speak. The queen's voice grew impatient. Forgive my frankness, but that young man spoke with utter arrogance, making lewd remarks in public, boldly declaring you to be his woman, claiming you have secretly loved him for years. Palace's voice rose in disbelief. How is this possible? What stature does the queen possess to even consider someone as insignificant as him? I refuse to believe it. He had intended to confront the young man directly, sparing the queen from annoyance. Yet the individual had threatened them, asserting that if they harmed him, the queen would personally annihilate them. This fellow's words were exceedingly presumptuous. Palace admitted, and I found myself uncertain, hence my visit to seek your guidance. Are you speaking the truth? The voice of Bibidong, once stern and aloof, now trembled, her tall figure quaking. Every word is indeed factual. The silver-armored knights outside the hall can attest to it. Palace cast a sidelong glance, elated within. The Empress was so enraged that she trembled. It seemed she would annihilate you without my intervention, reducing you to mere pulp, regardless of your background. You would suffer this silent misfortune. Did he mention his name? The Empress's shoulders quivered even more violently, as if suppressing something. He claimed his name is Luo Yu, asserting that upon hearing it, you would rush out to meet him. I, the fool, foolishly believed such nonsense, reporting it was unnecessary. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. With a thunderous roar, a tempest surged within the grand hall, an explosive surge of soul power emanating from Bibidong, causing the entire edifice to tremble. She could no longer maintain her composure, her voice strained with emotion. Where is he? Palace, though frightened, felt a rush of exhilaration. The Empress was furious, indeed. She was angry. You shall undoubtedly perish here today, ha ha ha. I need not lift a finger to slay you, ha ha ha. I shall capture him and bring him forth for your judgment. Palace, obsequious in his flattery, pressed his foot down forcefully, summoning 8 soul rings that spiraled around him as he dashed toward the hall's exit. The Empress turned, her enchanting visage devoid of any authority, her expression fervent. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with infatuation, murmuring almost deliriously. Is he coming? Indeed, he must be coming. No, how could I allow Brother Yu to meet me? It is Dong or who should see him. With a rush, the unparalleled goddess could no longer contain her impatience, soaring past in a whirlwind, pursuing him. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left utterly deserted. Chapter 8. The majestic protector of her husband. Capturing the Empress. Rewarded with the supreme beast martial spirit. Outside the Popes Hall, the silver-armored Soul King dared not make a move, standing there respectfully in wait. Luo Yu began to meander leisurely, taking in the sights around him, nodding occasionally. His hands, too, were not idle, gently caressing the soft, delicate ears of the enchanting rabbit. Little did he realize that the rabbit's pink eyes were already clouded with a haze of confusion and desire, its pearly teeth biting down on its tender lips. Does my benefactor truly regard Douluo as a pet, or is there an intention to tease? Douluo now felt an extraordinary shyness. Waves of tingling sensations flooding her heart, caught in a delightful dilemma yet too bashful to voice her thoughts, only able to sulk inwardly. Benefactor? Please do not linger on my rabbit ears. They are too sensitive. Perhaps you could explore another area? Douluo attempted to shift, adjusting her position. But Luo Yu's fingers instinctively captured her ears once more, refusing to let go. The enchanting rabbit's eyes were nearly brimming with tears, ultimately surrendering to the situation. Oh well, it is just ears after all. If my benefactor wishes to touch, then so be it. Douluo can endure. It feels rather strange and shy. Yet there is a hint of comfort in it. Luo Yu leisurely indulged in the serene ambience, while on the other side, the silver-armored Soul King felt an overwhelming discomfort. Observing Luo Yu meandering about with such nonchalance, he instinctively touched his swollen face, reminiscent of a pig's head. As resentment flickered in his eyes, unable to restrain himself, he sarcastically remarked, "This is the Pope's hall. Do you not comprehend the decorum here? What are you idly wandering about for? Do you truly believe this is your own private garden?" Luo Yu paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him with a slight upward curve of her lips. "Are you instructing me on how to carry out my tasks?" she exclaimed. The disdainful gaze of Luo Yu, coupled with his haughty demeanor and contemptuous tone, nearly drove the silver-armored Soul King to madness. He trembled with rage, his face contorting into a grotesque expression. "To think that you would disregard the spirit hall entirely. You are truly insufferable." Luo Yu stifled a yawn, dismissing the notion entirely. "The spirit hall is acceptable. It is merely you as an individual that I hold in disdain. You speak nonsense." The silver-armored Soul King felt his composure shatter, flames of fury igniting within his heart as reason began to fade. "It is indeed nonsense, not merely a triviality." Luo Yu slowly corrected him. "When your teeth are loose, it is wise to speak less. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will know of your toothlessness. Ah, you are the one devoid of shame." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes filled with blood, his lips quivering in rage as 5 soul rings surged around him, enveloping his form in the might of his tiger spirit. "Alas," Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head. "Do you realize what is inscribed upon your face at this moment?" After the silver-armored Soul King touched his face, he scoffed repeatedly. "Do you truly believe me to be a fool? There is clearly nothing there." "No. There are indeed 5 prominent characters written above." Luo Yu nodded affirmatively, enunciating each word with precision. "I seek torment. I yearn for enlightenment. You are courting death." The silver-armored Soul King glared with fury. Luo Yu beckoned with his finger, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "To be frank, if you were to charge at me right now, I would consider you a man. Yet, to merely boast without taking action, what significance do you hold?" The silver-armored Soul King bellowed venomously. "Brat, do not be too arrogant. Once my uncle emerges, your demise will be imminent. I can almost hear your lamentations and screams before your death. Ha ha ha." Luo Yu sighed, lamenting the plight of the child. "Perhaps what you hear are the echoes of your own cries." The silver-armored Soul King revealed a cruel and confident smile, declaring, "Youngster, comprehend whose territory this is. Let us now witness who shall live and who shall perish." With a swish, Paulus, accompanied by 8 soul rings, surged forward, reaching close in an instant. The silver-armored Soul King inquired anxiously, "What is the situation, uncle?" Paulus responded with a sinister grin, "If I personally intervene, what issues could arise? The Empress is furious. This boy is destined for death." The silver-armored Soul King rubbed his hands together, chuckling ominously. "Boy, your time has come." "Oh." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Paulus, with a ferocious surge of soul power, glared fiercely. "Even at death's door, you still feign bravado. The Empress must not be disrespected. Hasten to follow me and meet your demise. Weren't you supposed to speak well of me?" Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. "You foolish child, did you truly believe that? How dare you offend me and strike my nephew? Regardless of your background, I shall not allow you to survive in this world. Now, I shall personally take you to the Empress to face your end." With a thunderous crash, Paulus's palm, covered in azure scales, surged forward, aiming for Luo Yu's throat. "Die, you arrogant wretch." The silver-armored Soul King watched with an exhilarating sense of revenge. As Paulus approached Luo Yu, ready to strike, a vast pink domain suddenly enveloped the arena, shattering his soul power and immobilizing him completely. The silver-armored Soul King's smile froze, leaving him in a state of shock. "How is this possible?" Paulus exclaimed in terror, struggling futilely. What had just transpired? He was a formidable soul Douluo. Why had he so quickly become like meat on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter? The playful glint in Luo Yu's eyes vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. With a sharp clap, he raised his palm and struck the grotesque, astonished visage repeatedly, the crisp sound echoing in the air. "Did you truly believe yourself to be clever? Assuming that others ought to be at your mercy, manipulated as you please? How does it feel now? Is it still amusing?" The silver-armored Soul King found himself kneeling on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, utterly incredulous, utterly impossible. Luo Yu could not conceal the disdain reflected in his eyes. This was himself. Had it been someone else, those two rascals would undoubtedly have been merciless. Suddenly, a swift gale arose, and the regal figure of the empress descended gracefully from the heavens. Adorned in a splendid golden gown that clung to her exquisite form, her slender, elongated legs were encased in jewel-encrusted high-heeled boots, while her flawless visage radiated an aura of unassailable authority. With each step, the empress, Bibidong, advanced with her elegantly rounded legs. "Young man, the empress has arrived. Let us see how audacious you remain," she seemed to declare. "Your Majesty, please save me," Pallas exclaimed as though he had spotted a beacon of hope, his voice rising in urgency. Yet, Bibidong paid him no heed, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Luo Yu. The silver-armored Soul King crawled over, lamenting, "Your Majesty, this man possesses an audacity beyond measure. He not only scorns the spirit hall, but dares to insult you with vile language. Such a crime warrants death. Begone." With a frown, Bibidong summoned a surge of purple light from her palm. A resounding explosion followed, and the silver-armored Soul King was sent flying, charred and defeated. The Empress's gaze remained unwaveringly on Luo Yu, indifferent to all else. As she approached him, her delicate form began to tremble. "Your Majesty, it was a mistake. It was this brat who has been hurling insults at you," Pallas exclaimed, desperate to clarify. Yet Bibidong remained unaffected, her sole focus on Luo Yu. Her lips parting slightly as she inquired, "What is the matter?" Luo Yu pondered seriously for a moment, then shrugged and said, "It's nothing much. I merely claimed that you were my wife, and he didn't believe me, insisting that I should perish. How dare you be so audacious? Is the esteemed empress someone you can insult?" Pallas roared, "How dare you be so reckless?" Bibidong retorted coldly, as the shadow of the Spider Queen materialized, enveloping the space with an overwhelming presence and a palpable aura of menace directed straight at Pallas. Pallas trembled, nearly rendered speechless by fear. "What is happening? Where has it all gone awry?" he thought, on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, to whom do you truly align yourself?" Luo Yu smiled lightly. "Pallas, do you not enjoy reporting grievances? Please, continue your performance." Pallas bit his gums until they bled. "Your Majesty, this scoundrel has insulted you. Did you not hear?" The Empress cast him a cold glance. "I take pleasure in it. Is it any of your concern? This is a madman." Pallas's voice trembled as he forced himself to speak. The Empress's expression turned icy, her authority palpable. "This is my man. Who are you to speak of him?" "What?" Pallas's eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly succumbing to shock. It was inconceivable. How could the exalted Empress possibly have any connection with this rascal? Had she not always shunned male affection? It made no sense for her to harbor feelings for this fellow. Boom. Pallas was sent flying by an energy blast, his entire being engulfed in a mist of blood, a scene of utter devastation. The assailant was none other than the Empress, upon whom he had relied. Ah. Self-inflicted misery is a fate one must bear. Luo Yu shook his head, wondering why it had to be this way. Only the man and woman remained in the arena. The man was strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, while the woman possessed an ethereal beauty, radiating an aura of icy nobility. They gazed into each other's eyes, akin to golden boy and jade girl. Bibidong's amber-hued eyes glazed over with a misty sheen as she gazed adoringly at Luo Yu. She reached out her delicate hand, yearning to caress the man's face, yet hesitated, withdrawing shyly like a maiden in the throes of first love. "You wretched man, have you finally chosen to return?" Luo Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Did I not mention before that I intended to undergo tribulation? You have changed." Bibidong shed her aloof and regal demeanor, transforming into a gentle and charming figure. "In what way have I changed?" Luo Yu replied with a soft smile. Bibidong's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, appearing even more handsome, even more enchanting. TSK, the praise from Her Majesty is something that a mere commoner like me cannot bear. Upon hearing Luo Yu's teasing, Bibidong playfully retorted, "Who is the Empress? Do not jest with me. In your eyes, I shall forever be that donger in need of your protection." TSK, if such words were to spread, I fear I would not know how many envious daggers I would face. Bibidong pouted her rosy lips, declaring, "With your strength, who could possibly rival you?" Luo Yu spread his hands, stating that he currently lacked the strength. What transpired? Bibidong's expression changed abruptly. She swiftly advanced, anxiously grasping the man's wrist. The smooth, cool sensation of his skin stirred Luo Yu's senses. Bibidong, too, felt a flush of embarrassment, for over the years, only Luo Yu had ever touched her. "What has become of your cultivation?" Luo Yu shook her head, remarking that the story was lengthy, Yet overall, the issue was not significant. To break and then rebuild was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you. Should anyone dare to harm my man, I shall take their life, Bibidong declared, her tone chilling and laced with lethal intent. Who is your man? Do not make unfounded assumptions. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibidong momentarily faltered, pouting her crimson lips. You promised back then to let me be your fiancé, and you just mentioned it again. That was merely a fabrication by someone in your palace, Luo Yu firmly denied. You are being unreasonable. I clearly heard it. Bibidong pouted, her playful demeanor strikingly beautiful, enchanting to the core, yet regrettably, only Luo Yu was able to appreciate such allure. Luo Yu smiled silently. Bibidong summoned her courage, boldly grasping the man's hand, and declared stubbornly, I don't care. Since you have returned, I am your fiancé. At that moment, as Bibidong confessed her feelings, a series of notification sounds resonated in Luo Yu's mind. Ding. The Empress Bibidong's affection for the host has reached 100. Ding. The host has successfully captured the Empress's heart. Current task progress, 100. Task reward, True Supreme Beast Martial Soul, Ancestor of 10,000 Dragons, Dragon God. However, the system notifications were far from over. Chapter 9. Ancestor of 10,000 Dragons, Dragon God Martial Soul. Hidden reward, Sword of Heaven's Punishment. Hearing the flurry of notifications, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming joy. He had envisioned many martial souls before, yet he never anticipated that the system would reward him with the Dragon God Martial Soul. While the blue electric tyrant dragon is esteemed as the world's premier beast martial soul, it ultimately pales in comparison to the likes of the golden sacred dragon or any of the 9 great dragon kings. Although these martial souls may appear unparalleled, they are but a shadow when juxtaposed with the Dragon God Martial Soul, highlighting an immense chasm between them. It is essential to understand that the Dragon God reigns as the sovereign of all beasts, possessing unparalleled strength and divine might. With the gold and silver dragon kings as its avatars, and all 9 great dragon kings under its command, when the Dragon God unleashes its wrath, countless foes fall, and all beasts submit. If one were to draw a comparison, the 9 great dragon kings roughly equate to the level of divine martial souls, whereas the Dragon God Martial Soul is undoubtedly a pinnacle beyond the divine. Thus, it can be said without hesitation that the Dragon God Martial Soul surpasses all beast martial souls in existence. Luo Yu harbored no doubt that from now on, any soul master possessing a beast martial soul who encountered him would inevitably find themselves overshadowed. Those who wielded dragon-type martial souls might as well kneel in submission. This reward is indeed astonishingly formidable. Luo Yu hesitated, pondering whether the rewards bestowed by the system were somewhat exaggerated. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, had it not been for his fortunate timing in becoming the beast god and entering Bibidong's heart during her most vulnerable moment, would anyone else have been able to achieve such a feat? It was unlikely that another, empty-handed, could successfully conquer an empress. One might as well be dreaming of plucking peaches. The difficulty level was akin to hellish trials. Even if he were to exhaust the system, unlocking such rewards would remain beyond reach. He would likely be incapacitated before even getting close. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the reward. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yu had taken a shortcut and reaped significant benefits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task in the shortest time possible, thus activating a hidden special reward. Hearing the prompt, Luo Yu felt a slight thrill. Could there be hidden rewards? This was rather exhilarating. The concealed task reward. The true supreme weapon soul of the world. The Emperor of Swords. The 9 Heavens exterminating sword. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of martial soul was this? It seemed unfamiliar to him. Was it the Emperor among swords? What audacity did one possess to speak so boldly? Did he truly regard the 7-kill sword with such disdain? Ding. System notification. The 9 Heavens extermination sword will only manifest when the host flawlessly completes a task for the first time. If missed, there will be no further opportunity to acquire it, thus making the reward exceedingly generous. 9 Heavens extermination sword. Ascending to strike the gods and descending to defy the mortal realm. This divine sword undergoes 9 transformations, each transformation birthing a new world, with each soul ring possessing unique divine energies and forms. What does 9 transformations of the divine sword mean? Ding. The effects of the martial soul are for the host to explore independently. Hiss. Is it leaving without an explanation? Never mind, I shall delve into it later. However, judging by the system's description, this sword appears to be even more extraordinary than the Dragon God Martial Soul. Regardless, with a dual-born super-divine martial soul combined with the immaculate divine body forged from the 24th grade tribulation golden lotus, this talent should, at the very least, allow one to rank among the top in Douluo, should it not? Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. Tang San, are you ready to embrace the baptism? While I visit Xiao Wu, I shall also take the opportunity to spend some time with you. Brother Yu? A delicate, snow-white hand danced before his eyes. Luo Yu regained his senses, gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she intently regarded him, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. What are you pondering? She asked with a mischievous smile, her voice reminiscent of the delicate whisper of an orchid. Slightly taken aback, Luo Yu perceived that Bibidong possessed an enhanced beauty compared to her past self, now graced with a unique charm. Her exquisite figure exuded an allure capable of driving men to madness. Yet, the authority in her brow and her icy, queenly demeanor deterred any potential admirers. However, Luo Yu was undeterred. The captivating fragrance of the woman enveloped him, ceaselessly stimulating his senses. Seizing the moment, he unhesitatingly pressed his lips against her alluring mouth. Empress Bibidong's eyes widened in astonishment. Never had she imagined Luo Yu would be so audacious as to kiss her here, outside the papal hall. How could he dare? What if they were seen? Having abstained from male intimacy for years, Bibidong's face flushed crimson. Despite her initial shock, she made no attempt to evade him. The man's initiative evoked both alarm and delight. Having awaited this man for so long, she could not bring herself to halt his advance, unwilling to push him away. She closed her eyes bashfully, her heart pounding erratically. Sandwiched between Luo Yu and Bibidong, the soft-boned enchanting rabbit gazed on with resentment and envy. Like a disfavored pet, nearby, the silver-armored Soul King, scorched and battered, lay prone on the ground. Despite his excruciating pain, the sight before him was even more alarming. He clamped his mouth shut, stifling any sound. Barely clinging to life, Platinum Bishop Palel lay on the ground, the scene causing his head to spin. Could it be that Her Majesty was kissing a mere youth? Impossible. How could his goddess favor a man? Oblivious to his injuries, the Platinum Bishop's pupils dilated, utterly dumbfounded. He recalled vividly how a titled Douluo elder was nearly beaten to death for merely gossiping about the Empress. What manner of deity could kiss the Empress? This could not be real. Paulette desperately wished it were an illusion, unable to accept that the Empress would ever show affection to a man. Oh, you're such a tease. I can hardly breathe, Bibidong pouted, playfully striking the man's chest. Luo Yu curled his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What level of cultivation do you possess? Can't you even manage your breathing? Under the intense gaze, Bibidong's eyes flickered, and she stammered, "This is my first kiss, after all. Isn't it natural to feel a bit nervous?" Luo Yu was on the verge of taking action when Bibidong, with her sparkling phoenix eyes, suggested, "Brother Yu, let us discuss this in my chamber. It is not quite appropriate here." "Ah, are you afraid of losing face?" Luo Yu teased gently. Bibidong playfully pouted. "You're being mischievous. It's not that I'm concerned about others' opinions. I'm simply shy." The sight of the Supreme Empress displaying such girlish charm rendered Luo Yu utterly enchanted, leaving him breathless. "Do you often act so coy?" he inquired. Bibidong huffed lightly. "Not at all. They are unworthy of my affection. You know well that I have my reservations and currently harbor a strong aversion to men. It is only in your presence, Brother Yu, that I wish to be my true self." With a shy flutter of her eyelashes, she turned away. Her voice soft yet resolute. "Brother Yu, do you know? All of Dong Er's tenderness is meant solely for you." Luo Yu swiftly moved, wrapping a single arm around Bibidong's slender waist, a hint of wicked charm gracing the corners of his mouth. "My dear, you must contemplate carefully. I am not a man of virtue." Bibidong, her eyes glazed with allure, caressed the man's face with her palm. "You hold a significant place in my heart. Regardless of the circumstances, Dong Er will forever belong to you alone. Let us depart." As Luo Yu suddenly released his grip, a sense of emptiness enveloped Bibidong's heart. "You truly are infuriating," she exclaimed. "What are you standing there for? If you don't lead the way, how will I know where your chambers are?" With a demeanor akin to a joyous maiden, Bibidong beamed radiantly, akin to a garden in full bloom. The Empress gently took Luo Yu's hand and proceeded towards her quarters, while the two individuals struggling on the ground were completely disregarded. A colossal dragon would hardly concern itself with the existence of mere ants. However, once Bibidong and Luo Yu vanished from sight, a silvery figure gradually materialized in the vicinity, having remained concealed until now. Chapter 10. The Jealous Gu Yu Na. In the Empress Bibidong's chambers. Palace and the silver-armored Soul King were startled by the sudden appearance of the silver figure, their attention captivated. It was a girl of unparalleled beauty. Beyond the realm of description, her long silver hair cascaded down her back to her ankles, and her elegantly shaped legs were exposed beneath a flowing skirt. Her flawless feet untouched by dust. Her long, curled eyelashes resembled those of a porcelain doll, exuding an exquisite allure. Yet, within her unique violet eyes, there flickered an intense flame, fixated on the direction from which Bibidong and Luo Yu had departed. With her lips pressed tightly together, she clenched her small fists. "Dog man, I wondered why you were in such a hurry to leave. It seems you had another woman waiting outside." Gu Yue Na felt her fury rising. How could she allow Luo Yu to venture out alone? The strength of Da Wu did little to assuage her concerns, prompting her to stealthily follow him, remaining hidden in the shadows to protect her beloved. Yet, she had just witnessed their reunion and kiss, leaving her utterly distraught. Is it that I, Gu Yue Na, am not attractive enough? Does he need to seek companionship elsewhere? He should be coming to me. This man was truly insufferable. No, if I do not vent this anger, I fear I shall not survive the day. He hasn't even kissed me yet. How dare he kiss another? Gu Yue Na felt a deep sense of injustice swell within her. With a flash of cold light in her violet eyes, she gathered her soul energy, swiftly forming a broad and sharp machete. In the blink of an eye, she transformed her form, now brandishing the machete before the faltering silver-armored Soul King. Who are you? What do you intend to do with me? He stammered in fright. Gu Yue Na's voice was icy as she replied, "Just now, you spoke disrespectfully to him. Didn't he? I've tolerated you long enough." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to speak. Gu Yue Na would not allow for any defense. With a swift motion, the machete fell, shattering the armor and spraying blood. Compared to the Empress's methods, Gu Yue Na was far more ruthless, ending his life without hesitation. "Do not come any closer." Palace, the Platinum Cardinal, was in a state of panic, desperately channeling his soul energy to escape. "You were plotting against him, weren't you? Do you believe you deserve to?" Without granting him a chance to argue, Gu Yue Na executed her judgment as if she were the Reaper himself, casting her bloody machete, which whistled through the air, striking Palace and leaving him mortally wounded. A profound silence enveloped the hall as Gu Yue Na once again conjured a machete in her hand. Not enough. It must be larger. With a swift motion, a colossal cleaver appeared. Still too small, she declared, and with a clang, a 10-meter-long sword, requiring both hands to wield, emerged, shattering the floor tiles and sending debris flying into the crevices below. "This will suffice," Gu Yue Na nodded in satisfaction, dragging the blade toward the Empress's chambers. "How infuriating. After all this time together, he has yet to express his affection for me, yet he moves so quickly with another. Today, I shall demand to know whether it is my lack of femininity or my inability to wield a blade that has driven him away." With a series of deep scratches appearing on the ground and the harsh sound of grinding metal echoing, Gu Yue Na advanced several paces, her eyes filled with turmoil, her lips pouting in frustration. With a clang, she discarded the massive sword onto the ground, sighing, "Forget it. To slay you would be too merciful. I hope you remember your past affections, and do not forget me for your new flame." In a flash of silver, her figure vanished, leaving behind a lingering voice of discontent. Inside the Empress's chambers, opulence reigned supreme, adorned with an air of grandeur. A delicate scent, reminiscent of a woman's fragrance, permeated throughout the quarters, and the air was thick with the aroma of the lavishly draped bed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu leaned closer to the Queen's flushed ear, gently exhaling a breath. "Can you guess what I intend to do? If you guess incorrectly, I shall let you off." The Queen's eyes seemed on the verge of spilling tears. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Brother Yu, you are too wicked. Do you truly believe the position of a queen is freely given? How am I to guess? No matter how I respond, you could claim I guessed correctly. And then what would happen?" With a gentle touch, Luo Yu caressed Bibidong's crimson lips, his other hand finding its way to her supple thighs. Bibidong's long eyelashes fluttered delicately as she shyly attempted to evade his grasp, but he allowed her no such respite. Upon the golden sheets at the corner of the bed lay the discarded soft-boned demon rabbit, its pink eyes filled with resentment. It felt as though its heart was broken. Just moments ago, he had praised its fur, yet now, upon encountering something more desirable, he had cast it aside without a second thought. Xiaowu cast a sidelong glance at the Empress's enchanting figure, a hint of defiance in her gaze. If she were to assume human form, she doubted she would be any less captivating. At this moment, the noble and refined Empress found herself lost in a haze of passion, completely surrendering to Luo Yu's advances. With the soft warmth of her embrace, Luo Yu grew impatient, his hand reaching to unfasten the Empress's robes. However, a flicker of clarity returned to Bibidong's eyes, and with a flash of brilliance, she slipped from his grasp. "Brother Yu, you are too hasty," she whispered. Now is not the time." Luo Yu, momentarily regaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at the delicate, enchanting rabbit nestled in the corner, inwardly chiding himself for his folly. One should never underestimate a rabbit. After all, there were discerning eyes observing the scene. Was it truly his fault? Perhaps it was the mesmerizing allure of Bibidong that had ensnared him, tempting him to the brink of temptation. Noticing Luo Yu's pensive demeanor, Bibidong approached gracefully, her steps akin to that of a lotus gliding over water. She settled beside him, gently taking his hand and placing it upon her snowy thigh. "Brother Yu," she implored softly, "do not harbor anger. Once you consent to marry me, Donger shall grant you anything your heart desires." Luo Yu raised his hand, gently caressing Bibidong's silky hair. "I was not angry. I had merely acted impulsively moments ago." Bibidong shook her head, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "Do not blame Brother Yu. I was quite fond of it too." Oddly, a chill seemed to envelop the air. Luo Yu pondered. Bibidong lightly gasped. "I feel a bit chilly as well." Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, Gu Yue Na gripped a machete, her teeth clenched, ready to spring out at any moment. "By the way, Brother Yu, I must preside over a ceremony today. I shall return to keep you company later this evening," Bibidong said, tidying her disheveled hair and partially undone attire. Luo Yu nodded, admiring the enchanting scene before him. "Brother Yu, I have a disciple. I will send her to keep you company in the hall for a while." "Disciple?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibidong leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "She is coming over because she fears you may feel lonely. However, you must understand, my disciple is quite beautiful, so do not harbor any ill intentions." Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, a smile gracing his lips as a thought crossed his mind. "Rest assured, let her come. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor?" However, Bibidong appeared unconvinced and retorted, "You better not bring misfortune upon me, not even sparing the disciples." She continued, "Good things should not benefit outsiders. Do you wish to part ways with her?" With a light-hearted reprimand, Bibidong chuckled before offering a few more words of caution. She mentioned that Gu Yue Na would arrive shortly before hastily departing. Luo Yu sat on the bed, instinctively clutching the rabbit and curling up. Unbeknownst to him, the sorrowful gaze in the rabbit's eyes faded, transforming into a look of comfort. Reflecting on his conversation with Gu Yue Na on the street, a peculiar smile crept upon Luo Yu's lips as he vividly recalled her words. He wondered what expression that girl would wear upon unexpectedly seeing him here. It was rather amusing. Chapter 11. The Astonished Saintess. What are you doing on the teacher's bed? In the corridors of the spirit hall, various beauties engaged in conversation. Each possessed unique charms, but their legs were uniformly long and graceful. Bibidong exuded the allure of an ice queen, infused with the captivating grace of a mature woman, while Gu Yue Na embodied elegance and allure, her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach. "Nana, what were you daydreaming about just now?" "And nothing," Gu Yue Na stammered, hastily dismissing the shadow in her mind. "The teacher has assigned you a task. Please, give your instructions." "The teacher is attending this year's Spirit Awakening ceremony with the elders. I need you to entertain a guest for me." "A guest?" Gu Yue Na gasped in surprise. "Yes, he is in my palace. Show him around the spirit hall. He can go wherever he pleases without obstruction." Gu Yue Na was even more astonished. It was the first time she had ever seen the teacher display such a serious demeanor. "Understood. I will ensure this guest is well taken care of." Soon, Gu Yue Na arrived at the entrance of the queen's palace, her curiosity piqued. Who could this esteemed guest be, worthy of waiting in the queen's chambers? Perhaps a prominent figure from one of the three great sects, or a reclusive female expert. The thought of it being a man was quickly dismissed. How could it possibly be so? Betting on her years of understanding her teacher, she was certain that not even the sky would fall before a male presence graced the teacher's quarters. "Knock, knock, knock." Gu Yue Na gently tapped on the door. fearful of neglecting a distinguished visitor. Her gaze sharpened. She was eager to discover the identity of this esteemed guest whom her teacher held in such high regard. Silence ensued. "Senior, my master has commanded me to serve you." Still, no response. Gu Yue Na felt perplexed. Was there truly no one inside? After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open. As she stepped into the room, her pupils contracted sharply, her delicate form as if struck by lightning. A figure lay on the bed, facing away from the door, revealing only his back, but his broad shoulders and attire unmistakably identified him as a man. This sight left Gu Yue Na trembling, her disbelief palpable. A man had entered the queen's palace? The reality struck her with astounding swiftness. Not only had a man entered, but he brazenly lounged upon the teacher's bed. Sound asleep? Was he courting death? Could this guest be the very same individual her teacher had mentioned? Surely not. It seemed too outrageous. Given her teacher's character, it was unimaginable for a man to be permitted in the chambers, let alone allowed to sleep in her bed. Surely he had not taken it upon himself to intrude. Stealthily, Gu Yue Na approached the bedside. Oddly, the silhouette began to feel increasingly familiar. She circled to the other side, and upon beholding his ethereal, otherworldly visage, coupled with the cherubic rabbit nestled in his arms, a flash of recognition surged through her mind, and her mouth fell agape. Is it him? The commotion from outside roused Luo Yu from his slumber. Blinking awake, he finally noticed a pair of delicate, rounded legs before him. As his gaze traveled upward, it landed upon the astonished, golden-haired maiden. "You're here? Why you? How did you end up on the teacher's bed?" Gu Yue Na's eyes widened. Her cherry lips parted in disbelief. Unable to close. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that he could dare to remove the two characters of the bed. Huh. Gu Yue Na was taken aback for a moment, and then, realizing the implication, her cheeks flushed as she glared fiercely in response. "I see you have another name, oblivious to danger." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. "Is this truly how you choose to welcome me? Welcome?" Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality, her words tumbling over each other. "You can't possibly be the guest my teacher instructed me to entertain, can you? Are you daft? Aside from myself, is there anyone else in this room?" A faint silver gleam flickered in a secluded corner of the chamber. Gu Yue Na found it difficult to fully grasp the situation, yet the undeniable truth lay before her. Struggling to suppress her inner astonishment, she stammered, "Who exactly are you? And what connection do you share with my teacher? Why are you here? Have I not already elaborated on these matters? Did you not dismiss my words?" Luo Yu replied, casting his gaze downward as he delicately brushed his fingers over the rabbit ears, marveling at their exquisite texture. "Nonsense. How could the Empress possibly be linked to you?" Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at her. Such matters were trivial. The crux of the matter was that I had foretold our imminent reunion. Gu Yue Na swallowed hard, astonished at the remarkable prowess of this individual. The image of Luo Yu has become shrouded in mystery within Gu Yue Na's heart, stirring a profound curiosity that compels her to seek clarity. "Could it be that you are an ancient spirit, rejuvenated to youth?" Gu Yue Na timidly inquired. "Nonsense, what ancient spirit? I've already mentioned that I have yet to awaken my martial soul." Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at the transparent system panel. "Dragon God, awaiting awakening. Nine Heavens Extermination Sword, awaiting awakening. Come on, I refuse to believe it." Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, convinced that Luo Yu must be an ancient soul master of unparalleled strength. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? The absolute truth. Still not convinced? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. "Indeed, I do not believe it. Spare me your deceit." Gu Yue Na huffed. "If you haven't awakened your martial soul, henceforth, I shall address you as father whenever we meet." Luo Yu, feeling helpless, exclaimed, "Do you truly wish for me to assume the role of a father at such a tender age? Dare you allow me to probe a little deeper? If you awaken your martial spirit, you may simply address me as little aunt in our future encounters." Gu Yue Na, brimming with confidence, replied playfully, "The intellect of this holy maiden is not to be underestimated. An inconspicuous individual like you has caught the discerning eye of our esteemed teacher. Were it not for our previous meeting, I would undoubtedly feel quite constrained in your presence, as you are exceedingly enigmatic." Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that there was no need for inquiry, as he could simply demonstrate his awakened martial spirit on the spot. Gu Yue Na scoffed, remarking that he seemed to have calculated that there were no awakening stones present here. Luo Yu was left speechless. The spirit hall was vast, surely containing a soul awakening stone. "Continue your charade." Gu Yue Na, with her alluring demeanor, seemed to have complete confidence in her influence over Luo Yu. Come, take me to find the awakening stone. Today, I shall make you regret your words, she declared. With a fierce glare, Gu Yue Na replied, if we are to go, let us do so. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is holding an awakening ceremony today, and I can secure you a place. The awakening ceremony? Luo Yu inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Gu Yue Na explained, did not our teacher mention it? Every year on this day, the offspring of all spirit hall soul saints and above gain eligibility to awaken their spirits in the central plaza. Those with remarkable talent are bestowed with the divine blessings of abundant offerings. Should an exceptional talent emerge, they may even be selected in advance as the holy son of our spirit hall. Luo Yu appeared pensive, finding the situation rather intriguing. However, it seemed best for her to refrain from participating. TSK, it appears you can no longer continue. Hasten to reveal your martial spirit, for I am genuinely curious. Gu Yue Na blinked her beautiful eyes, displaying the unique arrogance of youth. I have yet to awaken. Why would I show you anything? Then why do you hesitate? I fear that the awakening will cause too much commotion and draw attention. Such bravado. To be honest, I am primarily concerned that once my martial spirit awakens, those elders and worshippers will implore me to become their disciple, leaving me no choice but to remain. Do you truly believe I would fall for that? Gu Yue Na playfully blinked. Very well, I can see that you, today, are a young girl craving affection, resolutely determined to acknowledge me as your father. Luo Yu rose with determination, swiftly grasping Gu Yue Na's delicate hand. Let us go. Fulfill my wish and take me to the central square. Chapter 12. Preparing to reap the benefits of the Spirit Hall on the eve of tremors. The central square of the Spirit Hall was abuzz with excitement. A cacophony of voices filling the air. A series of hexagram arrays constructed from awakening stones were strategically positioned across the expansive plaza, where powerful individuals above the Soul Sage rank stood alongside their prot-gs, eagerly preparing for the impending event. Bibidong, adorned with a resplendent golden crown, reclined regally upon the magnificent throne at the highest point, her elegant legs crossed. Her piercing gaze surveyed the assembly with an air of imperial authority, casting an imposing shadow over the bustling scene below. The aura of her lofty nobility stifled the crowd, leaving no one brave enough to meet her eyes. Elders and bishops, adorned in opulent attire, exuded a formidable presence as they stood in 2 rows beneath her, enhancing the atmosphere of grandeur. The excitement was palpable. Luo Yu gently caressed the delicate, enchanting rabbit nestled in her embrace, standing at the edge of the square while surveying her surroundings, her heart filled with profound sentiment. Previously, she had yet to take form, constrained by the relentless tribulations of heaven, forced to conceal herself within the vast starry forest to cultivate her powers. It had been a long while since she had experienced such lively festivities. Now, having returned to the mortal realm, she was determined to savor the vibrant tapestry of life. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he calculated the time. It was indeed a splendid moment. Xiao Wu remained unwed. Zhu Zhuqing had yet to find a match. Rong Rong still embodied her mischievous charm, and Bai Qinxiang was on the verge of blooming. Upon reflection, the scenery was truly boundless, and the future held great promise. You, my friend, clearly harbor no good intentions, Gu Yue Na remarked disdainfully from the side. Nonsense, he retorted. Humph. I saw that wicked grin on your face just now, she countered. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning. Did you not summon me? Gu Yue Na scrutinized Luo Yu, shaking her head repeatedly. I still cannot believe you have yet to awaken. It defies all logic. You remained unperturbed in the face of my pressure. It would be impossible to achieve such composure without possessing soul power. Is that so surprising? Gu Yue Na covered her lips, feigning a smile. If that were the case, I would no longer hold the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. If you are capable, then by all means, take your turn. Never mind, I lack the patience for this. I would rather indulge in a leisurely slumber, Luo Yu replied with a lackluster wave of his hand. Why do you gaze at me so intently? Gu Yue Na's alluring eyes brimmed with curiosity as she regarded Luo Yu, feeling that this man possessed a uniqueness that set him apart from the so-called geniuses within the hall. I am pondering whether you are merely adept at masquerading or if you truly possess such confidence. And what do you surmise? After careful consideration, Gu Yue Na confidently asserted, I am 100% certain that your soul power must be at least level 35 or higher. Luo Yu raised his sword, blocking the delicate lips of Gu Yue Na. Shu, do not be hasty. At this moment, the ceremony was fully prepared, and the Empress rose, her formidable presence radiating throughout the venue. In stark contrast to her demeanor when interacting with Luo Yu, she now resembled a celestial empress, resplendent and unparalleled in beauty, yet exuding an overwhelming aura. The intensity of her energy rendered everyone breathless, save for Luo Yu, who wore a serene smile. Contemplating the excellence of his future bride, he mused. Should I not strive any longer? Perhaps I should consider a life of ease? As the Empress began to speak, a profound silence enveloped the hall, as if even the wind had stilled. Present were the most exceptional direct lineage soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and she expressed her belief that the offspring they brought today possessed the finest bloodlines, with their awakened martial souls undoubtedly being remarkable. You are the future of the Spirit Hall, she declared. Thus, I, as the representative of the Spirit Hall, solemnly promise, those who awaken a top-tier martial soul with innate soul power reaching level 7 or above shall be rewarded with 1,000 soul coins. For those achieving innate soul power of level 8, the reward shall be 10,000 soul coins. At level 9, a precious 10,000-year spirit herb shall be granted. And should anyone attain innate soul power of level 10, she paused, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, they shall receive a piece of soul bone. A tumultuous wave of excitement surged through the crowd below. Soul saints, soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos were aflame with envy, while the spirited youths brimmed with exhilaration. Eager to awaken and prove themselves, their fathers gazed upon them with hopeful anticipation, encouraging their offspring. My son, that is soul bone. The Spirit Hall has actually offered such a treasure as a reward for this awakening ceremony. You must strive to excel, another father urged. I do not ask you to secure the soul bone. If you can bring back a 10,000-year spirit herb, I will rest in peace. Child, this opportunity is rare and fleeting. Know that I, a soul saint, have served the Spirit Hall for many years, yet I have never even glimpsed a soul bone. Achieving innate soul power of level 8 is sufficient. I have nurtured you since your mother's womb. You must make me proud. Luo Yu turned his head towards Gu Yue Na and remarked, your Spirit Hall is indeed quite affluent, willing to part with soul bones. Gu Yue Na, unimpressed, rolled her eyes and retorted, what purpose does all this shouting serve? It's been ages since anyone with innate full spirit power has emerged. Such individuals are exceptionally rare. The soul bone rewards are little more than mere decorations. But what if there truly is one? Luo Yu pondered thoughtfully. If there were, the Spirit Hall would be overjoyed. They would have stumbled upon a genuine treasure. They would likely be more than willing to part with a couple of soul bones. Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. What if one were to possess innate level 20? What reward would accompany such a feat? What? Innate level 20? Are you dreaming of peaches? Gu Yue Na exclaimed, her eyes wide, shaking her head vigorously, setting aside the notion that such a person could not possibly exist. If they did, the Spirit Hall would treat them like a revered ancestor, imploring them to remain and offering anything they desired. Ahem, I may have exaggerated. Luo Yu coughed lightly, pondering whether he could showcase his abilities and take advantage of the Spirit Hall's resources. Soul bones? Those are indeed treasures, even if he had no use for them. He could always gift them to a lady, could he not? Gu Yue Na interrupted, enough with your fanciful dreams. None of this concerns us. So let us simply enjoy the spectacle. As the Empress announced the commencement of the ceremony, the plaza erupted with awakening arrays, glimmering with radiant light. The brilliance varied in magnitude. Some were mere orbs of illumination, while others illuminated the expanse of Tinjiang. The awakening of martial souls elicited both excitement and sighs among the crowd. Most individuals awaken with innate soul power around level 6. In the outside world, such a level would certainly signify a person of great worth. However, those present were predominantly descendants of soul saints. An innate level 6 might not even surpass the talents of their forebears, leading to a sense of despondency. The Empress and the elders on the platform observed the unfolding phenomena below, their expressions tinged with disappointment. This cohort seems rather lackluster. Indeed, the general level of innate soul power appears somewhat diminished. The hidden observers lurking in the shadows must be concerned they will be unable to select a satisfactory disciple. One wonders if they will become incensed. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the plaza, extending an impressive 20 zhang, revealing a fearsome phantom of a crocodile. Wang Tung. Martial soul, thorn crocodile dragon. Innate level 8 soul power. The elders above sighed in unison. At last, a noteworthy individual has emerged. Indeed, Wang Tung possesses the potential of a soul Douluo. It seems this martial soul is imbued with traces of dragon lineage. He may very well have the opportunity to ascend the title Douluo, proving himself to be a valuable asset. Wang Teng's expression radiated pride as his father laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. The crocodile dragon harbors boundless potential. My son, Wang Teng, is truly gifted. Luo Yu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, somewhat bewildered. Is this really the level that can evoke such excitement? Hu Laiina pouted and remarked, come on, an innate soul power of level 8 is quite impressive, alright? Although it doesn't quite match mine, in the outside world, that would be considered the caliber of a pillar at an ordinary academy. Luo Yu pondered for a moment and found no fault in his reasoning. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group possessed but a few with substantial soul power. Unfortunately, the ensuing tests were rather mundane. Each participant howled in dismay, only to stand disheartened afterward. Among them, only Wang Teng managed to achieve a golden light reaching 20 zhang. It seemed that this generation was only capable of such mediocrity. Alas, it appeared that each generation was less impressive than the last. The elders shook their heads in disappointment, while the hidden offerings looked on with disillusionment, preparing to depart after a fruitless visit. However, one of the 95-level offerings suddenly emerged, expressing a desire to take Wang Teng as a registered disciple. The envious gazes of his peers converged upon him, overwhelming Wang Teng and his father with excitement. Just as the ceremony was about to conclude in a lackluster manner and proceed to the next stage, an extraordinary golden light erupted from the center of the square, capturing the attention of all. Every eye turned in unison toward the source. There, a strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair stood beside the awakening formation. While Luo Yu remained at the center of the six-pointed star array, his eyes closed and demeanor solemn. An unusual radiance began to surge forth from Luo Yu's being, escalating in intensity as if both heaven and earth were stirred into a tempest at that very moment. Chapter 13. A groundbreaking awakening. The Empress's elation. He truly is my man. Crack. The square was ablaze with golden brilliance, growing ever more resplendent. An extraordinary aura resonated throughout the realm, capturing the attention of all. From the esteemed elders to the soul saint stewards, hundreds of gazes turned to focus on the handsome young man and the enchanting maiden. Is that the saintess? For whom is she presiding over the awakening ceremony? Who is that young man, and why have I never seen him before? Though the awakening ceremony had only just commenced, the elders sensed an unusual energy. Unlike their previous indifference toward others, upon seeing Luo Yu, Bibidong, seated upon her throne, swiftly straightened her posture. Her crossed legs falling to the side, her phoenix eyes shimmering with curiosity. No one noticed that the usually cold and proud Ice Mountain Empress, whose heart was as still as water, now had her crimson lips curled into an enticing arc, her gaze filled with anticipation. What kind of martial soul would the man she favored awaken? Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Hu Laiina felt a whirlwind of emotions, her expression turning peculiar. When the formation opened and she beheld the golden light surging from the man, she was rendered speechless. For this signified that he had indeed not lied. He had yet to awaken his martial soul. Hu Laiina felt a profound sense of injustice, deeply impacted. How could this be? Logically speaking, who awakens their martial soul at the age of 12 or 13? What left Hu Laiina in disbelief was the realization that if he possessed no martial soul, had he truly been able to withstand the pressures of her soul sect solely with his physical prowess? Gasp. Coming to this conclusion, Hu Laiina's spirit jolted. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress a gasp. Could it be? That seems utterly implausible. What is his true identity? However, was it not a bit late to awaken his martial soul now? Wouldn't such exceptional talent be squandered? Moreover, there was another matter that left Hu Laiina utterly flustered and unable to face the reality, her unwavering bet with him. What now? Surely, she wouldn't actually have to call him father, would she? How could she possibly utter such a thing? It would be too embarrassing. Hu Laiina's heart raced. Her expression tense and bashful, her pearly teeth biting down on her soft pink lip. Boom. Suddenly, at the center of the six-pointed star awakening array, the solemn Luo Yu, with his eyes firmly shut, erupted with a powerful gust of energy, sending the dazed Hu Laiina staggering backward. Step, step, step. Hu Laiina retreated 3 steps, her beautiful eyes widening in confusion. What was happening? Had she ever heard of anyone's martial soul awakening possessing such destructive force? It was not only she who was astonished. The high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were equally perplexed. Demon Douluo Yueguan could not help but express his surprise, glancing around. What is going on? Have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon during a martial soul awakening? It was unheard of. The ghostly Douluo shook his head repeatedly. Look, someone exclaimed. Within the formation, a tempest surged. Luo Yu's long black hair danced wildly as his ethereal presence, illuminated by the golden light, resembled that of a deity descending from the heavens. The golden light, representing innate talent, rapidly expanded, unlike others whose awakening typically grew inch by inch. In this moment, Luo Yu was enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance that surged from nothingness, surpassing Wang Tung's 20 zhang in an instant. The spectators were left in utter astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? Whose child is this? Such extraordinary talent!" The golden light emanating from him, measuring at least 20 zhang, indicated a minimum of innate level 8. No, given this explosive momentum, there is undoubtedly a chance he could reach innate level 9. The elders, who had initially been disheartened by the awakening ceremony, found renewed vigor. The shadowy gazes lurking in the corners of the square flickered with a sharp brilliance, stirring restlessly. Boom! The golden radiance surrounding Luo Yu extended an astonishing 30 zhang. The onlookers, mouths agape, barely had time to gasp before another thunderous roar erupted. The golden light expanded to a radius of 40 zhang. Wang Ting, who had just been boastful and arrogant, stood dumbfounded. So soon, it had doubled my own? He struggled to swallow. Gu Yue Na opened her mouth, bewildered. What kind of martial soul was this individual about to awaken? As the leader of the golden generation of the spirit hall, her own awakening had been nowhere near this dramatic. Yet, in the corner of the plaza, the golden light, symbolizing martial soul potential, continued to grow, resembling a resplendent little sun rapidly expanding. Zhu Douluo's voice trembled. Even Her Majesty the Empress's awakening had not been this extraordinary. The elders grew increasingly excited. The hidden observers, who had been monitoring Luo Yu, now burned with fervent anticipation. The golden light reached 50 zhang. What kind of martial soul was this young man about to awaken? Gu Yue Na, Douluo and the others clenched their fists, eager to witness the emergence of a true prodigy. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 6 awakening stones that formed the array began to develop a web-like network of cracks. What? The awakening stones were about to shatter. Could it be? How was this possible? What martial soul was this young man awakening? Everyone looked on in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in doubt, wondering if they were dreaming. Even the most powerful martial souls, with innate full soul power, could not possibly cause the awakening stones to explode. Boom! They truly shattered? The elders and attendants exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The 6 awakening stones simultaneously burst apart, countless fragments scattering in every direction. "This is bad," someone exclaimed, realizing that as the awakening stones shattered, the golden light of the array was rapidly waning. While the young man's martial soul had yet to be summoned, Gu Yue Na's expression shifted as she unleashed her soul power, rushing to retrieve an awakening stone for Luo Yu. She was swift, but a graceful figure darted even faster. The throne erupted, and the Empress shot forth, her 9 soul rings blooming in unison. A tremendous surge of soul power enveloped all the awakening stones in the plaza, instantly forming a hexagram array that covered the entire space. At that moment, it seemed as though a profound catalyst had been ignited. All the awakening stones in the plaza erupted with radiant light, the dazzling golden glow resembling an inverted golden bowl, enveloping the area above. At this juncture, the golden light extended well beyond 100 zhang. Some elders stared with wide eyes, exerting all their strength to voice the staggering truth. The golden light reached a staggering 1,000 zhang. As the words left their lips, a resounding response echoed. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the surroundings. A boundless aura suddenly erupted from Luo Yu, as a magnificent 9-colored beam of light soared towards the heavens, overturning the golden radiance and reaching into the sky, forming a majestic pillar that connected heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire audience rose to their feet, the elders gazing upward in awe. Gu Yue Na covered her mouth, unable to conceal her astonishment. Wang Ting trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. The enormous crocodile dragon spirit manifested behind him, letting out a powerful roar, pledging its allegiance. Not only he, but all those present with dragon-type spirits knelt instinctively. While the more powerful individuals experienced a disruption in their soul power, only the top-tier experts managed to maintain their composure, though they too were filled with an indescribable terror. A soul saint-level steward from the spirit hall revealed a quivering thorn dragon apparition behind him. What lies within that 9-colored beam? Why is my spirit uncontrollable? Another even more resounding dragon's roar echoed, causing hundreds of awakening stones throughout the venue to shatter simultaneously. At that moment, the 9-colored beam dissipated, unveiling the true form of the spirit within, a colossal dragon, towering thousands of feet high, exuding an incomparably divine and overwhelming presence. With each irregular diamond-shaped scale shimmering with nine-colored brilliance, elemental energies converging, blood and vitality surpassing all, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing starry orbs that shimmered like nine-colored diamonds. At that moment, he appeared as a genuine celestial being. The radiant nine-colored light emanating from his gaze was enough to render even the tidal Douluo unable to meet his stare. Bibidong's enchanting eyes sparkled with infatuation as she surveyed the scene, exuding an air of superiority. It was as if she could not help but declare, "Do you see? This is the talent of my man." Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes shimmered with a myriad of colors, her heart surged with emotions. Even the urge to change her words was quelled by the shock of the moment. In contrast to the two, a graceful figure observing from the shadows trembled uncontrollably. Her purple eyes filled with mist, a crystalline tear cascading down to her polished jade foot. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue Na, who had never shed a tear before, cried today, because the Dragon God had returned. Crucially, the one possessing the Dragon God martial soul was none other than Luo Yu. As long as it was he, that was sufficient. Although Gu Yue Na did not comprehend the entirety of the situation, she knew that the future of soul beasts had been secured. Their future together had also taken shape. Given this man enough time, everything would flourish. What fear could the divine realm hold? Deprived of the energy support from thousands of awakening stones, the spectral form of the nine-colored dragon god swiftly diminished to a size of 9 zhong, settling behind the man. The elders fixated intently on the martial soul at Luo Yu's back. The awakened children and their parents gazed with envy. Suddenly, figures hidden in the shadows, unable to contain their excitement, disregarded their modesty and surged forward to stand before Luo Yu. These pinnacle existences of the spirit hall regarded Luo Yu as if he were a rare treasure, their wrinkled skin glowing with delight, while simultaneously displaying expressions of flattery. Chapter 14. Mission. Captivate Gu Yue Na. 100,000-year exclusive soul ring reward? Luo Yu wielded the recently awakened dragon god martial soul. Feeling as if the surrounding elements were jubilantly celebrating, eagerly rushing towards his being, allowing him to enhance his cultivation autonomously without deliberate effort. As he looked down and clenched his fingers, an uncanny sensation washed over him. His skin shimmered with a golden radiance, and his vital energy surged forth. He could distinctly perceive the tumultuous and explosive power within him, as if the sheer force of his aura could shatter the very fabric of space. "My young friend, I am unaware of your family's whereabouts, but might I invite them to meet and converse?" Luo Yu found himself encircled by the priests of the spirit hall, at the center of which stood a gray-robed elder with a youthful visage despite his white hair, grinning as he spoke. "Old man, step aside. I was the first to arrive," exclaimed an elder clad in silver attire, forcefully pushing the gray-robed man aside to approach Luo Yu. "Young brother, would you be interested in seeking a master?" Suddenly, another elder emerged, speaking with a sense of righteous indignation. "You should have some shame. Young friend, do not heed their words. I am a level 96, a third priest of the spirit hall, with the martial spirit of the white-armored holy dragon, which is of the same dragon lineage as yours. I am perfectly suited to guide you." "Bah, are you blind, or are we? Who cannot see that your white-armored holy dragon pales in comparison to our young friend's martial spirit, resembling merely a white-armored insect? What merit do you have to boast?" The elders and deacons in the distance wore expressions of astonishment. "Please, could you all maintain your dignity? Where is your aloof demeanor?" They were no longer the austere and enigmatic priests they once knew. Now, they seemed to bicker like common folk, their civility cast aside as they engaged in open conflict. Yet, upon witnessing the scattered shards of awakening stones in the radiant Luo Yu, it all appeared rather reasonable, devoid of any strangeness. Compared to others, was this individual not a bit too intimidating? After all these years, throughout the history of the spirit hall, never had a martial spirit awaken with such commotion. Typically, a normal awakening of golden light reaching 30 zhang would warrant immediate cultivation as a saint. And yet, this youth erupted with 1,000 zhang of golden light. What extraordinary quality must his martial spirit possess? What heights might he eventually attain? Luo Yu was wholeheartedly immersed in the sensations of his physical transformation. He secretly felt a sense of gratitude, as his body was a pure divine vessel nurtured by the golden lotus of tribulation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand even the initial awakening of his martial soul. The dragon god martial soul was not something that mere mortals could awaken. For anyone else, the awakening process might have resulted in catastrophic failure. However, if there were insufficient awakening stones, even the dragon god martial soul would remain dormant. Thankfully, The martial soul hall was prosperous and had ample awakening stones to provide. It seemed he had come to the right place today. Make way. An imposing elder stepped forward, his gray robes exuding an aura of authority that silenced the previously raucous crowd, filling the air with reverence. He approached Luo Yu, nodding in approval. You are indeed impressive. I am Douluo, a possessor of a divine martial soul, with a peak cultivation level of 99. Do you wish to take me as your master? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu withdrew the Dragon God martial soul, and the surrounding owners of Dragon-type martial souls, including Wang Ting, collectively exhaled in relief. They stood up, yet their legs still trembled as they gazed at him in trepidation. Do you still have any awakening stones? Luo Yu shyly inquired. What do you mean? Douluo was taken aback. Haven't we all awakened already? What do we need the awakening stones for? The others looked equally bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion. I feel as though I haven't completely awakened yet. Luo Yu blinked. Douluo murmured, and then seemed to realize something. His massive frame shuddering. You haven't fully awakened? The crowd's attention turned towards him, echoing his words, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes. This is astonishing. Could he possibly possess a dual martial soul? Surely not. This martial soul is already so formidable. How could another be concealed? Is this for real? Hulaina clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. Gu Yue Na, concealed within the hidden space, was equally astonished. As for Bibidong, her gaze was filled with affection for her beloved. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions and observing Luo Yu's lack of denial, Douluo's breath quickened. He turned to those nearby and shouted urgently, Quick! Bring me all the awakening stones stored in the palace. Hurry! On the debris-strewn square, a massive hexagram formation was laid out once more, composed of over 1,000 awakening stones. Everyone was dispersed to the edges of the plaza, leaving only Luo Yu within the formation to complete his awakening. Anticipation, astonishment, and admiration converged upon Luo Yu. The formation was activated by Bibidong, and all awaited a more spectacular scene to unfold. However, after 10 breaths, then 30, there was no sign of movement from Luo Yu. Some let out a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing. Phew, that almost scared me to death. I knew this guy couldn't possibly have a dual martial soul. How would anyone survive that? Someone nearby scoffed. Come on, even if he has a single martial soul, you wouldn't survive that. Nevertheless, the notion of a dual martial soul seemed improbable. Just how extraordinary would that be? Douluo's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, yet he said little more. Luo Yu's talent was unparalleled in his experience, leaving little room for regret. He swiftly approached Luo Yu within the formation, smiling as he offered words of comfort. Young friend, with your talent, if you were to take me as your master, even a single martial soul could render you invincible in this world. Ignoring everything around him, Luo Yu kept his eyes tightly shut. The blatant disregard incited a visible anger on Douluo's face. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the square, devoid of any golden light or stirring of the grass, a resonant sound of a sword echoed, penetrating the ears of all present. In an instant, the thousands of awakening stones strewn across the ground mysteriously disintegrated into powder. A gentle breeze swept through, and the astonished onlookers turned their gazes back. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yu had opened his eyes, revealing a long sword materializing before him. Measuring 4 feet and 3 inches, the sword appeared neither of metal nor iron. Resembling a precious jade, its entire body transparent like amber. Ancient and unassuming, it radiated an aura that was subtly powerful, seemingly ordinary. However, no one was foolish, often. The bizarre is synonymous with immense strength, as evidenced by the vanishing awakening stones. Could this be the legendary Zhou Zhuqing sword, the true weapon spirit of the world? While others may not discern its significance, Luo Yu could certainly feel it. The sword seemed devoid of any inherent energy, yet its extraordinary material was unmistakable. Luo Yu couldn't help but recall the system's extravagant introduction. If this was the level of his capabilities, it hardly seemed impressive. Ding! The system detected the host's awakening of the martial soul. Mission issued. Capture the Saintess Hulaina. Mission reward. Exclusive 9 Heavens Extermination Sword and 100,000-year First Spirit Ring. Exclusive Spirit Ring? What does that mean? Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered. The electronic voice echoed once more. System explanation. The 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. One transformation leads to a world. The host cannot independently acquire spirit rings. Only by completing the mission can the host obtain the exclusive spirit ring. Only by possessing the exclusive spirit ring can the true might of the sword soul be unleashed. Huh? So, even if his spirit power was sufficient, he couldn't venture out to slay spirit beasts. He must complete the mission first. However, this exclusive spirit ring seemed to be tailored for the extermination sword. Could it possibly possess special functions? After all, the introduction couldn't be misleading, could it? Moreover, a first spirit ring that could last for 100,000 years? That seemed rather appealing. Holding the extermination sword in his grasp, Luo Yu felt a profound connection, yet it felt somewhat hollow, as if something was missing. While he remained calm, others were already in an uproar. Twin martial souls. It turned out to be true, not only that, but the quality of these two martial souls seemed astonishing. In contrast to the astonished murmurs of others, Hulaiina's delicate form trembled slightly. Her face flushed crimson, and she covered her face with her small hands, too shy to look in Luo Yu's direction. It was over. All was lost. She attempted to form words, but her voice caught in her throat, unable to escape. What a calamity! How could he utter such words? She hoped he would forget about this matter. Chapter 15. The innate spirit power level that created a record. The crystal ball shattered. In the square, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Every gesture he made captivated the thoughts of everyone present. Those gathered were all high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Who among them was not perceptive? How could they not recognize the terrifying potential within Luo Yu? Each one contemplated approaching him to forge a connection and ingratiate themselves. Yet, they could hardly find a way to reach him, as Luo Yu was already encircled by the worshippers. Witnessing the twin martial souls, Qian Daolu directly put aside his dignified facade and earnestly promised, "Young friend, if you are willing to take me as your master, the position of future Pope of the Spirit Hall could very well be yours." Luo Yu remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings as he brandished the heaven-slaying sword, creating a mesmerizing dance of sword flowers. How audacious! The Grand Elder speaks to you, yet you do not hasten to respond? The seventh Elder admonished sharply. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and cast a fleeting glance at the speaker. Merely a glance sent a shiver down the spine of the seventh offering, as if he had been marked by a fearsome deity. This infuriated him greatly. After all, he possessed a cultivation level of 96. How could he be intimidated by a mere junior? He retorted sharply, "You, young one, exhibit remarkable talent, yet you seem woefully unaware of the distinctions of rank and respect." Luo Yu, indifferent, barely lifted his eyelids, casually caressing the blade of the sword of heaven's punishment with the tip of his sword, replied nonchalantly, "What business is it of yours?" Outrageous. The seventh Elder, fuming, glared with indignation, his formidable cultivation at the 96th level erupting in an instant. Hiss! This young man is exceedingly arrogant, daring to provoke the seventh Elder? The seventh Elder, known for his stubbornness and fierce temper, placed great importance on hierarchy and respect. Whispers of discontent rippled through the crowd, sensing the tension as the seventh Elder prepared to unleash his fury. However, Qian Daolu, with a smile, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old Seven, he is merely a junior. It is quite normal for someone with such talent to exhibit a bit of arrogance. Let us exercise a measure of tolerance. That does not excuse his disregard for seniority." The seventh Elder retorted, brimming with dissatisfaction. "Silence." Qian Daoliu's smile vanished, his voice sharp with reprimand. The seventh Elder immediately fell silent. With his warm smile restored, Qian Daolu addressed Luo Yu, "Young friend, would you consider becoming my disciple?" As the ethereal light of the soul of Luo Yu flickered, he retracted his martial spirit. "I am grateful for the esteemed patron's favor. However, regarding the matter of apprenticeship, it is unnecessary." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? He actually declined the esteemed patron? To refuse an apprenticeship from such a revered figure, was this young man out of his mind? Did he comprehend the gravity of his rejection? Power, status, and opulence were at stake. The esteemed patron had never taken on a disciple. He was the pinnacle of Douluo continent, even with talent. Such audacity seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Qian Daolu was equally taken aback by this decisive refusal. His expression stiffened, and a glimmer of fury crossed his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and inquired with a faint gentleness, "Young friend, might you consider this matter once more?" "Very well, I shall reconsider," Luo Yu readily replied. "Qian Daolu? Hey, when I suggested you reconsider, I did not intend for you to actually contemplate it. Moreover, your agreement seems rather casual, does it not? What are your thoughts now?" Qian Daolu's smile was strained. Had it not been for Luo Yu's extraordinary talent, he would have already erupted in fury and delivered a decisive blow. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, wondering if this was truly a matter for consideration. Given the swift response, what if I hastily acquiesce, only to later retract my allegiance to the spirit hall? Are you not apprehensive? Qian Daolu was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his facade of joviality was on the verge of cracking. You are correct. Let us wait until the young friend has made a decision. Inform me when you are ready, and I shall provide you with anything that the spirit hall possesses. Luo Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Qian Daolu felt a surge of blood rushing to his temples. Was it truly I who was taking on a disciple, or was I the one seeking mentorship? Nevertheless, he restrained his irritation. Young friend, you have yet to undergo the innate spirit power assessment, I presume? I happen to have a crystal ball for testing purposes. Please, place your hand upon it. With that, Qian Daolu produced a transparent orb, and the surrounding onlookers immediately became alert, their attention riveted upon the unfolding scene. Luo Yu also yearned to ascertain his current level, thus he placed his hand upon it. This crystal ball possesses the ability to discern the level of innate soul power by gauging the intensity of its brilliant radiance. Curiously, Luo Yu inquired, does achieving the utmost brilliance of this crystal ball signify the presence of innate full soul force? Qian Daolu burst into hearty laughter, responding, dear friend, you jest. While you might manage to illuminate other orbs entirely, this particular crystal ball is beyond your capabilities. Merely causing it to glow 1/3 would be a testament to your possession of innate full soul force. Luo Yu sensed his physical condition and hesitated, saying, I feel that my innate soul power may be more than just complete. Perhaps I should consider a more robust approach. Qian Daolu interjected confidently, do not worry. This crystal ball is remarkably sturdy, especially for someone at your initial awakening stage. It is utterly indestructible. It cannot possibly break, so just exert your strength. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Luo Yu chose not to say more. With a smile on his face, Qian Daolu activated the testing crystal ball, channeling his soul power. Luo Yu felt an immediate surge of soul power within him. In an instant, the crystal ball radiated an intense light, so brilliant that it was nearly blinding, before it began to shake violently. Then, with a resounding crack, it shattered explosively, fragments scattering in all directions. Qian Daolu's smile froze. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events, staring vacantly at the remnants left in his hand. Not only he, but those around him were equally stunned, with some unable to contain their exclamations of disbelief. What on earth did I just witness? It exploded. Luo Yu sighed in resignation and slowly retracted his hand. He had already warned that this could not result in a loss for him. Was there not a sturdier one available? Qian Daolu's mind was in tumult. His hand trembled as he gazed at Luo Yu with a look of astonishment, as if he were beholding a monster. Young friend, do you realize the significance of this crystal ball? It is meant for testing soul masters of soul sage rank. Do you understand what it means for it to shine so brilliantly? It signifies that the total soul power of the soul master has reached level 30. Qian Daolu's throat quivered in shock, his expression one of sheer disbelief. And you, Qian Daolu, have managed to cause it to explode. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's explanation, those nearby quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions, as if they had exhausted their capacity for astonishment in a single day. Others might dream of having innate full soul power, yet this individual had casually reached an innate level of 30? No. The crystal ball had shattered. Could it truly be as simple as level 30? Good heavens, what level was this person? Was he even human? Or could he possibly be a transformed soul beast? Bibidong stood quietly at a distance, observing with a radiant expression, her lips involuntarily pouting in a somewhat proud manner. She disliked flattery, yet hearing praise for Luo Yu filled her with joy and a peculiar sense of delight. Gu Yue Na experienced a moment of clarity, understanding everything now. No wonder this man was unfazed by her pressure. His innate soul power level was not inferior to that of someone hailed as a genius. How had he achieved this? He was incredibly formidable. Gu Yue Na gazed at him with admiration. Subsequently, another test was conducted, and Luo Yu's innate soul power left everyone astounded 40. Never before had such a feat been accomplished in history, marking a true milestone for the Douluo continent. Qian Daolu, who had marveled at the sight of his granddaughter possessing innate level 20, was rendered speechless by Luo Yu's innate level 40. Vowing that he must do everything in his power to retain such talent within the spirit hall. Absolutely no outside influence. Qian Daolu squinted, given the number of witnesses present. He could not rule out the possibility of rumors spreading. If that happened, powerful factions outside would likely scramble to recruit this young man. Relying solely on resources and status would not suffice to retain him. For the first time in many years, Douluo felt a sense of worry. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, an alliance. His granddaughter, renowned for her beauty and unparalleled talent, possessed a divine martial soul. If the two were to unite, even their offspring would likely be unmatched. What an excellent plan. Chapter 16. How about I betroth Qianrenxue to you? A partnership to reap the rewards. Douluo promptly made his decision. He pulled Luo Yu aside, dismissing those around them, and spoke in hushed tones. Young friend, I shall be direct. I have a granddaughter awaiting marriage. If you agree to reside in my spirit hall, I will not only take you as my disciple, but I will also promise to betroth my granddaughter to you. His granddaughter? Where had this old man even acquired a granddaughter? Luo Yu was taken aback. Many years ago, he had already dealt a crushing blow to Qian Sun, and Bibidong was naturally well protected. How could this old fellow possibly have a granddaughter? Did she simply spring forth from the crevices of a rock? He was unaware of the name of the old man's granddaughter, Qianrenxue. Observing Luo Yu's peculiar expression, Douluo mistakenly assumed he was expressing disdain and immediately began to extol her virtues. My granddaughter possesses a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers, a rarity in this world, and her talent is unparalleled, surpassed by none but you. Luo Yu was rendered speechless, feeling that the old man's exuberance resembled that of a pimp. Perhaps Qianrenxue was still unaware of her grandfather's treachery. However, a profound sense of doubt stirred within him. If Bibidong was unscathed, then from whence did Qianrenxue originate? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, Is your granddaughter truly legitimate? Douluo emphatically slapped Luo Yu on the shoulder, causing him to stagger, and exclaimed with wide eyes, My biological granddaughter. How could there be any doubt? That is indeed peculiar, Luo Yu murmured. What? Nothing. Luo Yu pondered silently over the unfolding events. It appeared that the child was indeed the offspring of Qianxuanji, yet the identity of the mother remained a mystery. There was no doubt that Bibidong had been saved by him. That was beyond question. In fact, he had once severed one of Qianxuanji's arms, leaving him on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Even when Qianxuanji begged for mercy while lying on the ground, Luo Yu had no intention of showing compassion. Ultimately, however, Bibidong's kindness prevailed, for she recalled her own tragic upbringing. Having lost her parents at a young age and having been nurtured by the spirit hall, otherwise, she would have perished long ago on the streets. It was then that Luo Yu decided to spare the wretched soul's life. That individual had even refrained from revealing his father, Douluo, fearing Luo Yu's terrifying power, which had instilled a profound sense of despair and fear deep within him, ensuring that he would never dare provoke Bibidong again. Could it be that Qianxuanji had subsequently entangled himself with another woman within the hall? That seemed quite plausible. Luo Yu was not well versed in the particulars of that sequence of events, as he had returned to the Stardo forest to prepare for his tribulation during that time. It appeared necessary to inquire about the specifics from Donger upon his return. Young friend, how have you pondered this matter? Douluo inquired with a smile. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. Surely, you do not intend for me to become a son-in-law, do you? Absolutely not. How could that be? Douluo smiled slyly. Resembling an old fox. It would suffice for you to properly marry my daughter, Shuer. Luo Yu spread his hands, lamenting his utter lack of wealth. I am impoverished and possess no bridal price. Your presence alone suffices. What need have we for a dowry? I shall bear the financial and laborious responsibilities to arrange the wedding for you. Douluo shook his head repeatedly, resembling a crafty merchant as he rubbed his hands together. Luo Yu felt a surge of speechlessness. He longed to inquire whether you truly feel no pangs of conscience for deceiving your granddaughter. What have you contemplated? A glimmer shone in Douluo's eyes. Well, please do not rush. Matters of marriage should not be treated lightly. We have yet to meet, and proceeding hastily would be unwise. It would be better to meet first. And should we find mutual affection, we can discuss further. I believe such a meeting is unnecessary. Douluo presently wished to solidify the arrangement, transforming Luo Yu entirely into a member of the spirit hall. I see it as essential. Luo Yu resisted being coerced into this arrangement, no matter how enticing it appeared. Young man, are you refusing the wine offered and opting instead for punishment? Douluo's expression darkened slightly. Luo Yu, neither submissive nor arrogant, met Douluo's gaze with unwavering courage. I believe that love is not a commodity to be traded, nor is marriage a bargaining chip to be sold. Their eyes locked, each holding firm to their convictions, igniting sparks of contention. Luo Yu resolutely rejected the marriage proposal. From a distance, Although her expression seemed calm, in reality, Bibidong was attentively eavesdropping, and she couldn't help but pat her proud bosom, exhaling a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Brother Yu. He has always been quite decent, despite occasionally being a bit flirtatious. Not only Bibidong, but in another space, Gu Yue Na, her waist taut with tension, also relaxed, casting a fierce glare at Luo Yu while shaking her small fist. If you dare to agree to a marriage, I shall leap forth at once with a machete, and then we shall deal with that old man as well. Ultimately, Dalu cast a profound glance at Luo Yu, smiling instead of fuming, and commended, "Excellent. Truly remarkable, my young friend. Your character has earned my respect, and I shall ensure you have the opportunity to meet with Shui heir." Luo Yu's lips twitched. This old man was clearly not questioning whether he wanted a wife. He was unambiguously thrusting one upon him. Bibidong strode over, halting the ongoing dialogue, her clear voice resonating like a phoenix's call. "Great offering. Others have been waiting for quite some time. We must commence the award presentation, lest we breach protocol." Dalu, growing impatient, retorted, "I have yet to conclude my matters. Let them wait a while longer." Bibidong's beautiful eyes narrowed. "No, I cannot wait any longer." Internally cursing, she thought, "If I wait any longer, my man will be deceived into becoming your granddaughter's husband. How can I endure this?" In their standoff, Bibidong ultimately exuded a stronger aura, prompting Dalu to instruct Luo Yu to wait for him, assuring that he would soon summon Rinxue for an arranged meeting. The award ceremony commenced officially, with prizes distributed according to the levels of innate soul power awakening. Wang Ting initially felt elated at the prospect of receiving a desirable reward, something to flaunt. Yet, upon recalling Luo Yu, his enthusiasm waned, and everything lost its allure. Not only did it lose its charm, but it also pricked at his heart, leaving him unable to feel joy. Everyone around him could not help but speculate about the reward Luo Yu, with such extraordinary talent, would receive. After all, the prior reward cap was a soul bone for those who reached innate full level. What then of an unprecedented innate level of 40? The thought was almost too much to bear, a cause for envy. Eventually, it was Luo Yu's turn to ascend to the heights to claim his award. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. The seventh offering interjected with a scoff. "Wait a moment." The crowd looked on in confusion as the seventh offering sneered. "This brat, according to my recent investigation, is not even a member of the Spirit Hall. He is an outsider brought in by the Saintess on her own accord." A collective gasp swept through the audience. Before the murmurs could escalate, a deafening sound erupted as the seventh offering, who had arrogantly exposed Luo Yu, was sent flying. Dalu, enveloped in golden six-winged angelic radiance, took his place, 9 soul rings bursting forth as he surveyed the crowd with a menacing glare, coldly declaring, "What outsider? Where is this outsider? Am I blind? Today, everyone standing here is of our own." He turned to the other offerings. "Do you see any outsiders here today?" "No." The other offerings shook their heads vigorously. They were not as foolish as the seventh offering. They understood Douluo's intent. Who would dare to push such exceptional talent away? With such innate gifts, anyone not part of their circle would wish to claim him as their own. As for how he arrived here, did it truly matter? Clearly, it did not. First, let them savor the sweetness before addressing any potential bitterness. Bibidong observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze, stating indifferently, "Is everything settled now? If so, let us proceed with the award presentation." Luo Yu ascended the stage, standing opposite Bibidong. With innate soul power reaching its zenith, he was rewarded with a soul bone. Bibidong presented him with a soul bone of remarkable appearance, adorned with starlight and exuding a crystal-clear brilliance. Those present, including titled Douluos, gazed upon it with fervent desire. Soul bones are among the most precious resources in the Douluo continent. Even among super Douluos, few possess a complete set. In essence, acquiring a soul bone is akin to scaling the heavens. The Spirit Hall, though affluent, has limited stock. Ordinarily, an average titled Douluo, after toiling for over a decade, would not be able to obtain even a single piece, making today as circumstances exceptionally rare. With a mere glance, Luo Yu discerned the origin of this soul bone. A leg bone produced by the 80,000-year Gale white tiger, perfectly suited for agility-oriented soul masters. A remarkable find indeed. Everyone presumed the awarding ceremony had concluded, and Luo Yu shared this sentiment. However, to their astonishment, Empress Bibidong cleared her throat and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The reward for possessing innate full soul power is indeed a soul bone." Yet this young friend encompasses far more than mere full soul power. The crowd was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the Empress's intent. Therefore, after careful deliberation, I have concluded that since this young friend possesses an innate level of 40, he is entitled to a quadruple reward, 4 soul bones, to be precise. Upon hearing this declaration, the audience erupted into chaos. Goodness, the Empress is exceedingly generous. When has the Spirit Hall ever displayed such magnanimity? He didn't even request it. Yet you are offering 4? Soul bones are not mere cabbages, after all. Surrounding them, over 100 onlookers felt envious to the point of tears, while the elders' faces turned an unmistakable shade of green. Qian Daoliu's expression twisted in anguish, his skin twitching, his heart bleeding, desperately suppressing his outrage, muttering curses inwardly. What is with Bibidong's extraordinary generosity? This is the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. The 7th elder crawled from the debris, clutching his chest and exclaiming, "This cannot be. It is utterly inappropriate. Soul bones are of utmost rarity. How can they be so freely given?" Bibidong responded with a cold glare, her voice steady and solemn. While soul bones are indeed precious, the Spirit Hall has always prided itself on integrity and fairness. At this moment, how could we go back on our word? Her righteous stance left the crowd speechless, unable to counter her logic, only able to admire the Empress's lofty principles. Yet, the 7th elder's complexion darkened, his heart aching with despair. There could be no objections. The Empress's authority was palpable. Her phoenix-like gaze icy. "My mind is made up. It shall be so." In his hand, Luo Yu tightly grasped the previously acquired soul bone, while 3 additional pieces of exquisite quality were surreptitiously tucked into his embrace, barely suppressing an amused chuckle. "Truly, my dear Dong, your efforts have not been in vain." At that moment, another individual with a peculiar expression caught attention, Gu Yue Na. She was acutely aware that Luo Yu was favored by Bibidong, her mentor. Chapter 17. The brazen favoritism of the Empress, the elder's jealousy unleashed. In the square, Luo Yu discreetly concealed the 4 soul bones presented by the Empress. His countenance remained unflustered, exuding an air of serene confidence. Witnessing this scene, a chorus of heavy breaths echoed from all directions. Numerous pairs of envious, glistening eyes fixated on the soul bones radiating an enigmatic glow from Luo Yu's grasp. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were nearly overwhelmed with envy. They were on the verge of tears. Especially disheartened by Luo Yu's calm demeanor, they could not help but lament. Many hearts cried out in disbelief, 4 soul bones. Such a rare treasure. How could he accept them with such nonchalance? If it were me receiving such an honor, my grin would stretch from ear to ear. Savoring the moment, one might wonder, what kind of forced demeanor is that, casually accepting treasures? How pretentious, how demoralizing. In truth, Luo Yu was not putting on an act. He genuinely found the 8 or 9,000-year-old soul bones unimpressive. Yet, others did not share this sentiment. Possessing a single soul bone could dramatically enhance one's abilities. Acquiring 4 was akin to soaring into the stratosphere. Among the titled Douluo present, despite their years of toil, very few could claim 4 soul bones. Yet here he was, effortlessly claiming 4, with the potential to collect a complete set if he acquired 2 more. Who would feel jealous? The crowd was a mix of admiration and ridicule. A shared, wild thought emerged among them, to rush forward and relieve him of his bounty. However, the remnants of rationality cautioned them, unless one sought their own demise. Who would dare to steal? Gu Yue Na, too, felt a pang of envy. Soul bones, who wouldn't desire them? Although she held the title of saintess, she had yet to acquire a soul bone herself. Perhaps in another 2 years, she might be fortunate enough to earn one. Yet, despite her envy, she felt no malice. Even fully aware of the relationship between Bibidong and Luo Yu, she had no inclination to expose their connection, for reasons unknown. Witnessing the man bask in attention and receive accolades filled her with joy, especially at the thought that he might remain in the Spirit Hall to cultivate. Her excitement surged. An opportunity had arisen. However, her thoughts drifted back to the wager they had made earlier, causing her to clasp her long, elegant legs tightly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unsure of how to proceed. On stage, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled mischievously as he softly called out, "Your Majesty." "Why you say Bibidong?" inwardly scoffed, that insufferable man. So pretentious, even more theatrical than she. Only moments ago in her chamber, he had been all too familiar, sweetly addressing her as little Dong. And now he stood outside, all seriousness, calling her Your Majesty? Now that I've received my reward, may I take my leave to rest? As Luo Yu's voice faded, a dissatisfied shout emerged. The 7th elder, exasperated, exclaimed, The awakening ceremony has never permitted early departures. Furthermore, the ancestral worship and the oath-taking ceremony have yet to commence. Do you intend to disregard the rules, young man? Ancestral worship? Paying homage to the ancient spirits of the spirit hall? And as for the oath, it merely signifies a pledge of loyalty to the spirit hall. Luo Yu, already feeling bored, found himself even less inclined to remain in such a monotonous setting. Luo Yu was utterly disinclined to engage with the 7 offerings, who repeatedly emerged to provoke trouble. It was evident that he was a simpleton, unworthy of his attention. He turned to Bibidong and subtly winked. The Empress, feigning ignorance, cast a sidelong glance, her voice imbued with authority. 7 offerings. Who holds the highest rank in the spirit hall? The 7 offerings clasped his hands in respect, replying, that would naturally be your holiness, the Pope. Bibidong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his understanding. Nana, please escort your friend below. Since he is unwilling to partake in the remaining proceedings, his presence is no longer required. The 7 offerings grew anxious, exclaiming, Your Holiness, the hierarchy must not be disrupted, and the rules must not be broken. Boom. Silence. The air crackled with tension as the Empress's eyes glimmered with menace, her cold laughter resonating. Rules? I am the rule. The crowd fell silent, intimidated. Though internally they sensed something was amiss with the Empress today, yet they could not pinpoint the exact nature of her strangeness. Thank you, Your Holiness. Luo Yu inclined his body in a respectful gesture towards Bibidong, casting a sly glance at the 7th Douluo, whose nostrils flared with indignation, nearly causing him to faint from rage. He then stepped aside, taking Huoliana's hand with carefree abandon, and strode away with purpose. The 7th Douluo raised his trembling finger, pointing at Luo Yu's retreating figure, incredulous at his audacity. The Empress let out a cold huff, dismissing him entirely, and boldly declared the ceremony to transition to the next segment. However, these subsequent tedious proceedings held no relevance for Luo Yu. He had already whisked Huoliana away. Whoosh! The pair moved with remarkable swiftness, unimpeded by the exertion of soul power. Slow down. Please, slow down. Huoliana gasped, realizing that her slender alabaster legs were struggling to keep pace with the man's rapid strides. This fellow was far too swift and formidable. Her current physical strength could barely withstand the demand. Luo Yu halted his steps and discovered a spacious little garden, adorned with picturesque scenery, its ground meticulously paved with azure stone slabs. Turning to glance at Huoliana, who was glistening with perspiration and exhaling a delicate fragrance, Luo Yu smirked and remarked, Hey, aren't you being a bit dramatic? Is this how you look after just a short walk? Huoliana, observing Luo Yu's composed demeanor and steady breath, felt a surge of astonishment within her. You, my friend, seem utterly oblivious to your own swiftness. Luo Yu raised his hands in a gesture of bemusement, remarking, Isn't that just a normal speed? Huoliana's crimson lips quivered slightly as she retorted, You call that normal speed? I nearly felt as if I were about to be swept away. Meeting the girl's mournful gaze, Luo Yu cleared his throat in embarrassment, suggesting, Perhaps it is because I have just awakened my martial soul, enhancing my physical attributes just a tad. Huoliana regarded him with a peculiar expression, reminiscent of someone observing a strange creature. Just a slight enhancement, you say? More like a considerable leap, I believe. After saying this, her curiosity piqued. She began to scrutinize Luo Yu, examining him closely from head to toe. What are you doing? Luo Yu exclaimed, instinctively guarding his shoulders and stepping back 3 paces. I'm merely trying to discern what kind of soul beast you have transformed from. Your martial soul awakening is so extraordinary, and to possess twin martial souls is simply terrifying. Go away, go away. Luo Yu expressed his disdain, pushing Huoliana away to prevent her from her inquisitive touches. Realizing her behavior was inappropriate, Huoliana blushed, lowering her head and tiptoeing on the cobblestones, drawing circles. The sunlight illuminated her cascading golden hair, rendering her strikingly beautiful. The girl stammered, that. Luo Yu appeared perplexed. Huoliana gracefully tucked her golden locks behind her jade-like ear and neck, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Could you possibly summon your martial soul for me to see? Why? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Huoliana stamped her foot playfully, her tone turning beguiling. I'm just a bit curious, you know. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders and playfully remarked, Hey, Shaonana, have you perhaps forgotten something? What is it? Huoliana inquired, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Enough of the pretense. Since you can't recall, why are you blushing? Caught off guard, Huoliana swiftly turned her back, her hands covering her face in embarrassment. Oh no, it seems the inevitable has finally come to pass. Clearing his throat, he added, I recall a certain little girl making a solemn bet with me. What was the wager again? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu gazed upwards with a deep sigh, resigning himself to the moment. Very well. Very well. I never truly took it to heart. It was merely a jest. Gu Yue Na turned away, her fingers parting slightly to reveal a glimpse of her face. And upon seeing the man's expression of disappointment, she huffed. What jest? I, Gu Yue Na, the saintess of the spirit hall, have always been a woman of my word. I stand by my promises. You wouldn't actually call, would you? Luo Yu's gaze was peculiar. Gu Yue Na released her hold, revealing her stubborn little face. So what if you call? I am willing to accept the consequences. What is there to fear? With that, she lifted her alabaster neck, her cheeks faintly flushed. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? Luo Yu teased. One simply cannot refuse such earnestness. How could I possibly decline? You are incorrigible. Don't turn the tables on me. I have never taken the initiative to say anything. Gu Yue Na stammered. Who knew you were such an oddball? Come on, hurry up. I'm in a rush. Luo Yu, with a beaming smile, prompted. Will you call? If not, I shall take my leave. Gu Yue Na, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed. I will. Is that not sufficient? Her playful tone echoed far and wide, coincidentally catching the attention of two men nearby, who shared a close relationship with Gu Yue Na. Chapter 18. Gu Yue Na plays the coquette, calling out for father. The infuriated suitors. Gu Yue Na's fair skin turned crimson, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. Utterly at a loss for words. At last, she mustered her courage, bracing herself to call out. However, upon meeting Luo Yu's teasing gaze, she faltered, like a wilted eggplant. Her voice lodged in her throat, refusing to emerge. She bit her cherry lips, casting a timid glance at Luo Yu as she tugged at his sleeve. Can I not call you, big brother? What should you call me? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yue Na pursed her lips, exuding the enchanting allure of her fox spirit. Please. Dear brother, have mercy on me. Luo Yu subtly retracted his arm, disdainfully pinching Gu Yue Na's soft little hand between two fingers before tossing it aside. Do not behave in such a manner. If the members of your spirit hall were to witness their saintess in this state, they might believe I have wronged you, and would surely seek to roast me alive. You scoundrel, aren't you merely bullying me? Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. Gu Yue Na, her confidence waning, pouted in a feigned display of grievance. No, it is entirely my fault for being young and ignorant, for lacking experience, and for making foolish bets. I caution you. Do not resort to emotional manipulation. I am not swayed by such tactics. Besides, you claim to be young? Pray tell, where do I see any signs of youth? Luo Yu cast a discerning glance at Gu Yue Na's striking figure, his eyelids twitching. Truly, if she were younger, she would be beyond compare. Her waist, with its alluring curves, exuded an irresistible charm, poised for blooming, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her shapely posterior was already round and delectable. You lecher, where are your eyes wandering? Gu Yue Na chided playfully, quickly embracing her delicate bosom. It was only due to Luo Yu's audacity that anyone would dare to gaze upon the holy maiden of the spirit hall so unabashedly. Luo Yu innocently remarked, Look, you are no longer young. You seem to know everything. Gu Yue Na, suppressing her alluring demeanor, displayed a hint of difficulty. Not due to a lack of desire to call out, but rather because she truly found it hard to utter the words. Luo Yu chuckled softly, remarking that he had initially stated it was all in jest, with no intention of taking it seriously. Gu Yue Na shook her head, asserting that it was different. As a saintess, it was unbecoming to renege on a bet, as that would be too unscrupulous. Look, you are torturing yourself. I can do nothing about it, she said. Luo Yu shrugged, yet he found Gu Yue Na not only visually appealing, but also possessing an interesting temperament, making her quite charming. In this day and age, individuals of integrity are indeed hard to find. Wait a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts. There is no rush, Luo Yu replied with a smile. Nearby, two men walked side by side. One had striking red hair and was elegantly dressed, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a faint hint of explosive flames emanating from him. He gazed flirtatiously at the tall man beside him, who had silver-gray hair. Brother Xiaoyu, do you think I should confess my feelings for Nana? The silver-haired man turned his head, cautioning, Yin, I advise against it. You are well aware of my sister's temperament. When has she ever shown kindness to a man? Yin responded confidently, I understand that. But look at our spirit hall. In terms of appearance and talent, aside from you, Brother Xiaoyu, who among our peers can rival me? Nana has no reason to choose anyone else but me. As for those men outside the spirit hall, they are mere simpletons. Unworthy of comparison. Yan's face displayed disdain, radiating an air of noble arrogance. Zhu Yun nodded and lowered his voice. You do have a point. However, it appears that Her Majesty the Queen is not fond of men, which has influenced my sister to adopt a similar attitude, showing no interest in men whatsoever. Brother Zhu Yun, just because Nana lacks feelings for others does not mean she feels the same towards me. I haven't even begun my pursuit. How can I be resigned without trying? I believe I can win her heart, Yin declared, confidence brimming as he thumped his chest. You are so certain? Zhu Yun shook his head. Yin flexed his fingers, asserting, Look, our saint is certainly Wuhun to seek a man from outside. Those men are utterly useless. Within the spirit hall, I dare say, aside from you, Brother Zhu Yun, who else is there? If you are willing to support me, I have every confidence in winning Nana's affection. Zhu Yun regarded Yan's earnest plea and, after a moment of contemplation, sighed, I can help you try, but the odds are truly slim. I sense that Nana has no interest in men at all. Are you sure? Yin questioned skeptically. Zhu Yun nodded affirmatively, continuing to be honest. I have never seen that girl initiate a conversation with a man. When she encounters men, her demeanor is as cold as ice, resembling her teacher entirely. Just as Yin was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something in the distance. Brother, isn't that Nana over there? Zhu Yun halted, perplexed. What is she doing here? Yin inquired curiously. Who is that man opposite her? Zhu Yun patted Yan's shoulder, reassuringly stating, Do not be anxious. I have seen this scenario many times. That man might be my sister's suitor. Just wait and see. This lad will either be rejected and flee or end up on the ground after taking a beating. Yin frowned, expressing, I feel like the atmosphere is rather off. Zhu Yun chuckled. You are overthinking it. My sister typically has just one response to unfamiliar men. Get lost. Then I can relax, Yin replied, casting a glance at Zhu Yun. His brow easing slightly as he urged him to swiftly approach the garden to eavesdrop. They watched as Hulayina lifted her head. Luo Yu chuckled. Are you ready? Beside him, Yin, who was eavesdropping, looked at Zhu Yun with a face full of questions, his expression shifting. What does ready mean? Zhu Yun shook his head in confusion, signaling for him to be patient and to continue watching. Hulayina bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Luo Yu. I truly despise you. Zhu Yun raised an eyebrow at Yin, implying, See, I told you. Nana simply detests men. Yin, beaming with delight, pointed emphatically at himself, suggesting that while others may falter, he was the one to step up. Forget it, Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head. This was dragging on too long, and he turned to leave. The smile on Yin's face grew broader. With a haughty gaze, he displayed an air of superiority, pondering what kind of fool would dare pursue the saintess. Look. He's facing defeat now, forced to depart in dejection. That forget it is so forlorn, evoking sympathy. Zhu Yun nodded in agreement, signaling that everything was as anticipated. However, the next moment, Hulayina called out to Luo Yu. Observing her subtly expressive demeanor, Yan's grin widened even further. He delightedly thought, Nana must feel that outright rejection is too heartless. And she wants to give him a consolation card before leaving. Poor man. What? Luo Yu did not turn around. Dad. Luo Yu turned his head. What did you say? Hulayina's crimson lips trembled, her voice emerging from her throat with great difficulty, laden with an overwhelming shyness. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to shout at Luo Yu, Dad. In that moment, Luo Yu remained composed, while Zhu Yun and Yin stood frozen in disbelief. Zhu Yun's eyes were wide with incredulity as he vigorously pinched his ears. Yin, on the other hand, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The confident smile that once adorned his face now twitched uncontrollably. Did he really just hear that? Dad? The goddess he had longed for. The illustrious holy maiden of the spirit hall had just referred to another as father, and a young lad at that? The memory of his earlier self-assured declarations crashed down upon him with astonishing swiftness. Yin felt as if the world were collapsing, his mind about to explode. How could this be? How was it possible? What was his goddess doing? Hadn't she always disregarded men? In an instant, the world of a lovesick devotee shattered. That sincere utterance of Dad left Yin with no chance to deceive himself any longer. Hulayina's subsequent actions only served to deepen Zhu Yun's embarrassment and plunge Yin into emotional turmoil, leading him to question his very existence. Chapter 19. The goddess, embarrassed yet majestic, dominates the lovesick Yin. In the shadows of the garden, Yan's crimson eyes quivered as he fixated on the scene before him, incredulous at the unfolding events, his heart screaming in turmoil. How could my goddess behave in such a manner? At that moment, had it not been for Zhu Yun's firm restraint, he would have dashed forward. He watched helplessly as his goddess, who usually paid him no heed, gracefully approached Luo Yu, her delicate finger playfully poking his chest. With a tone reminiscent of a sulking child, she scolded, "You naughty man. Are you satisfied now? May I see your martial spirit?" Luo Yu playfully dug at her ear and remarked, "In truth, my hearing is rather poor. I didn't quite catch that just now. You are so mischievous." Gu Yue Na shot her a glare with her beautiful eyes, tiptoed, and grasped Luo Yu's ear, leaning in closely to exclaim loudly, "Daddy, daddy, daddy. Do you understand now?" Luo Yu forcefully pushed Gu Yue Na aside, rubbing his ears and glaring intensely. "You wicked woman, do you truly wish to deafen me with your malice?" Upon witnessing the man's discomfort, Gu Yue Na seemed to have gained the upper hand, chuckling mischievously, "Did you not learn your lesson for bullying me? I trust you can hear me clearly now. Stingy, it was merely a request to observe your martial soul. I was genuinely curious," she grumbled in complaint. As Luo Yu was about to take action, a hysterical and wrathful roar erupted. "Who dares approach my goddess Nana? Keep your distance." Suddenly, a towering inferno surged forth, infused with a tempest of sorrow and rage, erupting from a nearby corner. The golden red flames consumed the surrounding trees, while the explosive heat wave rushed towards him. Yan's visage was distorted with fury, his entire being enveloped in flames, veins bulged on his forehead, and his blood-red eyes fixated on Luo Yu, resembling a ravenous beast. A manic grin of bloodlust curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo Yu was taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze, and spat in disdain. What on earth just sprang forth? It startled me. Yan gritted his teeth and said, "You brat, who do you think you're mocking?" Luo Yu disregarded the commotion, turning to Gu Yue Na and pointed ahead, exclaiming in disbelief, "Who is that? Is he out of his mind, suddenly appearing in broad daylight and causing such a fright?" Gu Yue Na, equally astonished, inquired with a perplexed expression, "Yin, how did you come to be here?" The flames enveloping Yin flickered ominously, and his heavy breaths resembled those of a bull as he trembled, pointing accusingly at Luo Yu. "Nana, tell me, who is this man? What sorcery has he employed to enchant you in such a manner?" Gu Yue Na furrowed her delicate brows, struggling to suppress her irritation. "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend a word. What sorcery? What enchantment? Furthermore, how many times must I reiterate? Do not call me Nana." Upon hearing this, Yin appeared utterly devastated, staggering back several paces while clutching his chest, exclaiming with heartfelt dismay, "I heard it. I distinctly heard it all. If you were not under some enchantment, how could you possibly refer to another as is what?" Noticing his agitation rendering him speechless, Luo Yu inquired amiably, "You actually called such a young lad father?" Luo Yu nodded. "Boom. You little brat, are you seeking death?" Yin erupted on the spot, his soul rings soaring into the air like an explosive flame demon, his body coursing with molten lava, adorned with golden red flames. In an instant, he lunged towards Luo Yu. Whoosh! A graceful figure flashed in front of Luo Yu, releasing her soul rings and striking Yin back. Yin trembled, unable to face the scene before him. Gu Yue Na stood protectively in front of Luo Yu, her alluring foxtail appearing at her rear, her beautiful eyes narrowing with displeasure. "Yin, what on earth are you doing?" "Nana, what kind of enchantment has this wild man cast upon you that you would defend him so?" "Enough. Do not call me Nana." Gu Yue Na's golden hair fluttered as she grew genuinely angry. "We are all on the same side. Why the hostility? Calm down, lest we harm our camaraderie." At that moment, Yu stepped forward, grasping Yin and mediating the situation. "Brother Yu, your sister calls another man father and has unwittingly acknowledged him as her dad. How can you remain so composed? You may endure, but I cannot." Hearing this, Yu's expression darkened instantly. He turned to his sister. "Nana, please explain what is happening. Where did this man come from?" Gu Yue Na's expression shifted, indignation coloring her cheeks. "How can you all eavesdrop on my conversation? If we hadn't eavesdropped, we wouldn't have discovered such a significant matter." Yin shouted angrily, his emotions spiraling as he realized that the ice goddess he secretly adored was not only being affectionate with another but also calling him father. This was unbearable. Seeing Gu Yue Na misunderstood, Luo Yu interjected, "It seems you both may have misinterpreted. This was merely a joke between me and Nana. Nothing serious, just playful banter." Yan's fury ignited upon seeing Luo Yu, feeling as though he was a rival in love, especially with Luo Yu's astonishingly handsome appearance. A palpable sense of crisis surged within him. In a fit of rage, he shouted profanely, "I can't tolerate this." Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, the smile vanishing as the surrounding air instantaneously grew thick and frigid. Gu Yue Na, with a fierce expression, rebuked, "Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Luo Yu at once. Yan's eyes reddened further as he pointed at Luo Yu, sneering maliciously. Hiding behind a woman is no display of prowess. Be wise and get lost, and perhaps I shall spare your wretched life. The saintess of the spirit hall is not a mere wild man without status or background, easily swayed by a few empty words and a shabby guise. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Luo Yu's eyes, restless and eager to act. Gu Yue Na seized Luo Yu's hand, her voice laced with ire. Brother, are you not going to intervene with this fool, Yin? Xie Yu shrugged, letting out a sigh. Nana, Yin speaks the truth. I find this fellow rather unfamiliar. He does not seem to belong to the spirit hall, since he is merely a mundane outsider. Why draw so close to him? What do you mean, brother? Gu Yue Na's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Xie Yu responded with a rueful smile. As the saintess of the spirit hall, it is unwise for you to forge close ties with those outside. Your teacher would certainly disapprove. If your affections lie with someone from the spirit hall, I would wholeheartedly support you. Yin conjured a fireball in his hand, disdain evident on his face. Brother, there is no need for further words. Allow me to deal with this pretty boy who only hides behind Nana, manipulating women. Let Nana witness his true nature. Gu Yue Na's expression turned fervent as she prepared to defend herself. Luo Yu directly pulled her behind him, as Luo Yu was about to speak. Luo Yu pressed his 2 fingers against her lips, shaking his head in judgment and saying, a brother complex, devoid of intellect. A sycophant, destined for misfortune. Now both have lost their senses. What is there left to discuss with them? I can hardly be bothered to be angry, lowering my own worth. Instead, I shall employ my own methods to awaken them. Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his neck as the bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. Gu Yue Na gazed at the elegant silhouette retreating, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. The 2 adversaries he was about to confront were both top-tier geniuses of the spirit hall, and he had only just awakened his martial soul. How could he possibly prevail? Yet, Luo Yu cast a glance at the 2 individuals, calmly addressing the woman behind him. What is it? Are they merely 2 members of the 4th ring soul sect? Can they truly ascend to the heavens? Did you not claim you wished to see my martial spirit? It seems fitting to bring them along for some amusement. Finally willing to step out from behind the woman? Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. I hope you do not find yourself begging Nana for salvation shortly. Yan's cruel smile betrayed his impatience. If you seek death, allow me to grant your wish today. Xie Yu's expression fluctuated between gloom and rage. Luo Yu's earlier mockery and disdain had evidently struck a nerve. Who is this audacious brat, daring to be so arrogant? Does he believe the spirit hall is devoid of formidable opponents? I may spare your life, but you shall certainly face a lesson. Luo Yu smiled kindly, gesturing towards Xie Yu. You must be Nana's brother. Don't worry, I won't kill you. He then turned his gaze to Yin, pondering for a moment before letting out a sigh. Well, I don't know what you are, so it's hard to address you. You might want to be cautious, as I have a tendency to accidentally strike you down. Despite Luo Yu's friendly demeanor, the furious Xie Yu and Yin felt an inexplicable chill, as if they were being targeted by a harbinger of death. His smile, though warm, sent shivers down their spines. Unable to contain himself, Yin unleashed a torrent of flames, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, as he charged towards Luo Yu with a fiery fist. The air around them thick with the scent of charred matter. Be careful, Gu Yue Na exclaimed with concern, eager to intervene. Don't panic. Luo Yu turned his head and offered a gentle smile to Gu Yue Na. The woman was seething with anger. The situation was dire, yet this fellow appeared utterly unfazed. Die. Yin had already advanced, poised to strike. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, followed by gasps of astonishment. Xie Yu's eyelids twitched, while Gu Yue Na covered her mouth in shock. Yan's explosive fire fist was firmly grasped by a fair hand, unable to advance even an inch. The golden-red flames scorched the earth, yet they could not singe even a single hair on Luo Yu's body. Chapter 20. Embracing Beauty. Xie Yu, my esteemed elder brother, I pay my respects. Yin was instantly taken aback, his fist's force unleashed yet as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free. At that moment, Luo Yu wore a faint smile, appearing completely unconcerned. Before even revealing his soul power, he had effortlessly subdued the top genius of the spirit hall. What terrified Yin the most was that this individual hadn't even cast a glance in his direction, his head turned towards Gu Yue Na. How could this be? Xie Yu's voice trembled, his expression one of disbelief. Yin was acutely aware of his own strength. He was no mere novice, but one of the foremost geniuses of the spirit hall, yet he had been defeated in an instant. Yin felt a shiver run down his spine, as the jealousy that had clouded his judgment began to dissipate. Luo Yu turned his head slightly, shaking it with a hint of disapproval. Your flames seem rather lukewarm. Hardly sufficient to warm one's hands during winter. I kindly request that you, a genius, exert yourself further. Do not falter before my martial spirit has even awakened. Ah! Yen roared, flames erupting and swirling around him, soul power surging wildly, yet he remained unable to break free. The smile of Luo Yu began to haunt his heart like a terrifying demon. Genius, are you suffering from constipation? Why is your face so flushed? Let go of me, Yen exclaimed, as if driven to madness, his soul rings pulsating. Oh, very well, as you wish. With a grin, Luo Yu seized Yan's hand and abruptly yanked him backward. Yan's figure, now bereft of control, was at Luo Yu's mercy, spun in a wide arc, and then slammed violently onto the ground. Luo Yu followed up with a swift kick, impacting Yan's face directly. Yan's bloodied form, akin to battered scrap metal, skidded across the ground. Countless paving stones shattered, sending dust and debris flying as the trail of blood marked his passage. He came to rest a considerable distance away, sprawled on the ground like a discarded cur. The air hung thick with dust, mingled with the acrid stench of burnt flames. Gazing upon the twitching figure on the ground, Gu Yue Na was utterly dumbfounded. She had anticipated Luo Yu's strength, but not to such an overwhelming degree. He had vanquished Yen with such nonchalant ease, without even invoking his spirit. A prodigy, she exclaimed. The spirit hall harbors a prodigy. Xiaoyu stood agape, panic-stricken. He had entertained the notion of intervening moments before, but now, seized by mortal terror, he furtively retracted his spirit power, lest Luo Yu detect his intentions. Despite the surreal nature of the situation, the irrefutable reality of Yan's prone form loomed large before him. Emboldened by the fate of his comrade, would he dare to act? Such folly would be the mark of a fool. Alas, how anticlimactic. Luo Yu, still lingering in the moment, took a step forward and slowly approached Yen. Grasping him by the neck, she lifted him effortlessly. Xiaoyu, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "What are you doing? The spirit hall cannot take lives." Luo Yu shook his head, bewildered. What was there to panic about? He observed the man exuding an air of arrogance, likely unwilling to concede defeat. He intended to assist him in rising so they could continue their play. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's eyes widened, his hair standing on end, for he realized that the man was channeling soul energy to heal Yen. After a brawl, he was also tending to injuries. The powerful surge of soul energy infused Yen, swiftly restoring his vitality. As Yen opened his eyes, alarm surged within him, prompting him to hastily retreat and maintain his distance. What are you doing? I warn you, I was merely careless earlier. Otherwise, you would have certainly faced the consequences. Indeed, I am aware that it was your negligence that led to this predicament, Luo Yu retorted with a beckoning gesture. Come, brother, I shall grant you another opportunity. Yen felt a profound wound in his heart, yet fear welled within him. As his peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Yu's Gu Yue Na, his anger surged uncontrollably. Seizing the moment of Luo Yu's unguarded state, he gritted his teeth and unleashed 4 soul rings. He was willing to harm himself to unleash his ultimate move. Hell's lava surge, granite magma eruption, lava torrent, whirling sands of flame. The 4 soul skills erupted simultaneously, incinerating the surrounding flora and causing the ground's rocks to melt. A terrifying wave of lava surged toward Luo Yu. He coughed up blood, a manic grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "You arrogant brat. Did you think I had no hidden trump cards? No matter how formidable you are, in a moment of haste, you shall be reduced to ashes." Despicable, Gu Yue Na cried out, rushing to provide assistance. Luo Yu dodged. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air, its formidable presence spreading like wildfire. Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul manifested, enveloping him in a myriad of colors as a fierce aura surged forth, akin to a war god. Such trivial skills are hardly worth my attention. As his words faded, his black hair danced in the wind. Luo Yu raised his fist and aimed it at the seething mass of fiery magma. A punch infused with 9-colored light unleashed a tempest, shattering the scorching explosive magma with a single strike. Sparks flew in every direction, and ultimately, the fiery threat was extinguished under the force of his blow. At that moment, Gu Yue Na reached the man's side, but the crisis had long been averted. Her assistance was no longer required. Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile as he extended his arm, effortlessly pulling the flustered figure into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed in surprise. With the soft beauty nestled in his arms, Luo Yu lowered his gaze and flashed a grin at the enchanting woman. "It's nothing. I merely wish to hold you." Gu Yue Na momentarily lost her composure. The man's gentle tone carried an inexplicable dominance that rendered her unable to refuse. Moreover, the robust aura of his vitality enveloped her senses, causing her to feel weak at the knees. Yin stood there, dumbfounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to fathom how the formidable combination of four soul skills had failed to inflict any harm upon his adversary. Luo Yu embraced the goddess of another in his arms. With a powerful thrust, the bricks and stones shattered beneath him as he soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Yin. There was no choice. I offered you an opportunity, yet you proved to be of little worth. Thus, farewell. Yin, in a state of panic, desperately sought a way to flee. Luo Yu extended his palm, creating a sound that sliced through the air. A colossal phantom of a nine-colored dragon claw appeared above Yan's head, its scales shimmering with exquisite detail. With a sudden forceful strike, it plunged him into the depths of the earth. As the soul light faded, his presence vanished, leaving his fate uncertain. Gu Yue Na's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed her first encounter with such an overwhelmingly dominant man. Throughout her life, she had always stood above her peers. Why then did she not favor Yin? That fellow not only lacked intellect, but also possessed a character that fell short, and his power paled in comparison to hers. How could he possibly conquer her? Having dispatched a prodigy of the spirit hall, Luo Yu felt no particular exhilaration. He gazed down at the radiant beauty before him and remarked softly, "Nana, have I perhaps overlooked someone?" As Luo Yu turned his attention to Xie Yu, the latter suddenly knelt, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, great brother-in-law, I bow to you." Gu Yue Na was left utterly bewildered. Luo Yu was equally perplexed, questioning what this individual was up to. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Surely, one ought to exhibit a semblance of defiance before yielding. Xie Yu, on the verge of tears, was not concerned with pride. Rather, he was genuinely frightened. This fellow was evidently the type who could kill with a smile. Having witnessed the torment endured by Yin, he was not blind to the reality. He wished to survive. Better to kneel and weep than to be trapped in the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother, what are you doing?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed as she wriggled free from Luo Yu's embrace. Xie Yu awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. This position seems rather more comfortable, allowing me to feel at ease." Gu Yue Na fell silent, casting a pitiful glance towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I haven't done anything," he remarked. "Now, please rise and speak. A man of stature should not be kneeling." Xie Yu's smile was more akin to a grimace, as her heart brimmed with indignation. "Do you think I wish to kneel? I was merely frightened. I pay my respects to you, esteemed brother-in-law," she declared. "Get lost. Who do you think you are, my brother-in-law? Have you lost your senses? You are Gu Yue Na's brother, and if I were to address you, it would only be as my little brother-in-law." With a face full of exasperation, Luo Yu unleashed a surge of energy that sent Xie Yu flying. Xie Yu, slightly embarrassed, approached with a few quick steps and attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, "From now on, let us keep our discussions separate. You can call me little brother, and I shall address you as brother." "Brother, must you speak such nonsense?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with irritation as she stomped her foot. "Xie Yu, allow me to clarify. It was all a misunderstanding. Gu Yue Na and I are not involved in any way," Luo Yu stated, having retracted his martial spirit, his tone calm and resolute. The once bashful Gu Yue Na, upon hearing Luo Yu's clarification, should have felt relieved and at ease. Yet an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her, wrapping her heart in a veil of quiet desolation. No relationship?" Xie Yu stood in stunned silence, but soon recovered, responding with a sycophantic smile. "Not now, but certainly in the future. Brother, we are all allies now. Let us communicate openly. As long as we refrain from physical altercations, anything is permissible." Chapter 21. "Nana, you must seize a good man swiftly." Luo Yu gazed speechlessly at the alluring beauty beside him. "Nana, has your brother studied the art of face changing? Just a moment ago, he was rather aloof, and now he is transformed entirely." Luo Yu had not finished his words, but Gu Yue Na clearly understood. The man had intentionally chosen to hold back, preserving his dignity. Seeing her brother's cowardly demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. It was utterly embarrassing. Moreover, she had no connection with Luo Yu. So how could her brother so carelessly compromise her reputation? What would Luo Yu think of her? Would he find her cheap? Gu Yue Na felt a mix of anger and shame, her beautiful eyes glaring as she wished to teach Xie Yu a lesson. Yet, she could somewhat comprehend Xie Yu's fear. After all, Luo Yu had just ruthlessly defeated Yin, a scene that was indeed chilling to anyone who witnessed it. Yin was not a mere bystander. He was a top talent from the spirit hall, his strength on par with that of the siblings. Witnessing Yin being so brutally dispatched naturally instilled a sense of dread in Xie Yu, who feared that Luo Yu might turn his lethal skills upon him as well. Xie Yu cast a pleading glance towards his sister. Nana, please intercede for your brother with my sister-in-law. I spoke thoughtlessly earlier. Xie Yu, let's not embarrass ourselves. Gu Yue Na retorted, stamping her foot. Who is your sister-in-law? Brother Yu is my friend. Stop making wild claims. At that moment, Luo Yu stepped in. Halting their exchange with a smile, it's merely a trivial matter. Let it go. The sight of that smile made Xie Yu shudder. Trivial? He stiffly turned his head to gaze at the battered Yin. If such trivial matters could lead to such devastation, what would a serious issue entail for the spirit hall? However, seeing that Luo Yu seemed unwilling to pursue the matter further relieved Xie Yu immensely. Finally, I'm saved. Gu Yue Na wore a look of discontent. Xie Yu's lack of composure was a source of embarrassment for her, especially in front of Luo Yu. She felt even more uncomfortable. She pulled Xie Yu aside and whispered urgently, Brother, could you not be so spineless? Luo Yu has a good temperament. You need to gather yourself. With a mournful expression, Xie Yu replied, Sister, I too wish to be courageous, but I can't help my fear. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes, thinking he is terrified beyond measure. There is no hope for him. Suddenly, a thought crossed Xie Yu's mind. He slyly glanced at Luo Yu and said, Sister, if you were to become close with him, wouldn't that alleviate my fears? Brother, can you not be serious? Gu Yue Na's cheeks puffed in indignation. If you continue like this, I shall cease to care about you. Xie Yu insisted, I'm only looking out for your best interests, though I know not of his background. From what was displayed earlier, among peers who could match him, you don't truly believe I'm cowardly, do you? It depends on the opponent. Gu Yue Na sneered. Ah, it's the first time I've witnessed someone rationalizing their fear of the strong so boldly. Today, I've learned something. Is it wrong for a brother to speak of his sister? As long as it's not this ancestor, I can handle anyone. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he continued earnestly, you must swiftly seize such a prodigious talent. Should you remain so reserved, it won't do. Who knows when your dream man might be snatched away by another? I do not wish to hear your words. Gu Yue Na's face flushed crimson. Am I mistaken? Dear sister, after all, have you not longed for a man who can truly tame you? Gu Yue Na snapped back. Brother, you were the one who urged Yin to keep his distance. Xie Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't realize he was so formidable. Should I call you superficial or accuse you of double standards? I refuse to be like you. Gu Yue Na glared at him in disdain, leaving him behind as she rushed back to Luo Yu. What were you two discussing just now? Luo Yu asked with a smile. Nothing at all, Gu Yue Na replied. Suddenly shy, her gaze dropping. Look at how embarrassed you are. I want to pry, he said. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Luo Yu asked, puzzled at the girl's demeanor. You're simply wonderful, Gu Yue Na said with a sweet smile. From a distance, Xie Yu grimaced. His sister was clearly being disingenuous. He would wager that if she harbored no feelings for that man, she would not dare to call him father. Such a notion was laughable. Xie Yu secretly wished, Sister, you must cling to that sturdy pillar. Before today, Xie Yu had believed he was the real support. Now, having narrowly escaped disaster, he suddenly realized the true fool was himself. I, Xie Yu, am merely a younger brother. I shall no longer pretend to be anything else. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light surged from the distance, majestic and swift, arriving before them in no time. It was an elder, the seventh elder from the awakening ceremony. Trembling as he approached Yin, both Xie Yu and Gu Yue Na's expressions changed. This was bad. The seventh elder was Yin's master. Upon seeing his disciple in such a state, would the old man not seek to crush Luo Yu? No matter how strong Luo Yu was, he could not withstand a super Douluo. Brother Yu, we must flee. Gu Yue Na anxiously grasped Luo Yu's hand, urging him to leave quickly. Yet he remained still, quietly observing. The seventh elder, filled with sorrow and rage, gently touched Yin's body, channeling his soul power to heal him. My disciple, who has harmed you so? I have arrived too late. It was him. Yin struggled to open his eyes, blood foaming from his mouth, unable to articulate his words. His finger weakly pointing at Luo Yu. Still alive? Quite the resilient spirit, Luo Yu remarked, astonished. Gu Yue Na was frantic, thinking it was no time for jokes. The seventh elder, heartbroken, declared, Wait here, my disciple. I will avenge you. With a roar, he rose, his 9 soul rings swirling around him, fury radiating from his being as he glared at Luo Yu. You little wretch. I suspected you were no good from the beginning, and you have proven me right. You dare to injure my disciple with such impunity? I will make you pay in blood. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu and Gu Na were momentarily taken aback as the voice that interrupted them emanated from behind. Xie Yu wore a sardonic expression, fiercely defending Luo Yu. The seventh elder instantly shifted his gaze, channeling his soul power towards Xie Yu, questioning why he was meddling and speaking on behalf of an outsider, as if courting death. Xie Yu, lacking Luo Yu's resilience, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his appearance disheveled, yet he wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. How amusing, he thought. What does it mean to speak for an outsider? First, I, Xie Yu, simply speak the truth. Second, that is my brother-in-law. Upon saying this, he cast a triumphant glance at Gu Na, seemingly implying that her brother was not cowardly, and that he would dare stand up to a super Douluo as long as it didn't involve their ancestor. The seventh elder's anger surged, his hair standing on end. Had the younger generation of the spirit hall become so unruly? He had intended to deal with Xie Yu first, but since he was seeking death, the elder would oblige. A cruel smile crept across the elder's face, while Gu Na's delicate countenance was filled with anxiety and concern. With a swift motion, the seventh elder unleashed a piercing bone nail, forged from purple soul power, hurtling through the air directly towards Xie Yu's chest. Brother, Gu Na exclaimed in shock, her eyes reddening. Even a casual strike from a super Douluo left her with no time to enter. Luo Yu stood defiantly in front of Xie Yu, his robes billowing and black hair swirling like a tempest. Clutching the sword Zhu Tian, he resembled an ethereal sword master. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted as the bone-piercing nail spun rapidly, grinding against the ancient, translucent blade that resembled jade. The force was formidable, yet it left no mark upon the sword's surface. While the sword remained unscathed, the same could not be said for the wielder. The attack, originating from a master of the super Douluo realm, was a mere flick of the wrist, yet for Luo Yu, who had only just awakened his martial soul, even with a divine physique and an extraordinary martial soul, it was a challenge he could not easily withstand. With a thunderous explosion, the bone-piercing nail expended its energy and detonated. Though he successfully blocked the assault, Luo Yu suffered in the process. A muffled groan escaped his lips, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he was propelled backwards several dozen steps, only to be swiftly caught by Xie Yu. Although Luo Yu appeared disheveled, the grim faces of the seven offerings momentarily hesitated, filled with profound astonishment, despite his earlier disdainful strike. Effortlessly annihilating a soul sect member felt as easy as crushing an ant. Yet, this young man, who had only just awakened his martial soul, managed to block his sword? Brother Yu! Came a panicked exclamation. Witnessing the man protect her brother with his own body, letting out a painful groan, Gu Na's heart ached intensely. Without a second thought, she dashed towards Luo Yu. Xie Yu, equally bewildered, remarked in shock. Why did you save me? Coughing lightly, Luo Yu chose not to respond immediately, instead lifting his hand to glance at his Jioshu Zhutian sword, which remained utterly unscathed. TSK, he mused. Setting aside other considerations, the material was indeed remarkable. Moreover, it felt as though wielding this sword granted him an extraordinary enhancement to his speed. A fragrant breeze wafted in as Gu Na, her beautiful eyes wide with concern, anxiously fixed her gaze upon Luo Yu. Brother Yu, are you all right? Luo Yu waved his hand, revealing his signature gentle smile. It's nothing to worry about. But that old fellow truly struck with malice this time, leaving me feeling a surge of anger and blood. Gu Na, with concern lacing her voice, reproached him. Why did you shield him? Are you not aware of the dangers that could befall you? Crack, crack. The sound echoed, reminiscent of a shattered heart. Is this what they call forgetting one's brother upon gaining a man's affection? As Luo Yu gazed into Gu Na's sparkling eyes, a faint smile graced his lips. Had I not intervened, that old wretch's earlier strike would have left you without a brother, he remarked. Yuga, Gu Na called softly, a surge of unaccustomed emotions swelling within her, causing her nose to tingle with unshed tears. Oh dear, it seems I am utterly smitten, lamented Xie Yu in silence. Enough of the jesting, Luo Yu replied earnestly. I adhere to my principles, since your brother has spoken on my behalf. It is only right that I come to his aid. He continued, pray tell, were you about to shed tears just now? Humph, who would cry? Gu Na retorted defiantly, her petite and delicate nose held high as she valiantly suppressed the moisture threatening to spill from her eyes. How audacious of you to disregard my presence. The seventh elder interjected, his countenance darkening with malice. Young man, you possess some skill, I must admit. Even I find myself somewhat impressed. However, no matter how exceptional your talent, a lack of respect for hierarchy renders you a mere pest. With that, he unleashed a formidable attack. 100-foot-long purple spear coalesced in the air, exuding a chilling aura of bloodshed, aimed squarely at Luo Yu. Xie Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, and Hulaina's striking eyes trembled in fear. Luo Yu remained unperturbed, elegantly conjuring a silver sword flower, which resonated with a crisp, melodious chime. Enough, you two. Depart at once. Allow me to entertain this old fellow alone. Hulaina, silent and resolute, bit her lip as she stood her ground, defiantly gazing at the heavens. Just as Xie Yu tentatively stepped forward, his legs trembling, he beheld the sight of a man and a woman standing side by side, their expressions tinged with shame. He gritted his teeth and withdrew his foot, cursing heavenward. Seventh elder, my sister is a saint. Do you dare to lay a hand on her? Are you not afraid of facing the consequences? Huh? Is her status as a saint more precious than my disciples? The seventh elder's face twisted in fury. With a fierce gust, 100-foot-long spear descended from the sky, slicing through the air with a ferocious wind. Luo Yu suddenly smiled upon witnessing the emergence of a resplendent golden light on the horizon. A commanding voice reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry from the heavens. Old fool, should you dare to lay a hand on my man, I shall take your life. The sovereign's authoritative tone rang out, creating ripples in the atmosphere, echoing ominously. The seven elders trembled, their assault abruptly halted, casting wary glances into the distance. There, a breathtaking figure sped towards them, adorned with a crown, her grace unparalleled, her beauty exquisite, her phoenix-like eyes seemingly ablaze. Without further ado, she raised her hand in a decisive strike. The ethereal silhouette of a purple-golden spider manifested in the air, shattering the 100-foot-long spear in an instant, diffusing the imminent threat. The seven elders glared at her in a fit of rage. Bibidong, my disciple has been grievously harmed. Am I not entitled to seek justice? Bibidong feigned ignorance, redirecting her gaze with concern towards Luo Yu. Are you unscathed? I'm fine. Upon receiving Luo Yu's assurance, Bibidong visibly relaxed. Bibidong, I am addressing you. The seven elders, feeling overlooked, erupted in fury. The queen shifted her focus, narrowing her eyes coldly at the seven elders, causing the temperature around them to plummet, as if plunged into a realm of icy despair. You should count yourself fortunate that he is unharmed. Otherwise, I would claim your life today. The seven elders stiffened, sensing genuine malice in Bibidong's eyes, devoid of any jest. Enraged, he pointed vehemently at Yin. Look at my disciple, reduced to this state, and you expect me to remain passive? Ha! The queen scoffed, casting a sidelong glance. Yin? What is he compared to Luo Yu? The seven elders' expression darkened. I demand justice. Justice? Bibidong's aura exploded, overwhelming the seven elders with an onslaught of power. Let me make it clear. It is your disciple who instigated trouble. Every blame lies with him. Should he suffer injury, you might as well prepare for your demise. You go too far. The seven elders, overwhelmed by rage, spat blood under the weight of the queen's pressure. Bibidong possessed formidable prowess, and he dared not retaliate. With a resounding crack, the phantom of the spider empress emerged, her purple golden soul force enveloping the skies, her majesty unmistakable. Old fool, cease your prattling and take that worthless one with you. Leave. I shall seek the grand elder for redress. The seven elders, akin to a wounded beast, summoned Yan's body with his soul force and fled, disappearing into the ether. Humph. The queen coldly huffed, still seething, seemingly unsatisfied with merely letting him escape. Were it not for her status as a pope, she might have annihilated that old fool on the spot. Anyone daring to harm her man must perish. Bibidong's wrath simmered as a silvery, exquisite figure lurking in the shadows revealed a murderous intent, already clutching a blade of spatial energy, poised to strike. Douluo, I have matters to attend to. Return to his side and ensure he remains unharmed. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes followed the retreating figure of the seven elders, her lips curling in indifference, her form vanishing from sight. The enchanting yet weary beauty cast a resigned glance towards Gu Yue Na's departing silhouette. I only sought to assist my benefactor, yet you insisted on sulking over his interactions with other women, preventing me from intervening, forcing him to endure some hardship. Shaking her head, she transformed into a charming pink rabbit and bounded towards Luo Yu. The outside world is harsh, It is far warmer in my benefactor's embrace. In the charred garden, Xiaoyu gazed skyward, the queen's domineering presence etched in his mind. Wow, does my brother have such formidable backing? How terrifying. He turned to see Luo Yu, still composed, and marveled inwardly. With such talent and support, why not curry favor? Am I a fool? I must ensure my sister is aware of such a remarkable man. Bibidong descended to the ground, silent. Seizing Luo Yu's arm without regard for the astonished gazes of Hu Liena and Xiaoyu, dragging him away. Xiaoyu, witnessing their departure, pondered incredulously. What is the relationship between the queen and him? Isn't she known for her distance from men? Don't ask me. How would I know? Hu Liena, distracted, pouted as she watched Luo Yu vanish, a pang of reluctance stirring within her, recalling how her teacher had taken hold of Luo Yu. A hint of jealousy flared within her, casting a shadow over her mood. An absurd thought flitted through her mind. Could my teacher also harbor feelings for Yu? Surely not. How could that be? Meanwhile, Luo Yu found himself led back to the palace by Bibidong. Bang! Luo Yu was unceremoniously cast onto the bed by the stunningly beautiful empress. Chapter 23. The Intricacies of Qianrenxue, the Alluring Donger. Within the empress's chamber, suffused with a dark and fragrant orchid aroma. Bang! Luo Yu was unceremoniously pushed onto the bed by the empress. Why are you so eager to summon me back? Bibidong remained silent, her exquisite visage still adorned with an icy demeanor, standing at the bedside, quietly observing the man. Luo Yu felt a sense of unease under the woman's gaze, unable to decipher her intentions. Logically, when a woman takes you from outside to her sleeping quarters and pushes you onto her bed, it indicates a remarkably proactive demeanor. And the ensuing events seem all too clear. Yet, it was evident that Bibidong's expression was far from right. What could be the cause of this? Luo Yu pondered. Who has upset our dear Dong? Bibidong's crimson lips pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Do you not realize how fragile you are right now? Why do you not draw closer to me? Only then can I protect you. What if something were to happen to you today? What would I do? What if I arrive too late? Listening to that almost scolding voice, Luo Yu felt no impatience. Rather, he discerned a profound concern and an underlying fear. Indeed, it was fear. Ever since the day Luo Yu rescued the despairing Bibidong from the clutches of Qiang Sunji in the secret chamber, her heart had become irrevocably tethered to him. The subsequent period of companionship, marked by Luo Yu's humor and charm, had soothed the scars within her soul and imparted countless lessons. From that moment onward, Bibidong found herself deeply enamored with this man, yearning for a life together. The years apart only intensified her thoughts of him. Yet, the shadows of her past rendered her unwilling to trust any other man, fostering an innate aversion to men, save for Luo Yu, to whom she could fully open her heart. It was as if all her emotions converged upon this singular individual. Consequently, whenever Luo Yu encountered trouble, her heart would spasm with anxiety, descending into a near-manic state, shedding her facade as the proud and regal empress. To others, Bibidong might forever remain the unattainable empress. A cold-blooded rose, decisive in her actions. However, in Luo Yu's eyes, she was an entirely different kind of exquisite beauty. At this moment, the empress trembled, her shoulders shaking, her eyes already reddened. Luo Yu rose from the bed and gently embraced Bibidong's shoulders, drawing near to her exquisite visage, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that clung to her. He softly reassured her, "It's all right. I'm perfectly fine. See?" To which Bibidong retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do you mean fine? Had I arrived any later, what would have become of you?" In that moment, the commanding demeanor she often displayed in the world outside melted away, revealing a vulnerable girl in need of solace. Luo Yu chuckled and shook her head, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. We do have a bodyguard. It's just that I'm not certain where she has frolicked off to, though she should be nearby. If I am in danger, she will undoubtedly appear." "What bodyguard, you ask?" "That delicate, bone-soft enchanting rabbit. She has already attained the status of a fearsome beast, ensuring my safety without issue." "Is she the same one you held before? That is a soul beast?" Bibidong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. How could others fail to notice what was so apparent? "You didn't see it? Isn't that just an ordinary gray rabbit?" Bibidong hesitated. "What?" Luo Yu was instantly taken aback. Was she unaware of what she was holding? Furthermore, she was certainly not colorblind. How could Bibidong claim it was gray? That was utterly absurd. "Are you certain that the creature I was holding earlier was a gray rabbit?" Luo Yu inquired. Bewildered, Bibidong nodded emphatically. "Yes, I am 100% certain." "Well, that is truly baffling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu slowly elucidated. It seems that someone has deliberately cast an illusion upon the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. To my eyes, it appears ordinary. Yet to others, it is merely a common rabbit. Bibidong shook her head repeatedly, asserting, impossible. With my current cultivation, who could possibly perform such an illusion before me? Luo Yu enigmatically smiled and remarked, Donger, in comparison to that individual's mental prowess, you truly need to dedicate yourself to further arduous cultivation for a number of years. Who? Male or female? Bibidong inquired with curiosity. Ahem, it is not something that can be disclosed, Luo Yu replied. Oh, come on, brother, you just tell me. Bibidong pleaded, tugging at the man's arm and shaking it playfully. The experience of the Empress acting coquettishly was one Luo Yu was reluctant to engage with, for he felt utterly weak in his bones. Yet, despite the prolonged shaking, Luo Yu remained silent. What a jest! Is it something that can be easily divulged? To speak of it would be tantamount to walking into a crematorium. Humph, if you won't say, then you won't say. All right, Donger, enough of the antics. There is a matter I wish to inquire about. Bibidong initially intended to indulge in a woman's whims, having spent many years in solitude. Appearing dignified and serious on the surface, while secretly yearning for the comfort and companionship of a man. However, upon noticing Luo Yu's grave demeanor, she retracted her playful attitude. Brother Yu, please proceed with your question. Luo Yu initially hesitated to speak, as doing so would inevitably evoke memories for Bibidong. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire directly. After I saved you back then, did you not return to Stardo for a while? What transpired thereafter within the spirit hall? How is it that Qian Xuanji has already fathered a child? Brother Yu, do you harbor doubts about me? Bibidong's phoenix eyes narrowed, her anxiety palpable. Luo Yu smiled wryly and explained, No, I merely wish to know what transpired subsequently. Bibidong approached gracefully, taking a seat beside Luo Yu. Her alluring legs elegantly crossed. Her delicate hand encircled the man's waist, and her beautiful visage rested quietly against his broad shoulder. Brother Yu, she said softly, allow me to narrate the tale at my own pace. In the past, you severely injured Qian Sunji, just as Qian Daolu was in seclusion. This worthless fellow was so terrified by you that he dared not approach his father, fearing you might trouble him again. While he was nursing his wounds in silence, a suitor began to care for him attentively. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu suddenly realized and added, So, Qian Sunji developed feelings for this woman over time, and they eventually had a child named Qian Renshui? Bibidong chuckled coldly, Indeed, Qian Sunji may be a fool. Yet his lineage and power attracted numerous admirers, sadly unaware of his true nature. But what happened next? Luo Yu pressed on. Bibidong's smile widened. Ah. Retribution befell him. Qian Sunji did not bask in glory for long. He pursued Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, coveting his wife, and ultimately met his demise at the hands of the latter. How pathetic, to be killed so easily. Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise, that shouldn't have been the case. Bibidong rolled her eyes. In truth, his death was partially due to your influence, brother Yu. Your severing of his arm significantly diminished his strength, and his injuries never fully healed. Though Tang Hao may have been weaker, he possessed the secret techniques of the Haotian sect. Witnessing his wife's sacrifice ignited a fierce rage within him, leading to Qian Sunji's demise. Poor little Ji, indeed destined for self-destruction. Luo Yu felt no sympathy whatsoever. Scoundrels deserve to meet their end. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, are you not inclined to seek vengeance? Luo Yu taunted. You wretched soul. Do you truly wish for death? Such jesting is inappropriate. I would rather that scoundrels suffer a miserable fate, perishing outside in a manner that is both tidy and devoid of further annoyance. Luo Yu smiled, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tranquil as their gazes locked, mere inches apart, creating an enchanting ambience. Brother Yu, do confess, were you not a bit skeptical of me before? Bibidong leaned close to Luo Yu, pouting her crimson lips with a touch of melancholy. How could that be? Luo Yu promptly refuted. Bibidong's silky, cool hand glided along Luo Yu's back, ascending gradually with each gentle caress. A breath of air brushed against Luo Yu's ear, as her luscious lips whispered, How could you doubt me, you heartless one? This empress has remained virtuous all these years, waiting for your return. Donger, you are playing with fire, Luo Yu cautioned, his blood surging with intensity. Bibidong's delicate fingers traced Luo Yu's visage, her breath fragrant and soft as she murmured dreamily, Doubting me is of no consequence. Some truths are unmaskable, and one need only to try to discover them. Buzz. Luo Yu's eyes turned crimson. He felt that if he did not take action soon, he would undoubtedly become a complete eunuch. Chapter 24. A unique punishment. Confronted with the enticing caress of Bibidong's smooth and delicate fingers, akin to soft jade, Luo Yu felt as if a conflagration was about to erupt within his chest. As he was about to pounce like a ravenous tiger, the woman offered a captivating smile. She extended her cherry lips to bestow a gentle peck upon his mouth, then swiftly withdrew her lithe form, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Seeing the dissatisfaction in Luo Yu's eyes, and as he was about to erupt in anger, Bibidong emitted a charming laugh, cleared her throat, and hummed, "Naughty man. For doubting me earlier, I must tantalize you today to give you a little punishment. I've been pondering for quite some time how to properly chastise you. To strike you would be unbearable, to bite you would be uncouth. Finally, I have conceived an excellent method." Bibidong's phoenix eyes gleamed with triumphant delight as she emitted a string of silvery laughter, raising her alabaster neck, as proud as a resplendent little peacock. "I care not for your punishment." Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Yu surged forth from the bed, making directly for Bibidong. "My dear Luo, do try to remain still." Bibidong murmured, her crimson lips barely parting. "Allow Dong-er to properly attend to your needs today." With a gentle utterance, she conjured threads of soul force, instantly binding Luo Yu hand and foot, leaving him prone and utterly helpless upon the bed. "Bibidong, what is the meaning of this?" Luo Yu exclaimed, vexed. "Hush. My dear Luo, silence for now." The sumptuously adorned woman raised a delicate finger to her lips, casting a flirtatious glance toward Luo Yu. With languid grace, she shed her ornate papal robes, revealing the fiery curves of her figure with even greater clarity. The amethyst gold crown was deftly removed and casually discarded. Every smile and gesture of Bibidong seemed imbued with an enchanting power, leaving Luo Yu's throat parched with desire. "You temptress, what is your intent? Release me at once." The woman, her eyes shimmering with allure, cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yu and purred, "Patience, my dear Luo, for your punishment has only just begun." "Punishment? What punishment?" Luo Yu struggled in vain. Bibidong, her lips gently clasping a hair ribbon, raised a silken finger and with natural elegance gathered her smooth tresses, sweeping them behind her ears to reveal a delicate ear and long, immaculate neck. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she enticingly declared, "Why? My punishment for you has already commenced." She gestured with a finger. "Surely, the most exquisite torment for you men is to be kept waiting." The ethereal visage of Luo Yu radiated a chilling smirk. "How dare this prodigy act with such audacity? If you possess the courage, release this young master and engage in a battle of 300 rounds, and I shall send you directly to the blissful realm of the Western Paradise." Bibidong, covering her crimson lips, unleashed a provocative gaze from her enchanting eyes, playfully beckoning with a finger. "Here I stand. Why don't you come forth? Your arrogance is truly astounding." Luo Yu's face flushed with indignation. "Humph. After all, I am a woman. Some matters I shall overlook. Yet others I will hold a grudge for. Misunderstandings, merely misunderstandings. My dear Dong-er is magnanimous. Now, kindly release me." "Not a chance. For the spectacle has only just begun." Bibidong smiled seductively, revealing an unprecedented allure. Her attire hung loosely, exposing her smooth, fragrant shoulder, with two delicate straps taut as the strings of Luo Yu's heart, stretched tightly. The intensity in Luo Yu's gaze deepened, his breaths growing heavier. Yet, he found himself helplessly bound. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted in as Bibidong approached, using her soul power to immobilize Luo Yu, their noses almost touching. With delicate, boneless fingers, she tenderly caressed his firm chest through the fabric of his robe. "Your physique is truly remarkable. Your allure surpasses that of our first encounter. Such charm will surely captivate countless girls in the future," she murmured softly. However, Luo Yu was too preoccupied to listen. His gaze fell below, captivated by the soft, snow-white curves concealed beneath her garments, drawing his full attention and making it impossible to look away. With a melodic giggle, Bibidong playfully obscured the captivating view with her hand. She stepped back, mere feet from Luo Yu, turned her back, and swayed her slender waist and voluptuous form, leaving him to admire her enchanting silhouette as she closed the distance. "This enchantress has lost her mind. If she doesn't release me soon, I feel as though I might explode." Bibidong seemed to sense his tumultuous thoughts. Slowly, she turned, gliding with feline grace, her serpent-like waist twisting with an intoxicating allure, transforming from the dignified queen into a bewitching temptress. "Bibidong, I shall not allow you to succeed." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The warmth and tingling sensation enveloped Luo Yu's neck. And coupled with the captivating beauty before him, the woman's alluring yet languorous fragrance lingered tantalizingly in the air. In that instant, he felt the resolve he had painstakingly gathered was on the verge of slipping away once more. Brother Yu, is it easy to be a saint? If you cannot endure, then do not. As long as you seek my assistance, I shall relinquish my hold, allowing you to act as you wish. A head may be severed, blood may flow. But can a man's dignity be forsaken? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, resolutely declaring, in your dreams, that is impossible. Oh. Bibidong's enchanting gaze seemed to perceive everything. As she cast a captivating glance at the man, I was merely jesting with Brother Yu, she said. The necessary proceedings must undoubtedly continue. If you do not personally take part, how can you ascertain my innocence? With a deft flick of her wrist, Bibidong's hand shattered the threads of soul power surrounding Luo Yu, causing them to dissipate in an instant. Imperturbable, Luo Yu remained still, his gaze lowered in meditative contemplation. If you do not venture forth, know that preparations have been meticulously made. With graceful abandon, Bibidong extended her delicate arms, her slender and shapely legs now fully revealed. Slowly, she closed her eyes, her long, curling eyelashes fluttering gently, betraying the underlying tension within her heart. This momentous occasion had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. Though appearing to command the situation, a profound shyness had taken root from the very beginning. Yet, all was for the sake of ensuring that her benefactor, the man she adored, would become captivated by her. So long as it pleased her beloved Yu, everything was worthwhile. Yu, Dong is ready. The truth and the answers lie here, for you to discover yourself. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Luo Yu stepped forward with the ferocity of a predator, embracing Bibidong in a wild embrace. Within the bedchamber, a delicate fragrance permeated the air. The candlelight flickered and swayed, eventually fading into complete darkness. Several hours later, Bibidong lay nestled contentedly in Luo Yu's arms, her languid, enchanting eyes radiating a blissful glow, her smooth fingertips tracing idle patterns upon the man's chest. See, my love, I didn't deceive you, Bibidong murmured, gesturing towards the vivid stain upon the bedsheets. Luo Yu offered a wry smile, raising his finger to gently stroke the woman's delicate nose. To be honest, I initially harbored some concerns, fearing that you might be mistreated in my absence. However, after you recounted the entire story to me, I felt reassured. With that reassurance, why would you still engage with others in such a manner? Bibidong raised an eyebrow. Luo Yu, at a loss for words, remarked, do not overthink it. My touching you is purely out of lechery, and it has nothing to do with proving my innocence. Bibidong pouted her delicate lips. This is the first time I have encountered a man so unabashedly forthright in admitting his lasciviousness. Luo Yu played with Bibidong's silky hair, smiling lightly as he remarked, which man is not averse to temptation? It is not shameful to speak of such matters. Rather, it is the lewd and sordid individuals who should feel disgrace. In our case, where both parties are willing, it hardly aligns with anything sordid, does it? Bibidong blinked her eyes, pouting her red lips. Her gaze seemingly capable of shedding tears, she lamented, I am not here of my own volition. It is you, the rogue, who has coerced me. With your immense strength, a frail woman like me simply cannot resist. Hiss. At the sight of this enchanting scene, Luo Yu silently exclaimed his inability to withstand it. Who could maintain composure in the presence of such allure? This enchantress was clearly intent on ensnaring him. Some women, embodying the regal demeanor of a queen before others, transform into beguiling sirens behind closed doors, a combination that ensnares men like a deadly poison or a potent opiate. Luo Yu was uncertain whether others could endure. But as for himself, he felt no inclination to hold back any longer and launched a second assault without hesitation. Luo Yu is currently savoring the wonders of life, while on the other hand, the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall are far from joyous. From the outside, the grand palace of the 7 offerings appears to be as usual, yet inside, chaos reigns. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupt. As powerful elemental orbs are hurled through the air, the 7 offerings spews a mouthful of blood, nearly shattering the 9 soul rings encircling him. As he is violently thrown back, his body contorted like a shrimp and embedded deep into the wall, debris cascading around him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he stares in terror at the figure before him. There stands a stunningly beautiful girl with bare feet, long legs, silver hair, and purple eyes. Her expression is frosty, brows furrowed, and her enchanting gaze radiates a chilling aura of lethal intent. With a soft thud, the girl walks forward, her delicate feet seeming to create sound waves that amplify the panic in the eyes of the 7 offerings. Who are you? What do you intend to do to me? He stammers. Who am I? Gu Yue Na scoffs, shaking her head. You are not worthy of knowing. As for what I shall do. A cold smile graces Gu Yue Na's lips as she conjures a fireball in her hand and hurls it directly at the 7 offerings, producing a sizzling sound. Take a guess. Screams erupt as the dissipating soul power of the 7 offerings is engulfed in black smoke, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. With a voice barely above a whisper, he threatens, This is the spirit hall. You cannot act recklessly. Boom. Another bolt of lightning strikes, this time directly impacting his face, leaving it bloodied and disfigured. Gu Yue Na slowly lowers her hand, crackling with residual lightning energy. Act recklessly? It seems you have yet to comprehend your circumstances. To me, slaughtering you and your entire spirit hall is of no consequence. The pupils of the 7 offerings dilate in terror, a primal instinct warning him that this woman is not jesting. Who is this formidable being? He cannot recall any moment in which he provoked such a terrifying presence. With each step, Gu Yue Na closes the distance, shattering the 7 offerings' mental defenses. Your Grace, I bear no grudge against you. Why unleash such brutality upon me? His voice is laced with a complex mix of emotions, aggrieved, frustrated, and above all, terrified. Gu Yue Na halts, her gaze icy as she regards him. What constitutes honor? And what constitutes disgrace? The 7 offerings is momentarily taken aback, sensing a familiarity in her words. Had he not emphasized this very point to some young man earlier? Could this woman be associated with him? Impossible. How could he possibly know such a terrifying entity? A hand, still ablaze with fire, grasps the 7 offerings by the throat, yanking him from the wall and suspending him in midair. Tell me, what constitutes honor, and what constitutes disgrace? Her voice is chilling enough to render the entire hall an ice chamber. I am the disgrace. You are the honor. The 7 offerings' face reddens to a deep purple as he gasps out his submission. With a forceful throw, he is cast to the ground, dirt and debris flying, creating a pit. Please, spare me. I truly do not know how I have offended you. You have not offended me. However, you have provoked someone far more unworthy of your ire. With a flick of her wrist, a small storm of lightning engulfs the 7 offerings, eliciting agonizing screams that echo through the hall, though muffled by the barriers in place. Consider yourself fortunate. Had he been harmed today, your demise would have been assured. Remember, should you wish to provoke him, you are not worthy. The 7 offerings, unable to scream any further, succumbs to unconsciousness. Before darkness claims him, a revelation dawns. This woman must be exacting revenge on behalf of that young man. Who is he truly? What sort of terrifying influence does he wield? Had he known this, even his foolishness would have prevented him from overtly challenging her. Casting a disdainful glance at the charred figure, Gu Yue Na vanishes in a flash of silver light. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, Luo Yu lies comfortably on the bed, blissfully asleep. Bibidong, resting her head upon her arm, with curled lashes fluttering, murmurs softly, I must be cautious. Given Yu's current state of cultivation, he cannot afford to act recklessly. I must remember to instruct the kitchen to prepare some nourishing broth for him tomorrow. Yet, prior to that, there is a pressing matter at hand. Bibidong's gaze hardens, and she quietly rises, donning her attire, exuding an aura of deadly intent as she steps out. After her departure, a graceful figure, a woman of refined elegance, slips into the room. Her alluring silhouette and curves are unmatched by any youthful maiden. Upon seeing the slumbering Luo Yu, she clicks her tongue softly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Ultimately, she says nothing. With a flash of pink light, she disappears, leaving behind a delicate, enchanting rabbit nestled against Luo Yu's chest, basking in the warmth and familiar scent, its eyes blissfully closed in contentment. Chapter 26. Surprised? Can the mother-daughter duo even compare to you? On the other side, within the grand hall of the 7 offerings, Bibidong initially approached with fierce intent. Yet, her expression shifts to one of shock. Although the exterior of the hall appears unchanged, the interior is a scene of utter devastation, with not a single part intact. The target of her vengeance lies incapacitated on the ground, more charcoal than flesh. What on earth happened? Bibidong gasps. Could it be that the 7 offerings anticipated my arrival and preemptively took his own life in penance? Observing the state of the 7 offerings, she hesitates. Should I withdraw? No, regardless of the circumstances, since he dared to attack you during the day, I cannot let this go unpunished. With a swift motion, Bibidong unleashes a gentle wave of healing energy towards the 7 offerings. Gradually, he begins to regain consciousness, his eyelids fluttering. Upon meeting Bibidong's gaze, he is instantly filled with exhilaration. Your Majesty, you have finally come to rescue me. Please, you must seek justice for me. His voice is frantic. A woman appeared without warning and assaulted me mercilessly. You must avenge me. Bibidong furrows her brow. Who struck you? Seeing the Empress here to support him, the 7 offerings animatedly gestures, tears streaming down his face as he recounts, a silver-haired sorceress, her power unfathomable, delivered a brutal beating. Why did she attack you? The mere mention of this ignites a fire of rage within the 7 offerings. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. This woman is here on behalf of that young man named Luo Yu. This indicates that he possesses a formidable background, one that is entirely at odds with our spirit hall, and we must remain vigilant and cautious. Oh, is that so? Bibidong smiles knowingly. The 7 offerings struggles to rise, nodding vigorously. However, I believe it is unwise to provoke that young man just yet. We must first apprehend those behind him, then expose his true identity so that justice can be served. Proclaim to the world that not everyone can thrive within the spirit hall. Indeed, Bibidong wore an even broader smile. The 7th elder chuckled, expressing his willingness to take the lead in discreetly monitoring that young man, albeit with the prerequisite support from her, for the individual behind him was undeniably formidable. Bibidong nodded, and with a glint of cunning, asked, since you are so astute, why not venture a guess as to why I have come to you at this late hour? Without a moment's hesitation, the 7th elder replied with a grin, surely. You must have sensed something amiss and come to rescue me. Are you so certain? She inquired. Of course, he asserted, his face beaming with mirth. Yet, as he looked up, he noticed the Empress's expression had shifted from joviality to an absolute chill. Unbeknownst to him, a barrier of isolation had silently enveloped them. Congratulations. You guessed incorrectly. With that declaration, Bibidong unleashed her formidable aura, leaving the 7th elder gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, what are you doing? He stammered, retreating in terror. What am I doing? Bibidong approached slowly, a colossal shadow of the spider queen manifesting behind her, tauntingly declaring, allow me to share a secret. The individual you refer to as Luo Yu is mine. To be precise, he is my man. The 7th elder's smile froze. His gaze became fixed, and a tempest of dread surged within him. If Luo Yu were present, he would undoubtedly wish to inquire, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? In truth, the 7th elder was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why, after merely provoking a junior, such terrifying forces had descended upon him. Had he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest? Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes as he grappled with the reality that his esteemed rank of 96 and status as a spirit hall elder seemed utterly inconsequential. Was he truly incapable of contending with a mere youth? He now felt as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, without a shred of escape. It was as if he had not merely encountered an obstacle but had inadvertently kicked against a formidable ancestor. He staggered back, pleading, Your Majesty, I am one of your own. You cannot harm me. I am utterly devoted to the spirit hall. Yet, his proclamations fell upon deaf ears, as Bibidong had long endured his insolence. With a thunderous crash, the 7th elder was sent crashing into the palace ceiling, only to be rebounded by the barrier, landing heavily upon the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Spare me, Your Majesty. I realize my errors. Bibidong gazed down at him, her authority palpable. In the absence of Luo Yu, she transformed back into the formidable empress she was destined to be. Tell me, what constitutes respect, and what constitutes disdain? Hearing those words again struck the 7th elder deeply, nearly bringing him to tears. He was genuinely frightened, too terrified to ever provoke Luo Yu again. The sheer terror was overwhelming. You are revered, while I am base and wretched. I should not have been so brazen in my arrogance. At that moment, he no longer cared for his dignity. His life was at stake, and no semblance of pride could save him from her palpable wrath. Shaking her head, Bibidong immobilized the 7th elder as her soul energy surged. A series of thunderous booms echoed throughout the room. Bibidong's demeanor softened as the 7th elder lay there, bruised and battered, resembling a grotesque caricature of a pig. He sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Listen closely. I shall speak only once. Apologize to him tomorrow. If he forgives you, you shall live. If not, even the 1,000 streams cannot save you. As she approached the door, she turned and warned, I have already placed spider poison upon you, and only I can provide the antidote. You know well whether tonight's events can be disclosed. Understood, understood. The 7th elder replied with great difficulty, his mouth bloodied and swollen. After the empress departed, he collapsed on the floor, gazing at the ruined hall, tears streaming down his face. No more pretense. He vowed never to act arrogantly again. Would it not be wiser to be a bit more humble? He could not fathom the true nature of Luo Yu, nor dared to speculate. He only knew that he had provoked an ancestor he could not challenge. Henceforth, he would avoid him at all costs. Unaware of the events transpiring around him, Luo Yu remained ensconced in slumber. Meanwhile, Bibidong returned quietly, having bathed and changed, exuding an enchanting fragrance. As she climbed into bed, her gaze fell upon an unexpected rabbit, audaciously claiming her man, which instantly sharpened her perception. However, having gleaned the rabbit's origins from Luo Yu, she was not particularly surprised. With a graceful motion, she seized the pair of rabbit ears and tossed them beneath the bed. Subsequently, she cast a defiant glare at the rabbit, asserting her territorial rights. Before snuggling up to Luo Yu, wrapping her arm around his, nestling comfortably in his embrace. Beneath the bed, the rabbit's pink eyes brimmed with indignation. It was utterly outrageous to monopolize her benefactor. After all, the rabbit took up no space. If this woman insisted on being so domineering, perhaps it was time to contest her for the affections of their benefactor. If one could not compete alone for his favor, surely two could succeed. It must be said that the mindset of soul beasts is refreshingly straightforward. Rage bubbled within her. How could this woman claim all of his warmth for herself? It was simply unfair. In her distress, the rabbit pouted, contemplating whether it was time to encourage their benefactor to leave the spirit hall and visit his daughter. Chapter 28. A Wu special treatment. Hulaina takes the initiative. The following morning, the warm rays of the sun streamed into the empress's chamber. A wet sensation on his arm stirred the slumbering Luo Yu from his dreams. As he blinked awake, he found the delicate bone charm rabbit gently licking his arm with its soft, pink tongue. Suddenly taken aback, Luo Yu swiftly retracted her arm, eyeing the rabbit with caution. What was she up to? Was she attempting to entice me so early in the morning? What are you doing? She exclaimed. The rabbit, with its enchanting pink eyes shimmering with moisture, responded in a voice tinged with the innocence of a young woman. I merely noticed the numerous crimson scratches adorning your body. Well, so what? How does that concern you trying to entice me at this hour? Luo Yu retorted, her eyes wide, feeling as if even resting could pose a threat. The rabbit, adopting a serious tone, explained, Are you not aware that the saliva of soul beasts possesses the ability to heal injuries? I observed your scratches and wish to assist you in recovery, as a token of gratitude. Please, those are not even wounds. Moreover, I can restore myself with my own soul energy. A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead as he gazed into the enchanting, innocent eyes of the soft-boned enchanting rabbit, which seemed to be filled with an air of naivety. It was difficult to discern whether she was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. The soft-boned enchanting rabbit, filled with remorse, stated, While I was away, you sustained injuries, and it is my failure to protect you adequately. I must take responsibility for this. Furthermore, this method heals external wounds at an astonishingly rapid pace. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he became aware of a pressing issue. He hastily lowered his gaze to his chest and ran his hand over his back a couple of times. It was as smooth as jade, utterly unscathed. Where is the emblem of my masculine pride? He cast a sidelong glance at the demure rabbit, who appeared to be basking in the glory of its accomplishments. I have healed every other part for my benefactor. The arm was the last remaining injury. Luo Yu was at a loss, feeling both amused and distressed. Was his purity compromised so inexplicably by a mere rabbit? Dear benefactor, she inquired, why do you appear so discontented? Have I erred in some way? Douluo felt a flutter of anxiety within. This was her first time employing such a method to heal external injuries. Although she was aware of this approach previously, her obsessive cleanliness had always deterred her from using it. Indeed, she was so fastidious that she even loathed treating her own wounds, preferring instead to endure the pain and heal gradually with her soul power. However, upon witnessing her savior's injury, she unhesitatingly resorted to the swiftest and most effective remedy. It's all right. I am quite pleased. You have done nothing wrong, Luo Yu said with a wry smile, reluctant to say more, as the other party had acted with good intentions. Douluo, next time such a situation arises, please refrain from using this method. Allow me to recover on my own, he urged earnestly. But this method indeed expedites the healing process. Quickness is not everything. There are distinctions between genders, Luo Yu retorted with a stern expression. I do not mind at all. It is of no consequence, came a nonchalant female voice. I do care, Luo Yu exclaimed, glaring. Besides, what if others were to witness this? So you are concerned about your reputation? In that case, we can be discreet about it, she replied. Luo Yu's lips twitched, indicating that things had become complicated. He felt it was time for Wu to experience the ways of the world. Otherwise, if she were to encounter her mother engaged in such activities in the future, how could he possibly explain it? Wouldn't that cause a tremendous uproar? Benefactor, may I request something of you? Speak freely. Wu sounds too unpleasant. Please simply call her a Wu from now on. Understood. Luo Yu rose from his bed, having had all his external injuries attended to by eye. Nevertheless, he could still feel a slight soreness coursing through his muscles, prompting a wry smile as he shook his head. It appeared that mere talent was insufficient. He needed to seize the time to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, his strength would be in jeopardy after an all-night battle. Upon standing, he noticed that Bibidong had vanished without a trace. A basin of water and a towel had already been prepared, placed at the bedside. In the center of the room lay a table laden with an array of dishes, all covered with plates to prevent them from cooling. On top of this, a note inscribed with elegant script remained. Luo Yu swiftly perused the note. The image of the gentle and delicate empress vividly sprang to life upon the paper. She expressed her reluctance to attend the morning court, wishing instead to share a meal with you. However, due to the recent flooding along the west coast, many townsfolk have suffered, and as the empress, Donger cannot remain indifferent. She must personally orchestrate the deployment of spirit masters for aid. Thus, dear Gu, you must dine alone. On the table lies a specially prepared nutritious breakfast just for you. Do remember to consume it all. No leftovers, or I shall be quite displeased. Luo Yu smiled knowingly, feeling a gentle warmth within. She had assumed the empress was aloof and unapproachable, but to her surprise, the empress was remarkably considerate, having prepared everything meticulously for her. No one could have imagined that the formidable empress, who commanded respect from all, would so willingly temper her fierce demeanor in the presence of the man she cherished, resembling a delicate and refined young bride. Knock, knock, knock. A sound reverberated at the door. Creak. As the door swung open, a pair of long, snowy white legs came into view, perfectly accentuated by the short shorts that hugged her astonishing curves. Looking up, one beheld golden, stylish short hair framing a face that was both regal and alluring. Well, how surprising it is that I would come to visit. Gu Yue Na beamed with a radiant smile, playfully blinking her eyes. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, and upon hearing the knock at the door, she immediately recognized it to be you. In the imperial palace of the empress, who else, besides you, her most favored disciple, would possess the audacity to intrude? Gu Yue Na pouted, expressing her discontent. How utterly dull. Engaging with clever individuals is the most tedious. There is simply no element of surprise. Is this really so difficult to infer? Gu Yue Na's exquisitely beautiful visage instantly fell into a sulk. Luo Yu gently shook her head and turned towards the dining table. Please come in. The element of surprise is of no consequence. Your presence alone brings me great joy. Upon hearing the warm voice ahead, Gu Yue Na's face instantly lit up with delight, and she swiftly approached with her long, snow-white legs. I was just about to have breakfast. Would you care to join me? Of course, I haven't eaten yet either. Gu Yue Na replied eagerly, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had risen early each day for her training and had already eaten. Yet she feared that without a valid reason, Luo Yu might send her away. Then let us sit together, Luo Yu said, feeling quite pleased. Is it acceptable for me to join you for your meal? Gu Yue Na asked, a touch of shyness in her voice. Luo Yu chuckled. How could that be? It's a supreme honor to have the holy maiden grace me with her company. So many people yearn for such an opportunity, but never get it. You're such a tease. Gu Yue Na pouted, unable to conceal the delight in her eyes. Gazing at the man's handsome features and his serene, otherworldly aura, Gu Yue Na felt her pulse quicken. Recalling his domineering and enigmatic presence during yesterday's skirmish, she sensed herself on the verge of surrender. In the past, everyone around her paled in comparison, be it in looks, strength, or background. Like a snow lotus blossoming high in the Tian Shan Mountains, she stood alone, with no one worthy enough to enter her heart. But since meeting Luo Yu, everything had subtly transformed. Gu Yue Na was keenly aware that she was about to fall deeply, yet she willingly succumbed, eager to savor this unique emotional flavor. She admired his striking appearance, was astonished by his strength, and was even more captivated by his demeanor, which was as gentle as a scholar yet decisive and ruthless in action. She yearned to connect with Luo Yu but was unsure how to speak or what to do, as she had no experience in matters of the heart. What are you thinking about? Luo Yu had already portioned out the food and waved his hand in front of her. In nothing. Gu Yue Na feigned composure, inwardly scolding herself for her lack of self-control. Wondering why she was daydreaming at such a time, she mused that even if she harbored feelings for him, he might not reciprocate. Moreover, she thought, she was being far too forward. Come now, let's see what delicacies your teacher has prepared for me. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together and lifted the lid. Luo Yu was taken aback. What on earth is this? Beside him, Gu Yue Na was slightly startled and exclaimed, is that ginseng stewed with an old turtle? It nourishes replenishes the kidneys, and invigorates the blood. Brother Yu, do you consider this a breakfast? Is it really that nourishing? Luo Yu was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Swiftly lifting one lid after another, his lips twitching in dismay. Black chicken and purple mushroom soup? Braised earth dragon whip? The final dish appeared rather peculiar. Deep-fried kidney? A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead, and he was utterly exasperated. What on earth did Bibidong mean by this? Moreover, the primary issue at hand was no longer the meaning behind Bibidong's words. The crux of the matter lay in the changing gaze of Gu Yue Na, who stood beside him, her lips a vibrant red. Clearing his throat, he attempted to explain, but Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Yuga, so this is how your talent is cultivated. Luo Yu was about to elaborate when he suddenly realized that Gu Yue Na had not grasped that underlying meaning, and he let out a sigh of relief. With a smile, he nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, indeed, as soul masters, we must indulge in our meals. How can we cultivate effectively without proper nourishment? Yes, what brother you said is absolutely right, Gu Yue Na replied, nodding repeatedly. Luo Yu could not shake the feeling that the girl's gaze seemed somewhat off. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na was secretly sighing in her heart, lamenting the cruelty of fate towards exceptional talent, who, in the early hours of the morning, would consume such nourishing food, particularly those meant to invigorate the kidneys. Surely, brother, you must harbor some unspeakable secret. It is said that men are particularly sensitive about such matters of privacy. I must not expose him. Yet, I feel compelled to assist brother Yu. Such a perfect man cannot be afflicted by hidden ailments. Besides, who knows what the future may hold for him? Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed, interrupting her train of thought. Brother Yu, could you accompany me for a moment? She asked. Why? Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. Gu Yue Na bit her lip slightly, her face turning crimson. I have something I would like to give you. It should be something you need. What I need? Luo Yu was bewildered, failing to comprehend. Gu Yue Na shook her head, playfully chiding him. Oh, just follow me, and you will find out. With a sense of curiosity, Luo Yu was led out the door by her. Chapter 28. The Saintess engaged in theft. How thrilling. The Spirit Hall, with its magnificent structures, stood tall. On the spacious avenue paved with green bricks, a pair of golden boys and jade girls passed through, instantly igniting a commotion among the crowd within the hall. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her red lips glistening, and her enchanting eyes seemed to emit smoke, while her long, straight legs beneath her shorts were utterly perfect, provoking an irresistible desire to admire her. The man was tall and imposing, striding with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. His features reminiscent of a celestial being, and within his seemingly indifferent starry eyes lurked a captivating depth akin to violet lightning. Wow! Who is this man that he walks so intimately with the Saintess? Murmured the onlookers in astonishment. This brother is impressive. He has managed to charm our aloof Saintess. What is going on? Could it be that she has found a partner? Gasps of disbelief echoed as the disciples of the Spirit Hall rubbed their eyes, initially thinking they were hallucinating. After all, the Saintess, like the Empress, was inherently proud. Those among them, with talents not to be underestimated, would be celebrated in any other setting. Yet when it came to pursuing the Saintess, they faltered before they could even act. Sorry. We are all well aware of our own limitations. We are simply unworthy. They lamented. Yet it was no illusion. The Saintess was indeed walking so closely with a man, sharing laughter and smiles. Could it be that she was in love? It was highly likely. When had anyone ever seen the Saintess strolling side by side with a man so near that it bordered on intimacy? One disciple lamented, as if mourning the loss of a beloved, oh no, our shining jewel of the Spirit Hall. Will she really be taken away like this? At that moment, someone could no longer hold back and cast a disdainful glance. Who are you calling a pig? What is wrong with your eyes? Maybe I should just blind you in the other eye too. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. Just take a look. Do you possess even a fraction of his handsomeness? With this young man's looks, he is almost worthy of the Saintess, but I would still need to be included. Ugh, you infatuated fool. How shameless. Bang. A towering figure shook his fist, exuding pride. What good is looks? Can they fill your stomach? Strength commands respect. Men speak through power. Please, save your breath, someone interjected. Don't tell me you're still unaware of yesterday's news. Our Spirit Hall has just tested a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Dual spirit, innate level 40 soul power. If I'm not mistaken, that must be him. With your brute strength, how can you even compare? Hiss. I've heard about that too. The previously arrogant giant suddenly deflated, questioning, could it be a hoax? Someone excitedly replied, what nonsense. My grandfather was present at the time. This fellow's talent is genuinely extraordinary. The elders remarked that he is a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Is this person even of our kind? This is somewhat absurd. Whether it's absurd or not, the truth is before us. This is a figure of great renown. If you have any sense, you would either curry favor or keep your distance. The once proud giant shrank back, retreating into the crowd, cautiously glancing towards the saintess, fearful that she might overhear his earlier comments. Someone smirked, should I go over and introduce myself, perhaps to make an acquaintance with this future powerhouse? Are you foolish? They are in the midst of romance. Do you really wish to meddle and risk being harmed? Ah, indeed. Thank you for the warning. On the other side, Gu Yue Na, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, wore an odd expression, her cheeks faintly flushed. Upon hearing someone refer to her and Luo Yu as a couple, she felt an inexplicable sensation, a hint of shyness rather than annoyance. Stealing a glance at the man, she noticed him deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Brother Yu. Gu Yue Na whispered, they're all over there discussing you. Aren't you going to react? Trouble. Luo Yu frowned. What trouble? Gu Yue Na replied in surprise. You are now the star of the spirit hall. Who would dare to provoke you? Luo Yu shook his head and said, consider this. If the disciples of the spirit hall are already aware of my whereabouts, it is certain that this information will also reach the ears of the various major factions. How do you suppose they will respond? Gu Yue Na's expression faltered momentarily, and after a brief contemplation, she analyzed, they will likely hasten to investigate your situation, uncover your background, and then either seek to ally with you or eliminate you. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking on your quick response. Humph. My position as the saintess is not something to be given away lightly. Gu Yue Na retorted with a touch of pride. Luo Yu raised his hands in exasperation, and now you understand why I sighed. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes. What are you so flustered about? Our spirit hall is grand and powerful enough to safeguard you. I will inevitably depart from the spirit hall one day. What? You intend to leave the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instantly became anxious. In that moment, her concern was not about the potential loss of a prodigy for the spirit hall, but rather her own youthful sentiments. Oblivious to Gu Yue Na's emotional state, Luo Yu continued. It's not my personal safety that concerns me. Rather, it's the incessant harassment from various factions. It would be a constant barrage of unwanted attention, an utter nuisance. Gu Yue Na, concealing her inner turmoil, grinned and remarked, indeed, these factions will undoubtedly dispatch spies to monitor you relentlessly. The moment you step outside, countless entities will be vying to court your favor. However, should you remain within the confines of the spirit hall, none would dare to act presumptuously. Luo Yu nodded absently, secretly beginning to devise a strategy. He certainly could not remain here indefinitely. He had yet to truly appreciate the scenic beauty of the Douluo continent. Moreover, it was unnecessary to contemplate, for given the system's tendencies, it was inevitable that it would soon focus on Xiao Wu and those other girls. Could he afford to stay indoors? Furthermore, he held no particular attachment to the power of the spirit hall. After all, the Pope of the spirit hall was one of his women. It seemed imperative to formulate a comprehensive plan to rid himself of those pesky attachments and prevent them from bothering him. As he pondered, Gu Yue Na led Luo Yu to a grand hall adorned with dark purple, glazed tiles. Is this your residence? He inquired. Shoo. Gu Yue Na pressed her finger to her lips. Upon noticing the locked doors, she let out a sigh of relief, her excitement palpable. She gestured for Luo Yu to follow. Leaping gracefully onto the roof and deftly removing the glazed tiles that covered the palace's dome. With decisive movements, she leaped into the air like a nimble thief. Directly entering the room within, Luo Yu was taken aback. Was she intending to lead him into thievery? There was no need to wait for the cover of night. Such audacity in broad daylight was astonishing. Hurry inside. Gu Yue Na gestured emphatically from below, her mouth forming the words. How thrilling it was to have the saintess involved in such mischief. A playful smile danced at the corners of Luo Yu's lips as he descended swiftly, eager to see what scheme the woman had in store for him. Follow me. Gu Yue Na beckoned with a curled finger. Luo Yu remarked peculiarly. We are out here pilfering during broad daylight, and we aren't even wearing masks. This is utterly unprofessional. Gu Yue Na pouted her crimson lips and shook her head, responding. What are you talking about? We are not stealing. We are merely borrowing. Now, what exactly do you intend to borrow here? Luo Yu was perplexed. How could the holy maiden of the spirit hall find herself in such a predicament, reduced to the point of borrowing items? Gu Yue Na bit her delicate lips. Her complexion tinged with crimson. No more questions. The master of this place may return at any moment, but there are surely items here that you require. Let us find them first. What I need? She pondered. How could I possibly be unaware? Luo Yu felt utterly bewildered, while Gu Yue Na had already begun to search the room frantically. Ultimately, she triggered a mechanism concealed within a vase nestled in the corner, and with a crisp sound, a section of the gray stone wall began to descend. It revealed a dark opening, leading to a winding stone staircase. Chapter 29, The Secret Chamber, The Unlabeled Jade Bottle. The man's principles. The gray stone wall lowered, unveiling the shadowy entrance behind it, with the stone steps extending downward into the unknown. A flicker of curiosity passed through Luo Yu's eyes, while Gu Yue Na wore an expression of knowing anticipation, a slight smile curving her lips. What is this place? Luo Yu could not help but inquire, as he sensed that the woman seemed excessively familiar with this place. She appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the hidden mechanisms and secret passages, as if they were second nature to her. Ahem. Gu Yue Na displayed an awkward expression, stepping forward to grasp Luo Yu's arm with her delicate hand. All right, let's not ask too many questions, brother Yu. Let us venture inside, for there are treasures within that you truly desire. Luo Yu now finds himself utterly bewildered. With a vast family estate, he lacks for nothing. Yet he cannot fathom the enigmatic games this girl is playing. Led by her, he steps directly towards the staircase shrouded in darkness. Upon entering, Gu Yue Na does not forget to manipulate the internal mechanisms, raising the stone wall once more. With a resounding crash, the wall ascends, plunging the space into a profound darkness, where one cannot see their own hand before their face. The silence here is palpable, and the darkness envelopes them. The sound of each other's breath resonates with startling clarity. In this secluded chamber, where a solitary man and woman find themselves, the atmosphere becomes remarkably delicate amidst the oppressive gloom. In a moment of whimsical folly, Luo Yu playfully pinched the soft, silky hand that he held. A soft whimper escaped the girl. As if startled, she shyly protested, "Brother Yu, why are you pinching me?" Flustered, Luo Yu quickly released her hand, instinctively gesturing an apology, only to be distracted by something that caused him to abruptly recoil. Ah! A gasp echoed in the air. "Brother Yu," Gu Yue Na playfully chided, her words trailing off into silence. In the enveloping darkness, the girl anxiously clasped her hands over her chest. Her face flushed to the point of almost glistening. A whirlwind of confusion swirled within her. What was Brother Yu up to? Was he contemplating some mischief? Indeed. Men are often thoughtless brutes. Was his action intentional or merely accidental? Biting her delicate lip, Gu Yue Na realized she had never shared such close quarters with anyone before, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the shadowy space. Luo Yu was gathering a sphere of golden light at his fingertips. "Are you all right, Nana?" "No, I'm fine," Gu Yue Na replied, shaking her head. For some reason, the moment the darkness was dispelled, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Luo Yu began to survey his surroundings. A winding path led into a narrow tunnel, encased by rocks adorned with lush moss. Was there any danger in this place? None at all. Are you so certain? Luo Yu grimaced, a lingering sense of unease enveloping him. Of course, Brother Yu, just follow me. Gu Yue Na gracefully advanced, and under the dim light, the contours of her figure appeared even more exquisite. Luo Yu gazed in a moment of dazed contemplation, devoid of any nefarious thoughts. He genuinely found Gu Yue Na's silhouette to be exceptionally enchanting. The beauty was graceful, her steps swaying gently, exuding a radiant charm. As he descended the stone steps, the passage began narrow but soon opened up, revealing a small chamber. A dazzling golden light assaulted Luo Yu's vision, revealing a plethora of golden soul coins. Precious jade artifacts sparkled all around. However, amidst the opulent display, Luo Yu merely raised his eyelids slightly, feeling little excitement. He was intrigued by the enhancement of his power and captivated by the beauty of the world. As for money, he had no shortage of it. After all, does one truly need to worry about finances when endowed with strength? A beggar may struggle for alms, braving the elements with naught but a tattered bowl, whereas a powerful individual need only extend a hand. At that moment, Gu Yue Na was over by the wall, seemingly searching for something. Luo Yu found himself at leisure, gazing at the transparent system panel. Quest objective: capture the Saintess Gu Yue Na. Quest reward: exclusive 9 Heavens Extermination Sword, and the first soul ring of 100,000 years. Luo Yu held a distinct perspective on system tasks. His character would not be subjugated by the system. If the system dictated whom he should capture, he would merely become a puppet. Moreover, emotions forged in such a manner are insincere. What value do they hold? He was willing to invest his efforts in a girl only if she was virtuous and worthy of such devotion, and he must also harbor genuine affection for her. Otherwise, why should he comply with the system's whims? Am I to simply obey its commands? What a farce! Who truly holds dominion here, you or I? Apologies. But that is simply untenable. The system shall forever remain subordinate. I am the true sovereign. The gaze within Luo Yuxing's eyes gradually sharpened, becoming clear and luminous. This was, in fact, the reason he had initially engaged in a brief encounter with Gu Yue Na after receiving his mission, rather than hastily launching an offensive. Now, upon gaining a deeper understanding, he had developed a significant fondness for this girl. It was time to take a more proactive approach. Found it. A voice filled with surprise captured Luo Yu's attention. Gu Yue Na beamed with delight, tucking a few stray golden strands behind her ear with one hand while raising a small vial that resembled agate glass with the other, waving it towards him. The vial was transparent, revealing a gently swirling pale pink liquid within, truly enchanting. Here, brother Yu, this is for you, Gu Yue Na said, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering as she eagerly pressed the treasure into his hand. What is this? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed about the nature of the object. The surface of the bottle felt smooth to the touch, exuding a faint warmth. Oh, is there perhaps a label here? A label? What kind of label? Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, her cheeks slightly flushed, stealing a glance at the concealed scraps of paper. Brother Yu, you should take a sip to test it, honestly. I'm uncertain about its efficacy. If it proves ineffective, you can simply keep it. As Luo Yu gazed into Gu Yue Na's expectant eyes, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. What exactly is it that you are hiding in that gourd? With all this mystery, you must first reveal what this is before I can drink it. In her heart, Gu Yue Na pondered the notion that men often hold a certain aversion to matters concerning their virility. She wondered if openly disclosing the nature of the substance would cause Yu Ge to feel embarrassed and perhaps storm off. No, she decided that she must feign ignorance. It was essential to honor Yu Ge's sense of masculine pride. Resolutely, Gu Yue Na smiled and said, Yu Ge, since you are new to the spirit hall, I have nothing else to offer you. This elixir is perfect for strengthening muscles and bones, enhancing blood circulation, and significantly boosting physical capabilities. Consider it a token of our first meeting. With a subtle twitch at the corner of his lips, Luo Yu couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance between the presented elixir's purported effects and the boisterous claims typically associated with roadside quack remedies. Initially inclined to decline the offer outright, he found himself captivated by the hopeful glint in Gu Yue Na's eyes, as well as the alluring, delicate pink hue of the concoction within the vial. Truth be told, he had never before encountered anything quite like it. Perhaps a tentative sip was in order? He harbored no fear of poisoning, for his immaculate physique, forged by the tribulations of the Golden Lotus, rendered him impervious to all toxins. Furthermore, he held unwavering faith in Gu Yue Na's goodwill towards him. With a soft pop, the vial was unsealed, releasing an exquisite fragrance that permeated the air. Under Gu Yue Na's watchful gaze, Luo Yu gingerly took a small sip. A delicate savoring followed. Intrigued, Luo Yu's eyes lit up as he gazed at the maiden. Is this beverage truly wine? Its entry was smooth and subtly sweet, carrying a delicate fragrance that stimulated his taste buds. A trace of warmth flowed down his throat, infusing his abdomen with a comforting heat. Seeing Luo Yu's delight, Gu Yue Na revealed a sweet smile. Brother Yu, if you enjoy it, please, drink it all. I procured it specifically for you. Your efforts are appreciated. I find this wine quite agreeable. With that, Luo Yu took a generous gulp, savoring the experience. Gu Yue Na's smile deepened. I am quite the clever one, having assisted brother Yu with his predicament. This wine is truly exceptional. Would you care for a taste? Luo Yu inquired, shaking the jade bottle with contentment. No, thank you. I have no need for it. No need. Luo Yu asked, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Gu Yue Na waved her hands dismissively, changing the subject. Brother Yu, now that you've imbibed, do you feel any improvement? Less feeble, perhaps? Luo Yu felt as though something was amiss. Nana, I find it difficult to comprehend your words. Is there something wrong with this wine? Gu Yue Na innocently shook her head. What could possibly be wrong? It is merely a tonic that enhances vitality and boasts a delightful flavor. Now that we have procured the items, let us hasten our departure. Wait. Luo Yu tilted his head back and consumed the contents of the vial in one gulp. He then retrieved a small silver flask from the spatial storage pouch at his waist. Positioning the jade bottle over the flask's opening, a milky white liquid flowed forth, swiftly filling the small container. "Brother Yu, what is this?" Gu Yue Na inquired, her curiosity piqued. The man placed the jade bottle on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Did you not say we came to borrow? Naturally, there is a need to repay. Throughout my life, I, Luo Yu, have never taken advantage of others. Consider this spiritual liquid as a token of gratitude." Gu Yue Na's delicate form shivered slightly as her enchanting eyes locked onto the man's gentle smile, sensing an intangible allure emanating from him, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. While both appearance and strength hold significance, it is ultimately the character demonstrated in one's every gesture that profoundly touches the heart. Even if they were to take the items from this place, the original owner would remain oblivious to the act. The milky spiritual liquid was evidently a rare treasure. Yet Luo Yu chose to keep it as a means of repayment. "Shall we go, brother Yu?" Although Gu Yue Na said nothing further, her tone bore an added hint of admiration and intimacy. "Wait." Luo Yu's voice suddenly took on a more subdued tone. "What is it? Do you not feel that this room seems a bit warm?" Luo Yu instinctively tugged at his collar. Gu Yue Na looked up and gasped, "Brother Yu, why has your face turned so red?" Chapter 30. The Majestic Wine. Gu Yue Na's heart secretly agrees. Blushing, Luo Yu instinctively touched his face. Goodness, it was scorching. Gu Yue Na furrowed her brows, anxiously gazing at the man, perplexed by the unfolding events. Bewildered, Luo Yu found himself in an increasingly perplexing predicament. Moments ago, he had been basking in the afterglow of a pleasant drink, a gentle warmth permeating his being. Yet, an unsettling transformation was underway, a fiery heat engulfing him from within. As if every pore was now a conduit for surging thermal energy. Deep within his core, an infernal blaze ignited, relentlessly ascending. His parched throat and reddening gaze fixated upon the jade vial, his eyes widening with sudden realization as he turned towards the woman. "Gu Yue Na," he demanded, his voice laced with suspicion, "what exactly did you give me to drink?" Sensing the man's escalating ire, Gu Yue Na recoiled slightly, adopting an air of vulnerable innocence. "It was nothing of consequence," she replied demurely. Luo Yu felt an intense wave of heat surging through his mind, an inexplicable and sinister fire igniting within him. It seemed as though his blood vessels were beginning to expand, and his muscles were exhibiting signs of tension and swelling. "Speak quickly," Gu Yue Na exclaimed, noticing the unusual transformation in Luo Yu. With concern etched on her face, she hurriedly approached him. "Brother Yu, what is happening to you?" Luo Yu suppressed his restlessness and said dryly, "Enough with the nonsense, just tell me what that drink was." Gu Yue Na bit her delicate lip, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of tears as she replied, "It's nothing, really. That wine is merely a supplement." "A supplement? What kind of supplement could possibly leave me in this state?" Luo Yu's voice escalated sharply, finding the situation utterly absurd. Gu Yue Na, in a flurry of anxiety, explained, "Brother Yu, I noticed you consumed so many tonics this morning, so I thought I might help alleviate some of your hidden ailments. I happen to know of this precious item that should be just what you need." At this moment, Luo Yu felt a heavy discomfort in his chest, almost to the point of coughing up blood. How could he not understand the woman's underlying insinuation? She might as well have outright declared that he was suffering from kidney deficiency. It seemed that throughout their journey, her vague and peculiar behavior was merely a pretext to bring him here in search of a remedy. "Are you all right, Yugo?" Gu Yue Na asked, flustered and at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. It certainly did not appear to be poisoning. What had started off well had now turned quite dire. With reddened eyes, Luo Yu shot her a fierce glare, emphasizing, "Let me make this abundantly clear. I do not suffer from kidney deficiency. I am perfectly fine." I understand, but what on earth is happening to you? Yugo." Gu Yue Na was genuinely anxious, for the ethereal aura that typically surrounded the man had completely dissipated, replaced by a wild and volatile energy, as if he were on the verge of exploding. "And you dare ask me what's wrong? What you gave me was a supplement," Luo Yu retorted in exasperation. Gu Yue Na's small face was etched with worry. Yes, it is a supplement. When my brother boasted about it, he claimed it was far superior to a nourishing tonic, asserting that men would feel invigorated and powerful after consuming it." Luo Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision, and in that moment, clarity washed over him. He comprehended everything. It appeared that the holy maiden of the spirit hall believed herself to be suffering from a deficiency and had brought him to his brother's secret chamber to pilfer the medicinal herbs. Even more absurd was the fact that he had fallen for her deceit and consumed the concoction. He had even found the taste quite agreeable. What sort of madness was this? Did she not divulge the purpose of this substance? What was its name? Luo Yu's throat trembled. His brother had informed him that this substance was meant to replenish one's vitality, boasting effects unparalleled in history, painstakingly acquired by him, with a label proclaiming tiger's might. Ah, his brother had mentioned it bore another name. What was it? Luo Yu's voice grew hushed, desperately stifling his rising agitation. Dragon rises. What an exquisite pairing of names, tiger's might and dragon rises, so aptly chosen. Splendid indeed. He was truly rising now, and not just in stature. He felt an explosion of energy within him. Luo Yu has come to realize that the girl before him is feigning ignorance while actually being quite savvy. It is hardly surprising, given that she is a revered saintess, unaware of the complexities that men often possess. Observing Luo Yu's trembling form, Gu Yue Na quickly moved to support him. In the secluded chamber, a solitary man and woman found themselves together. The fragrance of the woman drew near, and Luo Yu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion threatening to overwhelm him. Boom! A powerful aura erupted as the dragon god martial spirit manifested, directly suppressing Gu Yue Na. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Gu Yue Na attempted to resist. A forceful masculine energy enveloped her, with arms as unyielding as steel constricting her, making it difficult for her to breathe. What is wrong? Are you asking what is wrong with me? This is all you're doing. Shouldn't you take responsibility and help me extinguish the flames? What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in disbelief. Even now, she remained oblivious to the issues surrounding the wine. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her brows knitting together as she felt a sting at her earlobe. There, she had been bitten by Luo Yu. You claim we shared a bed today. Is that my fault or yours? With a tearing sound, her outer garment was ripped apart, revealing a black undergarment that accentuated her exquisite figure. Gu Yue Na struggled but was utterly powerless, having already been subdued by Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit. Gazing into Luo Yu's eyes, which were tinged with madness, she resigned herself and closed her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek. She truly had not anticipated this turn of events. A suppressed roar echoed in Gu Yue Na's ears, alarmingly close. Now you choose to cry? I have been greatly harmed by you. Gu Yue Na, you owe me a tremendous debt this time. Luo Yu fiercely grabbed hold of those long, slender legs. With a loud crash, Gu Yue Na felt her body relax. Before she could open her eyes, she heard the sound of stones shattering. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a large hole at the end of the stone steps, and Luo Yu had vanished without a trace. She found herself draped in a man's coat, staring blankly at it with tears glistening in her eyes. Her emotions were tumultuous. If she had felt fear a moment ago, now she was enveloped by an infinite worry for the man. Which scoundrel has stolen from my home? A furious shout pierced the air as Zhu Yu hurriedly rushed through the hole in the wall into the secret chamber. Upon seeing Gu Yue Na, he froze. Sister, what are you doing here? He looked around, eyes wide, and demanded, where's the thief? Seeing Zhu Yu, Gu Yue Na's eyes reddened, and she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Zhu Yu, I could just kill you. With a roar, the fox spirit manifested, and she sprouted long ears and a fox tail, launching an attack on Zhu Yu. Sister, stop. What madness is this? Zhu Yu hastily defended himself, taking hit after hit, utterly unprepared for his own sister's wrath. After a few moments, he covered his bruised face and lamented, your brother's home has been robbed. And you still choose to hit me? Gu Yue Na, with her eyes glazed and lips pouted, mournfully replied, after so many years, I finally found a man I liked. And now it's all ruined because of you. What have I done? Zhu Yu exclaimed, bewildered and innocent. Soon, Gu Yue Na recounted the series of events that had transpired since she brought Luo Yu there. Zhu Yu's mouth fell agape as he smacked his thigh. Are you out of your mind? You brought an outsider to steal from your brother? His heart felt shattered. Truly, a daughter grows up to leave her father. Forget it. As long as you're all right and nothing major has happened. Zhu Yu sighed. Gu Yue Na glared at him through teary eyes. Nothing major? Didn't you tell me that thing was supposed to replenish one's strength? Why did Luo Yu end up like that? Zhu Yu, exasperated, replied, at that moment. I couldn't exactly tell you it was a Chuan medicine. Chuan medicine? You mean that was Chuan medicine? Gu Yue Na felt as if struck by lightning, finally understanding why Luo Yu had been so frantic and distressed. That was something she had secretly prepared for her master, crafted from hundreds of spiritual herbs according to a secret recipe. She had hoped to exchange it for treasures at the right moment, but now it was all gone. Zhu Yu, will he feel terrible after consuming that? Gu Yue Na asked dreamily. Zhu Yu retorted, what do you think? That thing is unlike ordinary Chuan medicine. Its potency is immense. Just a sip can ignite a blazing fire. Even saints would lose their wits. If not resolved, it could be disastrous. Gu Yue Na trembled, caressing the man's coat left behind, her gaze shifting. At that moment, Even if he had truly done something, what could she blame him for? After all, it was her own doing. Yet, Luo Yu had resisted his instincts in pain, choosing to endure suffering rather than harm her. If it had been someone else, they might have taken the opportunity to bully her. Luo Yu's pupils constricted as she covered her mouth, her heart stirred. Huh? Xie Yu wondered. What else have I found in this bottle? That was the spiritual liquid Luo Yu had felt he could not take without giving something in return. Huh? Xie Yu rolled his eyes in pain. What spiritual liquid could possibly compare to my long-standing treasure? His disdainful tone abruptly halted, replaced by a gasp of astonishment. This is a Millennium Jade Marrow spiritual liquid? Xie Yu tried a drop on his tongue and felt his soul power surge. No way, it really is Millennium spiritual liquid. Sister, did he say this was for me? Xie Yu clutched the jade bottle tightly, excitement radiating from his face, forgetting all about his earlier discomfort. Is this thing really that precious? Gu Yue Na asked, dazed. Precious is an understatement. This can only be found in the most central region of the Star Dough Forest. Consuming this bottle could easily elevate me by 4 levels, Xie Yu explained. Gu Yue Na's heart trembled even more, thoroughly moved. At that moment, Luo Yu's shadow was deeply etched in her heart. Sister, where are you going? Xie Yu exclaimed. By then, Gu Yue Na's graceful figure had vanished from the room. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in Luo Yu's mind, but he was too consumed with emotion to pay them any heed, nearly losing his sanity. Chapter 31. Almost eating a rabbit, the exclusive 10,000-year red soul ring of the Zhu sword. Luo Yu burst forth from the chamber of the evil moon, grappling with the dwindling strands of his sanity as he raced back to the Empress's palace at breakneck speed. Faster, ever faster. Luo Yu clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his complexion resembling that of a boiled red shrimp. Every joint began to tremble as he valiantly endured the surging waves of wicked fire. The spirit wine, which could rejuvenate even the most withered limbs with just a sip, had a profound effect on him, given his extraordinary talent. After consuming an entire bottle, the consequences were inevitable, leading to a surge of blood coursing through his veins. Were it not for his exceptional resilience, he might have succumbed to temptation and acted upon Gu Yue Na long before this moment in the secret chamber. Luo Yu is not a pedantic individual, yet under such circumstances, he found it impossible to take a girl. However, he did not anticipate that his unintentional act would capture Gu Yue Na's admiration, revealing a radiant aspect of his character that endeared him to her completely. At that moment, the system incessantly notified him of completed tasks. But Luo Yu was too preoccupied to pay attention. His remaining rationality solely urged him to hasten back to the Empress's chamber, for the consequences of delay would be dire. Soon, he arrived at the Pope's palace. Luo Yu, in a wild frenzy, pushed open the door, his throat parched and his eyes aflame with rage, ready to unleash a massacre. To his dismay, he realized that Bibidong had not yet returned. This was disastrous. Luo Yu inwardly lamented his predicament as the last vestige of reason was on the brink of being consumed by the fervor in his heart. Benefactor? What has come over you? A's startled voice echoed from within the room. A soft glow enveloped the air as the enchanting rabbit transformed into human form. A gentle breeze wafted in, and a graceful woman with delicate, powder-pink eyes appeared beside Luo Yu, her jade-like hand grasping his arm with an expression of deep concern and anxiety. At that moment, Luo Yu was akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. The captivating grace of the young woman's lithe figure, coupled with her subtle fragrance, had thoroughly ignited his senses. The captivating eyes so close to him were incredibly alluring. Her crimson lips as resplendent as rose petals, and her alabaster skin exuded an irresistible charm, especially her mature allure. Benefactor, what's wrong? Don't frighten Ao, the young woman said, shaking Luo Yu's arm, perplexed. A soft groan escaped as his lips met hers. Ao's eyes widened, all words abruptly silenced. Benefactor, you mustn't. Ao twisted, attempting to evade him, but Luo Yu caught her. With a tearing sound, fabric scattered. A cry escaped her lips. Ao's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, her spirit energy gently pushing Luo Yu away. I'm so hot. So hot. A low sound escaped from Luo Yu, observing the man's distress. Wu felt a sudden pang of compassion. The benefactor had saved her life. What did it matter if she sacrificed a little in return? Yet, her crimson lips were already marked with her teeth, and her gaze flickered with hesitation. Seeing the man's handsome face flushed with embarrassment, Wu made up her mind, regardless of the consequences. If her benefactor desired it, then she would oblige. She shed her tattered outer garment, revealing her flawless figure clad in delicate undergarments. her slender waist devoid of any excess, and her legs as white and immaculate as jade. She relinquished her soul's control over Luo Yu and bashfully opened her arms. It was truly unbearable. There is no need for you. Step aside. A Wu's delicate form was propelled away from Luo Yu by an unseen force. A silver portal appeared within the room, and an irritable feminine voice emanated from it. Subsequently, a pair of polished jade feet stepped forth, adorned with exquisite silver bells on her ankles, cascading silver hair flowing like a waterfall, and her violet eyes filled with reproach. As if suppressing a surge of frustration. "Master, please assist my benefactor. What has happened to him?" A Wu exclaimed, as if she had spotted a savior. Gu Yue Na scoffed. What else could have happened? He was drugged by a foolish woman. With a swish, silver light flickered, and the elements of space coalesced. The room once again fell into a serene silence. Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na have both vanished. A Wu gazes blankly. "Master, it seems you have left me forgotten here. Time has elapsed, but the duration remains unknown." Ahem. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu gently pressed his forehead, instantly recalling the events that had transpired earlier. He hurriedly returned to the papal palace, confronting awe with both urgency and resolve. The image of Awe's final expression, one of surrender and willingness, emerged vividly in his mind. Alas, such a misfortune. Rather than inflicting harm upon the innocent, it would be more just to administer the law upon the saintess in the confines of a secret chamber. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment, recalling that she seemed to have been taken away by Gu Yue Na in the end. Wasn't she in the Stardow Forest? How could she possibly appear in the Hall of the Pope? Could it be that Gu Yue Na was the one who resolved the issue for her in the end? Surely not. Luo Yu's expression froze, his lips twitching. The proud and aloof Silver Dragon King personally assisting him in venting his frustrations? It felt as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Gu Yue Na ever engage in such an act with him? Luo Yu lowered his head and bent down, observing that his attire was intact and neatly arranged. A sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that the situation was not dire. With Gu Yue Na's prowess, she surely possessed alternative methods to assist him in detoxification. Most importantly, Luo Yu felt no semblance of fatigue associated with such experiences. Rather, he was brimming with vitality, to the point of experiencing a breakthrough in his soul power. His skin exuded a radiant glow, seemingly more resilient than before. It seemed that this dragon rising phenomenon, aside from its side effects, genuinely had the capacity to enhance one's physical constitution. He cast a fleeting glance at the system interface. Luo Yu was astonished. When had the task been completed? Task objective: capture the Saintess, Gu Yue Na. Current task progress: 100. The host has successfully captured the heart of the Saintess. Task reward: the first exclusive soul ring of the Nine Heavens Extermination Sword. 100,000-year soul ring. Frostbitten. Red Lotus Ice Phoenix. Red Lotus Ice Phoenix? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with a profound curiosity. Previously, the system had mentioned that the Zhu sword required an accompanying soul to reveal its extraordinary nature. And now its divine efficacy was evident. The tales surrounding it were nothing short of miraculous. He was eager to uncover the truth behind it. With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the cavern, creating a cascade of reverberations. A 4'3" ancient sword materialized in Luo Yu's grasp. The blade, resembling a stone sword, emitted an unassuming aura, appearing utterly mundane. Yet, the blood-red soul ring spiraling above the sword was strikingly conspicuous. In Luo Yu's eyes, a glimmer of admiration flickered as he beheld the blood-red soul ring, which appeared so profound and striking, seemingly harboring another world within, yearning for his awakening. As his soul power surged, he activated the soul ring. With a resounding sound, radiant red and blue lights erupted, dazzling in their brilliance. In an instant, it was as if a crimson lotus had bloomed, accompanied by the piercing cry of an ice phoenix. A deep blue chill permeated the air, causing a thin layer of frost to form upon the rocky surfaces of the cave. Luo Yu gazed vacantly at the Zhu sword in his hand, utterly astonished. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he could never have anticipated such a staggering transformation upon activating the soul ring. In Chapter 32, The Innocent Gu Yue Na and the Astonishing First Soul Skill, the Zhu sword had undergone a profound metamorphosis, far removed from its former unremarkable appearance. Were it not for the familiar sensation of their bloodline connection, Luo Yu might have doubted its identity as his martial soul. The blade had become broader. Its hue transformed into a shimmering ice blue transparency that sparkled with ethereal light. The surface of the sword was intricately etched with the design of an ice phoenix, exuding a vibrant life force as though it were a living entity. A long chain of blue ice spiraled from the hilt, coiling around Luo Yu's hand and extending up his arm. The edge of the sword radiated a crimson hue reminiscent of a red lotus, even before he swung the blade. The surrounding space seemed on the verge of freezing under its presence. Truly, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Luo Yu was astounded, his mouth agape, unable to close for an extended period. In the world of Douluo continent, every martial soul possesses inherent limitations. Even the renowned seven-killing sword of the sword path, revered as the ultimate offensive force, merely undergoes size alterations to enhance its might. In contrast, his Zhu Zhuqing sword, in its ordinary state, is unremarkable, at best exhibiting indestructibility. However, once infused with the power of soul rings, it undergoes a transformative metamorphosis, shedding its mundane guise. Its overall form alters dramatically, with changes evident in color, attributes, and shape. As the sword's master, he can distinctly perceive that he is merely witnessing the initial release form of the Zhu Zhuqing sword's first soul skill. Within it seems to dwell an extraordinary essence of icy power, which, when unleashed, promises to be nothing short of astonishing and extraordinary. Whoosh! A silver figure emerged outside the cave, drawn by the commotion caused by Luo Yu's soul skill. Gu Yue Na? Luo Yu shifted his gaze from the sword's blade to the enchanting beauty of the exquisite maiden before him. You have finally awakened, Gu Yue Na remarked, her violet eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Was it you who aided me? Luo Yu inquired, observing the woman's expression keenly. Need I even say it? Who else could it be but me? Gu Yue Na scoffed, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, you truly are something else. To have fallen victim to a young girl's scheming. Luo Yu's lips twitched as he awkwardly remarked, she meant well, but her good intentions went awry. I never imagined that thing could be a poisonous herb. Gu Yue Na shot him a glance, leaving him dumbfounded in the end. Luo Yu shook his head, signaling for silence on the matter. How I extricated myself from that predicament. Did it cause you any harm? Harm me? What a jest, Gu Yue Na remarked, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways, as if to imply, do you believe you are worthy? Luo Yu was impervious to her demeanor. The young lady exhibited a distinct coldness. Yet, after years of companionship with Gu Yue Na, how could he possibly overlook the subtle discrepancies in her behavior? If you were truly so composed, you ought to first release the grip of your hands behind your back. It's exasperating. Must you incessantly dig for answers, clarifying every matter? Once Gu Yue Na's facade was pierced, a playful yet indignant tone escaped her lips, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. You wouldn't genuinely assist me, would you? Luo Yu was struck as if by lightning. Assist? How could I? You have shared a bed with that female pope and still wish to lay a hand on me. Impossible. Gu Yue Na's expression returned to its icy demeanor, her violet eyes narrowing, eyelashes fluttering. How do you know such intricate details about my affairs? Gu Yue Na, are you spying on me? Observing the storm brewing on Luo Yu's face, Gu Yue Na turned her head, revealing her alabaster neck, and replied with a light huff. I am not spying. I am merely protecting you from the shadows. Why aren't you staying properly in the starry realm? Why are you following me everywhere? Luo Yu rebuked. Luo Yu, what do you mean by that? This lady goes wherever she pleases and associates with whomever she desires. What business is it of yours? Gu Yue Na shot back, her eyes wide and her voice rising. Luo Yu, who, with a stern expression, fixed his gaze upon the young girl. His voice imbued with an air of authority, your injuries have yet to heal. Do you not understand? Gu Yue Na's icy countenance faltered in an instant, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and the harsh words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Are you concerned about me? The girl's voice diminished to a whisper. Of course, after all these years together, if I do not care for you, whom should I concern myself with? In the vast Stardow forest, who else but I would dare to look after you, even if someone were to attempt it? Those foolish souls could never comprehend the pain within your heart, nor the wounds you endured in the divine realm. Luo Yu's pace of speech slowed as he let out a sigh. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes softened completely, all her sharpness dissipating as she murmured softly, Brother Yu. It is my fault. I should not have sneaked out. Luo Yu shook his head, stating that she should not have followed him and ought to focus on her recovery. Gu Yue Na gracefully traced circles on the ground with her smooth, jade-like feet, expressing her concern for him. If I were not here, who would help you resolve your troubles? Luo Yu paused momentarily, inquiring how you could assist me in resolving this. Gu Yue Na lowered her head, urging you not to overthink it. As nothing particularly significant had transpired, Luo Yu furrowed her brows, expressing her frustration. Surely, it cannot be expected that I should resolve this on my own. Speak plainly about what I have done to you, and I shall take responsibility. Gu Yu Na let out a soft scoff, shaking her head repeatedly as she stammered. Using hands. There's no need for responsibility, right? Ah, is that truly how it works? Luo Yu was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Gu Yu Na would engage in such behavior. Who taught you these wicked things? He inquired. Gu Yu Na, pouting in displeasure, retorted. What are you saying? Who would dare to teach me? Just watch, and I shall deal with them. In truth, I witnessed the entirety of your encounter with the Empress that day, and it sparked the thought of perhaps finding an alternative way to assist you in resolving your predicament. Luo Yu gazed deeply at Gu Yu Na, momentarily entranced by her ethereal beauty. Words eluded him, leaving him in a state of awe. Is this the remarkable talent of the Silver Dragon King? A mastery without a mentor. What are you staring at? With my cleverness. How could I ever allow a vile man like you to take advantage? Gu Yu Na retorted, raising her chin defiantly, her silvery hair flowing gracefully. In a moment of speechlessness, Luo Yu pondered, are you certain this isn't me taking advantage? Of course, he would never voice such a thought. Casting an awkward glance at that jade-like delicate hand. By the way, how did your martial soul suddenly transform into this form? 100,000-year soul ring. Is your first soul ring truly 100,000 years? Gu Yu Na's cherry lips parted slightly as she swiftly approached. Her slender fingers poked at the crimson blade and the icy blue sword body, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Wait, it's been quite a while. And you're only just noticing? Luo Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Yu Na shot him a glance. Didn't you just ask me a question? Hurry up and tell me, how did your sword undergo such a remarkable transformation? It's truly astonishing. In all my experiences, I have never encountered such a peculiar sight. Luo Yu promptly provided an explanation to Gu Yu Na, though he chose to conceal certain aspects regarding the system. Wow, your first soul skill is truly extraordinary. The overall form and attributes of the longsword have completely transformed. It's as if you've exchanged it for an entirely different sword martial soul. Luo Yu smiled faintly, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Wait, Gu Yu Na pondered aloud, you won't have a unique form for each soul ring release, will you? Luo Yu shook his head. I am uncertain, but your suggestion indeed holds merit. Gu Yu Na stepped aside, playfully beckoning with her jeweled finger. Come. It should merely be in its initial state for now. Allow me to test the true power of your first soul skill. Luo Yu was not one to dawdle. He was acutely aware of Gu Yu Na's cultivation level. She was, indeed, an excellent candidate for testing his skills. His soul power surged forth as he fully unleashed his first soul technique. A mist of icy blue emanated from the blade, causing the vibrant phoenix patterns on its surface to come alive. The temperature within the cave plummeted rapidly, becoming encrusted with frost. Red and blue lights flickered brilliantly. With a resounding crash, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Luo Yu brandished his longsword, the crimson blade slicing through the air, as a phantom of a blue ice phoenix abruptly materialized. The temperature within the cave plummeted sharply, surging towards Gu Yu Na. Bang! Crack! Crack! The cavern trembled violently, the ground fissured, and debris cascaded from the walls. Chapter 33. A Tender Kiss, a Gift from a Fair Lady, Artifact, the Illusory Mask. Whoosh! Luo Yu gasped heavily, gazing into the haze that enveloped the air before him. Although the soul skill of 100,000 years was indeed formidable, it did not come without a cost. Merely executing the soul technique nearly drained his soul power completely. Fortunately, the resulting force was terrifyingly evident. In an instant, the frigid air erupted, and the ensuing explosion exceeded his expectations. As the dust settled, Gu Yu Na found herself encased in a crystalline blue ice, resembling a beautiful ice sculpture. However, it was not long before the sparkle returned to her violet eyes, and the ice shattered instantaneously. Emerging from her icy prison, Gu Yu Na gracefully approached, her delicate steps echoing softly. How did it feel? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yu Na clicked her tongue in amazement, exclaiming, the power of this soul skill is indeed limited by your insufficient soul power. Otherwise, it could be even more extraordinary. Did you notice? Luo Yu replied with a wry smile. I barely managed to control it and almost exhausted myself. Gu Yu Na fixed her gaze on the Zhu Tian sword, expressing her admiration. To speak candidly, this soul skill has surpassed my expectations. It is certainly not an ordinary technique. The various extraordinary phenomena it produces cannot be easily summarized as merely 100,000-year soul skill. Those phoenix wings behind you, perhaps. If your soul power is sufficient, they could take flight. The crimson lotus beneath you envelopes all directions, shielding your accumulation of power from disturbance. The ice chains coiling around your arm also possess unique properties yet to be revealed. Luo Yu could not help but give a thumbs up to Gu Yue Na, for she truly deserved the title of Silver Dragon King. Her unparalleled spiritual insight and keen perception allowed her to discern so many intricacies in such a brief moment. Gu Yue Na lifted her chin and scoffed. If I lacked such discernment, I would have perished beneath the Azura divine sword long ago. And would I have been able to survive for so many years? Luo Yu's expression shifted, and he spoke solemnly as he brandished his sword. Rest assured. Grant me a little time. With my presence, none shall dare to harm you. Gu Yue Na's delicate form trembled slightly, but she soon pouted her rosy lips and retorted sweetly, You boast too much, you insufferable man. My enemies are not the mere small fry of Douluo continent. Luo Yu gently shook his head, slowly dispelling the soul technique. The Nine Heavens extermination sword reverted to its original ancient form, though unadorned. It emanated a unique aura that showcased its extraordinary essence. Why are you silent? Gu Yue Na could not help but inquire. Luo Yu was taken aback and chuckled softly. Did you not doubt my words? With a scoff, he continued, My adversary is not a solitary deity, but the entirety of the divine realm. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a terrifying existence? Furthermore, you have now severed ties with your spirit beast form, and thus are no longer entwined with us. It would be prudent to avoid involving you any further. Gu Yue Na turned her back to Luo Yu, concealing her intricate emotions from him. Her hands nervously entwined in the fabric of her garment. Luo Yu smiled faintly, offering no response nor any oaths or assurances. Some matters, once resolved to pursue, require no further words. Actions speak for themselves, and time will reveal the truth. At this moment, he wished only to savor the splendid scenery before him. The young maiden's graceful silhouette, her cascading tresses resembling a waterfall, her pert form, elegantly straight and rounded legs, and her untainted, delicate feet all radiated in alluring femininity. The sight left him somewhat parched. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na was lost in a reverie within her own thoughts. Indeed, Luo Yu possesses the unparalleled dragon god martial soul, perhaps one day capable of challenging the god King Shura. However, in recent days, she has contemplated that her adversaries extend far beyond a single Shura. The 5 great god kings of the divine realm each wield formidable powers, accompanied by countless deities for protection. How could you go, all on her own, stand against the entirety of the divine realm? No, for the sake of my own safety, I cannot drag Gu into peril, nor involve her in this turmoil. Gu Yun mused, biting her lip. A strange ripple stirred within her heart. Given the extraordinary nature of Gu's sword martial soul, perhaps it truly could cleave the heavens one day. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for such folly. How could that even be possible? Suddenly, the girl felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Turning, she beheld a warm and handsome smile from the man, his starry eyes glimmering with wisdom, seemingly able to see through her innermost thoughts. Take care of your injuries and refrain from unnecessary worries. If that day ever comes, should the sky fall, step back and allow me, as a man, to bear the burden. His calm tone, devoid of overt emotion, enveloped Gu Yue Na like a gentle spring breeze, instantly bringing her solace. As if years of evasion had finally found a sanctuary. Luo Yu, Gu Yue Na softly called. What is it? With a delicate lift of her foot, Gu Yue Na pressed her petal-like lips against Luo Yu's, akin to a chick pecking at grains, before swiftly darting away. You, woman, are you not afraid of igniting my passions? Gu Yue Na fluttered her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes rolling playfully as she teased. Some people have fallen to the point of relying on tonics for vitality. Whether they are truly effective is quite debatable. TSK. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly. Are you deliberately bringing up things that should be left unsaid? Haven't you already tested my worth? Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed faintly, with a triumphant smile. Luo Yu found himself in a position of advantage in their verbal sparring. Gu Yue Na, feeling vexed, suddenly moved beside Luo Yu, leaning in to whisper softly into his ear, her breath gentle yet teasing. You've become quite the rogue, haven't you? After their playful tussle, the two engaged in conversation. Gu Yue Na, slightly taken aback, inquired, Aren't you planning to return to the spirit hall? Luo Yu shook his head, saying, Well, since you have brought me out, we shall not return just yet. Bibidong is preoccupied with disaster relief, and it would be somewhat awkward to meet with Hulaina at this time. The truth is, my reluctance to stay in the spirit hall stems mainly from a sense of irritation. Having already revealed my talents, I fear that the elders will incessantly come to court my favor. Although one should not strike a smiling face, continuously turning them down is rather bothersome. Especially Douluo. That fellow is resolutely intent on winning me over, a true sycophant. While others may be oblivious, I am well aware of that old man's temperament. If I possess no talent, he would undoubtedly turn against me, driven solely by self-interest. He is hardly a trustworthy individual. As for introducing Qianrenxue to me as a potential spouse, I remain indifferent. Without his assistance, do I lack the capability to pursue Qianrenxue? Ahem. Without Qiandaolia's introduction, do I truly lack the means to win her over? Luo Yu gazed earnestly at Gu Yue Na and said, "There is a matter on which I seek your counsel. Please, go ahead." Luo Yu sighed helplessly. "I fear that news of my awakening of the martial soul has spread. Various factions may be keeping a watchful eye on me. If they were to discover my whereabouts, they would likely swarm in, either to eliminate me or to recruit me. Life would become utterly unbearable, and I would be driven to distraction." Gu Yue Na pondered thoughtfully. "So what you mean is," Luo Yu ingratiatingly said, "did you not previously cast an illusion on Ao? Could you bestow one upon me as well?" Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes elegantly and replied, "Oh please. At that time I was constantly by your side, which allowed me to utilize my mental energy to create illusions. In my absence, however, the illusion would revert to its original state. Then what shall I do?" In a moment of frustration, Luo Yu found himself at a loss. Is it truly so arduous to maintain a low profile in life? But fret not, for I possess a solution. Gu Yue Na smiled enigmatically, a glimmer of light emanating from her hand as she revealed an object. It was a mask, shaped like a theatrical visage, shimmering with a faint luminescence. What is this? This artifact is known as the illusory mask. It bears no offensive capabilities, yet it can alter one's appearance and aura, even concealing the color of your soul rings. Such a remarkable tool? Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is a divine relic I acquired from the realm of the gods. Gu Yue Na arched her elegant neck, displaying a hint of pride. Luo Yu opened his mouth but hesitated to reach out and take the item. Was this divine artifact truly being lent to him? Gu Yue Na placed the 1,000 illusion mask into his hands, her lips curling into a playful smile. "It's not a loan. It's a gift for you. I have no use for it anyway." The girl's generosity, coupled with her radiant smile, momentarily stunned Luo Yu. Though he soon returned a knowing smile. "Then I shall express my gratitude. There's no need for formality." Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, this item held great value for Gu Yue Na as well, yet she chose to remain silent about its significance. The 1,000 illusion mask was a divine artifact crafted from the skin of a mythical beast over 1,000,000 years old, infused with rare materials. It was through this very mask that Gu Yue Na had once evaded pursuers and found refuge in the Douluo continent. "Oh, and take this too." Gu Yue Na handed him a fragrant pouch. "What is this?" "Don't ask so many questions. Just keep it with you." Without allowing him a chance to protest, she tucked the pouch into his embrace. "Promise me you won't lose it, and absolutely must not open it secretly." "What with the secrecy?" Luo Yu pouted. Yet he accepted it without hesitation. After all, it was a token of the girl's affection. How could he refuse? He lifted the 1,000 illusion mask, shaking his head slowly. He had never intended to rely on others, yet here he was, with assistance being offered so readily. The allure of the meal was tempting. It seemed quite improper to decline when it was served so graciously. Sighing, he thought to himself, "I truly wish to strive on my own." Subsequently, Luo Yu entrusted Gu Yue Na with a message to deliver to Bibidong, reassuring her to focus on disaster relief and not to worry, as they would surely meet again soon. When the silver light flickered and her graceful figure vanished, he felt a mix of emotions stirring within him. Luo Yu stepped out of the cave, his gaze directed towards the Dou Empire, a hint of anticipation and amusement gracing his lips. "Tang San, master of hidden weapons. I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me. Dai Mubai, the formidable white tiger. I ponder if you can endure my punch, Ma Hongjun, the blazing phoenix. Can you incinerate my divine body?" This time, he was determined to ascertain whether the legendary talents of Shrek truly lived up to their reputation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Luo Yu's resplendent starry eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The system has reset its target. Chapter 34. An unexpected encounter with the sultry beauty in leather. The first meeting with Zhu Zhuqing. A new target so soon? LSP system, it seems you are truly intent on keeping me on my toes. Luo Yu let out a soft snort, secretly pondering who it might be this time. Yet, it proved to be quite a challenge to ascertain. After all, in the Douluo continent, one could not overlook the abundance of enchanting beauties. The stunningly captivating Fire Queen, the alluring Saintess Hu Liena, the youthful and alluring cat girl Zhu Zhuqing, the playful and graceful rabbit spirit Xiao Wu, the pure yet seductive sorceress Ning Rongrong, and the icy and exquisite Ice Empress. With such an array of extraordinary maidens, Luo Yu found himself at a loss, unable to deduce whom the system would select. Ding! The system has successfully locked onto the goddess. Mission issued. Capture the ethereal spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Mission reward. Exclusive Sword of Heaven's punishment and a 10,000-year second soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, as an image of a cat girl with a cool demeanor yet a voluptuous and charming figure flashed through his mind. Utterly endearing. This dog system certainly had a knack for selecting individuals. Seemingly struck by a thought, a slight smile graced Luo Yu's lips. Brother Daimubai, I do apologize. It is the system that wishes to place a cap upon you. Should you have any grievances, direct them towards it. This has nothing to do with me, Luo Yu. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely seek a soul ring reward. Ever since witnessing the extraordinary and dazzling first soul ring of the 9 Heavens Extermination Sword, Luo Yu could not help but anticipate what domineering form the second soul ring might take, a sensation akin to a cat's scratchiness stirring within his heart. He retrieved a map from his storage pouch and meticulously compared it, successfully locating the position of Shrek Academy. Just as he took a couple of steps, the emotionless electronic voice resounded once more. Ding! System notification. Zhu Zhuqing has not yet joined the academy and is en route to Shrek. Not yet a member of the academy? On her way? Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Yu instantly understood the current temporal juncture. It seemed he had not arrived too late. The timing was indeed fortuitous. Luo Yu inquired, "Do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is?" The system remained silent. However, a transparent panel suddenly materialized before Luo Yu, revealing a map. His location was marked by a golden dot, stationary in place, while another location was denoted by a black dot, moving swiftly. Hiss. Impressive. Luo Yu exclaimed, "Incredible. The navigation system has been remarkably integrated. This woman is moving with such swiftness. Could it be that she has encountered some trouble?" Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then darted off in the determined direction. Deep night had fallen, and the stars shone resplendently. A luminous crescent moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery radiance upon the forest near Soto City. Swish, swish. The sound of rustling grass echoed through the moonlit woods as a dark figure suddenly emerged. It was an exquisitely voluptuous figure, with a wasp waist and prodigious breasts. Her entire form sheathed in tight black leather, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette and exuding a captivating, untamed allure. This alluring beauty possessed a childlike face incongruous with her figure, adorned with a pair of fluffy, endearing ears, lending her an extraordinary charm. The girl's fair face was presently cold, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and vexation as she bit her lip and hurried onward, occasionally glancing back. Seeing no one in pursuit, she breathed a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. Suddenly, her relaxed eyes tightened again, her spirit energy coalescing, for in the direction ahead, a fire blazed with abrupt and dazzling intensity. Moving with feline grace, she approached stealthily. Gently parting the bushes, she beheld a boy of 12 or 13. His face plain and unadorned, sitting cross-legged beside a campfire, roasting meat on a wooden frame. After observing him for some time without detecting anything amiss, she concluded that there was no danger and emerged unreservedly. "Who are you?" the boy asked, turning his head swiftly. The girl in the tight leather suit waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'm just passing by and mean no harm." "Oh, then come on over," the boy said, turning back to his barbecue. The girl approached step by step, curiosity evident in her eyes. How could this fellow dare turn his back to a stranger he met in the wilderness, without any fear of being ambushed? His sense of vigilance is far too lacking. He must be some naive, fledgling fellow from some family. In a short time, the girl lowered her guard and approached completely. She did not see the corners of the boy's mouth gradually rising into a smile. It was as if everything was within expectations. This boy was naturally Luo Yu, who had been waiting here early according to the route. However, in order to avoid the pursuit of obsequious admirers from major forces, he used the Thousand Illusions mask to hide his original appearance and even disguised his martial soul, so he looked unremarkable. In fact, according to the capabilities of the Thousand Illusions mask, he could have made himself more handsome, but Luo Yu felt it was unnecessary. Being handsome for too long, occasionally being an ordinary person feels quite nice. This way, pursuing girls is more challenging, isn't it? He was relaxed and confident. Zhu Zhuqing curiously sized up the young man before her. This guy was simply ignoring her, focusing intently on the roasting meat turning over the campfire. This guy is not only naive, but must also be a foodie. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but think so. From childhood, every man who saw her would have a glint in their eyes. Even if it was subtle, she would notice it. Even her fiancé was like that. And she was disgusted by that lecherous gaze. But this guy's heart and eyes were fixed on food. A bit special, yet also a bit silly. After a long silence, Luo Yu turned the charred barbecue on the rack. Drops of oil fell into the campfire, causing crackling sounds, and a rich aroma of meat wafted out. Hey. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but speak. Luo Yu glanced at her. Your sense of vigilance is too low. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. Is this guy too simple or just stupid? Don't you know you should be careful of strangers in the wild? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you cautioning me to be wary of you? Zhu Zhuqing's tranquil state of mind was disrupted, and she pondered the peculiar thought process of this individual. With a huff of irritation, she retorted, Do you not realize that had I chosen to stab you from behind just now, you would no longer be standing here? Luo Yu blinked. Zhu Zhuqing's heart inexplicably raced for a moment, as if the gaze of the other possessed an extraordinary allure, strikingly beautiful. Yet, the individual before her appeared rather ordinary. She had encountered numerous handsome men before, yet none had ever stirred her heart. Perhaps the exhaustion from being pursued for so long had taken its toll. Now that she had managed to shake off her pursuers, it was indeed time for a brief respite. Rogue, why do you stare at me so intently? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. I was pondering whether you would kill me. Luo Yu replied. Is that even a question? If I had intended to act, you would have perished just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a roll of her eyes. Since you have no intention of killing me, why waste so many words? Luo Yu immediately turned away, attending to his small barbecue. You. Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless by his words. After all this conversation, it turned out she was the fool? He was not even the slightest bit afraid? Observing Luo Yu's nonchalant demeanor as he focused on grilling meat, Zhu Zhuqing shot him an irritated glance, secretly cursing him within. You should count yourself fortunate to have encountered someone like me. Otherwise, with your level of vigilance, you would have been a corpse by now. The forest was quiet, enveloped in silence, while the aroma of grilled meat grew ever more intense. Luo Yu extracted a sharp knife and deftly sliced through the tender roasted meat, sprinkling it with a handful of his homemade aromatic seasoning. Instantly, the surrounding jungle was enveloped in an enticing fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, having been relentlessly pursued. She had not enjoyed a proper meal in ages. How infuriating! How could this fellow roast meat so delectably? Would you care for a piece? Luo Yu inquired, cutting off a portion and wrapping it in paper before extending it towards her. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to reach out, her expression shifted suddenly. Wait a moment. Wasn't he this akin to slapping herself in the face? She declined gracefully, saying, No need for that. Surely you possess some common sense. In the wilderness, one must never accept food from strangers. What if it is poisoned? Oh, afraid of poison, are we? Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, retracting his hand. Then perhaps you should refrain from eating. What an insufferable person. Zhu Zhuqing's composure was once more disrupted. If she didn't wish to share, she had her own provisions. Luo Yu began to indulge heartily, even producing a flask to sip from. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the splattering of juices and the fragrant spices. Zhu Zhuqing, with her delicate lips biting into her rations, trembled slightly. The food that was once enticing suddenly lost its allure, becoming unpalatable. Hey, you truly won't eat? There's still a piece left here. Luo Yu exclaimed abruptly. Zhu Zhuqing's expression wavered as she clutched her provisions tightly. Oh, if you're not going to eat, then I shall partake in your stead. Without further ado. Luo Yu swiftly tossed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, savoring it with an audible smack. Who is this fellow, deviating from the expected norms? It's utterly infuriating. Zhu Zhuqing felt her composure shatter, as this individual's antics obliterated her serene state of mind. Such a nuisance, such a detestable presence. Oh dear. Fate has brought us together. How could I indulge alone while observing that sorrowful expression on your face? Luo Yu gazed at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. As if by magic, he produced a piece of roasted meat, wrapped in green leaves. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, undeniably tempting. Don't you want it? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his mouth, retracting his outstretched hand. Of course I want it. Who said I didn't? Humph. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly extended her small hand, lightning fast, seizing the roasted meat. Observing her lips glistening with grease, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile mischievously. After all, she was still a young girl, innocent and adorably charming. Chapter 35, the beauty under the moon, heart-to-heart conversations, and a man's ambitions beneath the crescent moon. The tranquil forest was alive with the songs of birds and the chirping of insects. The crackling campfire occasionally sent sparks into the night sky. Luo Yu reclined with his arms behind his head, a serene expression gracing his face as he gazed at the stars. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly extended her delicate tongue, quickly licking the remnants of grease from the corner of her mouth, then pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Through their exchanges and having tasted the food he offered, her wariness towards him had significantly diminished. There was something distinctly different about this man, an indescribable feeling. In the Star Luo Empire, regardless of which noble or royal offspring encountered her, they usually wore expressions of flattery, even that de Mubai was no exception, invariably seeking to please her. As a sensitive and perceptive soul master, she had long seen through their veiled intentions. Those men claimed to have her best interests at heart. Yet in truth, they were merely lusting after her physical form. However, this man, she was certain that since their initial meeting, not once had a lewd glance flickered in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing touched her smooth, flawless cheeks, finding no trace of dirt. Her gaze gradually sharpened. If her allure was not in question, then perhaps the issue lay with him. How many youthful men could truly ignore beauty? Surely, there would be some subtle reaction. This fellow seemed far more complex than he appeared. Cautious by nature, Zhu Zhuqing felt a stir of curiosity and decided to test him. Channeling her energy, she unleashed a narrow shadow through the air. Whoosh! The shadow sliced through the void, aimed directly at Luo Yu. Remarkably, he seemed to possess a sixth sense. He raised his arm, and with astonishing precision, pinched the shadow between two fingers. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated in surprise, although her strike lacked lethal intent. The short distance and the element of surprise would typically overwhelm an ordinary soul master. This man was indeed extraordinary. TSK. Using golden soul coins as concealed weapons, what a lavish display from a beautiful woman. Luo Yu displayed a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, with gold coins deftly swirling around his fingers. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her voice tinged with caution. That should be my inquiry to you, he retorted. With such a delicate appearance, how could you resort to an underhanded ambush? Did my earlier barbecued feast go to waste on a treacherous wolf? Realizing her fault, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her red lips together. That golden soul coin was meant as my token of gratitude. Oh, it seems if I am not adept enough, I might struggle to bear your profound affection. Upon hearing the unmistakable mockery in his tone, Zhu Zhuqing felt her face flush with embarrassment. I apologize. I have been under relentless pursuit and am somewhat on edge. TSK, who possesses such a lack of charm to pursue such a radiant beauty. At the mention of the pursuit, Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly turned frosty, and she fell silent, shaking her head. There is no need to discuss matters one wishes to keep private. Everyone is entitled to their own secrets. Hearing Luo Yu's considerate words, Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. She hesitated, then said, Did you not hear me? I am being hunted. Do you not fear that I might bring trouble upon you here? Luo Yu raised his hands in surrender, urging her to depart swiftly, thus sparing him from any entanglement. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, when a man witnesses a young woman in distress, he typically offers his assistance. Which maiden in peril does not yearn for a hero, akin to a celestial being descending to her rescue? Despite her cool demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was still of an age ripe with youthful longing. Yet, here she found herself, not encountering a gallant savior, but rather an unremarkable and timid individual, who instead chose to add to her misfortune. Ah, it seemed men were indeed unreliable. Much like that fellow Dai Mubai. Fearing internal familial strife, he had abandoned her, retreating to this corner of the heavenly battle empire to hide away. Truly, men were untrustworthy. Zhu Zhuqing's tone adopted a more distant chill as she stated, Rest assured, my enemies will not pursue me here for the time being. Should they come, I will take responsibility for diverting them and will not involve you. Allow me a brief respite to restore some of my soul power, and I shall depart. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly gazing at the woman. Are you disappointed? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow. What I have to be disappointed about? Do not feign innocence. Your despondent expression is clearly etched upon your face. Perhaps you lament not encountering a hero, only to be confronted by a coward such as myself? Zhu Zhuqing candidly replied. Disappointed? Perhaps, but who has not dreamt? However, I am not a naive maiden fresh to the world. I am capable of understanding. You and I are strangers. So it is only natural that you would not assist me. What compels you to take the risk of helping me? The fact that you have offered me meat and have not hastened my departure is already worthy of my gratitude. As Luo Yu gazed upon the delicate visage of Zhu Zhuqing, a resolute expression belied her tender age, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. His heart brimmed with disdain for Dai Mubai, who had proven to be utterly despicable. How could this fool think it acceptable to flee in cowardice, leaving a woman to bear the burden? He exhibited no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Had he even mustered the courage to escape alongside Zhu Zhuqing to the Heavendo Empire? Luo Yu would have held him in no contempt. It was indeed a disgrace to manhood, were it not for the serendipitous encounter with Tang San, who had lent him a helping hand. He might have already fallen victim to his brother's wrath, taking Zhu Zhuqing down with him. Sighing deeply, Luo Yu lamented his predicament. I've been pursued yet remained silent. Why the sigh? Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a roll of her eyes. Luo Yu shook his head, scrutinizing Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe. I cannot fathom who could be so callous as to allow such a beautiful woman to end up in such a plight. If she were mine, I would treat her like a cherished princess. This statement seemed to resonate deeply with Zhu Zhuqing, as her gaze instantly fell into despondency. Her heart pierced with pain akin to a knife's edge. Her father had permitted her family members to turn against one another, while her fiancé cowardly fled. In her life, there was no one she could rely on but herself. Having traveled thousands of miles, what hope could she possibly seek? Where was her sanctuary? Spare me the flattery. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Did you not also cower the moment you heard someone was after me? Luo Yu retorted, that's not cowardice. It's called cherishing one's reputation. Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly, expressing her disbelief. Luo Yu inquired, have you asked for my assistance? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, not at all. Isn't that sufficient? Luo Yu spread his hands, stating, I have offered my help, but should you fail to appreciate it, would that not render my efforts futile? Thus, why squander emotions on such matters? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, how can you be certain that I would not be grateful? Why not beseech me instead? I have never sought help from anyone. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away. Luo Yu smiled gently and remarked, see, someone is willing to risk their life to assist you. Yet you refuse to ask for help. Who can be blamed for that? Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, gazing intently at him before ultimately shaking her head. Let it be. If it comes to a confrontation, you may not even be my match, let alone those who are pursuing me. My plight is beyond your assistance. Nonetheless, I wish to express my gratitude for your company and conversation. It has been quite peculiar today, for I have not spoken so much in a long time. Luo Yu smiled faintly, turning her gaze back to the night sky, and spoke calmly, perhaps we are quite compatible. Maybe, she replied. Zhu Zhuqing did not refute this. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in the company of this individual. Following the man's gaze, she looked up, her crimson lips curling slightly. What is so remarkable about this? She mused. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, his profound black eyes seemingly more pristine, as a hint of confidence quietly emerged. A slow yet strikingly penetrating murmur emanated from the man, reverberating through the woods. The night sky stretched endlessly, with stars twinkling and the moon rising high. With my 3-foot sword, I aspire to reach the pinnacle of Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, initially indifferent, was jolted by Luo Yu's final proclamation. Her sparkling eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. How dare this fellow harbor such ambitions? Such lofty aspirations indeed. What is it? Luo Yu turned to Zhu Zhuqing. The girl opened her mouth slightly, still reeling from shock. Are you not a tad too arrogant? Luo Yu shook his head. I do not perceive it as arrogance. Pursuing a goal is far superior to living a life of indulgence and aimlessness. In the depths of Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, a flicker of brilliance emerged. Despite this man's ordinary appearance and perhaps unremarkable talent, his mindset undeniably overshadowed that of the irresponsible man. Ha ha ha, you amuse me, Navi boy. How dare you dream of reaching the pinnacle of Douluo from your humble origins? Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. A peal of exuberant laughter echoed, and a tall, striking figure suddenly appeared. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, yet her attire was bolder, a black leather jacket barely covering her fair skin, revealing an eye-catching cleavage. Zhu Zhuqing sprang to her feet, her martial spirit instantly manifesting, her expression as cold as ice. What is the matter, dear sister? Do you not wish for your elder sister as company? It seems you have truly fallen, chatting so merrily with this wild boy. Silence. Zhu Zhuqing admonished sharply. Zhu Zhuqing, my affairs are none of your concern. Oh, how bold you have become, speaking so loudly to your sister. Zhu Zhu Zhuqing's features were playful as she laughed boisterously. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, anxiously turning back. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and run. Luo Yu was struck dumb with laughter. Why should I flee? Could it be that a mere stray dog could force me to relocate? Chapter 36. The arrogant Zhu Yun and the sudden confession. The disdainful words of Luo Yu resonated, causing the air in the forest to become suddenly tense. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with impatience. Had this fool lost his mind? Could he not see that her legs were trembling? She was stalling for time, yet he seemed oblivious to the urgency of their escape. Zhu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insulting me? Her expression quickly contorted into one of fury as she bellowed. You insolent brat from a backwater village, how dare you speak so boldly? Do you even know who I am? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, surveying her from head to toe, and let out a light chuckle. I may not know who you are, but given your revealing attire, I can only assume your profession is quite exhausting. The night is deep, at such an hour. Why not engage in earnest work instead of wandering aimlessly? Are you not intent on earning a living? Ah, that wretched thief, how dare you insult me so? Zhu Yun gritted her teeth in fury. With her noble status, destined to be the royal consort of the Xinghua Empire, she could not tolerate such an affront. Boom. A surge of energy erupted, and her soul light manifested as she transformed into the spectral form of another cat. Four rings of yellow and purple soul energy ascended around her, causing the surrounding flora to tremble in response. Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated, her expression taut with urgency as she admonished, Are you out of your mind, man? I am buying you time. Why provoke her further instead of fleeing? Luo Yu suddenly flashed a grin, asking, Are you foolish? If I do not provoke her, how can I assist you in extricating yourself from this predicament? What? Zhu Zhuqing momentarily faltered, failing to comprehend the meaning. In the realm of mountains and rivers, we shall meet again in due time. As Luo Yu's soul power surged, he leapt into the air, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, and swiftly darted in a determined direction. Before departing, he glanced back at Zhu Yun, beckoning her with a finger, his gaze radiating in extreme provocation. Zhu Yun, is it? Unafraid of death, come chase after me. You reckless brat. It seems you are tired of living. The woman roared fiercely, watching as Luo Yu's figure began to fade from view. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, sneering coldly, I shall deal with that wild boy first. There is no urgency to eliminate you. After all, even if I let you go, you and your useless fiancé pose no threat to us. With that, she smirked disdainfully, transforming into a ghostly shadow, hastily pursuing Luo Yu's path. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She truly did not anticipate that a man she had only known for half a day would risk his life to divert danger away from her. Why would he do such a thing? Wasn't he supposed to be timid? The image of his carefree smile before he departed flashed through her mind. Words can be deceiving, but actions cannot. Regardless of his intentions, in the face of peril, he had unhesitatingly drawn the enemy away, alleviating her crisis while placing himself in jeopardy. A strange tremor coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. For the first time in her life, a man was willing to take risks to protect her, and astonishingly, he was a stranger. Those men in the imperial capital who admired her had all retreated at the knowledge of her family's conflicts, daring not to involve themselves. No matter what, I cannot allow someone like him to come to harm. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fist tightly. Swish. In the depths of the jungle, Luo Yu traversed through the branches ahead. Zhu Yun followed closely behind, steadily closing the distance between them. How dare a mere commoner insult me? Seeking death. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. With a whoosh, a yellow soul ring shone brightly as Zhu Yun transformed into a shadow, her speed surging instantly as she raised her sharp claws, aiming directly for the artery in Luo Yu's neck. Clang. An ancient longsword materialized, blocking the beastly claw. Sparks flew in a dazzling display. Luo Yu, wielding a longsword, swiftly descended upon an open space. Why have you stopped running? Zhu Yun approached him with a menacing grin, a black tail swaying behind her. In her martial spirit embodiment, she exuded not only a sensual allure but also an added layer of primal beauty. Indeed, he was a wild lad from a small town, daring to compete in speed against A. It seemed he was utterly oblivious to the essence of strength. Luo Yu shook his head, sensing that the situation was rather dire, as he had been caught up with. What's the matter? Are you feeling scared now? It's too late. Zhu Yun scoffed with disdain, adding, If you were to prostrate yourself on the ground and crawl around while cleaning my boots with your tongue, I might consider sparing your life. TSK. It appears you do not quite grasp the meaning of my previous words. Luo Yu lightly flicked the blade, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the air. Raising an eyebrow, He remarked, I merely wish to convey that now that you have caught up with me, your situation appears rather dire. Zhu Yun responded with a wicked smile, his charming visage contorting slightly. How audacious to speak defiantly when death is imminent. What makes you believe you can stand against me? Is it merely that pitiful sword in your grasp? Pitiful sword? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. You might want to reconsider your words shortly. Zhu Yun, far from angered, chuckled. I see you are genuinely attempting to amuse me. What significance does your wretched sword hold? It is utterly unremarkable. Were the 7 kills sword to arrive, I would not hesitate to turn and leave. Then you should watch closely. Clang. Luo Yu channeled his soul power, and a yellow soul ring gracefully ascended from the surface of the Zhu sword. Originally wearing a serious expression, Zhu Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter, her joy blooming like flowers in spring. After feeling irritated for a while, she realized she had encountered a fool. Surely, you do not expect that with just your meager soul ring, you could contend against my 4 soul rings? The quality of a soul ring surpasses its quantity. One is more than sufficient to deal with you. Luo Yu shook his head. Huh. Zhu Yun's laughter grew even more unrestrained, her 2 snow-white bosoms concealed beneath her leather jacket quivering with mirth. To be honest, your foolishness is so endearing that I almost feel reluctant to end your life. Luo Yu displayed impatience, remarking, All right, spare me your incessant chatter. Since you are a woman, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you possess any remarkable skills, now is the time to unveil them. I shall strike first, lest you depart this world unfulfilled. Zhu Yun's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression turning ominous. Who bestowed upon you such unfounded confidence? You may as well perish. With that, Zhu Yun's speed surged, seamlessly merging with the night, her beastly claws glinting ominously as they sliced through the air, aiming for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu raised his hand, poised to swing his sword and strike down his foe. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed forward, intercepting the enemy's attack. Zhu Yun stumbled back 3 steps, while the elegant figure let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling as she nearly lost her balance. Zhu Zhuqing, I have spared you for the time being. Yet you dare to come seeking death? How did you manage to follow me? Luo Yu queried, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing, her face ashen, replied, Why did you choose to assist me? Luo Yu was left speechless. Surely you did not come all this way merely to ask this? How could I possibly burden others with my own affairs? Zhu Zhuqing, with a resolute expression, retorted, You have yet to answer my question. Why do you wish to assist me? Is there truly a need for justification when offering help? Indeed. I find it hard to believe that anyone could be so altruistic, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her face a portrait of stubbornness. Luo Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, I am not the type to assist just anyone indiscriminately. Now, pray tell, what is your true intention? Zhu Zhuqing's keen gaze seemed to seek to penetrate Luo Yu's innermost thoughts. In truth, I am uncertain whether my feelings for you stem from infatuation at first sight or mere physical attraction. Regardless, I have found myself captivated by you. And surely that is a valid reason. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Chapter 37. Your guasha service is quite lacking. The sisters were all astonished. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered, her fair complexion flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she found it difficult to meet Luo Yu's gaze, her lips parting slightly. Is this your way of confessing? It feels rather casual, does it not? Luo Yu chuckled. I have not confessed either. Were you not inquiring about the purpose of my assistance? This is the reason. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her sparkling black eyes revealing a sense of confusion. Is what you said truly authentic? Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the matter, leaving it to your belief. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, shaking her head in denial, insisting, You cannot harbor feelings for me. I am already betrothed. Luo Yu inquired, In such peril, where is your fiancé? Surely he is indulging in frivolities? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her delicate hands clenched. After a moment, her complex gaze turned towards Luo Yu. Your willingness to brave danger for me will not be forgotten. You must leave. I will hold her off here. If I survive, I would gladly wish to be your close friend. How trivial. We are bound by life and death, and yet you speak of mere friendship. Luo Yu scoffed. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, stamped her foot. How can you be so thoughtless? We hardly know each other. Surely we must become acquainted first. It is not customary to declare feelings upon first meeting. Are you suggesting there might be a chance for us in the future? Luo Yu teased with a sly grin. What nonsense. At such a time, you still jest? Our priority must be to survive today, she replied, taking a firm stance in front of Luo Yu, her face cold as she addressed Zhu Yun. If there are grievances to settle, let them be directed at me. This person is innocent. Huh? Have you agreed on who will die first? Rest assured, none of you will leave today, Zhu Yun sneered, her face marred by disdain as she unleashed a torrent of dark claw-like shadows. I will hold her back. You must escape, Zhu Zhuqing admonished, shoving Luo Yu aside. Her beautiful eyes bore into him, as if imprinting his image upon her heart, before she resolutely charged towards the oncoming shadows. With her cultivation at the 27th rank, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to flee but to confront Zhu Yun, a four-ringed soul master, head-on, knowing she could not withstand for long. After several exchanges, her leather attire was torn in multiple places, revealing her fair skin adorned with crimson claw marks. Had she not been evading with all her might, those marks would surely have transformed into gaping wounds. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing gasped, the strain of her defensive efforts overwhelming her. Her body feeling as though it bore an immense weight, growing ever heavier. In stark contrast, Zhu Yun remained calm and collected, her demeanor mocking, each strike fierce as if she were toying with her prey. As the chilling shadows lunged towards her face, Zhu Zhuqing found herself too weak to counter, helplessly witnessing the impending attack. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Surely, the man had fled. What a peculiar man he was, daring to stand against a four-ringed soul master for her sake. Was he a fool? Yet, his bravery stirred something within her. Perhaps they would never meet again. Closing her eyes, she awaited the arrival of death. Stubborn little cat, you have finally resigned yourself, Zhu Yun mocked, her expression fierce, embodying the victor as her claws descended upon Zhu Zhuqing's flawless visage. Just as the moment hung by a thread, a figure surged into motion. A sword flashed through the air, its brilliance illuminating the scene, cleaving through Zhu Yun's confident stance. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in bewilderment, witnessing the crisis averted by a broad, steadfast figure that stood before her. Why have you returned? She bit out, her expression one of frustration, feeling her efforts to delay had been in vain. I never left, he replied. Luo Yu turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shrugged nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration. Are you really that dim-witted? You are merely at the first ring, while they are at the fourth. Staying behind would only result in one more casualty. It is hardly worth it. Luo Yu smiled gently. Are you expressing concern for me? Zhu Zhuqing glared. I truly admire you. The situation is dire, yet you still have the presence of mind to jest. Where is the fire? I see none. Luo Yu drew his sword and surveyed his surroundings with a relaxed demeanor, ultimately pointing towards Zhu Yun. Surely, you cannot be referring to her. She is but a mere fish, hardly worthy of such dramatic farewells. Who do you deem to be a mere fish? Zhu Yun's exquisite countenance darkened with clouds of displeasure. She remained hesitant to make a move, her mind lingering on the uncertainty surrounding Luo Yu's earlier thrust that had forced her to retreat. How had he achieved that? Had he merely stumbled upon the flaw in her defense? What was she concerned about? After all, he was merely a first-ring soul master. Could he truly possess the power to transcend the heavens? As Zhu Yun's expression grew increasingly fierce, Zhu Zhuqing urged Luo Yu to step back. You must leave at once. Do not be reckless. You are no match for her. Retreat, and simply observe. Luo Yu's voice was calm, yet brooked no refusal, seemingly imbued with an inexplicable charisma that caused Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the words that had nearly escaped her lips. Silently, she withdrew to the side, obediently observing the man. He flicked his wrist, brandishing the long sword, poised against the fierce Zhu Yun, executing a preliminary stance. With a cold smirk, Zhu Yun licked her elongated dark purple nails with her crimson tongue, resembling a bloodthirsty leopard lurking in the jungle, while her four soul rings swirled around her. I found myself perplexed. Who had instilled such confidence in you? Merely a one-ring soul master, yet you dared to provoke the powerful of the soul sect time and again. Or perhaps you were simply a fool. Luo Yu shook his head, advising you to speak less. Although I do not intend to harm your woman, should you continue to prattle on, I fear I might lose control and inadvertently strike you down. Zhu Yun's expression contorted in an instant, her hair swirling wildly as she let out a furious roar. Third soul skill, Nether Spring False. She brought her hands together above her head, her fingers rapidly merging into a blade nearly a foot long. After infusing it with soul power, a black light blade formed in a straight line, descending upon Luo Yu with intent to strike. Quick, dodge. Do not take it head-on. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm from the side. Luo Yu remained unflinching and unyielding, nonchalantly raising his sword. Zhu Yun scoffed. How foolish to challenge the inevitable. My third soul skill is not so easily countered. Let us see how you fare being cleaved in two. A resounding clang echoed as the fierce black blade shattered upon impact. While the unremarkable ancient sword remained poised in midair, the man unscathed. What? How is this possible? A chorus of incredulous gasps erupted. Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted in astonishment. How did he achieve this? Zhu Yun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That was my third soul skill. Just like that, it was gone? No. I refused to believe it. A frantic expression crossed Zhu Yun's face as she unleashed her soul power, her claws slashing downward in a rapid descent. With her body spinning at breakneck speed and the piercing sharpness of her claws, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Luo Yu in mere moments. Yet, no matter how fiercely she attacked, Luo Yu remained like a shadow, effortlessly countering each move. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Unable to fathom the scene before her. What is happening? This guy is merely a first-ring soul master, yet he is engaging evenly with a fourth-ring soul sect? With a swift motion, Zhu Yun was swept aside by a single stroke, her leather pants torn, revealing her long, fair legs. At that moment, however, she had no time to dwell on such matters. Gasping for breath, she fixed her gaze on the man, her heart tumultuous, and the earlier disdain vanished, replaced by uncertainty and astonishment. Luo Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes and exhaled softly, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Hadn't he just been rather arrogant? This scraping service is hardly satisfactory. Could you apply a bit more force? Zhu Yun gritted her teeth. Invoking her fourth soul skill, Ethereal Void Slash. The air crackled with energy as a fierce gust swept forth. Under this terrifying assault, Luo Yu did not even lift his eyelids, merely letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, in the world of martial arts, one is often at the mercy of circumstances. It seems that maintaining a low profile is not an easy endeavor. Now I declare the game over. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook and the forest quivered. As the illusion cast by the thousand illusions mask over the martial spirits was instantly dispelled, a horrific wave of explosive energy surged from Luo Yu, pouring forth like a river bursting its banks. The seemingly ordinary martial spirit in his hand and the subpar yellow soul ring began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected. The 100,000-year soul ring left the audience utterly stunned. The wind howled fiercely, sending sand and stones flying. Trees swayed, leaves rustled, and shrubs toppled over in the chaos. Luo Yu was enveloped in an overwhelming and boundless aura, his entire demeanor undergoing a profound transformation in an instant. At that moment, he was surrounded by dazzling radiance, metamorphosing from a carefree and ordinary youth into an extraordinary genius, brimming with unrestrained ambition, as reflected in the eyes of the Zhu sisters. Even more astonishing was, in Luo Yu's grasp, the seemingly ordinary long sword spirit shimmered from the hilt to the tip, transforming into a true divine form. Imbued with an ancient charm and an imposing aura, the yellow soul ring morphed into a profound purple. This is a mere illusion? The first soul ring is indeed purple? Zhu Zhuqing's lips trembled, unable to articulate a single word, her mind shaken and astonished to the utmost degree. How could this individual suddenly seem like a different person? Wasn't he merely a one-ring soul master? How could he possess such formidable power? What kind of martial spirit resides within that sword? And why have I never heard of it before? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Who on earth is he? In stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's astonished curiosity, Zhu Yun was gripped by genuine fear, a primal terror coursing through her. As the long sword was unsheathed, a menacing aura surged forth, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Yet, with the offensive already unleashed, retreat was not an option. She could only brace herself and forcibly invoke her fourth soul skill, the Netherworld Breakthrough Slash. A blade of black energy surged downwards, carrying with it a wave of force. As if intending to cleave its target mercilessly in twain, Luo Yu lifted his gaze, a trace of disdain playing upon his lips, as the Nine Heavens executioner sword in his hand trembled ever so slightly. Zheng. The resounding clang of the sword echoed like the soaring cry of a divine phoenix from the highest heavens. The tip of the blade traced a silver arc, swift as lightning, and vanished in a fleeting instant. Bang! This strike, seemingly effortless, possessed an indomitable force. The ghostly radiance of the nether blade shattered instantaneously, dissolving into countless motes of black light, utterly extinguished. The vainglorious Zhu Yun suffered the violent rupture of her black leather armor. She herself was sent hurtling backward, spewing blood from her mouth, and crashed heavily against a distant tree trunk, scattering leaves with a resounding thud. Zhu Zhuqing, typically composed and aloof, now gaped in astonishment. her expression one of utter disbelief. Surely, this is but a dream? She wondered, biting her tongue and shaking her head in disbelief. Yet, the scene before her remained vividly clear. The overbearing Zhu Yun lay prostrate beneath the tree. The man stood there, composed and at ease, slowly sheathing his sword. My sister is a sole grandmaster, she mused, to be defeated so instantaneously, and this man appears to be of a similar age to myself. How could he possibly possess such terrifying power? The man's sudden display of divine might filled Zhu Zhuqing with awe. It was truly difficult to believe that a seemingly ordinary gourmand encountered at random in the forest could unleash such astonishing combat prowess. Rustle, rustle. Luo Yu approached the tree trunk with the Zhutian sword in hand. Zhu Yun's disheveled hair framed her face, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her tattered clothing revealed much of her delicate form. Fear gripped her fiercely as she curled up, resembling a frightened little beast, devoid of any trace of her previously arrogant demeanor. Please, don't come any closer. Is this amusing to you? Luo Yu's lips curled into a grin. This smile sent a chill down Zhu Yun's spine, prompting her to exclaim in panic, "Who are you?" Luo Yu approached step by step. Do not be anxious. Am I not merely the rustic villager you speak of, that so-called wild youth of the mountains? Stay away. Zhu Yun shook her head vigorously, her face contorted with fear, her slender legs nervously pushing against the ground as she attempted to retreat. What are you running for? Have you finally come to fear me? Weren't you quite enthusiastic just a moment ago? At this moment, Zhu Yun was on the verge of tears. Who could have anticipated that you were such a formidable foe? Who would dare provoke you? With a single strike, one could be obliterated so effortlessly. Zhu Yun found it difficult to fathom the origin of such extraordinary talent. Recalling her previous taunts, labeling him as worthless, Zhu Yun felt utterly humiliated. It turned out that in his eyes, she was the ignorant jester. Please, spare me. Zhu Yun began to plead for mercy. Luo Yu tilted her ear. What did you say? Please, I beg you, spare me. Zhu Yun bit her delicate lips, her face revealing a look of imploration, while her bosom seemed to hint at a desire to reveal, enticing the man. Luo Yu shook his head with a sigh, remarking on the rapid change in attitude, wondering how one could be so boastful moments ago. Zhu Yun pleaded repeatedly, kneeling beneath the tree, expressing his foolishness for failing to recognize a master. He admitted ignorance of Luo Yu's true strength. Otherwise, he would never have dared to provoke him. Huh? Luo Yu scoffed, narrowing his eyes. Is it the fate of the weak to be trampled upon? Zhu Yun found himself at a loss for words under such scrutiny. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from another direction. There is little to discuss. The strong feast while the weak are left to wallow in despair. If you are weak, you deserve your fate. With a swish, 3 formidable black figures emerged from the woods, their faces obscured. The leader spoke, and they positioned themselves protectively in front of Zhu Yun, confronting Luo Yu directly. Your Highness, we have arrived late. Not a problem. Your presence suffices, Zhu Yun replied, wiping the blood from his lips as he steadied himself against the tree, casting a triumphant glance at Luo Yu. You truly surprised me, young one. Who would have thought you would play the role of a pig to eat a tiger? Yet, ultimately, I have the upper hand. Surely you did not expect my allies. All that talk earlier was merely a ruse to buy time. Now, tell me, do you regret not eliminating me sooner? Luo Yu furrowed her brows, feeling as though you might possess a certain astuteness, perhaps? Hiki. Zhu Yun covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Luo Yu shook his head and said, No, it is somewhat contemptible. Zhu Yun's expression turned cold. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Husan, reveal your cultivation level and show this fellow what he is up against. Yes. With a thunderous boom, 5 soul rings ascended, showcasing the full might of a soul king. Zhu Zhuqing's previously joyful demeanor instantly paled as she hurried to Luo Yu's side. Zhu Yun, your family actually provided you with a soul king level guardian? Foolish sister, our wretched family is hardly that generous. It was Davis who, fearing I might be taken advantage of outside, sent someone to protect me. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned ashen as she tugged at Luo Yu's sleeve. You must escape quickly and stop concerning yourself with me. Escape? Why should I flee? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I am aware of your prowess, yet your adversary is a soul king. There are no soul king level experts among the younger generation. With your talent, your origins must surely be remarkable. There is no need to risk yourself for someone like me. I believe if you wish to leave, you certainly can. Please go. Zhu Yun laughed coldly. Leave? Do you think I would allow this scoundrel, who has insulted me time and again, to simply walk away? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shone with despair. Zhu Yun turned to Luo Yu. Kid, Do you not enjoy masquerading as a fool to deceive the mighty? How does it feel now? Exciting? Unexpected? Delightful? Oh, how quickly the villain rejoices in his triumph. Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Zhu Yun shot him a fierce glare. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, demonstrating what it means to feign ignorance and instead become the fool. You three, seize this brat alive. He startled me earlier, and I cannot bear to let him die so easily. Understood. The three energies erupted simultaneously, one at level 51, a soul king, and two at level 45, both possessing the wolf martial spirit. You must leave. I will remain here, Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely. She pushed Luo Yu away, but he did not budge. The man shook his head, dismissing their threat as mere rubbish, unworthy of concern. Huh? Zhu Yun laughed derisively. I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean others cannot. You may have misunderstood my intentions. Luo Yu slowly explained. I'm not referring to you as worthless. Rather, I am unequivocally addressing the four individuals present as such. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this man mock a soul king? This fool is courting death. A soul king must not be insulted. With a fierce roar, the wolf spirit howled as the three of them merged their energies, advancing step by step, attempting to crush his will with their formidable soul power. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly positioned herself in front of Luo Yu, unleashing her soul power in a frenzied manner, extracting every last ounce of her potential. Fool, do not overestimate yourself. You cannot contend with the soul king. This is my affair. You need not intervene. While I self-destruct, you must flee. Enough of that. Let me handle this. Luo Yu firmly placed his hand on her shoulder, instantly suppressing her spiritual power and dismissively pushing her aside. The atmosphere was filled with an indulgent intimacy, perfectly harmonious. Zhu Yun clapped her hands and laughed boisterously. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. Foolish woman, do you truly believe that was my full strength just now? Zhu Yun scoffed with disdain. Merely bluster. No matter how formidable you think you are, can you truly contend with a soul king? Oh, Luo Yu replied, not bothering to refute her. Boom. Faced with the combined might of the three. In Luo Yu's grasp, the heavenly execution sword erupted with an even more formidable aura. Deep and foreboding, far surpassing its previous manifestation. An already astonishing purple soul ring floated gracefully upwards, undergoing a transformation yet again. It reached an unparalleled depth of purple, evolving into an abyssal black. Subsequently, that black hue astonishingly ascended once more. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as all present held their breath. The final trace of crimson shone brilliantly and strikingly against the night backdrop. What? A soul ring of 100,000 years? What is the meaning behind his soul ring? This scene left everyone in utter disbelief, for they all understood the implications of that red hue. Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless. The masked soul king was taken aback. Zhu Yun stared in shock, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. Just how many secrets has this individual concealed? Where lies his ultimate limit? Luo Yu bared his teeth, echoing the woman's earlier words, his voice resonating through the forest with remarkable clarity. So, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Chapter 39. The divine might of the reverse soul technique unleashed, instantly slaying the soul king, commanding the scene. Within the dimly lit forest, the campfire had long since extinguished. In the darkness, the man's blood-red soul ring was dazzlingly conspicuous, reflecting in the wide eyes of all present. His voice, laden with amusement, reverberated. Yet Zhu Yun found it exceedingly grating. She had not anticipated such a swift rebuttal. The taunts she had hurled moments ago were now thrown back at her. Her delicate fingers covered her agape cherry lips, attempting to mask the profound shock within, her eyelashes trembling as the man's figure appeared to magnify infinitely before her. Gazing upon the rare 10,000-year soul ring, Zhu Yun's retort became lodged in her throat, rendering her utterly speechless, her heart racing in panic. How could he possibly possess a 10,000-year soul ring? How did he achieve this? Boss who? What on earth is happening? The two masked soul sect members trembled, their legs weakening. The red soul ring was something they had only heard of, never before witnessed. The peculiar manifestations surrounding Luo Yu instilled a sense of unease within them. How dare you question me? Who am I to inquire? Roared the masked soul king, San, in a fit of rage. It was evident that the crimson soul ring, which even our emperor of the Xingluo Empire lacks, could not possibly belong to this boy. Surely, it must be an illusion. Indeed, the boss is right. It must be an illusion, without a doubt, echoed the two masked soul sect members, bolstering their courage with their shouts. A 10,000-year soul beast? Not only have I never killed one, but I have never even laid eyes on such a creature in my entire life. Therefore, This boy's soul ring must be a fabrication, a mere trick of the light. They believed they had uncovered the truth. Their previously doubtful gazes now filled with determination as they fixed their predatory stares upon Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled gently, a playful glint in her eyes. Unhurried as she observed them silently, Hunyuan who since stepped forward, clapping his hands repeatedly, his tone laced with sarcasm. You're quite impressive, my friend. Such a remarkable illusion. Your demeanor is so convincingly crafted that you nearly frightened us three brothers. However, you underestimate our intelligence. Do you truly believe a mere youth could possess a soul ring of 100,000 years? If you're going to pretend, at least do so convincingly. The masked soul sect members murmured in agreement. Brother, this fellow is cunning. Thankfully, you saw through his ruse. He nearly slipped away. Gu San raised his head and nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing their concerns. Just a bit of experience from the martial world, nothing to fret about. You have much to learn yet. He basked in the reverence of his two subordinates, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Yu. With a soft scoff, he imparted his wisdom. You two need to exercise your minds more when out in the world. Understand? When confronted by an enemy, one must learn to analyze the situation calmly. Don't let just any riffraff with a trick up their sleeve intimidate you. It would be a source of mockery if word got out that you were with me. The two soul sect members nodded vigorously, glancing at Luo Yu before spitting on the ground, embarrassed by the near calamity they had faced. 100,000 years of soul rings, is it even possible? Are you jesting with me in the dead of night? Watching their spirited analysis, Luo Yu nearly found herself convinced, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Gu San snorted imperiously. Enough. You two, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Stay put and reflect while you observe how your elder captures this little brat. With a thunderous stomp of his left foot, a deep pit formed in the ground. 5 soul rings whirled above him, radiating intense heat. A towering phantom of a wolf loomed menacingly, its residual energy causing the leaves around them to rustle violently. His two subordinates were all admiration, exclaiming, Our leader is magnificent. Our leader is imposing. On the other side, Zhu Yun was invigorated, her fear dissipating. She called out, Gu San, earn yourself a merit today. If you capture this young man, I shall reward you greatly. Gu San laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, princess. Against such a young opponent, I need not 3 moves, just one will suffice to subdue him for you. That would be splendid, Zhu Yun replied, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Gu San radiated an air of superiority, having discerned what others had not. The 4th soul ring erupted in brilliant light, his form expanding, bursting through his clothing to reveal gray wolf fur, sharp teeth, and explosive muscles beneath the thick coat. His expression was one of arrogant bloodlust. Princess, just watch how effortlessly I shall handle this. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as Gu San advanced, confidence gleaming in his eyes, a fierce wind swirling around him. The distant gust tousled his black hair, caressing his face. Luo Yu, however, remained as steadfast as a mountain, composed and unperturbed, even stifling a yawn. Have you finally finished your prattling? In truth, witnessing your wit and valor, I believe it is a pity to name you Tiger 3. Tiger 13 would suit you splendidly. Tiger 3 momentarily faltered, and then, in an instant, his eyes turned crimson with rage, his fury surging once more, the intensity of his attack escalating dramatically. The assault was imminent. The playful arrogance on Luo Yu's face vanished in an instant, as if he had transformed into a different person. His demeanor became solemn, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. With a graceful flourish, he wielded his longsword, causing the blood-red soul ring to erupt in a brilliant light, merging into the Zhu Tian sword. With a resounding clang, the cry of an ice phoenix echoed across the land, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. A layer of frost enveloped the leaves and grass, and a piercing ice-blue radiance followed, prompting those nearby to instinctively close their eyes. A majestic wolf howl pierced the heavens, rousing the 2 soul masters, who had initially felt disoriented by the obscured situation. Hearing the commanding howl, they became invigorated. It's the voice of our elder brother. Judging by this momentum, I wager he can defeat that brat in 3 moves. In this dark of night, the blinding light nearly blinded me. Such despicable tactics are merely bluster and cannot prevail. I bet on 2 moves. That brat is certain to perish. If he does not, I shall eat dirt. Our elder brother was so confident just now. I wager he needs only 1 move. With a thunderous explosion, a fierce wind surged, stirring the foliage. As the blue light gradually dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing hastily opened her eyes, scanning the surroundings with concern. Zhu Yun, with her arms crossed and chin raised, observed with a cold and haughty demeanor. The 2 younger brothers exchanged knowing smiles, their anticipation palpable. As the brilliance faded and the scene came into focus, everyone's pupils constricted, a wave of shock washing over them, rendering their blood cold, as if their hearts had momentarily ceased to beat. There stood Luo Yu, towering like a celestial being. From his broad and upright back extended a pair of enormous ice-blue phoenix wings, each feather distinct and intricate, surrounded by a halo of red lotus blossoms. The long sword in his hand had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its exquisite ice-blue blade was adorned with phoenix engravings, and the scarlet edge exuded an endless chill. The icy chain extending from the hilt coiled around his forearm, bestowing upon him an extraordinary presence. In stark contrast, the previously wild and unrestrained Soul King Gu San had lost all semblance of bravado. His soul light dissipated, his features distorted in shock, standing dumbfounded before Luo Yu's sword. Covered in blood, he bore countless sword wounds, each laceration adorned with shards of ice, the crimson blood frozen within, presenting a most tragic spectacle. Luo Yu's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any arrogance, as he slowly shook his head and quietly murmured, "Is this truly the Soul King? Hardly impressive." Chapter 40. The heart-stirring plea of Zhu Zhuqing, the stunning sister, on her knees. In the now silent forest, the air was thick with the chilling aura emanating from the blade of the Zhutian sword. The man's detached voice, though soft, resonated with the hearts of all present. Observing the pitiful state of Soul King Gu San, the smiles of the two soul sect members evaporated, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. Their lips trembled incessantly, a wave of cold rising from beneath, striking straight to their minds, their bodies enveloped in frost. The Soul King has been defeated? This man vanquished the Soul King with a single strike? Who on earth is he, and what makes him so terrifying? Zhu Yun's expression froze. Fear and panic rendering her speechless, a penetrating chill swept through her entire being, her abdomen trembling uncontrollably, her legs tightly pressed together in an effort to maintain composure. Zhu Zhuqing, however, felt entirely different. The young girl's brows danced with joy, her exquisitely delicate face radiating intense delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Struggling to articulate her current emotions, her feelings fluctuated dramatically tonight, akin to a fall from a precipice followed by an abrupt descent. All of this was because of the man before her. The woman clenched her small hands tightly, her proud figure rising and falling with excited breaths. Once, she had dismissed myths and tales as mere fantasies. Now, she believed. Though not a princess, when faced with peril, a prince from the heavens had indeed descended. Gazing at the long, commanding figure pointing the sword at the Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing's luminous eyes sparkled with vibrant colors, her face flushed, her palm pressed against her chest. Feeling the intensity of her heartbeat, no one could truly grasp her current feelings, for they could not comprehend the immense joy of transitioning from despair to a state brimming with vitality. Though the man appeared unremarkable, even sometimes jesting and irking her, he had unexpectedly intruded upon her inner world. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips, consumed by a profound curiosity about the man she encountered in this forest. What kind of person is he, truly? Crack, crack. The ice layer melted, shards cascading down. The once stiff body of Gu San, the Soul King, regained sensation as terror surged from within, causing him to tremble violently. Beholding the terrifying ice-blue sword, its scarlet blade now so near, he had long forgotten his earlier arrogance and let out the most desperate scream of his life. "Quick, someone come to save me." His frantic cries echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Yet, who would come to his rescue? The two soul sect members, along with Zhu Yun, were filled with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their soul power and fled. Luo Yu raised his gaze and softly uttered two words, "Stop." The three fleeing souls instantly shuddered, their hairs standing on end. One of them, a member of the soul sect, was utterly terrified, screaming in panic. "Only a fool would stop now. Quickly, disperse and flee. That is our only chance of survival. That perverse soul technique he just unleashed cannot possibly be wielded a second time." Hearing this, Zhu Yun and another soul attempted to escape. Suddenly, a blue arc of light sliced through the night sky, leaving behind an exquisite rainbow in the darkness. With a soft sound, the soul who had just dashed forward found himself suspended in midair, staring in bewilderment at the sword tip protruding from his chest. No blood flowed from the wound. His entire body was encased in a chilling, frozen sword energy. He stiffly turned his head to gaze at the long, dark ice chain, filled with confusion. What manner of martial soul is this? With a thunderous crash, he shattered into countless shards of ice. The chain surged, the sword light returned, and it was firmly grasped in Luo Yu's hand. Having slain one, the man's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. The edge of the heavenly sword radiated divine light, untouched by a single drop of blood. Its surface exuding a cold brilliance that suggested a beauty veiling the chilling desolation of extinguished life. The remaining soul dared not move an inch. Zhu Yun was firmly rooted to the spot, unable to take a single step forward, her jade legs tightly pressed together. If it were not for the last vestiges of her shame, she might have already succumbed to fear. Why aren't you running? The last remaining soul felt tears welling up in fright, cursing his companions for their reckless folly. Zhu Yun shook her head more vigorously than a rattling drum, her lips, clenched from overwhelming terror, had already begun to ooze crimson blood, unbeknownst to her. Luo Yu cast a sweeping glance across the entire assembly, her voice indifferent as she commanded. Kneel. With a resounding thud, the soul sect complied without a moment's hesitation. I am the princess. I cannot kneel, Zhu Yun protested, clinging to her final vestige of defiance. Oh. Luo Yu nodded, his wrist twisting gracefully, and the shadow of the sword surged forth. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, and the kneeling soul sect member shattered into countless icy fragments. A look of bewilderment adorned his face as he pondered. Why was he still slain despite his submission? Luo Yu's lips curled in a sheepish grin. I hold grudges. Bang. Zhu Yun's spirit shattered, and she collapsed to the ground. What was dignity compared to the value of life? She understood clearly that this individual was a devil. In ordinary moments, he was amiable and jovial. But once he engaged in conflict, he transformed entirely, displaying a ruthless decisiveness without an ounce of mercy. Luo Yu shifted his gaze towards the Soul King before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You refuse to kneel? With a swift motion, he struck, a phantom of a blade sealing the Soul King's throat. As he fell, the Soul King's heart brimmed with indignation and despair. Am I not kneeling? How could I, when every part of me is frozen? I die unjustly. The three were silenced, and Luo Yu approached, his sword in hand. Zhu Yun knelt submissively on the ground, her once enchanting visage now pallid. All her pride shattered into a plea for mercy. The ruthless decisiveness of the man before her had instilled a profound terror within her. I beg you, spare me. I acknowledge my faults. My arrogance was unwarranted. I was foolish and reckless. Her anguished cries for mercy drew an unusual expression from Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby. She had never witnessed Zhu Yun in such a state. This woman, who always carried herself with haughty grace, akin to a princess, was now cast down to the depths of humility before this man. The man's ruthless resolve did not repel Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, it ignited a deeper fascination within her. He stood in stark contrast to Daimubai, that cowardly man who fled. These three were, after all, despicable accomplices in their own tyranny. The bloodshed within her family had been far more brutal than this scene, and her heart had long since grown cold. Yet today, unexpectedly, it stirred with ripples of emotion. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Luo Yu slowly raised the tip of his sword. In an instant, Zhu Yun's pupils constricted to their utmost, panic surging within her. She hastily crawled to Luo Yu's feet, proclaiming, "It is my fault. I failed to recognize your greatness. I shall serve you. Please forgive me." With that, she anxiously extended her tongue, bending down towards Luo Yu's golden-patterned boots. "Begone. You are unworthy." Luo Yu wielded his sword with a swift motion, striking Zhu Yun's cheek, causing her to collapse to the ground. Ignoring her swollen face, the woman rose to her knees, tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks. "I implore you to spare my life. I, Zhu Yun, am willing to do anything for you, to serve you in any capacity. Please, grant me the opportunity to start anew." He scoffed. "Do you take me for a refuse pit?" Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering. There exists a certain contempt within every pitiful soul. She recalled vividly the woman's previous arrogance, and she knew that had he been lacking in strength today, death would have been inevitable. Suddenly, Zhu Yun's eyes sparkled with desperation as she cried out in a sweet, urgent tone, "I am not trash. I am still a virgin. I am still pure. I beg you for a chance." How pathetic. To cling to life at the cost of her dignity? Luo Yu felt no aversion to this scene before him, for even the lowly ant strives to survive. However, he harbored no fondness for this haughty and merciless woman. He swiftly raised his hand, and the blade of the Zhutian sword radiated a brilliant blue light. What a ruthless man, utterly unmoved by beauty. Zhu Yun's eyes reflected despair, a deadened gaze that spoke volumes as she fell silent, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. In that fleeting moment, she was engulfed by endless regret for her past. Perhaps this was the retribution for fratricide. Had she not erred, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament. At this moment, her heart brimmed with resentment. Not towards Luo Yu, but towards that grotesque family of hers. Had she not been born into such a family, steeped in the perverse ideology of survival of the fittest, she might have lived her life as a virtuous woman. Ah, how ironic it is to realize one's folly only at the brink of death. How utterly ludicrous. Zhu Yun mused bitterly. She could already feel the chilling sword energy before her. Excuse me, could you pause for a moment? A voice, soft and delicate like that of a kitten, suddenly floated in from behind. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, her steps cautious as she approached, carefully observing the frostbitten demeanor of the man. Chapter 41. Tears of Regret. The beautiful Zhu Yun's surrender. Luo Yu's raised long sword came to an abrupt halt in midair, refraining from descending with a strike. He gazed at the approaching Zhu Zhuqing, and due to the difference in their heights, he could glance down at the girl's strikingly voluptuous figure. Her perfect form tightly encased in black leather. The girl bit her crimson lip, her eyes revealing a tumultuous mix of hesitation and complexity as she pondered. May I make a request of you? As Luo Yu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's hesitant demeanor, a peculiar expression crossed his face. What do you seek from me? Surely, you do not wish for me to spare her. Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze towards the woman kneeling there, her eyes vacant and lost. The small hands were clenched tightly, the knuckles pale, as if she were grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and met the man's gaze, nodding affirmatively. What? Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment. You cannot be serious. This woman has pursued you relentlessly, and yet you still wish to show her mercy? Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. In truth, she is but a pitiable soul. Luo Yu let out a disdainful scoff and retorted, You pity her. Do you not feel any pity for yourself? Instead of indulging in that sentiment of compassion, it would be far wiser to nurture your own heart and mind, rather than concern yourself with her. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered. Though the man's words were harsh, for some inexplicable reason, she discerned a hint of care within them, which stirred an unfamiliar emotion within her heart. She shook her head gently and replied softly, Though she treats me this way, my hatred is not directed at her. I loathe that cold-blooded and heartless family, which regards its children as mere tools, where the emergence of the strongest renders the lives of others inconsequential. To be born into such a family is a profound tragedy. If one does not strive to eliminate their peers, they are destined for demise themselves. If I were to possess the age advantages she does, I might very well choose to eradicate all potential threats. With a delicate flick of his fingers, Luo Yu struck the sword's blade, producing a crisp and melodious chime. Is this not fortuitous? With a single stroke, I can effortlessly clear your path, granting you a future unencumbered by threats. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was fraught with turmoil. I had often envisioned seizing the moment to eliminate her, thus securing my own freedom. Yet, when that day finally arrived, and in the fleeting instant you wielded your sword, I faltered. After all, she is my sister. The family may be flawed, but must I also embrace their errors? What distinguishes me from those cold-hearted individuals of my lineage? Tears glistened in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed longingly at Luo Yu. I genuinely hope that I do not become the very person I once despised. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun, who had been kneeling in submission, suddenly trembled. Soon, her shoulders began to quiver subtly. No sound escaped her lips, nor could one discern her downcast expression. Only the crystalline droplets cascading downwards, plopping softly onto the ground. The young girl displays commendable awareness. She deserves praise, thought Luo Yu, nodding in approval. Just as a smile of delight graced Zhu Zhuqing's face, Luo Yu abruptly altered his tone. While you may be inclined to forgive her, I never claimed I would spare her. Zhu Zhuqing's face registered shock as her mouth fell agape. Luo Yu scoffed. Do not forget. She and I share not a scrap of blood relation. Why should I extend my forgiveness to her? Had it not been for my martial prowess, she would likely be a cold corpse by now. A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhu Zhuqing's brow, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, her face flushed with shyness, she murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper, I beseech you, please spare her. The girl's bashful demeanor radiated an alluring charm, stirring something within Luo Yu, who subtly curved his lips into a barely perceptible smile, thus declining her plea. We are not kin. Why should your single request compel me to grant her freedom? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate features stiffened, and she stammered, We are friends. After all, do you even know my name? Luo Yu replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. Luo Yu shook his head, recalling how she had just mooched off his barbecue, and in return, he had rescued her. Now she dared to plead for his mercy to release her. Did he truly appear so amenable? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she realized she had indeed overstepped her bounds. They were entirely unrelated. What right did she have to expect compliance from him? His act of saving her was already an immense kindness. I see you as a good person, so stop right there. Hold your tongue. Luo Yu interjected hastily, bemused by her audacity to bestow upon herself the title of a virtuous individual. Enough with the pretentiousness. Can we not discuss something of tangible benefit? Tangible benefit? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him, bewilderment evident in her eyes. Luo Yu scrutinized her form from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, akin to a bear lamb, her fair complexion flushed with a radiant hue, exuding an enchanting allure. Oh my! Such beauty you possess, remarked Luo Yu. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms defensively, attempting to shield herself from his penetrating gaze. Resembling a startled kitten as she took a few cautious steps back. What do you intend to do? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. With such exquisite beauty, it would be a pity not to have you wash my clothes and prepare my meals. What? Zhu Zhuqing's face was a portrait of astonishment. She had anticipated far more outrageous demands from him. She was not a Navi girl, fully aware of the world around her. In a setting populated solely by men and women, it would be entirely feasible for someone to take advantage of her, and she would find herself powerless to resist. Is there a problem? Luo Yu smirked, a hint of mischief in his tone. Today, I've endured a tremendous shock and feel quite aggrieved. If you don't offer some tangible compensation, I cannot forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed in skepticism, her thoughts laced with derision. You were shocked? What a joke. Clearly, it is the entire audience that was nearly frightened to death by you. She realized that while this man was chillingly ruthless in moments of violence and everyday interactions, he exhibited a starkly different demeanor, infused with wit and a touch of roguish charm. This revelation eased her tension, and she playfully winked at him. All right then, as a compromise, I could serve you tea and water in the future, tending to your needs. Surely you could be magnanimous enough to forgive her. I trust that after this experience, she will no longer dare to be so arrogant. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. You are doing this willingly, aren't you? No one is forcing you, right? No. No one is coercing me. It is entirely my own choice. Zhu Zhuqing felt a dark line form on her forehead, unable to shake off her doubts. Was this guy truly the same person who had just exuded such a murderous aura? However, men often possess such a disposition. Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to harbor any feelings of aversion. Instead, she felt a sense of authenticity and uniqueness, and her heart began to anticipate the forthcoming interactions. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, a flicker of sword light signaling the retrieval of Zhu Tian. He cast his gaze towards the tattered woman kneeling before him. Her expression starkly contrasting with that of Zhu Zhuqing. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by an icy demeanor. Raising her head, Zhu Chuan trembled slightly, obediently lifting her countenance. Her radiant visage was marred by traces of regretful tears, her crimson lips tightly pressed together, suppressing the cries that threatened to escape. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering that had he known this outcome, he would have acted differently. He had heard what your sister just said, hadn't he? Zhu Yun nodded heavily, her once proud gaze now replaced with profound shame. Zhu Yun acknowledged her wrongdoing, expressing her willingness to make amends to you, esteemed sir. The tasks you assigned to my sister, let them fall upon me instead, for the origin of the matter lies with me, and thus, it is only fitting that I bear the responsibility. Now, I am eager to hear your proposed means of compensation. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhu Yun cautiously glanced at her sister and timidly spoke. I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions, as a humble willow. I am willing to be at your beck and call, yet I have certain desires, all of which I shall fulfill. Hiss. This woman does not seem to be a virtuous character, does she? Luo Yu secretly pondered whether it was his own misinterpretation or if the woman was subtly hinting at something. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yun obediently parted her crimson lips. In an instant, a pill swiftly shot into her mouth. Luo Yu softly remarked, if you truly repent and change your ways, then I shall grant you liberation. However, if you remain unrepentant, do not blame me. Zhu Yun nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of fear. Luo Yu spoke, all right, rise. Zhu Yun respectfully stood up, glancing at her sister, her beautiful eyes reflecting gratitude as she said, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand dismissively, not paying her much mind. And with curiosity, she blinked her long, curled eyelashes, drawing closer to Luo Yu. She looked around, her heart brimming with countless questions. Chapter 42. The sisterly bond in close attendance, only one room remains. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the dimly lit forest. A campfire crackled nearby, beneath a towering tree. A large white blanket was spread out. Luo Yu reclined comfortably, resting his head upon the long, delicate thigh of his sister, Zhu Zhuqing, with his eyes closed in feigned slumber. Meanwhile, his other sister, Zhu Yun, diligently toiled below, her expression one of intense concentration. Her slender fingers glided over Luo Yu's thigh, gently kneading and tapping as she devoted herself to his service and massage. She had changed into a new outfit, and whether by design or happenstance, this black leather attire was lamentably scant, barely covering her alluring bosom, revealing her seductive waist and enticing navel. In contrast to Zhu Yun's compliant and attentive ministrations, there lingered a hint of flirtatious allure. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to sink her toes into the ground. Her fair complexion blushed a deep crimson, almost as if it could drip with embarrassment, as she buried her face amidst the soft, ample curves. Too shy to meet anyone's gaze. When had she ever maintained such a posture with a man? Even the betrothed Dai Mubai could not touch her. How had she inexplicably acquiesced to this man's outrageous request? Surely, it must be out of gratitude. This thought provided her with a semblance of comfort, allowing her demeanor to relax somewhat. With growing audacity, she furtively raised her gaze from her chest to observe the man. Her heart fluttered with curiosity. What was it about him that made his martial spirit and soul rings so extraordinary? She had never before heard of such remarkable individuals in the Douluo continent. Recalling the imposing image of Luo Yu wielding his sword to vanquish 3 foes, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart race uncontrollably. In the past, she had endured her hardships alone, but this marked her first taste of being protected. Gradually, the man's seemingly ordinary face began to exude an inexplicable allure, drawing the young girl's gaze. Her eyes growing increasingly dazed. As the man's eyelashes fluttered slightly, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly averted her eyes, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Luo Yu reclined against the woman's legs, gazing upwards. The scenery was indeed a breathtaking tapestry of towering peaks and verdant slopes. He couldn't help but marvel at how this girl, having endured hardships since childhood, managed to possess such abundant vitality. "Have you had your fill?" he inquired. "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. TSK, still unwilling to admit it? Some individuals were utterly captivated just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing vehemently denied it, exclaiming, "No, I wasn't looking at you for any reason. Because I am handsome," Luo Yu replied, a confident smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "Utterly shameless. I have reason to suspect that your prowess is merely a facade supported by your looks." "In truth, I am quite handsome," he retorted. "Barely noticeable, if I may say so." With a faint smile, Luo Yu inquired, "So, are you suggesting that you find me unattractive?" Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Fearing the man might misconstrue her intentions, she waved her small hands emphatically, repeatedly insisting, I do not find you ugly. In fact, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. I am not one to be swayed by looks." "Really?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. "See? You are now admitting that you were staring at me just now," Luo Yu said with a triumphant smile. "Humph, you are far too cunning," Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Truth be told, I am rather handsome," Luo Yu declared. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, someone interjected from beneath Luo Yu. "Master is indeed very handsome, especially when wielding a sword." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face displayed a mix of fear and admiration, completely captivated. "I was addressing you. Silence yourself. Oh, furthermore, your sister is right here. As an elder sister, is it truly appropriate for you to keep calling me master?" Zhu Zhuqing's radiant face broke into a sultry smile. "As long as you are satisfied, she has no say in the matter." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that you will understand in due time. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and remarked, "I truly cannot comprehend what kind of twisted humor you possess. Your strength is likely unparalleled among your peers, yet you insist on masquerading as an ordinary person to deceive others." Below, Zhu Zhuqing pouted pitifully, almost on the verge of tears, as she had suffered greatly from this. Luo Yu could not help but retort, "I never claimed to be ordinary. For instance, I continue to assert my handsomeness." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as her delicate hand reached out uncontrollably. After a few playful touches, Luo Yu sighed dramatically, his expression one of existential despair. "Alas, I am no longer pristine. You must take responsibility." Zhu Zhuqing, Her cheeks flushed, retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. I merely wish to ascertain whether you were wearing a disguise." Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Is that what you wish to see? You might as well call me dear brother of affection, and I might reluctantly grant you a glimpse." "Ah, but I refuse to call you that," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head repeatedly. "Dear brother of affection, I truly wish to see," she insisted. Luo Yu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp as she cast a furious glance at the enchanting woman. "Silence. I did not permit you to speak." Zhu Yun pouted, feeling wronged. "We are sisters after all, yet why is there such a disparity in treatment?" She couldn't accept it. "Have you truly undergone a transformation?" Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand reached out once more. Slap. Luo Yu brushed her small hand away. "If you wish to see, you must speak. Silence yields nothing." Zhu Zhuqing pouted her rose petal-like pink lips, adamantly refusing, claiming that she would not look anymore. Such secrecy only hinted at a perceived ugliness, leading her to believe that it was something to be concealed from view. She decided to abandon her efforts, realizing that provocation was futile. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit waned, feeling utterly subdued by the man's presence. "By the way, why do you shroud yourself so completely? Do you harbor any enemies?" Luo Yu spread her hands, yearning to cite examples of celebrities from a previous life who donned masks when venturing out. However, sensing that the two before her might not comprehend, she succinctly remarked, "If one wishes to be my adversary, they must possess the requisite stature. I merely dislike being scrutinized wherever I go." Such audacious words? The sisters were momentarily taken aback, for even their forebears would not dare to utter such sentiments. Yet, recalling Luo Yu's astonishing swordsmanship, Zhu Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with heart-shaped glimmers. This is a man, indeed. One she has fallen for. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was profoundly shaken, involuntarily comparing Dai Mubai with the man before her. No comparison is necessary. Dai Mubai is unworthy. Luo Yu furrowed his brows, expressing discomfort as he lifted his legs, using them as a makeshift pillow. "I absolutely refuse," Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted. Yet her beautiful legs inexplicably shifted, allowing the man to recline more comfortably. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to journey together to Shrek Academy, while Zhu Yun dutifully adhered to her role as a maid, allowing the man to take the lead. The forest lay not far from Soto City. The trio traversed the night, entering the city through its eerily silent streets. By this late hour, only a single hotel remained open. Its exterior was adorned in a vivid rose red, resembling a blooming rose in its three-story grandeur. As the three entered the establishment, they rendered the male attendant at the counter utterly speechless. "Goodness, this guy is impressive. He arrives with not one, but two stunningly beautiful twin sisters, one a pure lotus and the other a fiery enchantress. This is a heavenly spectacle. Such class and taste. Isn't this far superior to the chap who just went upstairs with two girls?" Luo Yu politely requested, "Young man, could you please provide me with 3 rooms?" Zhu Yun leaned in and said, "Master, 2 rooms will suffice. I shall attend to your slumber." The attendant gasped in astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, "Good heavens! If a man can attain such a status, it is akin to a young cow returning home. Truly remarkable." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu did not contemplate much. He merely felt a throbbing pain in his head. What is the situation with this woman? Is she either excessively wild or burdened with such profound submission? Is the impact of childhood familial shadows truly this terrifying? Luo Yu lightly tapped the table and said, "Young man, please reserve 3 rooms for me." The waiter began to grow anxious. "My friend, are you truly a man? The goddess has been so proactive, yet you remain unmoved?" Suddenly, the waiter had an epiphany, realizing the depth of the situation. "Oh, I see. This is a classic case of playing hard to get. I must assist you." With a knowing smile gracing his lips, he added, "I'm afraid, sir, we only have 1 room left." Chapter 43. The Heartstrings of Zhu Yun, a room adorned with roses. 1 room left? The exclamations of 2 young women echoed in unison. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her delicate hands, feeling an overwhelming shyness, while Zhu Yun's captivating face radiated pure excitement. The waiter, with sincerity, stated, "Indeed, there is but 1 room remaining. Our accommodations are quite scarce at the moment. Perhaps you 3 could make do? Our beds are spacious enough for 3 without feeling cramped." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, let's find another establishment." Zhu Yun retorted, "Why switch? I think this place is quite satisfactory. What is the harm in sharing a bed?" Weren't we all huddled together on a blanket in the woods just a while ago? The waiter was momentarily taken aback, astonished by what he had just heard. Did I just stumble upon a scandalous secret? It seems these two have already shared an intimate encounter in the forest. He gazed at Luo Yu with a reverent admiration. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, bit her delicate lip, torn by inner conflict. Sharing a bed with a man? How could that possibly be acceptable? You two stay here. I'll look for another place. The waiter promptly reassured her. Madam, you need not worry. At this hour, our establishment is the only one in Sato City that remains open. Zhu Zhuqing's charming face froze momentarily. Fine, one room will suffice. It's better than sleeping in the wilderness. Luo Yu, with unwavering decisiveness, produced a clattering pouch of coins and handed it to the attendant. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. Before long, the attendant presented Luo Yu with a key adorned with a pink tag. Just turn left on the 3rd floor. It's the Pink Beauty Suite. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing was already quite anxious, and upon hearing that name, she became even more flustered, her delicate hands finding nowhere to rest as she privately scoffed at the name, which sounded rather unseemly. In contrast, Zhu Zhuyun's eyes sparkled with delight. Esteemed guest, here's your remaining ballots. Luo Yu shook his head, indicating there was no need to search further. We will be staying for 2 days. If there are any available rooms tomorrow, please remember to reserve 2 for us. Certainly, no problem at all. I will ensure to reserve them for you. The attendant assured earnestly. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and led her sisters upstairs. The attendant waved and called out, Esteemed guest, 12 golden soul coins will suffice. You still have plenty left in your pouch. Luo Yu paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow. Is there still some left? You may keep it for yourself. The waiter lowered his gaze to the remaining gold soul coins in his pouch, which were nearly equivalent to his annual salary. His eyes instantly sparkled with delight, a broad grin spreading across his face, almost reaching his ears. It seemed he had encountered a benefactor. There was no doubt. It must have been our earlier astute maneuver that pleased the boss, or else such a generous tip would not have been bestowed upon us. Gripping the pouch with gratitude, he gazed at Luo Yu's departing figure. Rest assured, dear boss, tomorrow I will ensure the room remains exclusive. As long as you bring a lady, our establishment will always have 1 room available. Reflecting on his actions, he pondered whether it was too mischievous to have placed these twin sisters in the same room. The hotel corridor was suffused with the fragrance of roses. The plush carpet and dim pink lighting enveloped the atmosphere in an enticing aura. Luo Yu held the key, searching for the room, while the strikingly tall and alluring sisters lingered at the foot of the staircase. Zhu Yun glanced around, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, The environment here is simply stunning. Zhu Zhuqing, already blushing and feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, shot back. Haven't you ever been to a place like this with Davis? Huh, what a joke. Would I come to such a place without a grand wedding? Zhu Yun raised her graceful neck, asserting that a woman's virtue is her ultimate asset. If a man claims it, it loses its value. Look at how I dangle him. Isn't it easier for him to treat me well? Zhu Zhuqing pouted. That's rather superficial of you. Giggling, silly sister, you are still too naive, Zhu Yun replied, a tinge of melancholy gracing her features. Born into a family like ours. To survive, one must learn to utilize every advantage, including our bodies. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered, struggling to articulate, but what? Zhu Yun shook her head with a bitter smile. Silly sister, I won't not really yearn for love like you. I simply want to find a man who can ensure my safety, to whom I can wholly surrender myself and serve devotedly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation. Doesn't Davis meet your standards? Him? Zhu Yun scoffed, her eyes betraying a palpable disdain. That man, under the guise of a prince, indulges in all sorts of debauchery and has committed countless unsavory acts behind closed doors. Which woman would wish for such a man? Perhaps in a situation of no choice. I might submit, but I am a woman too, and I have desires. This scene struck a chord within Zhu Zhuqing, who murmured despondently. What use is yearning and fantasizing when we have no right to choose our own love? Not in the past, but now we do. Zhu Yun raised her head, her gaze unwavering and resolute, fixated on the broad back of a man ahead. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, following her sister's gaze. Her body jolted, and she covered her mouth in astonishment. No way. You're meeting him for the first time. Do you know his identity? Zhu Yun cast her a sidelong glance, scoffing. Silly sister, you truly lack discernment. Lack discernment? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in confusion. Just because you can't see the details doesn't mean I can't. Zhu Yun proudly lifted the corners of her mouth. You can call me reckless or shameless, but this man, No matter what, I, Zhu Yun, have set my sights on him. Her gaze was unusually resolute. Ignoring Zhu Zhuqing, she tugged at her collar, dissatisfied, then gently adjusted it to reveal her alluring assets. Satisfied. She flashed a charming smile, swaying her stunning figure, trailing a fragrant aura as she gracefully followed the man. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister approach the man, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis, as if something precious were about to be snatched away. What was happening to her? This had never occurred before. It couldn't possibly be due to this newly acquainted man. Zhu Zhuqing bit her rosy lips, instinctively quickening her pace to follow. The dialogue between the two girls was hushed, yet Luo Yu, with his extraordinary abilities, could hear them clearly. His feelings were neither positive nor negative, rather. His disdain for Zhu Yun had lessened slightly. With a creak, the door swung open, and the fragrance of roses wafted in. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Luo Yu was still momentarily taken aback. Before his eyes lay a carpet of rose petals, the spacious room extending over several hundred square meters. Adorned with a magnificent chandelier resembling crystal and agate, intricately carved with pink patterns, casting a romantic dim light. As the sisters stepped into the room, their eyes were filled with shifting colors. Who could resist the allure of roses? Which girl had dreamed of traveling with her beloved man? Being cherished in a lavish room at night, achieving a perfect union of souls? Ahem, let us explore inside. Luo Yu coughed lightly. Though outwardly composed, he too felt a peculiar sensation, as it was his first time in such a place. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing buried her head in her chest. In stark contrast, Zhu Yun smiled seductively, stepped forward, and linked her arm with Luo Yu's. Master, I shall accompany you. Luo Yu's throat felt parched. What do you intend to do? Zhu Yun blinked her innocent, sparkling eyes and naughtily rubbed against his arm. I am merely accompanying you to the bedroom to see how big the bed is. The sensation from her arm startled Luo Yu, and he glared at her. You might regret this. Zhu Yun rubbed against him again, her enchanting face displaying a hint of bewilderment. Regret what? I am your devoted servant. It is only natural for me to attend to you. As Luo Yu felt a sudden rush in his mind, he abruptly retracted his arm and cast a deep gaze upon her. If his mind were intact, he urged her to behave normally and not to degrade herself. With that said, he turned and walked toward the bedroom. This scene inexplicably caused a jolt in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, momentarily overshadowing her shyness. Zhu Yun stood frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes filled with a complex array of emotions as she gazed at the man. The determination within her pupils grew ever stronger. It seemed she truly had chosen the right person. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Beautiful Maiden and the Heartfelt Deceit of Zhu Zhuqing. The two sisters, unable to contain their curiosity, followed Luo Yu into the bedroom. Upon entering, they were instantly enveloped by an enchanting atmosphere, and their eyes widened in astonishment. The heart-shaped red bed nearly consumed the entirety of the space, while delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, draping above the bed and imparting an exquisite sense of haziness. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze wandered to the side, and as her pupils constricted, she let out a delicate cry, covering her face and turning away, stamping her feet in distress. How could you possibly undress? As Luo Yu had just removed his outer garment, revealing a well-built torso, with muscular contours outlining a flawless arc. He lifted his head upon hearing the girl's exclamation, feeling a sudden sense of speechlessness. The bedroom conveniently featured an adjoining bathroom, and he had assumed that the two of them would not be entering, hence he decided to indulge in a bath first. Zhu Zhuqing playfully chided. What are you doing washing up when you're perfectly fine? After a whole day of travel, you're utterly filthy. Luo Yu shook his head and approached the bathroom door, chuckling lightly. Hey, Zhu Zhuqing, would you like to join me for a wash? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been covering her face and bowing her head, suddenly jolted, shaking her head vigorously in refusal. What a disgusting man. Who would want to wash with you? After a considerable pause with no response, Zhu Zhuqing dared not raise her head. All right, stop being so self-indulgent. The master has long since entered. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing looked up, parting her fingers that covered her face, revealing a small gap. Indeed, the man was nowhere to be seen. So, he had merely been teasing her? As she sighed in relief, a strange emptiness settled in her heart. Sister, why are you looking at me with such an expression? Zhu Yun scanned her sister from head to toe, finally pouting her lips in confusion. I have a chest, waist, hips, and legs. Why does the master fixate on you and not even spare me a glance? Zhu Zhuqing glared. Have you lost your mind? What are you thinking about? Zhu Yun's gaze shifted toward the bathroom, listening to the soothing sound of running water. She licked her lips with her delicate tongue. What a pity you didn't see the master's physique earlier. It was rather enchanting. Who says I didn't see? Do you think I'm as infatuated as you? With just those little muscles, what is there to admire? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, yet her mind involuntarily flickered with the image she had just seen. The man's robust, well-defined muscles exuded a beauty of strength, almost possessing an irresistible allure. Perhaps it is indeed rather appealing. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew dreamy, only to suddenly snap back to reality as she shook her head repeatedly. What was happening to her today? Surely, she was being infected by this crazy woman. Zhu Yun smiled sweetly. Sister, he should be coming out soon. Are you going to wait for him here? Not a chance. If anyone is going to wait, it'll be you. I'm heading to the sofa outside, Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly, rushing away. Once her sister was out of sight, the alluring woman gazed at the empty bedroom and the large red heart-shaped bed, a sultry smile blooming on her lips. She turned her attention to the flowing water of the bathroom, her eyes distant, radiating a gentle glow as she whispered softly, audible only to herself. Silly sister, you still cannot see that this man is truly worthy of our lifelong devotion. He is powerful yet humble, decisive yet respectful. Though their time together was brief, Zhu Zhuqing had already discerned his uniqueness through keen observation. The strength to single-handedly defeat 3 formidable masters, the astonishing 10,000-year spirit rings, and the enigmatic martial soul. With merely a 3-foot sword, he dared to challenge the pinnacle of Douluo, exuding poetic grandeur. Even when faced with a beautiful woman like herself, he remained composed and unruffled. One must wonder, where could such a man be found? Zhu Yun felt that today was not a day of misfortune, but rather a day when the heavens favored her, compensating for the hardships she had endured over the years by allowing her to encounter a true treasure. It was hard for her to conceive that even from her limited observations, she could uncover such extraordinary qualities in a man. If the true essence of his character were to be revealed, how astonishing would it be? Zhu Zhuqing thought she was mad. In truth, she was not only sane, but exceptionally clear-minded. Davis was merely a fiancé imposed by her family, one she did not cherish. Otherwise, how could she have maintained her purity? Deep down, she possessed her own pride. Why was she so humble today? Simply because the man in the bathroom was the one who could genuinely conquer her heart. A sense of urgency welled up within Zhu Yun. If she did not seize this unique opportunity, perhaps this man would remain an unattainable dream for the rest of her life. Biting her crimson lip, she resolved to take a gamble on her future, risking her youth for a chance at something extraordinary. With a soft click, she gently closed the bedroom door, locking it behind her, isolating Zhu Zhuqing outside. Then, with a shy gaze, she let her delicate fingers tease her clothing, allowing the alluring black attire and leather pants to fall to the floor. One step at a time, she walked toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Luo Yu reclined in the wooden tub, eyes closed in bliss, enjoying the cascade of water from above. The sound of flowing water was a melody to his ears. Ah, this is life, he mused. With aspirations, goals, and the pleasures of indulgence. This is the essence of a fulfilled existence. Otherwise, wouldn't one simply become a monk in search of enlightenment? Luo Yu smiled softly, only to realize that something seemed to be missing beside him. At this very moment, he wished for Donger to be by his side. As for the 2 enchanting sisters outside, Luo Yu, being a man, undoubtedly felt a stir of attraction. Moreover, these were not ordinary sisters. They possessed striking figures and breathtaking beauty. However, while he acknowledged his own lecherousness, he prided himself on his decency, refusing to engage in any indecent pursuits. Yet, Zhu Yun was persistently mischievous, igniting a considerable spark within him that he barely managed to restrain. Still, he was uncertain of the woman's intentions. Perhaps her actions were motivated by fear of his potential threat to her life. Additionally, with Zhu Zhuqing present, any untoward incident could lead to an awkward situation. Would he be able to complete his mission? After all, this was linked to the second soul ring, a matter of great curiosity for him. Nonetheless, he genuinely held a fondness for the young girl, Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, amidst the sound of flowing water, the gentle creak of a door opening and the soft sound of footsteps reached his ears. Luo Yu instinctively shifted his gaze, momentarily captivated by the sudden and breathtaking beauty before him. His eyes widened, and a rush of heat surged to the crown of his head, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before Luo Yu could finish speaking, her lips were abruptly silenced by 2 delicate fingers. The enchanting woman let her hair cascade down, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she whispered, "Hush, I have locked the bedroom door. If you make a sound, my sister will surely uncover everything." Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he struggled to withdraw his gaze, speaking in a low voice. "If you are concerned about the matter of the poison, There is no need for such apprehension. When the time comes, I shall certainly allow you to leave. Zhu Yun shook her head, her enchanting eyes shimmering. Leaning closer to Luo Yu's ear, her crimson lips parted as she exhaled softly. It has nothing to do with that. Do not speak of anything else. Today, I belong to you. Luo Yu attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by the woman's hand upon his shoulder. Master, you need not worry. Allow Yuner to serve you well today. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious to the happenings within the secluded bedroom, where a mist-filled bathroom concealed a series of events. She radiated an icy demeanor, her gaze brimming with an inexhaustible aura of menace, as she strained to listen to the unusual sounds emanating from the adjacent suite. Chapter 45. A psychological duel with the young girl. The voices next door. Suddenly, the gentle sound of flowing water resonated from the bathroom. Amidst the cacophony of splashes, faint sounds reminiscent of a kitten's muffled whimpers emerged, as if the source was desperately attempting to suppress its voice, fearful of being discovered by the woman outside the bedroom. Time progressed. At this moment, Luo Yu relaxed. Submerged in the warm water, his brow unfurrowed, eyes closed in tranquility. His perfectly sculpted torso floated atop the surface, arms resting languidly on the edge of the wooden tub, indulging in the meticulous massage administered by the young girl's delicate hands. Zhu Yun, her cheeks flushed like blooming peaches, knelt gracefully beside the tub. Her fair knees slightly reddened as she gently aided the man in unwinding his shoulders and neck with her tender touch. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with satisfaction, seemingly on the verge of shedding tears of joy, radiating an irresistible charm. Her lustrous black hair, dampened by water, clung to her neck, while she donned a black strapless lingerie set and thigh-high shorts that accentuated her alluring figure. Master, are you pleased with Yuner's service? Luo Yu's eyelids were closed, and her lips moved slightly. No one is forcing you. Why have you chosen this path? Zhu Yun responded with a charming smile. I belong to my master. Is it not the duty of a servant to serve you? Rather than falsehoods, I prefer to hear the truth. The man's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Zhu Yun's movements came to an abrupt halt as she bent forward, lowering her head, her delicate lips gently kissing the broad shoulder of the man. The allure on her face faded, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Yuner asked for little, nor did she seek any status. She merely wished to remain by your side, serving you faithfully. That alone would suffice. Luo Yu's brow furrowed as she scoffed. Refrain from your theatrics. I am not so easily deceived. Zhu Yun rose gracefully, gazing intently at the man, her eyes shimmering with determination. Taking a deep breath, she reflected on the age-old adage that beautiful women recognize heroes. While she may not possess conventional beauty, she certainly perceives the hero in you. The heart of a hero is not one that is easily accessible to the ordinary. Thus, I am willing to seize this opportunity, to wager everything I have in hopes of securing a place by your side in the future. Luo Yu gradually opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the woman. Their gazes locked, lingering for an extended moment. A smile crept upon his lips. You, my dear, I must admit, I underestimated you. Who could have anticipated such audacity? Daring to wager your own virtue? Do you not fear the possibility of future regret? Zhu Yun suddenly chuckled. What if, in the event of a loss, the other party harbors no regrets? Luo Yu shook his head, smiling as he replied, I apologize, but I must disappoint you. I am no hero. The enchanting Zhu Yun seemed utterly unconcerned with the man's words, fluttering her long, curled eyelashes. Everything I possess has already been bestowed upon you, and now it is too late for regrets. From now on, whether you wish to slay or to torment, it is entirely at your discretion. Luo Yu cast a deep glance at the girl, contemplating for a moment before speaking. In truth, I have not administered any poison to you. It was merely a blood-replenishing pill. If you wish to leave now, I shall not impede your departure. Zhu Yun was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected actions. She had believed that her attentiveness would leave him captivated, yet he was willing to let her go so readily. Was she truly so lacking in allure? Biting her crimson lip, she asked, You would allow me to leave without concern for the possibility of my returning to the Xinglua Empire to seek revenge? Luo Yu raised her eyebrows with a playful demeanor, saying, You may certainly give it a try. Zhu Yun shook her head repeatedly, resolutely declaring, I have made up my mind. I shall follow you from now on. I have no desire to return to that filthy and sordid empire. Luo Yu shook her head in refusal, saying, Leave at once. I shall not keep a woman skilled in scheming by my side. Zhu Yun's calm and composed face suddenly turned pale, and she stammered, Master, please do not send me away. I have not plotted against you intentionally. I truly have some affection for you. If you send me back and Davis discovers my current predicament, he will surely kill me. Luo Yu nodded. Very well. I shall allow you to observe for now. Should there be any treachery, well, you have witnessed my means of eliminating adversaries. The air in the bathroom seemed to crystallize in an instant, suffused with a chilling coldness. A vivid image flashed through Zhu Yun's mind, causing her delicate form to shudder involuntarily. Their brief exchange deepened her understanding of Luo Yu's prowess, instilling a profound caution within her. She resolved never to entertain any ulterior motives again. It became clear to her that while this man appeared gentle on the surface, his domineering nature was unmistakable. Subservience was her only option. Any thought of control was utterly futile. I harbor no ill intentions, and in the future, I only wish to wholeheartedly assist you. That is indeed splendid. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, his expression cooling as if nothing had ever transpired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If you remain dutiful in the days to come, I shall not treat you poorly. Perhaps I might even grant you a legitimate status. Zhu Yun felt a tremor in her heart, her crimson lips parting slightly, poised to utter something. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for further pleasantries. Let us change clothes. All right, Zhu Yun replied obediently, revealing a sweet smile that made her heart feel as though it had been coated in honey. Luo Yu felt quite satisfied with this outcome. To win the heart of such a cunning woman, a combination of a firm hand and sweet words is essential. If not, then why did Prince Davis of Xinglua fail to capture the affections of this enchanting beauty? It was simply due to his lack of skill, which ultimately benefited another. As both were dressed and ready to depart, Luo Yu was halted by Zhu Yun. Is there something you need? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Yun shook her head and softly said, Does my benefactor harbor any feelings for my sister? What do you mean? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Yun replied coyly. Though my sister may seem taciturn, if you can reach her heart, she is quite passionate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu's gaze momentarily froze, a chill coursing through her. This enchantress. How utterly outrageous. Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you, Zhu Yun proactively declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu suppressed the restless thoughts surging within him and cast a glance at her, clearing his throat as he cautioned, I strongly advise you against reckless actions. Zhu Yun pouted her crimson lips and replied, Rest assured, I know my boundaries and will certainly ensure your satisfaction. She then added with a note of urgency, By the way, Master, you must absolutely refrain from disclosing our intimate affair to her. The time is not yet ripe. Luo Yu nearly stumbled, a look of speechlessness crossing his face. Was he truly foolish? This matter should never see the light of day. What kind of woman was she, really? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had accepted her, yet he remained uncertain whether it would bring him fortune or misfortune. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and both Luo Yu and Zhu Yun were taken aback by the scene in the living room. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face was shrouded in clouds of anger, her beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The pink sofa beneath her had been torn to shreds, with wisps of fluff scattered throughout the room. Zhu Yun was at a loss. This shouldn't have happened. How could they have been discovered? She had distinctly stifled her voice just moments before, and with the sound of flowing water as a cover, how could she possibly have been heard? Luo Yu felt a tumultuous shock within, her face rigid as she gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. With great difficulty, she stammered, Allow me to explain. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was chilling as she retorted, What is there for you to explain to me? Cold sweat beaded on Luo Yu's forehead, resembling a cat that had just pilfered something illicit. Just as he was about to confess sincerely, the wall behind the sofa shuddered slightly, and the raucous, uninhibited cries of two women pierced through the barrier. Young Master Bai, you are simply too formidable. Please, slow down. We truly cannot endure any longer. The expression of Luo Yu transformed into one of peculiar astonishment, as if he had suddenly grasped an important realization. Chapter 46. Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing. How dare you seek the company of a wild man? The neighboring room resounded with gasps and exclamations, echoing one after another. It was not that the hotel's soundproofing was inadequate. Rather, the intensity of the battle was overwhelming. Bai Xiao? The twins? Luo Yu displayed a peculiar expression, silently pondering whether such coincidences truly existed. Could it be mere chance to encounter Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée while casually booking a room? No, this was certainly no ordinary encounter. Suddenly, Luo Yu realized that according to his calculations, this fellow had indeed been out reveling during the first 2 days of Shrek Academy's admissions. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, which was now seething with murderous intent, his suspicions were further confirmed. Daimubai, oh Daimubai, it's not that I wouldn't give you a chance, but you simply failed to seize it. Such a promising hand, utterly squandered. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fixed upon him. What were you about to tell me just now? Ahem. It was nothing. I merely wished to explain that I didn't intentionally disrobe in the bedroom earlier. It's of no consequence. Compared to that, it's a trivial matter. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed on the wall, her resentment so intense that she gnashed her teeth. Each delicate exclamation emanating from the other side was akin to a blade piercing her heart. The man's gasps of exertion only intensified her fury, to the point where she tasted blood. Initially, Zhu Yun was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until she overheard a voice exclaiming, "Mubai, exert more effort," that she instantly comprehended the situation. She cast a sympathetic glance towards Zhu Zhuqing. Which woman could tolerate such behavior from her fiancé? Zhu Yun discreetly nudged Luo Yu, whispering, "Master, your opportunity has arrived. That scoundrel over there is Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé." Luo Yu cast her a glance, and without the need for further prompting, she had already surmised the answer. Zhu Yun pouted, hesitant to speak further. Confounded, she pondered how the man had effortlessly arrived at his conclusion when it had taken her considerable time to grasp it. Luo Yu slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing, questioning whether the person before her was indeed the fiancé she had mentioned. Zhu Zhuqing's dark eyes glimmered with an icy demeanor as she defiantly pursed her crimson lips, affirming, "Yes, that is correct. Do you find me to be utterly ridiculous?" Luo Yu shook her head, questioning the rationale behind such words. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, lamenting the actions of a man who forsook his inherent responsibilities, abandoning his fiancée in peril, only to escape to this remote locale, indulging in the company of women. It is absurd that I have harbored thoughts of such a person, nurturing the hope of finding him, aiding him in regaining his confidence, and striving together against Davis. In retrospect, all of this appears to be nothing more than a farce. Luo Yu declared with unwavering conviction, "It is not you who is laughable. Rather, he is unworthy. He does not deserve a woman of your caliber, nor does he deserve your arduous journey to seek him." Zhu Zhuqing revealed a bittersweet smile, expressing her disappointment. "Are all men so lecherous?" "No, you're mistaken." Luo Yu shook his head in denial and spoke in a solemn tone. "It is true that men are often lascivious. However, under no circumstances would they abandon their women to flee alone, nor would they cowardly escape due to fear of responsibility. Such cowards are unworthy of the title man." Zhu Zhuqing, with reddened eyes, gazed at the comforting Luo Yu. Recalling the protection he had offered her not long ago, her furrowed brow instantly relaxed somewhat. But the loud, labored breathing from the next room sent Zhu Yun into a complete frenzy, leaving her unable to bear it any longer. A stranger's voice, filled with excitement and a tone of competition, rang out. "Dai Xiao, I've heard you have a fiancée. Between us sisters, who do you prefer?" "Of course, it's you two, my little darlings." The man's voice oozed with frivolity and charm, revealing him to be a skilled flatterer of women. That woman was nothing but a block of ice. Despite having set a wedding date many years ago, she had never allowed a single touch. No matter how exquisite her figure, she remained merely an ornament, beautiful yet utterly useless. What purpose did that serve? "Daimubai, I will take your life." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fists tightly. With a thunderous roar, her martial spirit manifested. She leaped off the sofa, her killing intent surging, and burst through the door. "Ah, it seems a splendid spectacle is about to unfold," Zhu Yun remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. "Are you not afraid of chaos in the world?" Zhu Yun smirked. "I am merely rejoicing for you. Look, the opportunity has presented itself." This girl had been severely hurt by a scoundrel, and if one were to seize the moment and take advantage of her vulnerability, it would lead to a consummated relationship. "Silence," Luo Yu admonished sharply, then added, "When pursuing a girl, I seek to be honorable, and I disdain such petty tricks that would tarnish the purity of emotions." Having said that, he swiftly darted outside. Zhu Yun was momentarily taken aback by his words, but then her lips curled into a stunning smile, revealing her astute judgment of character. The spacious corridor of the hotel echoed with explosive sounds. The carpet became charred, the chandelier swayed precariously, and the door to another room had been blown apart. The sudden commotion nearly petrified the formidable Daimubai. The pair of twins hurriedly shouted and dove into their blankets for cover. "Yu Qing, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the fierce silhouette at the door, Daimubai was taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body bristling with fear, and a cold sweat drenched his back. "Ah, Daimubai. How bold of you." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, already half beastified, her long nail shimmering with a sinister glint. "Zhuqing, please, let me explain," Daimubai stammered, hastily covering himself with his clothes. "Explain? By all means, I am eager to hear your justification," Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, her claws reflecting her icy demeanor. "Zhuqing, listen to me. I love you. These two women are merely substitutes, fleeting affairs." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes narrowed skeptically. "Who would believe your lies? Did you think I didn't hear your words from next door? It's not like that. I was just speaking nonsense." Daimubai waved his hands frantically. Zhu Zhuqing's piercing glare was unwavering, and she proclaimed, "Today, I have seen through you. Our engagement is hereby annulled." "Absolutely not," Daimubai exclaimed in panic, his white tiger martial spirit manifesting as 3 soul rings ascended, shattering the bed beneath him as he lunged towards Zhu Zhuqing. The girl swiftly dodged, activating her soul skill just in time to escape the predator's grasp. "Are you still intent on attacking? What is your purpose?" Daimubai shouted from the corridor. "You have lost your senses. I must calm you down before we can discuss this rationally." Suddenly, applause echoed through the hall. Daimubai turned to see an apparently ordinary man standing there, casting a scornful glance. "I have witnessed shamelessness, but you take the cake," the man sneered. "Caught red-handed with undeniable evidence. What more do you have to say?" Daimubai was infuriated. "What business is it of yours? Do not speak of him." Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, standing resolutely beside Luo Yu. Daimubai's eyes narrowed. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed shakily at them. "You too. What is your relationship? Zhuqing, tell me, who is this man?" "Huh? What right do you have to question me?" Daimubai's head throbbed painfully. His face flushed with rage as his roar reverberated through the hotel. "Zhuqing, how dare you insult me by consorting with another man?" Zhu Zhuqing found his desperation amusing. "Me seek out another man? How absurd. You, who lack any shame, dare to cast suspicions upon me? Then tell me, who is this man? Why would you come to a hotel with someone like him? What makes him better than me?" The man grew increasingly frantic. But Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained her composure, a mocking expression adorning her face. "Daimubai, I warn you, he is not merely some random man. He is my savior. While I faced life and death, you indulged in revelry. What right do you have to judge others? Furthermore, I solemnly inform you, he is infinitely superior to you in my heart. You are unworthy to speak ill of him. Dare utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue." Each of Zhu Zhuqing's words struck Daimubai like a hammer, causing him to erupt with rage, his visage twisted and malevolent, his eyes glaring at Luo Yu like a demon. "So it is you who covets my woman? Who gave you the audacity?" Chapter 47. The arrogant and overbearing Daimubai, a silent comparison between two men. "Who gave me the audacity?" With a helpless shrug, Luo Yu meticulously scrutinized the frantic Daimubai, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. "It would seem that confronting a wretch such as yourself hardly necessitates borrowed courage." Huff, huff. Daimubai's chest heaved, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Crimson. Malevolent eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched until the knuckles protested with audible cracks, his very core ignited by a raging inferno. "You court death." Boom. A violent surge of pallid light erupted from Daimubai's form, his already imposing physique experiencing another growth spurt. Bones snapped and popped, muscles swelled to their utmost capacity, and his violet-tinged eyes radiated a bestial, bloodthirsty intent. In an instant, the floorboards beneath him splintered as he launched himself forward, brandishing massive, bestial tiger claws in a deadly assault. A faint smile, devoid of malice, lingered on Luo Yu's face. Yet a chilling indifference flickered within the depths of his eyes as his right hand began to ascend with deliberate slowness. However, before he could initiate any action, the ebony silhouette beside him surged forth preemptively. Second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. Observing the lethal talons aimed directly at his throat from the flank, Daimubai executed an immediate backward somersault, evading the strike. His sanguine eyes, now devoid of their former luster, darted about erratically as he shook his head vehemently, his disheveled locks dancing around his face. With profound anguish, he gazed upon Zhu Zhuqing, questioning why she would align herself with this youth and what merit she found in him. His appearance is unremarkable, his strength pedestrian. Is he truly worthy of you? Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through Daimubai, his voice laced with urgency. "I understand now. You're deliberately using him to provoke me, to compel me to mend my ways and strive harder, correct? I comprehend." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze as placid as still water, the flames of her previous anger extinguished. In a tranquil tone, she addressed him. "Daimubai, I pose to you but 3 questions. Who was it that shirked responsibility? Acting as a craven coward? A deserter? Who callously abandoned me, a solitary woman, to confront peril in the Star Luo Empire? And who, while I faced relentless pursuit, was cavorting with other women? Dai Mubai, eager to retort, found himself speechless. He turned, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Yu. Regardless, as my betrothed, you should conduct yourself with propriety. How dare you engage in clandestine affairs with another man? Dai Mubai, watch your tongue, lest you presume others share your depravity. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her eyes growing colder, as if she had finally seen through the person before her. Moreover, you have never fulfilled the duties of a fiancé. Our engagement is hereby terminated. Ha 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 ha. Dai Mubai staggered backward, erupting in sardonic laughter as he fixed Zhu Zhuqing with a malevolent stare. You would forsake me for this man? Do not harbor regrets. Alone, you face certain death against Davis and Zhu Yun. That is of no concern to you, Zhu Zhuqing stated flatly. Heh, you may be unaware. Dai Mubai sneered. I have been accepted into the Shrek Academy, a haven for freaks. Even if I cannot defeat Davis, the teacher's influence will suffice to protect me. How does that concern me? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with impatience. If we joined Shrek together, we could develop in peace, eventually forging a path to success with our martial soul fusion technique, perhaps even reclaiming the Star Luo Empire. But if you choose this man, can he truly safeguard you? Dai Mubai paused before adding, come with me now, allow me to eliminate this boy, and a bright future shall be ours. Dai Mubai concluded his impassioned speech, his face regaining its confident arrogance. He was certain that his words would sway Zhu Zhuqing. The martial soul fusion technique alone would be too valuable for her to forsake. Furthermore, even setting aside strength, did that boy possess even a fraction of his charisma? He was, after all, a prince. The choice was self-evident. Zhu Zhuqing advanced. A smug smile spread across Dai Mubai's face, as warm as a spring breeze, and he even cast a contemptuous glance at Luo Yu. He opened his arms wide, exuding confidence, awaiting the woman's arrival. Zhu Zhuqing halted, her voice devoid of emotion. Dai Mubai, as an acquaintance, allow me to offer one final piece of advice. Do not provoke him. Leave now, or you shall meet your end. The smile vanished from Dai Mubai's face, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. At that moment, the twin sisters, now fully clothed, emerged from the room, caressing his shoulders and cooing, young Master Dai. She's just a woman. It's not worth getting worked up over. We're here to keep you company. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, turning to Luo Yu. Get lost. Dai Mubai roared, violently shoving the sisters aside. Empowered by his soul force, the 2 women were sent crashing into the wall of the corridor, ignoring them completely. He fixed his gaze on Luo Yu, his brows furrowed, his voice a furious roar, yet laced with chilling menace. Boy, you are the root of this evil. Today, I shall tear you limb from limb. Zhu Zhuqing spun around, her voice a haunting whisper. Dai Mubai, do you truly seek death? Are you protecting him? Dai Mubai sneered, flexing his massive tiger-like paws, a hint of arrogance playing on his lips. I warn you, stand aside, or I'll strike you down as well. I will slaughter him today, and no one can save him. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing laughed, stepping aside and gesturing with a flourish. I have warned you. Since you seek your own demise, so be it. Dai Mubai threw his head back and roared with laughter, his voice rising to a near frenzy. Are you jesting? I, Dai Mubai, at 15 years of age, am a level 37 Battle Soul Grandmaster. You think he can kill me? Boom. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Black markings appeared on Dai Mubai's terrifying muscular frame, and his tiger paws swelled again as his entire body was engulfed in blinding golden light, and a bestial aura of the King of Beasts radiated from his blood-red eyes. He strode toward Luo Yu, each step causing the entire building to tremble. A cruel sneer played on his lips. He had no desire to crush his opponent outright, for that would be too uninteresting. He intended to gradually erode his spirit, amplify his fear, and force him to kneel before him, so that Zhu Zhuqing could witness the utter worthlessness of the man she had chosen. Dai Mubai sneered, Boy, if you're afraid, just say so. Kneel and call me grandfather, and I might consider sparing your life. Luo Yu shook his head with a sigh. It seems you have disregarded the warnings of others. I cannot fathom who bestowed upon you such audacity to boast so brazenly. Dai Mubai smirked. Do you think I am as foolish as others? I am aware you may possess your own trump cards. However, my 3rd soul ring is the pinnacle of 1,000-year soul rings, perfectly complementing my supreme beast martial soul with extraordinary soul skills. My power, offense, and defense will be enhanced manifold. What do you have to compare with me? Hearing Dai Mubai boast about his 1,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly bear to watch. A stunning red shadow flashed through her mind. The two men were unwittingly compared. One flaunting a 1,000-year soul ring, while the other, with a 100,000-year soul ring, remained profoundly unassuming. Zhu Zhuqing felt a stir within her. She turned her gaze to Luo Yu, her eyes shimmering. She knew that Dai Mubai's fate was sealed today. Chapter 48. The Dragon God Martial Soul emerges. Crushing the evil-eyed white tiger into the ground. Boom. The sound resonated. Dai Mubai, bathed in the golden light of the white tiger's transformations, advanced with the grace of a tiger and the might of a dragon. Each step left a deep imprint on the ground, his exaggerated muscles radiating a fierce vitality. And his sharp claws glinted with a blade-like chill. He stood high above, looking down with contempt at Luo Yu. Dai Mubai brimmed with confidence at his age. He was invincible, with no rivals. Even if there were, none could compare to this unimpressive lad before him. He bore a cruel smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, cold and proud. Zhu Zhuqing, look at the man you admire. Why is he suddenly silent? Today, he resolved to utterly crush this man before her, to shatter his dignity into fragments, proving who the true powerhouse was. Prepare to regret it, Zhu Zhuqing. The stunningly beautiful girl in black beside them shook her head, indicating that this man was beyond redemption. Her beautiful eyes were filled with profound sympathy. It was clear that Dai Mubai's tragedy was inevitable for daring to provoke such a formidable adversary. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded. Dai Mubai's feet twisted as he unleashed a pale glow. His figure surged forth, creating a menacing white tiger phantom in the air. Rushing towards Luo Yu with a fierce gale. The floor trembled violently, and the chandelier above shattered, dust cascading down. The white tiger phantom advanced with ferocity, and Dai Mubai charged forward with overwhelming force. Observing the unmoving, unresponsive Luo Yu, his ferocity was evident, his grin widening. I'm a top-tier assault-type beast martial soul, unmatched in offense. Since you dare to be so arrogant, prepare to meet your demise. With a whoosh, Dai Mubai, filled with unyielding confidence, flexed his brawny muscles, unleashing a sudden surge of power. He swung his massive, razor-sharp claws, producing a deafening crack, aiming a vicious blow at Luo Yu's head. In the next moment, it seemed as if his skull would shatter. Dai Mubai's lips already curled into a victor's smile. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and a powerful gust surged. Dai Mubai's expression froze, his pupils constricting. That massive claw, seemingly imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds, was firmly held at bay by a pair of hands as pristine as jade, unable to advance even a fraction. Luo Yu gazed indifferently at the astonished eyes of the other party, shaking his head with a sigh. Initially disinclined to engage, he thought, since you are so eager to court disaster, I shall oblige you. Dai Mubai seemed to have his voice constricted, as his astonishment rendered it high-pitched. You haven't even summoned your martial soul. How could you possibly withstand my white tiger's diamond transformation? The depths of Luo Yu's obsidian eyes grew increasingly profound as he intoned. Dai Mubai, your white tiger martial soul may indeed possess a semblance of arrogant power before others, yet in my presence, it would be wise to temper such hubris. You speak nonsense. Dai Mubai roared in fury, his veins swelling instantaneously. Soul power surged wildly from within him, unleashing a formidable explosive force that radiated from his being. His claws, sharp and fierce, sliced through the air with deadly intent. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed resoundingly. With a cold glint in his eyes, Luo Yu's long, lustrous black hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors from his being. The dragon god martial soul materialized abruptly, enveloping him in a formidable aura of vitality. The overwhelming draconic power caused Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul to flicker erratically. With a resounding roar, Luo Yu surged forward, undeterred by the onslaught, confronting the frenzied assault head-on. The clash of fists reverberated, each impact resonating like the clash of metal, despite being mere flesh meeting flesh. Inevitably, the ferocious Dai Mubai found himself in retreat, his sharp claws shattered under the force of 3 of Luo Yu's strikes, blood and fragments scattering in all directions. The so-called white tiger transformation appeared laughable in the presence of Luo Yu, imbued with the dragon god martial soul. A mournful howl escaped the white tiger, accompanied by Dai Mubai's anguished cries. Remarkably, Luo Yu's grip twisted Dai Mubai's robust arm, bending it grotesquely. This was merely the beginning. Luo Yu's countenance bore the resolute shade of iron, delivering blow after blow, bathed in divine radiance, resembling a celestial warrior descended to the mortal realm. Each strike landed with visceral impact, leaving Dai Mubai utterly defenseless. His chest caved in, and he spewed forth blood. What he termed resistance was naught but a futile struggle against an insurmountable force. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, covered her mouth. her beautiful eyes reflecting the figure of the fallen celestial, utterly astonished. She had foreseen Dai Mu Bai's grim fate, yet despite her warnings, he remained obstinate. His plight was, regrettably, deserved. What truly rattled her was the revelation before her eyes. Was this man's martial spirit not a long sword? Just moments ago, a dragon's shadow had emerged. What was this tempestuous surge of vitality? Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial spirit was already a top-tier beast spirit, yet upon facing the man's resplendent nine-colored dragon shadow, he appeared as diminutive as a mere kitten, an inconceivable disparity. Such a martial spirit. Could it be that he possessed a dual martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Merely conjecturing left her utterly speechless. To what extent did this man possess extraordinary talents, concealing countless secrets? It was nothing short of terrifying. Zhu Yun, from a distance, gaped in astonishment, her lips parted wide enough to accommodate a fruit. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. As she witnessed the brutal thrashing of Dai Mu Bai and the imposing figure of the man, her enchanting eyes sparkled with starlight, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Filled with a mix of admiration and affection for her own man. Instinctively, she brushed against her slightly aching abdomen, grateful for her earlier decision. Everything she had sacrificed was indeed worth it. In this moment, Zhu Yun pondered whether the hardships of the past were merely the heavens' way of tempering her, leading her to such a desirable partner. She resolved to cherish this opportunity. The words spoken by the man had been etched in her heart as unbreakable truths. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed, causing the entire building to tremble momentarily, before descending into an eerie silence. Dust and smoke lingered in the corridor, a faint metallic scent mingling with the murky air. As the haze dissipated, the Zhu sisters beheld the scene before them, their delicate forms shuddering in unison as they gasped in disbelief. It was ruthless. It was barbaric. Luo Yu knelt on one knee, his hand firmly gripping Dai Mu Bai's neck, forcefully smashing his head into the ground, embedding it into the floorboards. His body reverted to its original form. The white tiger spirit had shattered. His chest caved in and in ruins, as if countless fist imprints marred his flesh, his body drenched in blood, continuously oozing. Crack, crack, the ground fractured, producing a myriad of spiderweb-like fissures. With a powerful tug of his palm, Luo Yu yanked Dai Mu Bai out, sending a flurry of shattered stones into the air. The once strikingly handsome face, marked by an aura of malevolence, was now grotesquely swollen, and his once vibrant, sinister eyes were dimmed, stripped of their previous arrogance, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Luo Yu smiled charmingly, revealing a captivating grin. So, how does it feel now? Chapter 49, The White Tiger Crouches. Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming sense of security. The hotel corridor lay in disarray, littered with crumbling stones and pits. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister pressed their delicate lips together, gazing in shock at the scene before them. Incredulous exclamations erupted continuously. Impossible! How could I possibly be defeated? And how could it be such a devastating loss? Dai Mu Bai's dark gaze dimmed, his eyes reflecting a stupor, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. The irony was colossal. In an instant, the man he had just mocked had effortlessly vanquished him. Now, it was not merely the excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body that terrified Dai Mu Bai, but the fact that his once proud white tiger martial spirit trembled within him, as if confronted by an incomprehensible terror, an absolute suppression at the level of martial spirits. His white tiger diamond transformation, his so-called pinnacle of millennium soul skills, had been rendered a mere joke in the face of the opponent's iron fist. It seemed as fragile as paper, devoid of any power to resist. The iron claw-like hand gripped his throat tightly, the smiling visage resembling that of a reaper, inducing an involuntary shudder of dread within him. Who on earth are you? Blood oozed from Dai Mu Bai's lips, his eyelids fluttering. Naturally, someone you cannot afford to provoke. Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, exerting pressure with his palm. With a crack, Dai Mu Bai's eyes bulged, his neck turning a ghastly purple, akin to a drowning man. His legs thrashing desperately, his face awash with sheer terror and imploring expressions. Please, spare me. The humble plea escaped Dai Mu Bai's throat in a muffled wail. Spare you? Surely. You jest. Weren't you rather arrogant just a moment ago? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a surge of strength, Luo Yu exerted pressure in his palm. He glanced sideways, where a stunningly beautiful girl, her lips delicately pursed, approached with a glimmer in her eyes. Could you perhaps refrain from killing him for the moment? Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu flung his hand aside. With a resounding thud, Dai Mu Bai was sent crashing against the wall like a ragged doll. Observing Luo Yu's decisive action, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him in astonishment and inquired, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Luo Yu produced a white handkerchief, meticulously wiping the dust from his hands. His tone indifferent as he remarked, "After all, he is merely a worthless individual, incapable of making any significant impact. It matters not when he is eliminated." Dai Mu Bai had already risen from the ground, clutching his neck in trepidation, gasping for breath, his gaze filled with gratitude towards Zhu Zhuqing, relieved that his defeat was not utterly disastrous. Surely, she must have her own reasons, otherwise, why would she advocate for him? Zhu Zhuqing cautiously regarded Luo Yu's eyes, as if fearful of provoking a misunderstanding, and softly said, "In truth, I wish to avoid causing you any trouble because of my affairs. This person is from Shrek. I fear that if you were to eliminate him, the Academy's instructors might seek retribution upon you." Dai Mu Bai, who had initially felt a sense of satisfaction, was suddenly struck dumb, his body trembling violently, as if struck by lightning. In contrast, Luo Yu felt a flicker of displeasure rise within him. Though he did not show it outwardly, however, upon realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was concerned for his well-being, that fleeting discontent evaporated instantly. Zhu Zhuqing observed that the man remained silent, and for reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Having witnessed Dai Mu Bai's brazen demeanor and his repugnant pleas during his defeat, her disappointment in him had already reached its zenith, and at this moment, she felt utterly devoid of any affection. Her current anxiety revolved around Luo Yu's thoughts. She worried he might misinterpret her intentions. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled as she hastily clarified, "I truly am not concerned for him. I merely fear that my issues may create unnecessary troubles for you, inadvertently establishing a formidable enemy." Luo Yu raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging the predicament. If he did not eliminate the threat, would he not be allowing a tiger to return to its mountain lair? Zhu Zhuqing's subsequent remarks plunged the already disheartened Dai Mu Bai into deeper despair. "Why not administer the same pill you used to control my sister to him? That way, he would be too frightened to speak recklessly." Luo Yu's gaze suddenly became peculiar. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Luo Yu clicked his tongue and remarked, "You truly are something." Zhu Zhuqing, stamping her feet in frustration, retorted, "I offered you my advice merely to alleviate your troubles. And yet you choose to mock me. I no longer wish to engage with you." Coughing slightly, she added, "Is it not peculiar? He is your betrothed, and I share no connection with you. Why would you assist me? Who claims we are without ties?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted defiantly. "You are my savior. Without your intervention, I would have perished." She then cast a cold glance at Dai Mu Bai, questioning, "What has this man done for me? He merely left me in peril while he indulged himself elsewhere, seeking out other women, all the while deeming me a mere ornament, visible yet unapproachable. How could I possibly harbor any affection for him? There exists no camaraderie, only disdain." Dai Mu Bai, struck to the core, appeared ashen, each word from Zhu Zhuqing slicing through him like a dagger. Her accusations resonated with painful truth, leaving him utterly defenseless in the face of her reality. Luo Yu rose slowly, his large hand gently caressing the cascading black tresses of Zhu Zhuqing. The woman did not resist, allowing the man to act as he wished. The soft rustle of movement filled the air. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth emanating from his broad palm, soothing the wounds inflicted on her heart by Dai Mu Bai. The icy facade that once adorned her face melted away, giving way to a gentle serenity and a sense of release. "All right, I comprehend your intention. I shall take care of the rest." Luo Yu retracted his hand and approached Dai Mu Bai, who stood in the corner. As his palm withdrew, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of loss. Gazing at the man's silhouette, she suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound reliance on him. A feeling that had emerged from her lifelong lack of security. With a swift motion, Luo Yu tore away a significant piece of fabric from Dai Mu Bai's attire, casting it to the ground. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. Luo Yu scoffed coldly. "I ask you, would you prefer to live or die?" "To live, I wish to live. I implore you to spare my life. It is I who have been blind to my circumstances." Dai Mu Bai replied in a state of panic. "Then inscribe it above," Luo Yu commanded, gesturing towards the cloth strip. "Inscribe what?" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yu squinted. "Are you suggesting that the engagement between you and her is still valid?" Dai Mu Bai shook his head repeatedly, his lips still dripping with blood. "Not valid, not valid. You and she are indeed a match made in heaven. What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, spat in disdain, her face flushed. Yet she refrained from voicing a rebuttal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a flicker of her gaze, Luo Yu discerned that your blood had yet to flow abundantly. Daimu, trembling with fear, immediately prostrated himself upon the ground, his fingers stained with blood as he shakily inscribed a line of crimson ink, respectfully presenting it to Luo Yu with a beseeching expression. I, Daimu Bai, feel unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. Henceforth, our engagement is null and void. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gleamed with relief. The shackles imposed upon her by her family for many years had finally been cast off. She was free at last. Zhu Zhuqing directed a gaze filled with gratitude towards the man, as if from the moment she encountered him, her life began to illuminate gradually. I have fulfilled all that you requested. May I now be released? Daimu Bai implored. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, questioning whether he deemed others to be fools. Dare you? Daimu Bai appeared to be instantly seen through. He opened his mouth, and in an instant, a black pill soared into Daimu Bai's mouth. What have you made me consume? Daimu Bai exclaimed in terror. Luo Yu coldly declared, there is no need for further words. If you conduct yourself with integrity, you shall encounter no troubles. However, should you entertain any nefarious intentions or dare to bring trouble upon yourself, rest assured, no one will be able to save you. Shrek is out of the question. The Star Luo Empire is equally inadmissible. The chilling aura that flickered in Luo Yu's eyes instantly evoked a sense of dread in Daimu Bai, reminiscent of a prior terror he had endured. No longer would he dare to cause a disturbance. The injuries he bore were of his own making, unrelated to anyone else. Get lost, Luo Yu coldly huffed. Daimu Bai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, stumbling away in a panic, neglecting even the 2 dazed twins who had been knocked unconscious by the aftershocks. Stop. Daimu Bai's steps abruptly ceased as he hurriedly turned back. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, intending to leave without a care. First, clean up the corridor, repair what needs fixing, compensate for the damages, and call back those who have run off. Very well, I shall attend to it. Daimu Bai promptly began to move stones and tidy the scene. Zhu Yun watched from behind, her heart racing, utterly captivated by the man's commanding presence. He exuded masculinity and a profound sense of security. Let us return to our room, Luo Yu said as he turned back. Yes, master. Zhu Yun's heart and gaze were filled with thoughts of the man. Daimu Bai noticed Zhu Yun and heard her address Luo Yu, and his heart trembled in surprise. Master? Isn't she Davis's fiancée? What is happening? Chapter 50. The Sisters' Inquiry, Achieving Hidden Accomplishments. Bountiful Rewards. Bang. The door slammed shut. Daimu Bai watched helplessly as the man led the Zhu sisters into the room, his frustration boiling over, his eyes burning with jealousy. The twin beauties beside him could only be deemed mediocre in comparison to the striking Zhu sisters, their elegance worlds apart. Why was he not the one to win the affection of such a captivating woman? Fuming, Daimu Bai raised his hand to strike the wall, but suddenly hesitated. The pain from his injuries reminded him of the terrifying strength of men, and he dared not show his anger. He had no desire to meet his demise. Who was this man, that even the proud Zhu Yun would submit to him? Daimu Bai was engulfed in doubt. He distinctly remembered how haughty Zhu Yun had been in his presence, akin to a princess, yet now she called this man master? In that fleeting moment, he almost believed his eyes were deceiving him. Was this truly the aloof Zhu Yun he knew? It felt utterly unreal. The sting of his wounds and the departure of the woman left Daimu Bai in utter turmoil. He cast a venomous glance at the door, gritting his teeth and silently swearing vengeance. 30 years of fortune's change. Just you wait. With this thought, Daimu Bai began to diligently clear and repair the corridor, lifting one broken brick after another. Upon returning to the suffused atmosphere of the pink suite, the moment the door closed, Zhu Yun, with childlike curiosity, rushed to Luo Yu's side. Master, you must be a dual martial soul, right? Previously, you were the ethereal sword immortal, and now you've transformed into a fierce demon with your second soul. How wild. Hee, but I really like it. Zhu Yun, please restrain yourself and stop being infatuated. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unable to contain her disapproval. The woman, flaunting her ample assets, raised her graceful neck defiantly. Sister, I relish this. He is my master, and I shall do as I please, regardless of your opinions. Zhu Yun, you are being outrageous. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. What? Is this considered outrageous? To be honest, as long as the master is willing, I would even bear him children. Do you have no sense of decorum? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with anger. Decorum? Zhu Yun raised an eyebrow. If forsaking decorum could earn the master's favor, I would gladly abandon it all for you. All right, Both of you, be quiet for a moment. With a tremor coursing through his robust frame, Luo Yu's presence caused the two sisters to instantly wilt. Yet, they exchanged glances filled with unspoken communication, reminiscent of playful children, exchanging mischievous expressions. I am weary and shall retire, Luo Yu declared with a yawn, disregarding the two young women as he sauntered into the bedroom. As Luo Yu reclined comfortably on his bed, his eyes closed for merely a few seconds. He was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze, accompanied by a peculiar movement beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to find two women kneeling beside him, one on each side. To his left sat a fiery beauty, her enchanting eyes glistening with allure, and her luscious red lips seemingly beckoning. Clad in a black strapless garment that scarcely contained her exquisite assets. To his right was a pure and innocent visage, possessing a youthful face yet a body that exuded a striking allure. The stark contrast was captivating, accentuated by her black leather attire that elegantly sculpted her hourglass figure. The two women, with their stunningly similar features, nestled together on the same ambiguous heart-shaped bed, created an intoxicating atmosphere that tantalized the senses of any man. In this moment, even a devout ascetic might find his heart racing. The sisters, Zhu Zhuqing, were now gazing at him with an insatiable curiosity, their eyes roaming over his form as if seeking to uncover some hidden treasure. Luo Yu tightened his clothing and, with a wary tone, inquired, "What are you planning to do while I am asleep? You must not act recklessly. I am an honest person." Zhu Yun cast a flirtatious glance at him, her beautiful eyes conveying a message that she was well aware of his true nature. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft scoff, playfully sticking out her tongue and displaying an exaggerated expression as if she were about to retch. Luo Yu immediately let out a scoff, exclaiming, "You two have truly gone too far, climbing into my bed in the dead of night, preventing me from sleeping." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bashful, retorted, "What are you pretending for? Who was it before that rested their head on my lap, yet couldn't keep their hands to themselves? Do you really think I was unaware?" "Exactly," Zhu Yun chimed in, her face flushed with embarrassment as memories of the indescribable events in the bathroom resurfaced, igniting her already bold and fiery demeanor. "Speaking of which, you both know I am not one to behave, yet you intentionally snuggle up to me in bed." Luo Yu wore a teasing expression, questioning, "Could it be that you both truly harbor ill intentions towards me?" "Pah, shameless," came the retort. "That is not it at all." "Oh, so you two are conspiring against me, are you?" Luo Yu continued, "Since you both have said so, it would be remiss of me not to put on a show for you." Luo Yu sprang to his feet in an instant, his hands simultaneously reaching towards the slender, graceful legs of the two women. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly evaded the man's grasp, but upon lifting her gaze, she discovered that her sister had no intention of retreating. She remained rooted in place, seemingly leaning slightly forward, allowing the man to caress her exquisite legs. Slap. Luo Yu felt a sudden jab on the back of his hand and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Zhu Zhuqing, why did you hit me? Do not lay a finger on my sister." Zhu Zhuqing retorted, visibly annoyed. Luo Yu wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost, glancing left and right. "When did you sisters become so close? You just can't touch her," Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her tone losing its assertiveness. In truth, she didn't particularly care whether Zhu Yun could be touched. It was merely the thought of Luo Yu being the one to do so that stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Luo Yu, rendered speechless, said, "What is it that you two wish to discuss? Please, speak plainly." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exchanged glances, their expressions akin to that of curious children. "What exactly is your identity, and how many secrets remain unknown to us sisters?" Luo Yu shook her head, suggesting that they discuss it another day. Zhu Yun fluttered her eyelashes, her sparkling eyes conveying a flirtatious glimmer. After all, that day had already arrived. "Sister, what are you talking about?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. Ahem. Initially, Luo Yu was caught off guard, until he caught sight of the woman's suggestive gaze. She was utterly indecent. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation. It was perfectly acceptable to refrain from discussing certain matters. "Might we have another glimpse of your martial spirit? It exudes such formidable power. When it manifested, I sensed my own nether cat martial spirit quivering in response." Zhu Yun hesitated, seemingly lost in recollection, stating, "When your martial spirit appeared, I felt an unusual sensation emanating from mine. Was it not fear?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at her sister. "I believe my feelings differ from yours. It was not fear." Zhu Yun replied, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhu Zhuqing became increasingly intrigued by Luo Yu's martial spirit, harboring a sense of melancholy within. It was all due to Daimubai's weakness. They even had the chance to fully behold the martial spirit before the battle abruptly concluded. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly, devoid of the icy demeanor one would expect towards an adversary, instead revealing a hint of mischief. Merely observing would not suffice. Before he could finish his sentence, his cheek was suddenly graced by the alluring red lips of a beautiful woman. Zhu Yun, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing protested, her lips pouting high in displeasure, though she herself could not fathom the source of her irritation. Sister, I want to see the martial spirit, whatever he desires. I shall provide. Zhu Zhuqing was nearly infuriated to the point of trembling. All right, you're the only one missing. Luo Yu's mischievousness was palpable. I absolutely refuse. That would be far too embarrassing. Zhu Zhuqing covered her face, shaking her head repeatedly. Then it settled. Leaning back, Luo Yu rested his hands behind his head. Nay, Zhu Yun exclaimed with some urgency. Previously, when the man's spirit had manifested, she had felt a peculiar palpitation within her own, but before she could fully comprehend its nature, he had withdrawn it. Qing, master has rescued you on multiple occasions and treats you with such kindness. A mere kiss is hardly excessive. Zhu Yun pleaded earnestly. Never. I wouldn't dream of being like you. The maiden demurred, bashful beyond words. She was taken aback to discover that her heart was merely filled with shyness, rather than aversion. Zhu Yun drew close to her sister's ear and whispered a clandestine remark. Zhu Zhuqing's fair eyes fluttered, first with hesitation, and then with resolve. Though her cheeks were flushed crimson, she leaned in and bestowed a tender kiss upon Luo Yu's cheek. This unexpected gesture left Luo Yu utterly dumbfounded. What had Zhu Yun imparted to her? How had the lass become so audacious all of a sudden? Amidst his astonishment, a series of electronic tones resounded within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a hidden achievement. Having successfully collected the kisses of 5 goddesses, you have been awarded a hidden achievement reward package. Divine footwork, celestial breeze gazing at the moon steps. Divine swordsmanship, gale of 10,000 swords art. Chapter 51, a mere dual spirit, the Empress is truly my woman. The system's voice had barely faded. Before Luo Yu could pose his question, a sudden surge of consciousness enveloped him, plunging him into a state of reverie. He found himself transported to another realm, where atop a majestic mountain stood an ethereal elder, gazing up at the celestial tapestry of sun, moon, and stars. With a graceful step, the elder descended from the summit, as if countless wisps of cloud and mist surged beneath his feet, manifesting myriad illusions that ultimately coalesced into a singular form. He soared through the ether, reaching for the stars and embracing the moon. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yu felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the divine technique, celestial wine moonlit step. As the scene shifted, Luo Yu found himself in yet another world, on a battlefield rife with carnage. A lone figure donned in silver shoulder armor and a flowing cloak stood resolutely against a throng of adversaries, exuding an air of defiance and fearlessness. With a flourish of his blade, spectral images erupted around him, a tempest of furious winds unleashed. Amidst the flashing silver light, it appeared as though countless fierce gales surged forth, intertwining with a million sword shadows that swept across the landscape, devastating all in their path. In the depths of Luo Yu's gaze, reflections of countless sword shadows intertwined with the fierce winds danced before him, awakening a profound realization within his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the divine sword technique, gale of 1,000 blades. In an instant, all magnificent illusions vanished, and Luo Yu's spirit returned to the realm of reality. Are you all right? The fiery and alluring Zhu Yun had crawled over from the bedside, waving her delicate hand before his eyes in perplexity. I am fine. Luo Yu shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. To the two women, it may have seemed as though he merely lost his train of thought for a fleeting moment, yet within the realm of his mind, it felt as though an eternity had passed. It appeared the system had intentionally allowed him to be present, to experience firsthand the formidable power of these two divine skills after their culmination. With this experience, he felt he had not only acquired a versatile and agile footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, but had also attained a deeper comprehension of the sword path. The two great martial souls bestowed upon him unparalleled strength, while these divine techniques provided him with the finesse to wield that power to perfection. Strength without skill is akin to a brutish bear, while skill without strength resembles mere ornamental punches and kicks. The true path lies in the harmonious cultivation of both power and technique. The deficiencies he had long felt were finally addressed, and naturally, joy filled Luo Yu's heart. He had not anticipated the existence of hidden achievements, nor the bountiful and thoughtful rewards that accompanied them. Now, he pondered the notion of collecting 5 divine kisses to summon rewards, What if he were to collect 10? Perhaps he was narrowing his thoughts too much. By analogy, could there be other hidden achievements to attain, such as sleeping 10? Coughing softly, Luo Yu wore an odd expression, chiding himself. After all, he was a person of integrity, never prone to frivolous thoughts. Sister, why do I feel he suddenly looks a bit unsettling while smiling? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Luo Yu, subtly shifting her voluptuous figure back. Zhu Yun let out a playful laugh, teasingly remarking, perhaps Master is contemplating how to devour you, little kitty. Instantly, a blush enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's face. A sharp sound echoed as Zhu Yun playfully swatted her pert backside, producing a crisp sound. Luo Yu cast her a piercing glance. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Zhu Yun pouted her crimson lips, incessantly kneading her petite rear. One need not even look to know that there would undoubtedly be marks. This man was truly serious. Am I that sort of person? Luo Yu inquired once more. No. Of course not, Master. Zhu Yun exclaimed, her voice elevated and her response hurried. Luo Yu spread his hands, gazing innocently at Zhu Zhuqing. See, even your sister claims I am a good person. Zhu Yun, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff and roll her eyes. Isn't that peculiar? I distinctly recall your utter lack of hesitation before. You directly indulged in everything in the bathroom. You've kissed her, and surely your martial spirit is ready to amaze us, isn't it? In Zhu Zhuqing's bashful gaze, there lingered a profound curiosity. Is it merely a martial spirit? That S easily addressed. Concealing his actions, Luo Yu channeled his soul essence, ensuring a subdued display. A draconic specter materialized discreetly, its form encircled by iridescent light. As an intense vitality emanated in waves. The sheer emanation of draconic might sent shivers down the spines of the Yu sisters. Their exquisite eyes widened in astonishment. A distant glimpse of the man's spirit had been striking enough, but observing it intimately from the confines of the same bed allowed them to appreciate its domineering and extraordinary nature. Master, what manner of spirit is this? It is simply terrifying, Zhu Yun exclaimed, her radiant face etched with shock. Zhu Zhuqing, swallowing hard, nudged her sister's slender waist with a delicate finger. Sister, you have misplaced your focus of astonishment. This fellow possesses twin spirits. Zhu Yun's lithe frame trembled, momentarily overwhelmed by the dragon god spirit, nearly causing her to forget that the man possessed more than just this one spirit, including that elusive and enigmatic longsword spirit. You, Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her voice quivering. Zhu Yun's enchanting eyes shimmered with a myriad of colors. Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such astonishment. After all, possessing a mere twin martial soul was not unique to him alone in Douluo. The two sisters' beautiful eyes trembled, their hearts momentarily convulsing. Goodness, merely a twin martial soul? Have you heard what people are saying? What more do you desire? The man's expression, as tranquil as still water, drove the two women to the brink of madness. They stared unblinkingly for an extended period, genuinely unable to discern even a hint of arrogance upon his visage. This was somewhat alarming, suggesting that he truly did not regard the matter of possessing a twin martial soul with much significance. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew complex as she couldn't help but inquire. Do you understand what it means to have a twin martial soul? Of course, Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, typically serene in her demeanor, now breathed rapidly. Then do you know that the last person to possess a twin martial soul has become the most powerful empress of the Douluo continent? How could I possibly be unaware of that? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. She is my woman. What did you just say? The Zhu sisters exclaimed in unison, covering their lips in disbelief. I let that slip inadvertently. Luo Yu's expression faltered for a moment, and ultimately, he shook his head in resignation with a sigh. Since it has come to this, I shall not conceal it from you both any longer. To lay my cards on the table, Queen Bibidong is my beloved. The two sisters blinked in surprise, gazing into the man's earnest eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter, their joy blooming like vibrant flowers, full and unrestrained. Luo Yu's face was etched with exasperation. Is it really that amusing? Zhu Zhuqing nearly wept with laughter, exclaiming, Please, do take your jesting seriously. While playful banter has its place, one must not trivialize the Empress's humor. She is, after all, a peerless prodigy, renowned throughout the annals of Douluo continent, and the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration as she proclaimed, She is an exemplar for all women of Douluo. You cannot fathom the extent of my reverence for Empress Bibidong. Luo Yu nodded. Very well. I will have the opportunity to take you to the Spirit Hall to visit her. He scoffed. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a glance of disdain. If we had been born in the same era, you might indeed have had a chance with the Empress. But the disparity is far too great now. Zhu Yun, with eyes full of admiration, encouraged, Master, with such extraordinary talent. I am confident that your future accomplishments will surely rival those of the Empress. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly, revealing their disbelief in her words. Humph, stop boasting. If the Empress were truly your woman, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would serve you on my knees henceforth. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, utterly unconvinced. She had once been fortunate enough to witness the Empress's majestic presence. How could such an ice-cold sovereign ever fall in love with a man? Luo Yu smacked his lips and glanced at Zhu Yun. What about you? Do you not believe either? Zhu Yun smiled radiantly. The Empress is not your woman. Yet I would willingly kneel to serve you. Luo Yu realized that this woman was also skeptical. By the way, didn't you mention earlier that when my martial soul manifested, your body reacted in a peculiar way? Zhu Yun nodded. Indeed. In truth, I am currently suppressing the stirrings of my martial soul. There seems to be an inexplicable sensation that I cannot quite articulate. Then release your martial soul and allow me to observe what transpires, Luo Yu said, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Chapter 52, Marvelous Skills. Can one actually assist in upgrading martial souls? Zhu Zhuqing, with the grace of a refined lady, knelt by the edge of the bed. Her shapely legs forming an elegant M. A hint of doubt crossed her delicate face. She pondered why she did not experience the sensation her sister had described. Their martial souls were undeniably identical. Suddenly, a flash of dark brilliance swept by as Zhu Yun unleashed her nether spirit cat martial soul. The nether spirit cat is regarded as one of the premier beast martial souls on the Douluo continent, yet upon beholding the dragon god martial soul behind Luo Yu, her front limbs instinctively bent, and she prostrated herself in the void, immediately adopting a posture of submission in the presence of his martial soul. Suddenly, Luo Yu felt as though his dragon god martial soul had established a peculiar connection with the other party. Is this what you meant by the resonance of martial souls? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Yun furrowed her brow, communing with her own martial soul, and after a moment of hesitation, she pointed uncertainly at the ethereal projection of the dragon god martial soul, remarking, It seems that you possess the power I require. Luo Yu immersed himself in concentration, attempting to summon the power within his martial soul. A resounding roar emanated from the ethereal dragon figure. Subsequently, a radiant beam of 9-colored light burst forth from the dragon's mouth, directly illuminating the prostrated nether spirit cat. This spectacle simultaneously captured the attention of both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom. As the nether spirit cat absorbed the 9-colored light, a sudden transformation overtook its form. Its size swelled dramatically, becoming more fierce and terrifying. The deep, dark skin shimmered with a faint luster, its sharp fangs elongated with an even sharper glint, and its entire being was evidently evolving to a higher tier. An exhilarating roar erupted, not a dragon's cry, but a monumental change that was occurring within the nether spirit cat. After a fleeting flash of resplendent light, Zhu Yun rubbed her eyes, utterly unable to believe the scene before her. At that moment, the nether spirit cat had transcended its previous form, clearly morphing into a fearsome nether saber-toothed tiger. In addition to its sharper claws and glimmering fangs, it sprouted a pair of ominous dark wings from its back. Were it not for the sensation of their bloodline connection, Zhu Yun would hardly believe this was still her martial soul. How does it feel? Luo Yu inquired. Zhu Yun parted her cherry lips, feeling the overwhelming power of her martial soul, unable to confirm. Why do I feel as if my martial soul has become even more potent? Try manifesting your martial soul. That should clarify things, Luo Yu suggested. Zhu Yun suppressed her astonishment and myriad questions. She sprang from the bed, her smooth jade feet landing on the pink carpet of her bedroom. Martial soul, manifest. Boom. Unlike her previous beastly transformations, Zhu Zhuqing had now become even more enchanting and ethereal. The most apparent change was the emergence of a pair of black wings upon her back, reminiscent of a dark, seductive angel, exuding a far greater aura than before. With a mere flick of her wrist, she generated a sonic boom, something previously unimaginable. Feeling the torrent of power surging from every part of her body, Zhu Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with immense astonishment, intertwined with profound joy, rendering her current emotions indescribable. Her voice trembled as she gazed at Luo Yu as if beholding a deity. How did you accomplish this? Why has my martial soul suddenly grown so powerful? Luo Yu rubbed his brow and shook his head, stating, This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. You witnessed the entire process just now. Zhu Yun swallowed hard, her voice faltering. Could it be true? Your martial soul merely emitted a divine light, and my nether spirit cat could evolve to such an extent? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled in disbelief. Having observed the entire ordeal, she was utterly astonished. What kind of extraordinary power does this man possess? Capable of facilitating the evolution of another's martial soul? It is simply terrifying. One must understand that the quality of a martial soul is intricately linked to an individual's combat prowess. A higher quality martial soul enhances the attributes conferred upon its bearer, while a weaker one can only be described as a dismal fate. Not to mention, Zhu Yun could distinctly feel that her strength had tripled. With her speed, already her forte, surging by more than fivefold. The nether spirit cat, having merely received the divine light bestowed by the man's martial soul, had astonishingly leaped to the pinnacle of martial soul quality. The ability of this man to alter innate talents and evolve martial souls is nothing short of astounding. Zhu Yun now felt an overwhelming sense of power that seemed surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. She gazed at the man in utter shock, contemplating whether his ability surpassed that of any auxiliary soul master. No matter how exceptional an auxiliary soul master may be, they can only assist in enhancing physical condition. Yet this individual possesses the extraordinary capability to directly facilitate the evolution of martial souls. Luo Yu shook his head, urging the two of them not to look at him in such a manner. He had only just learned of this matter today. Zhu Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's presence. She would have likely rushed to Luo Yu's side to bestow upon him a sweet, tender kiss. It is no exaggeration to say that the exhilaration brought about by the evolution of martial spirits is indescribably profound for soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing marveled. Your methods are simply astonishing. They can actually assist in the evolution of martial spirits. Luo Yu shook his head, pondering as he spoke. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. I can sense that the divine light spewed from the dragon's mouth is likely time-sensitive, rather than a permanent, evolutionary martial soul. Even if it is not everlasting, it is still quite remarkable and fearsome, don't you think? The astonishment on Zhu Zhuqing's face lingered. She questioned whether he truly understood the extent of the terror inherent in such abilities. Luo Yu uttered little more, continuing to make attempts, guided by an inexplicable sense. He gestured with his hand. Within Zhu Yun, a radiant light coalesced, erupting into a resplendent nine-colored brilliance before vanishing back into the dragon's form. Stripped of its divine glow, Zhu Yun was instantaneously reverted to her original state, transforming back into the ethereal spirit cat. With a pouting expression of lingering resentment, she thought her master was rather stingy. Why withdraw so soon? She had wished to fully savor the exhilarating power. Yet, it was indeed her first experience of her martial soul as overwhelming strength, and the thrill was simply intoxicating, leaving her reluctant to depart from the moment. By the end of her thoughts, her cheeks were flushed with excitement. She was now wholeheartedly devoted to the man, harboring no doubts. Might I also have a try? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. But curiosity gnawed at her. She too wished to experience the essence of martial soul evolution, her heart tingling with anticipation. She summoned her martial soul, awaiting Luo Yu's endowment. However, the man remained silent for an extended period. What is the matter? Zhu Zhuqing asked, perplexed. Luo Yu shook his head and said, it is impossible. It seems there is a lack of connection with your martial soul, preventing the emission of the nine-colored divine light. How can this be? It is inconceivable. My sister can do it. Why can't I? Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with confusion. Luo Yu and Zhu Yun's heart skipped a beat as they exchanged a glance, seemingly arriving at the same realization simultaneously. Could it be? Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar. Zhu Yun's delicate form shivered. Could it be that there are such benefits to surrendering oneself? Chapter 53. Beautiful eyes quivering, heart in turmoil. A pleading maiden. Zhu Yun almost instantaneously confirmed her suspicions. It must be due to the intimate encounter she had with the man in the bathroom that such a connection was formed. There was no other explanation. She and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same bloodline, their martial souls indistinguishable, with even their soul techniques bearing a striking resemblance. Why was she the exception? Why was she the one to experience the fortunate evolution of a martial soul? With this thought, Zhu Yun's already passionate gaze intensified, glowing with gratitude as she looked at Luo Yu. Everything, every special occurrence, was a gift from this man. She found herself unable to articulate the excitement bubbling within her. Having grown up in a cold and unfeeling family, Zhu Yun had never trusted anyone, holding her purity in the highest regard, viewing it as her most treasured possession. Upon witnessing the hidden brilliance within Luo Yu, her heart quivered, and she resolved to stake her entire future happiness on this stranger, daring to gamble it all. This was a grand wager. If the man's character proved to be lacking, she would be left with nothing, plunging her life into the darkest depths of despair. Davis would certainly not let her off the hook. If she had harbored any hesitation before, being by the man's side now, inhaling his robust masculine aura, Zhu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. She was grateful to have made the most correct decision of her life. The man before her, though his full essence remained elusive, had already astonished her and her sister with just a glimpse of his temperament and talent. As Zhu Yun's heart stirred, a powerful premonition surged within her. She recalled a legend. In the north, there exists a mysterious bird that dwells in the deep mountains, silent for 3 years. When it finally sings, it astounds the world. Was this enigmatic man not akin to that bird? He was likely merely indulging in the pleasures of life. When he eventually chose to reveal himself, he would no longer maintain such a low profile. At that moment, the entire continent would tremble in shock at his presence. A peerless dual martial soul, a monstrous 10,000-year soul ring, effortlessly evolving his martial soul with a mere nap. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of his power. What manner of terrifying man had she aligned herself with? Zhu Yun's crystalline, lustrous eyes fell into a daze, her heart brimming with boundless anticipation. The man's mystery and strength had utterly captivated her, body and soul. Sister, why does your martial soul resonate with his while mine does not? Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her face adorned with envy as she shook Zhu Yun's arm, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Do you wish to be like your sister? Zhu Yun's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, that would mean martial soul evolution. If I grow strong enough, my family will no longer be able to control me. The innocent girl with a youthful visage revealed a gaze filled with longing. Silly sister, what good is saying this to me? Go plead with that man beside you. If he is willing to help you, why should you fear our wretched family? Zhu Zhuqing cast a shy glance at Luo Yu, proudly lifting her chin as she huffed. I refuse to be like you, lacking ambition. A girl should be self-reliant. You're certain? There's a shortcut, and you choose not to take it? Zhu Yun's lips formed a seductive curve. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she declared, in the future, I will be with a man solely because I love him, not for any other trivial reasons. Oh. I understand now. Zhu Yun nodded with a smile. What do you comprehend? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously. You haven't told me how your martial soul evolved. Zhu Yun shot her a sidelong glance. Did you not just say you wanted to grow stronger on your own, without relying on a man? Yes. So why are you asking? Zhu Yun rolled her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's small face contorted in confusion. Zhu Yun, with a charming smile, pointed at Luo Yu. My martial soul underwent a transformation solely due to the master's blessing. Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly froze as she stiffly turned her neck, her gaze fixating on the man beside them, who was idly yawning. Just moments ago, she had declared her independence. Yet the reality of her situation had come crashing down upon her with startling speed. Biting her lip, her heart wavered. This was no trivial matter. The allure of martial soul evolution was one that every soul master yearned for. Luo Yu shook his head and gestured, Do not look at me. I am utterly oblivious. Nay, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head with certainty. I am well aware of my sister's talents. The evolution of her martial soul must surely be attributed to your assistance. Alas, that certain woman, who had just fervently proclaimed her self-reliance, how is it that she now? Sister, be silent, Zhu Zhuqing said. Her face flushed as she glared at Zhu Yun. All right, I shall refrain from speaking, he acquiesced, but this slick visage is quite painful to endure. The alluringly mature woman presented a seductive, teasing smile. Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed by the jest, gazed intently at the man with her lustrous black eyes, remaining silent, while her peach-like red lips bore faint imprints of her teeth. Luo Yu now finds himself in a bit of a predicament. Can he truly assist with this matter? He fears that voicing his thoughts may subject him to a barrage of playful punches and accusations of being a rogue. Ahem, regarding this issue, I regret to inform you that I am unable to offer my assistance, Luo Yu stated, declining the request. Zhu Zhuqing pursed her red lips. Her delicate features nestled against her ample bosom, and softly implored, I made a mistake earlier. I shouldn't have boasted. I beseech you, please help me. I genuinely need to enhance my martial soul. Luo Yu spread his hands, stating that what he had witnessed was not a permanent evolution, but rather one with a finite duration. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, reassuring him that it was all right. If she could seize such an opportunity, perhaps it might lead to the evolution of her martial soul. However, she lamented, she truly could not assist him in this matter. A veil of mist clouded her beautiful eyes, her gentle voice trembling slightly. In truth, She had already been saved by him numerous times and felt a profound debt of gratitude, feeling reluctant to impose further. Yet, the influence of her family was overwhelmingly powerful, and with her current strength, she found herself unable to resist them. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. Isn't it just the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? It's nothing of great consequence. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long while. Deep down, she pondered that relying on men for everything made her feel utterly useless, and she feared that men might perceive her merely as an ornamental figure. She did not wish to be seen that way. In truth, Zhuqing desired to earn her benefactor's admiration. A soft sigh echoed within the girl's heart. Yet she felt too shy to voice it. In contrast to Zhu Yun's resolute dedication, Zhuqing felt a twinge of inferiority when faced with the excellence of men. Yearning to keep pace with them. Oh, foolish sister, it's not that the master does not wish to assist you. It's simply that he knows you would never agree to that method. What method? Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance at her sister. If you can do it. Why can't I? Of course, you cannot. At that moment, Zhu Yun's smile appeared to Luo Yu as that of a cunning wolf attempting to deceive a virtuous woman. Quickly tell me, I can certainly do it. Zhuqing urged eagerly. Are you sure? Zhu Yun raised an eyebrow. I'm certain. I will sleep beside the master. Can you? I can. In response to her sister's provocative words, Zhuqing answered without hesitation. It was only when she caught sight of the peculiar expressions of the two that realization struck her, igniting her face with a fiery blush. What nonsense! How could sleeping beside someone lead to the evolution of martial souls? Zhuqing's shy voice reverberated in the bedroom. Chapter 54, Consumed by Jealousy. Progress in Wooing the Goddess. 100. See, you kept asking, and now that they've spoken, you still don't believe it. Zhu Yun rolled her eyes dramatically. The radiant young woman covered her flushed cheeks, shaking her head bashfully. Nonsense. How could that possibly work? There is no way such a method could help someone evolve their martial soul. Zhu Yun shrugged, her fragrant shoulders rising as she chuckled lightly. Believe what you wish. If you don't believe it, that is your choice. Gradually regaining her composure, Zhuqing lowered her hand and fixed her beautiful gaze intently upon her sister. You truly aren't deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? Have you ever seen an elder sister who would willingly push her younger sister into a man's embrace? Zhu Yun wore an expression that suggested she was indifferent to Zhuqing's belief or disbelief. Luo Yu could not help but curl her lip in disdain, silently thinking, isn't it just you? Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to the sentiment, tightened her small hand, tugging at the edge of her fitted trousers, and muttered, how should one sleep in that case? Of course, one must embrace each other for it to count, Zhu Yun replied, her tone sultry and beguiling, akin to a devil tempting one to sin. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened, her supple, elongated legs becoming even more taut. All right, you should just go out. Zhu Yun said, her smooth, delicate foot stepping onto the plush carpet, her alluring figure undeniably accentuated as she stood, tugging at the girl's smooth, fair arm towards the bedroom exit. Why are you pulling me? Zhu Zhuqing protested. You don't wish to evolve your martial soul, but I certainly do. Go on, move aside. As she spoke, Zhu Yun continued to draw the girl outward. You are rather lacking in decorum. Humph. Can decorum fill one's stomach? Zhu Yun exclaimed, completely pushing the girl out and slamming the bedroom door shut with a resounding thud. What do you know? Even if it weren't for the sake of evolving my martial soul, I still wish to share a bed with our master. Click. The door locked. And the atmosphere in the bedroom instantly turned suggestive. Zhu Yun cast a captivating glance, her waist twisting like a supple serpent, swaying her alluring curves as she stepped forward with her flawless, snow-white legs, strutting closer to the man with feline grace. Luo Yu's throat stirred slightly. In a lavishly appointed room, a solitary man and woman found themselves in close quarters. How could one resist the allure of such a beguiling woman, who was intent on enticing him with all her charm? Zhu Yun resembled a playful little wildcat, her eyes shimmering like water, as she extended her delicate tongue to caress her claws. Master, the mischievous little wildcat has been sent away by the maid. At last, we can relish our time together. She caressed the edge of the bed, leaning forward to reveal a breathtaking sight, her long, graceful legs standing proudly, her tantalizing figure presenting a perfectly alluring S-curve. Hiss. Luo Yu felt a sudden flutter in his heart, as if his very bones were turning to jelly. This little enchantress truly possessed an extraordinary talent for temptation. Both the visual and auditory senses of a man could find satisfaction in her presence. At that moment, Zhu Yun, resembling a seductive spider spirit, had gracefully crawled onto the bed. Just as Luo Yu was about to take action, Zhu Yun delicately placed her jade finger over his lips and whispered into his ear. Master, please do not move. I am here to assist you. Assist me? Luo Yu pondered for a brief moment. Shoo. Zhu Yun retracted her finger and pressed it to her own lips. Trust me, that girl has indeed developed feelings for you, though she remains quite shy and hesitant. I am merely fanning the flames of her affection. In that moment, Luo Yu comprehended the woman's intentions. By the way, what did you say to her before she kissed me? In truth, I merely uttered a single phrase. You currently have no fiancé and are free now. Luo Yu was perplexed, thinking to himself, is this really effective with just a single statement? Zhu Yun delicately traced her fingers over the man's chest and softly remarked, You see, that girl truly harbors feelings for you. Under ordinary circumstances, it might seem unlikely, but during her most vulnerable moments, you have left an indelible mark in her heart. Luo Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhu Yun. The woman slowly withdrew her crimson lips and whispered, Do not utter a word. Leave everything to me. Rest assured, based on my understanding of this young lady, she will soon find herself unable to resist entering. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood outside the door, listening to the incredibly enticing sounds emanating from within the bedroom. The embarrassment on her face gradually morphed into a deep jealousy, her small fists clenched tightly. How shameless. Absolutely shameless. Zhu Yun, how could you, being a lady of refinement, act in such a manner? The creaking of the bed could be heard, intensifying Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. Unbidden, certain inappropriate images began to surface in her mind. No. This cannot be allowed. Knock, knock, knock. What are you doing? Came Zhu Yun's dissatisfied voice from inside. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot and declared, You cannot do this. Do what? It is because you were unwilling that my sister proceeded. She is enjoying herself now, so do not disturb me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. Uncertain why she felt such urgency, the mere thought of what might transpire between the man and Zhu Yun unsettled her. Previously, she had not given it much thought, but the woman's voice was simply too suggestive. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing Zhu Yun's disgruntled face. Why do you keep knocking? If you refuse, why hinder others' pleasures? Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, her face resolute as she admonished, You must come out. What for? Zhu Yun stepped outside. In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing slipped into the bedroom and forcefully shut and locked the door behind her. In one fluid motion, she had trapped Zhu Yun outside. What are you doing? Quickly open the door. Humph, if you intend to do something illicit, there will be no way in. You shall sleep outside tonight. Zhu Zhuqing spat defiantly, then turned to face the astonished man on the heart-shaped bed. Her expression froze, and an inexplicable silence enveloped the room. The stunning young woman suddenly felt at a loss. At that moment, Zhu Yun's seductive voice floated in from outside. Oh, so my sister has finally awakened to the allure of men? As your elder sister, what harm is there in letting you have the master for one night? Just be sure to keep the noise down. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, unsure of how to proceed. Should she flee and leave Zhu Yun to gain the upper hand? That was absolutely unacceptable. But in this room, it was just her and the man. She could almost hear the rapid beating of her own heart. At this moment, Luo Yu spoke up. Are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. What I mean is, if you are fine, you should go out and let your sister return. I can assist her in upgrading her martial soul. The words of Luo Yu sent a buzzing sensation through Zhu Zhuqing's mind, igniting her immediate anger, summoning an inexplicable courage. She rushed onto the bed. Tonight, do not assist her. Assist me instead. Observing her swelling bosom, alluring waist, and the pure innocence of the younger sister, which starkly contrasted with the enchanting elder sister, Luo Yu hesitated. Assist you? Are you certain? I am certain. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, tightly closing her eyes as she embraced Luo Yu's sturdy waist. The trembling of her eyelashes revealed the turmoil within her heart. Luo Yu shook his head. Do you know what it takes to upgrade a martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed with warmth, pressed closely against the man, huffed. I don't care. You can do whatever you want, but you must not seek out that woman. I want to be happy. It is no longer merely a matter of upgrading the martial spirit. Rather, after experiencing a surge of excitement, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that a rogue had intruded upon her long placid heart. Luo Yu stood in astonishment, his empty hands lingering without descending downstairs. Although he had intended to collaborate with Zhu Yun, he never anticipated that the girl would become so envious. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his mind, leaving him both bewildered and enlightened. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully captivating the goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Task progress, 100. Task reward, a 10,000-year exclusive second soul ring. Chapter 55. Capturing Zhu Zhuqing's heart, unprecedented soul ring reward. Task reward, 9 heavens extermination, swords exclusive second soul ring. The 10,000-year soul ring, blade flower sea. 1,000 cherry blossoms dance. As the cascade of voices in his mind concluded, Luo Yu's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Having witnessed the might of the first soul skill, he had long attained clarity. The exclusive soul ring of the extermination sword, though seemingly merely 10,000 years, possessed astonishing power. As his soul power continued to advance, the potency of that soul skill would amplify exponentially. Luo Yu pondered quietly, wondering what extraordinary transformation the soul skill would bestow upon the Zhutian sword, and what divine powers it might possess. His heart raced with anticipation, yearning to rush out of the hotel at once to seek a place to test its might. "Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" came Zhu Zhuqing's soft and anxious voice from behind. At this moment, Luo Yu finally snapped back to reality, cursing himself for his foolishness. When would there be another opportunity to test the soul skill? Such a favorable moment was indeed rare. A woman's smooth, delicate arm encircled him from behind, crossing over his abdomen and holding him tightly, as if she feared he might flee to seek Zhu Yun. What stirred Luo Yu the most was the manner in which the woman embraced him. Luo Yu's throat subtly moved. "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face brushed against the man's back. Her voice slightly flustered as she hesitantly replied, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. I just don't want you to sleep with her tonight. Are you perhaps feeling jealous?" Luo Yu teased. "Not at all. Why would I be jealous of you?" Zhu Zhuqing huffed in response. Upon hearing the girl's denial, a faint smile crept onto Luo Yu's lips, having already received a prompt from the system. How could he be unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true feelings? The little beauty, so contrary with her words, was likely struggling with her own shyness. He attempted to turn around. Yet the woman's arms suddenly tightened, preventing his movement. "Please, don't turn around, okay?" Zhu Zhuqing pleaded, resembling a startled fawn. Would Luo Yu so obediently comply? Of course not. While he might heed a woman's words at times, doing so in this instance would be imprudent. Now was the moment to seize the advantage and act decisively. He grasped the woman's pair of fair, delicate hands, his robust frame surging with gentle strength. And with a subtle tremor, he instantly broke free from the embrace of her jade arms. Zhu Zhuqing cried out in surprise, not expecting the man's sudden assault. Covering her face, she was about to leap off the bed and flee, not wanting him to witness her current flustered state. However, before the fiery maiden could escape, a pair of large hands encircled her slender, supple waist, brutally yanking her back. Losing her balance, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face paled as she tumbled into the man's arms. A powerful masculine scent wafted over her, a unique aroma distinct from her own fragrance. "Release me at once," Zhu Zhuqing protested, feebly pounding her small fists against the man's chest. "I think not," Luo Yu chuckled, shaking his head, his brawny arms only tightening their hold. Zhu Zhuqing struck him repeatedly, yet could not break free. "You scoundrel," she grumbled, glaring up at the man with a pair of dark, watery eyes. But in an instant, she froze. Being held in the man's arms at this angle, she could see his face with a mere upward glance, even clearly feeling his breath. The distance was far too intimate. Gazing into the man's deep, starry eyes, Zhu Zhuqing's struggling ceased, her beautiful eyes fixated, as if utterly captivated. Her heart trembled, wondering what manner of comeliness the man possessed to have such mesmerizing eyes. Some qualities truly cannot be concealed. Though Luo Yu employed the 1,000 illusion mask to obscure his looks, both Zhu Yun and Zhu Zhuqing could sense the man's uniqueness, having long since conjured a flawless image in their minds. "Do you find it pleasing to the eye?" Luo Yu inquired, a confident, bewitching smirk playing on his lips. "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously nodded, then instantly shook her head, her face flushed crimson. "Release me at once. This is improper." "I perceive no impropriety in this," he countered. As Luo Yu spoke, he inadvertently squeezed the woman's smooth, jade-like legs. Truly, she was a sensitive attack-type soul master. Her legs bore no excess flesh and felt exquisite to the touch. "Humph." Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, indignantly remarking, "You rogue, is this how you bully others?" Luo Yu, with a smile that seemed to be both genuine and mocking, remarked, "If you say it that way, I appear quite innocent. It was clearly you who locked your bedroom door and climbed into my bed. Why did you prevent me from leaving when I wished to?" Zhu Zhuqing let out a light huff. Luo Yu shook his head, his hand mischievously wandering, as he playfully squeezed her exquisite leg. Do you truly believe this place is one you can enter and exit at will? He remarked. What is it that you truly desire? Zhu Zhuqing's heart was in utter disarray, completely at the mercy of the man's assertiveness. It was undeniable that she harbored feelings for him. The events that had transpired had deepened those emotions significantly. After all, how could she, a woman who cherished her dignity so dearly, muster the courage to intrude upon his chamber? Yet, her innate shyness rendered her inept at articulating her feelings. The man's boldness and dominance left her blushing, while simultaneously awakening an unfamiliar sensation within her, a sweet feeling that was rapidly blossoming. What am I to do? Luo Yu whispered gently into Zhu Zhuqing's delicate ear. Tell me, could I possibly resist feasting upon a lamb that has willingly presented itself? Zhu Zhuqing seized his audacious hand, her voice barely above a whisper. We cannot proceed in this manner. Why ever not? The man's voice seemed imbued with a certain allure, echoing in her ears and further unsettling her heart, to the point where her anxiety rendered her incapable of rational thought. We have only just met. Our relationship is still so tenuous. Luo Yu gently uttered, incompatible individuals, no matter how long they are acquainted, will never become lovers. Yet, with the right person, even a mere first meeting can ignite an instant infatuation. Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, her mind conjuring images of the man she had come to know. Initially, this fellow was somewhat exasperating, unabashed in his speech, providing her with an unusual sensation. For the men she had previously encountered had always catered to her every whim, indulging her. However, during her most desperate moments, it was this very man who extended his hand in aid, revealing a domineering demeanor, as if transformed into a demigod. Which woman does not yearn for a true powerhouse, particularly one who has long been devoid of security? Subsequently, when Dai Mubai explicitly expressed his intention to dissolve their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing felt a shackle that had bound her heart and soul dissipate, and within her, the presence of another began to blossom. Luo Yu observed the subtle shift in the woman's gaze and gently remarked, Zhuqing, you may label me as lecherous or a rogue. Yet I must confess that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable affection in my heart. As their eyes locked, Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes became entranced. As Luo Yu was about to speak, he was interrupted by a woman who raised her hand. Do not speak, kiss me. Chapter 56, Has the soul bone truly been given to you so easily? The enchanting maiden in pink stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing always appeared bashful in front of Luo Yu, once she resolved to undertake a task, she pursued it with unwavering determination. Her actions, though somewhat awkward, were infused with earnest effort as she earnestly contributed to the endeavor. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed into the hotel room. The pink rose petals scattered across the carpet seemed to bloom with even greater vibrancy. Creak. The bedroom door swung open as Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his limbs in a satisfied yawn, only to be startled nearly out of his wits. Zhu Yun knelt gracefully on the sofa, her exquisite legs bent elegantly. Her enchanting visage drooped slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with profound melancholy. Her pouting red lips seemed capable of holding an oil bottle. Luo Yu inched closer, observing the crimson veins in the woman's eyes and the pronounced dark circles beneath them. Hesitantly, he inquired, You haven't slept a wink all night, have you? The mere mention of it stirred a sense of grievance within Zhu Yun, causing her nose to tingle with impending tears, nearly prompting her to burst into sobs. What do you expect me to do when you engage in mischief inside? Mischief? Who is engaging in mischief? Luo Yu glanced around, perplexed. Stop pretending, it's you, it's undeniably you. The woman, with tears welling in her eyes, accused him. Akin to a neglected wife in a secluded chamber. What have I done? Luo Yu shrugged in bewilderment. Zhu Yun rolled her eyes, letting out a soft huff. Master? I heard the commotion. Are you going to keep up the charade? Compared to exaggerated cries, the subtle, muffled moans were far more tormenting, weren't they? Luo Yu touched his nose. Have you perhaps misunderstood? Zhu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to strike this man before her with a hammer. Misunderstood? Could she possibly have made such an error? The commotion was reminiscent of the earlier incident in the bathroom. Master, you no longer love me. Zhu Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if accusing a heartless betrayer. Luo Yu reminisced. Did I ever express my love for you? In an instant, Zhu Yun's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt that love would no longer blossom. Indeed, men are all like great bores, forgetting their old flames upon finding a new passion. Is the elder sister not as enchanting as the younger one? Why does this fellow always fixate on Zhu Zhuqing? Look at me a little more, will you? Enough of this dejection. Here, this is for you. Luo Yu tossed an object into the air, shimmering with a silver glow, which landed precisely in Zhu Yun's embrace. Humph, foul man, do not presume that a mere trinket can mend the heart of a wounded woman, she thought with a haughty demeanor. However, upon seeing what lay within her arms, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in astonishment. She incredulously grasped the item. Scrutinizing it repeatedly, her breath quickening, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Luo Yu, struggling to comprehend, is this truly a gift for me? Luo Yu yawned, still drowsy, having felt fatigue from the previous night. Upon receiving the man's confirmation, Zhu Yun's astonishment deepened. What she held in her hands was a translucent soul bone, entwined with wisps of gentle breeze, exuding a unique energy that signified its extraordinary nature. This is a soul bone. Did he truly just offer such a precious gift so casually? Zhu Yun's emotions were tumultuous, unable to settle. Coming from a prestigious family, she had witnessed countless gifts throughout her life, yet here was a man who nonchalantly presented a soul bone as if it were nothing. What kind of wealth does he possess? Even the foremost power, the spirit hall of Douluo, would not dare to be so generous. In Zhu Yun's eyes, Luo Yu had always held a grand stature, which had now been infinitely magnified. As she gazed at the soul bone in her hand, her fondness for it deepened, and she anxiously inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to gift this to me? Are you aware of its significance?" Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a soul bone, nothing of great significance. "Here, take it. It is yours to keep." Zhu Yun swallowed hard, finding it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of the gift in her hands. Such a precious offering, is it not too extravagant? What merits do I possess to deserve this? Luo Yu's expression grew serious. You are indeed clever, but I hope you can apply your intellect appropriately in the future. Take good care of my woman. I shall not neglect her. Should you harbor any other intentions, Yuno understands. Zhu Yun nodded obediently. For it was the first time in her life she had encountered such a celestial being, one who would generously part with a soul bone as a gift. It was utterly astonishing. She scrutinized the soul bone in her hand, clearly realizing it was no ordinary item, something that money could not procure. She swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you already imbued this soul bone with your essence?" "No." "Then why not keep it for yourself?" Luo Yu raised his hand. This soul bone, which might be considered a rare treasure by others, was still somewhat lacking in his eyes, for he had superior aspirations and alternatives. Hiss. You cannot appreciate the appearance and quality of the soul bone. Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? In that instant, Zhu Yun felt as though countless alpacas were trampling through her mind. As for the grievances from having listened to the sounds in the living room all night, they dissipated the moment Luo Yu revealed the soul bone. "I am grateful for your generous gift," she said, cradling the soul bone with great affection. "Enough of the pleasantries." Luo Yu interjected. "You and Zhu Qing shall each take one. The soul bones I have selected are perfectly suited to your circumstances, so feel free to absorb them directly." How considerate! Zhu Yun's eyes sparkled with adoration, almost resembling heart shapes. Her previously mundane life transformed into something extraordinary upon encountering this man. The evolution of martial spirits requires the bestowal of soul bones, something she had never dared to dream of, yet here it was, unfolding before her. Suppressing her inner excitement, she blinked her long, curled eyelashes and said, "Master, your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. A dark line appeared on Luo Yu's forehead, as he had not anticipated the remarkable effects of a soul bone. The woman's emotional fluctuations were exceedingly swift. Just moments ago in the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing had jubilantly celebrated upon receiving the gift, showering him with embraces and affectionate kisses. The soul bone, aged approximately 80 to 90,000 years, was of little use to him even if he were to keep it for himself. Both women now shared a profound connection with him, and he felt no pang of regret in bestowing such a gift. With his immaculate divine body forged from the golden lotus of tribulation, absorbing these relatively low-aged soul bones would be an utter waste and a devaluation of his worth. For he had long since set his sights on a far more significant goal. Luo Yu found himself unable to withstand the intense gaze of Zhu Yun. Rubbing his weary back, he instructed, "You sisters may absorb the soul bones upstairs. I shall take a stroll below. I shall await your return." Zhu Yun cast him a profoundly flirtatious and endearing glance. At the Rose Hotel, the damaged areas of the corridor had been swiftly repaired by Dai Mubai overnight. Although there were minor imperfections, the issues had been largely resolved. At Luo Yu's insistence, Dai Bai even compensated the hotel, soothing the other guests before he hurried back to Shrek Academy. Upon stepping outside the hotel and inhaling a few breaths of fresh air, Luo Yu's attention was suddenly captured. A man and a woman were approaching from a distance along the street. The man appeared unremarkable, adorned with an ornate belt, yet his attire was exceedingly plain. In stark contrast, the woman was a vision of beauty, her features extraordinarily pure, clad in a delicate pink jacket. What drew Luo Yu's gaze was her long, slender legs, tightly enveloped in pink stockings, perfectly rounded and straight, radiating exquisite allure. Ding! The system's voice chimed as Luo Yu's focus honed in on those enchanting legs. Target detected, the goddess. Chapter 57. Targeting the little princess Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just last night, he had experienced the intriguing dichotomy of Zhu Zhuqing's cool exterior and warm interior, and now the system had begun anew. It seemed that it truly had no intention of allowing him any respite. He shook his head and directed his gaze towards the transparent panel before him. Task issued: capture the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Task reward: exclusive 9 heaven sword and a soul ring of 100,000 years. System prompt: if the host can tame the little devil Ning Rongrong's haughty temperament, there will be an additional mysterious reward. Ning Rongrong? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on the street corner, where an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy, was gracefully approaching. The young maiden's delicate visage was a charming blend of pale and rosy hues, adorned in a snug pink garment that accentuated her developing figure. Her slender waist was tantalizingly petite, while her long, dark braid cascaded over her rounded, pert dairy trailing down to her slender calves, encased in pink stockings. This iconic pair of exquisite legs could only belong to Xiao Wu. How then did his focus shift to Ning Rongrong? Could it be that the system was experiencing a lapse in clarity? Luo Yu found himself utterly perplexed. Why target the distant ones when you cannot even lock onto the nearby? Such is the enigmatic operation of the system. As Luo Yu pondered, the long-legged beauty in stockings and the boy beside her had already reached the entrance of the hotel, engaged in conversation. Third brother, can't we enroll in Shrek today? No. The teacher informed me that tomorrow is the enrollment day for Shrek. Ah, we have to wait until tomorrow? Xiao Wu pouted, displaying her dissatisfaction. Tang San chuckled. There's no rush. We can stay at the hotel for now. Xiao Wu sighed. It's a pity to waste the hard-earned money on a hotel, especially one that looks quite luxurious. Tang San, with a generous spirit, replied, It's all right. Let's indulge a little this time. I'll go out for a stroll and find a decent blacksmith shop where I can earn some extra money. All right then. I haven't spent my soul master subsidy from the Wuhun Palace this month. It should be enough for 2 rooms, Xiao Wu nodded. 2 rooms? Tang San inquired. What's wrong? Third brother? Tang San shook his head. Actually, we could share a room. You can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. The money saved could be used to buy you some delicious food. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and shook her head, smiling playfully. Third brother, before I left home, my mother specifically told me not to stay in the same room with boys. I always listen to my mother. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a buzzing in his head. This was not the first time he had heard Xiao Wu say such things. Third brother. My mother doesn't allow me to hold hands with boys. Third brother. My mother told me I can't share a meal with boys. Having known Xiao Wu since their time at the Nodding City Primary Academy, Tang San recognized her respect for him, yet she always maintained a certain distance. The mother he had never met seemed quite terrifying. She had effectively prohibited Xiao Wu from engaging in any intimate gestures with boys. Tang San forced a wry smile. Xiao Wu, you are already grown up. You don't have to follow everything your mother says. The stunning girl shook her head repeatedly, her enchanting eyes radiating determination. I must listen to what my mother says. Tang San, perplexed, asked, Xiao Wu, don't you feel any rebellious spirit at all? What your mother says isn't always right. You should listen with a discerning mind. Xiao Wu's eyes shimmered with emotion as she recalled past events. Third brother. When I was young, I encountered a terrifying enemy. I still remember how my mother was willing to sacrifice her life to hold off the enemy to allow me to escape. If it weren't for a fortunate rescue later, I would have lost my mother. How could I not listen to her? Who was your enemy? Tang San inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. Third brother, everyone has their little secrets. Don't ask so much. A formidable figure inadvertently flashed through the girl's mind. It was that man who, in the most desperate moments for her and her mother, had descended like a deity to save them. Even after so many years, Xiao Wu still could not forget that shadow. As they conversed, they entered the Rose Hotel. Xiaowu curiously blinked her beautiful eyes, observing her surroundings, until she noticed a strange man to the side, realizing he was also looking at her. Their eyes met. And Xiaowu suddenly felt a jolt of energy, slightly dazed, and unconsciously slowed her steps. Noticing the unusual behavior of the girl beside him, Tang San asked, "What is wrong, Xiaowu?" Xiaowu gazed into the stranger's eyes, seemingly recalling something, a familiar sensation washing over her. "Third brother, wait for me." "Huh?" Tang San was bewildered, realizing that Xiaowu had already slipped away, hurriedly approaching the unfamiliar man at the entrance of the hall. Luo Yu now found himself in a state of bewilderment. He stood quietly, doing nothing in particular. Xiaowu, adorned in pink stockings, approached him with measured steps. Halting a meter before him, scrutinizing him intently, her gaze flitting back and forth to his eyes. Ahem. Luo Yu feigned a cough. Xiaowu snapped back to reality, her earlier look of surprise dimming once more. She bowed slightly towards Luo Yu, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, I was taken aback by your eyes and demeanor, which seemed somewhat familiar. I must have mistaken you for someone else. I am truly sorry for the intrusion." With that, Xiaowu swiftly turned and walked away. Tang San, observing this, remarked with a smirk, "Xiaowu, what were you up to just now?" Xiaowu, still seemingly lost in her thoughts, murmured, "I felt that his gaze resembled someone I know quite well. As I approached, I realized it wasn't him. That person holds immense significance for me, truly extraordinary importance." Tang San felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing the faint glow on Xiaowu's delicate face. "Who is this person of such importance to you?" he inquired. Xiaowu replied earnestly, "It is the person who saved both me and my mother." Tang San's previously anxious heart immediately settled. After all, the individual who had rescued Xiaowu must have aged considerably by now, and had no bearing on his own life, so there was no cause for alarm. Luo Yu found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xiaowu had suddenly approached him, gazing at him with eager eyes. It was only upon overhearing their conversation that he recalled the time he had rescued a Wu from the spirit hall, where Xiaowu had also been present, albeit not yet having taken on her human form. Could it be? They had merely crossed paths once, and so many years had passed since then. Could it be that this girl still remembered him? Luo Yu was genuinely astonished. Despite having altered her appearance with the illusory mask, her eyes remained unchanged. How could she possibly be recognized? It was utterly absurd. How could Luo Yu possibly comprehend the sheer terror that engulfed Xiaowu when she faced the relentless pursuit of the spirit hall? The despair she felt as her mother fought valiantly to protect her and secure her escape is beyond imagination. The man, who once emerged as an unparalleled force, leaving all others in his wake, had indelibly etched his invincible prowess into her fragile psyche. It was the instinct of the soul beast combined with a woman's sixth sense that allowed her to grasp that fleeting sense of familiarity. The course of history had already begun to subtly shift due to Luo Yu's presence in Douluo. "Brother, we require 2 rooms." Xiaowu and Tang San approached the front desk. The attendant scrutinized the pair for a moment before sincerely responding, "I am sorry, but we only have 1 room available." Tang San furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Xiaowu, suggesting, "Shall we share a room?" Xiaowu bit her lip and shook her head, indicating that was not an option. The attendant interjected, "However, we truly have only 1 room left." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaowu furrowed her delicate brows. "Caught in a dilemma. Didn't you reserve 2 rooms for me? Please allocate one of them to them." Luo Yu strode confidently towards the counter, addressing the attendant in a clear voice. Chapter 58. Tang San's jealousy and an unexpected encounter with 3 beauties. Xiaowu, Tang San, and the attendant simultaneously turned their gazes towards the suddenly speaking Luo Yu. "You should have reserved the 2 rooms for me as requested yesterday, right?" Luo Yu inquired as he approached the front desk. Yes. The attendant responded promptly, her demeanor swift. She was well aware of the fierce battle that had transpired the previous night and felt a sense of trepidation towards this formidable man, relieved that he had no intention of causing a scene. Luo Yu nodded, indicating that it would suffice, and suggested they be given a room together. "Certainly." The waiter promptly replied, swiftly delivering 2 keys to Tang San. As Tang San gazed at the 2 keys, a frown creased his brow. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity, turned to Luo Yu and inquired, "Why are you helping us?" Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile, "It's quite convenient. As I have no need for both rooms, sharing one with you is no trouble at all." Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling crescent moons, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth towards the man before her. "I must thank you for that. If we had only 1 room, I would find it quite troublesome." "No need for gratitude. Luo Yu casually waved his hand. Just as Xiao was about to speak again, Tang San stepped forward. Positioning himself protectively in front of her, his brow furrowed as he regarded Luo Yu with suspicion. Who are you? Why would you choose to assist us in this chance encounter? Luo Yu shook his head gently and said, meeting his fate, it is merely a small favor. Nothing of great consequence. Tang San fixed his gaze intently on Luo Yu, then swept his storage belt with a flick. Producing a purse which he handed over with a serious tone, I appreciate your kindness in helping me. However, let me be frank. I advise you to harbor no inappropriate intentions towards my sister, or else you shall not find me courteous. Luo Yu gazed at the pouch of money being offered, and observing Tang San's aloof demeanor, the smile on her face began to fade, replaced by a hint of coldness at the corners of her lips. In life, one must sometimes embrace simplicity and refrain from overcomplicating matters. Allowing her to stay in the room is enough. Let the money be accounted for. Just as Xiao noticed the sudden shift in atmosphere and stepped forward to speak, she hesitated. Luo Yu had already turned away from the hotel. Xiao stamped her foot in annoyance and chided, "Third brother, what are you doing? That person was clearly trying to help us. How could you speak to them like that? It's truly hurtful." Tang San let out a dismissive snort and shook his head. "Xiao, you still do not comprehend the treacherous nature of humanity. Why would a stranger assist us? They must have ulterior motives regarding you." Xiao shook her head repeatedly. "Third brother, I did not perceive any ill intent in that person's gaze." Tang San replied soothingly, "All right, there is no need to argue over an outsider. We shall likely never meet again, so let it go." I offered them money, and they declined. Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "With that attitude of yours, it's no wonder they wouldn't accept." Tang San remained silent, fully aware of his intense possessiveness towards Xiao, yet regrettably, she had always maintained her distance from him. After retrieving the keys, they were about to head upstairs when a waiter stopped them. "Sir, I advise you not to provoke that gentleman from earlier. He is not an ordinary soul master. Last night, he nearly demolished this establishment," the waiter whispered urgently. Tang San burst into laughter, and a confident smile curved his lips. "So what if we irritate him? Rest assured, he is not the only soul master here. We are two. That fellow appears to be roughly my age. Among peers, I am invincible," Xiao cautioned. "Third brother, you must not be so absolute. There are always greater forces." Tang San, feeling rather displeased, proclaimed boldly, "After all these years, do you still not recognize my capabilities? What can these contemporaries do to challenge me? Risk their lives?" "That may be true," Xiao conceded with a slight nod. She was well aware of Tang San's skills and talent, which indeed rendered him unmatched among his peers, a true prodigy. However, we should still maintain a more courteous attitude towards others in the future. "Fine, I understand," Tang San replied, gripping the two keys tightly, feeling a knot in his chest. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, after exiting, strolled along the street. The brief encounter with Tang San had not dampened his spirits. "Since you have such a poor attitude, you shall have no one to blame but yourself when the time comes," he mused. Luo Yu is least afraid of others putting on airs, as it allows for a confrontation devoid of psychological burdens, even possessing a hint of violent exhilaration. In contrast to the desolation of the night, the bustling streets during the day are teeming with vehicles and thronged by a myriad of street stalls and passers-by. Luo Yu merely glanced at the streets before redirecting his focus to the transparent panel visible only to himself. It displayed a meticulously detailed terrain map, with a black dot signifying his position and a golden dot representing another person's trajectory, constantly in motion. Having learned from Zhu Zhuqing's experiences, Luo Yu understood that this golden dot symbolized Ningrongrong, who was presumably also on her way to join Shrek Academy. With no pressing matters at hand, he promptly made his way towards the golden, eager to encounter the runaway princess of the Seven Treasures, glazed tile school. In a lavish clothing store nestled within a narrow alley, a cacophony of feminine voices erupted. At the display counter, the shopkeeper appeared distressed, holding a finely crafted, ethereal white dress. Three enchanting young women, each exuding a distinct aura, stood in opposition. Ningrongrong, donned in a flowing white gown, her large, expressive eyes radiating both innocence and desire, glared fiercely at her rival, her delicate face flushed with anger. Opposite her stood a woman adorned with exotic charm. Her neck reddened and eyes narrowed. Sporting short purple hair and adorned with vibrant green nails, she wore a soft armor bodice that revealed her fair shoulders and alluring navel. A third ethereal beauty, serene and composed, observed quietly, her gaze as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. Ningrongrong protested, "This dress caught my eye first." "On what grounds do you claim it?" The purple-haired maiden, Gu Yue Na, retorted with a huff. It's not a forceful theft. I offered you double the price to relinquish it. Huh? Engaging in a monetary debate with me? I'll offer you quadruple. That dress is mine, so concede. I'll raise you to 6 times the amount. Gu Yue Na stood her ground. Is wealth your only merit? Ning Rongrong scoffed. Producing a large pouch of coins and slamming it onto the counter, the sound of gold coins clattering resonating through the air. No matter how much you offer today, I shall double it. That dress will not leave with you. Gu Yue Na's expression shifted. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a lavish young woman who treated money so casually, indicating genuine affluence. The gentle girl, Yilingling, tugged at Gu Yue Na's arm. Yin, we were indeed in the wrong. Let her have it. Gu Yue Na shook her head resolutely. Lingling, today is your birthday. This dress is perfect for you. I must acquire it as a gift. It's unnecessary. Let us search other shops, Yilingling suggested. We have visited countless stores, and this one suits you best. Enough talk. I will handle this. Gu Yue Na glared at Ning Rongrong, asserting, you must yield the dress. I will compensate you with double the price. Ning Rongrong smirked. Do you think I am in need of your petty sum? If that is the case. Gu Yue Na's eyes flickered. With a thunderous roar, a serpent with emerald scales appeared behind her, 3 spirit rings swirling ominously, exuding formidable pressure. The shopkeeper trembled in fear, and Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She realized she was only at the 27th rank, while her adversary was a formidable spirit master of the 3rd ring or higher. Goodness, are young ladies today so tempestuous? Must buying a dress involve such violence? A mocking voice echoed from the entrance. Who dares? Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue Na swiftly turned their gazes. A seemingly ordinary man stood at the door, watching the unfolding drama with a smile. Gu Yue Na scrutinized the man, her brow furrowing upon realizing his unassuming aura. Who is this impudent fool, daring to jest at my expense? The shopkeeper behind the counter broke into a cold sweat, thinking, does this young man not perceive the tension in my store? He is courting trouble. Luo Yu cast a sweeping glance over the exotic and graceful figure of Gu Yue Na, shaking his head with a sigh. You are indeed a beauty, yet your words are so fierce. What a pity to waste such a lovely visage. Suddenly, a surge of soul power erupted from Gu Yue Na, her violet hair billowing as her enchanting gaze locked onto Luo Yu. Listen here, young man. I advise you to mind your own business. I have no inclination to harm the innocent, but do not provoke my ire. In the face of the woman's fierce threat, Luo Yu merely raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Ah, your affairs are of no concern to me. Why would I involve myself? It was I who made an abrupt comment earlier. I am but a bystander, here to observe the spectacle. You may resolve your issues without my presence. With his arms crossed over his shoulders, he leaned against the door, gesturing with an air of indifference, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Gu Yue Na's nails shimmered with a jade green light as she spoke in a low tone. Young man, I sense that you are deliberately seeking trouble. If it is a fight you desire, I am more than willing to oblige you at this very moment. Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. Humph. Gu Yue Na, believing the man to be cowardly, disdainfully huffed, deciding not to stoop to quarreling with someone so insignificant, and redirected her gaze to Ning Rongrong. The aura of her 38th level soul power was laid bare for all to see. Pointing at the exquisitely crafted fairy skirt in the shopkeeper's hands, she arrogantly declared, you can hand it over to me now. Rest assured, I shall not resort to force. I will compensate you with double the price. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip, remaining silent, her heart brimming with frustration. Having secretly escaped from home as a solitary figure, she, a 27th level support type soul master, lacked any offensive capability. Engaging in conflict here would undoubtedly lead to her suffering. During her hesitation, Gu Yue Na had already approached the shopkeeper, proudly flaunting her graceful neck, casting a provocative glance at Ning Rongrong, resembling a haughty peacock as she took the skirt into her possession. Then, she produced 2 pouches of coins, placing one on the counter for the shopkeeper and tossing the other at Ning Rongrong's feet. Here, this is your compensation, every last cent. You. Ning Rongrong glared with fury, her beautiful figure trembling with indignation. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Yue Na, embodying the stance of a victor, waved the skirt triumphantly. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes turning crimson as she retorted, you will regret this. I shall reclaim this debt sooner or later. As the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she had never endured such humiliation. Delighted, Gu Yue Na retracted her smile, narrowing her eyes coldly. Oh, so you have quite the temper despite lacking ability? Do you wish to retaliate? If that is the case, it seems I must teach you a little lesson today. What are you going to do? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, taking a step back. Her martial soul was renowned for its support capabilities, yet she possessed no combat power, making it impossible for her to contend with Gu Yuan's green-scale, serpent martial soul. Afraid now, are we? Gu Yun laughed, advancing towards Ning Rongrong with elegant strides, exerting psychological pressure upon her. I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, you will surely regret it. Ning Rongrong felt utterly insecure. Regret? Huh? Gu Yun scoffed. With your appearance and demeanor, you must have some background, but I care not for that. Today, you shall learn a lesson you won't forget. Don't come any closer. I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, retreating step by step. She deeply regretted her impulsive escape. How could she have allowed herself to be bullied like this? Gu Yun paused, feigning surprise. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Yes. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes regained a hint of composure. While your status may intimidate others, it will not work on me. Gu Yun replied flippantly. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and my fiancé is the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top 3 sections. Should I fear you? Ning Rongrong's face paled instantly. Even if the other party's status was slightly inferior to her own, it was not by much. Was she truly destined to suffer this silent humiliation today? She felt unwilling and could not swallow her pride. Her gaze swept around, inadvertently overlooking the shopkeeper who had shrunk against the wall and landed on Luo Yu, who was leisurely leaning against the door. She bit her lip and called out, Hey, you over there, could you help me fend off this madwoman? I can offer you a reward. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said, Compensation? I'm afraid I don't lack money, nor am I accustomed to being a henchman. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a decisive refusal. Gu Yun scoffed disdainfully. If you're scared, just admit it. There's no need for so many excuses. Turning to Ning Rongrong, she remarked, You truly are resorting to desperate measures. In the entirety of Soto City, who among us from the Imperial battle team could possibly be matched? Relying on a mere bystander for assistance? How ludicrous. Do you think my strength is made of clay? Just look at him. Does he dare to confront me? Ning Rongrong, witnessing the woman's smug demeanor, clenched her small fist tightly, her beautiful eyes seemingly ready to ignite with fury. She called out to Luo Yu. Since you dared to jest with this woman, you must possess some degree of strength. Do not fear her. My supportive spirit is formidable. Should a real battle ensue, I will undoubtedly lend you a helping hand. Gu Yun burst into laughter. In this little Soto city, where are the worthy young masters to be found? Moreover, this fellow here appears exceedingly ordinary, so mundane that he would be indistinguishable in a crowd, even with the 7 treasures glazed tower aiding him. Do you truly believe he would dare to confront me? Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She silently acknowledged Gu Yun's words. In such a remote and impoverished town, what competent young soul masters could possibly exist? With her support, this man's abysmal foundation would likely be insufficient to contend with Gu Yun and herself. She realized she had indeed been caught up in a fanciful delusion. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to concede defeat and swallow her pride, a man's voice interrupted. You wanted to hire me just now, correct? I'm willing to intervene on your behalf, but my appearance fee is quite steep. You must pay more. Yu Lingling, who had been silently observing, began to scrutinize the man carefully. Gu Yun let out a derisive laugh. Kid, let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't compromise your health for money. I want to hold back in my actions. Ning Rongrong, still uncertain, examined the man thoroughly but found nothing particularly remarkable about him, leading her to question, Are you truly capable? Luo Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, exuding confidence as he assured, Rest easy, boss. As long as the funds are in place, I shall dismantle our foes. Such arrogance. How utterly ignorant was this rustic villager? Believing he could contend with my level of cultivation at the 4th ring, Gu Yun reprimanded him sharply, genuinely incredulous that among the youth of Soto City there could be anyone capable of rivaling her. Come to my side. Ning Rongrong beckoned with a delicate wave of her hand. Leaning in closer to Luo Yu, she whispered with a glimmer of hope. If you possess a cultivation level of around 25, and your martial soul and soul ring are of decent quality, I could assist you in facing her. However, if you lack even the 2nd ring, no amount of money will enable us to triumph over this woman. It would be wiser to concede. After uttering these words, a sense of despondency washed over Ning Rongrong. In a small place like Soto City, could a mere passerby truly possess a cultivation level above the 2nd ring? It seemed utterly implausible. Luo Yu slowly extended his hand. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired. Pay me, Luo Yu replied bluntly. Can you really do it? A glimmer of doubt flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. If you continue to dawdle, I might just leave, Luo Yu remarked, taking a step toward the exit. Wait. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to gamble on this fellow, casting a hefty pouch of coins to the man. Luo Yu jingled the clinking pouch of coins, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration for the little princess's lavishness. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yue and Yi Lingling. "Ah, the boss has provided the funds. What shall we do now? Will you fall on your own, or shall I intervene?" Chapter 60. A flip of the hand to suppress Gu Yue. Ning Rongrong was stunned. A calm voice echoed within the confines of the boutique. Ning Rongrong's lips twitched, and a sudden headache struck her. Surely, she must have entrusted her money to a fool. What level of cultivation do you possess, to speak so arrogantly? Although Ning Rongrong harbored a dislike for the purple-haired woman before her, she could not deny the undeniable talent of the latter, boasting a cultivation level of 38. A rarity among the younger generation. Her companion, though yet to reveal any prowess, was likely not to be underestimated either. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of exasperation. It seemed she had been blinded by anger, foolishly believing that a mere passerby could assist her. Was it possible that a peerless genius might just fall from the heavens and land upon her? Such a notion was absurd. What were the odds of that? At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt utterly humiliated. Gu Yue, on the other hand, was amused, casting a peculiar glance at Luo Yu. "You, are you out of your mind? Can you not see the 3 glaring soul rings upon me? To dare provoke me over such a trifling sum? I cannot decide whether to commend your audacity or conclude that you are simply seeking your own demise." Luo Yu shook his head and spoke. "As for me, I must confess that I do not relish the idea of striking a woman. This short skirt, despite the double payment you offered, was ultimately taken by force from its rightful owner. If you return the garment and extend a sincere apology, I possess the authority to resolve this matter amicably without further conflict." "Huh?" Gu Yue scoffed dismissively, retorting, "How amusing. Who do you think you are to presume to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" Luo Yu smiled faintly, realizing that since reasoning had proven futile, it seemed that action was the only recourse. Gu Yue's gaze turned icy as she retorted, "In the Douluo continent, ultimate respect is reserved for the strong. It is the power of the fist that prevails, and what does reason matter? If you can defeat me, then apologies and reparations will be up for discussion. The weak, however, lack the standing to engage with me as equals." Luo Yu nodded, understanding the situation. "What do you comprehend? Have you finally recognized your own standing?" Gu Yue scoffed with disdain. The blue-scaled serpent martial spirit enveloped her, intricate azure patterns emerging on her skin, her aura rapidly escalating, adding an enchanting allure to her already captivating exotic charm. The 7 treasures emerged, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. In the shop, a resplendent 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hands, crystalline and brilliant, encircled by 2 soul rings that emanated a divine aura. She turned to Luo Yu and declared, "I shall assist you from the side, as long as your cultivation exceeds the 2nd ring and your martial spirit is not exceedingly inferior. We may have a chance to contend with her." "A chance to contend? I am afraid you possess no opportunity at all." Gu Yue's face displayed a triumphant pride, as if she had anticipated every move. "Do you think you are the only support-type soul master? I too possess one. Ling Ling, manifest your martial spirit and enlighten them." With a flourish, 3 soul rings floated beneath Yi Lingling's feet. A pink begonia blossom cradled in her palm, its petals a stunning blend of white and pink, exuding vibrant vitality and grace. "The 9 hearts begonia?" Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. She had heard her father speak of this martial spirit. Had it not been for its singular lineage, one might even question whether the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was the foremost martial spirit. In that moment of realization regarding the 9 hearts begonia, Ning Rongrong felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. The quality of the opponent's martial spirit was not inferior to her own, and their cultivation was superior. The odds were heavily stacked against her from the outset. She shifted her gaze to Luo Yu and sighed softly. "With such a combination facing us, we stand no chance. Let us concede." Luo Yu shook his head, observing Yi Lingling's martial spirit with great interest. In contrast to the bold and fierce demeanor of Gu Yue, Yi Lingling exuded an air of serene elegance, reminiscent of a profound and tranquil lady. The addition of the 9-heart begonia further enhanced her unique charm and vitality. Gu Yue scoffed. "Are you scared now? I'm afraid it's too late. You must endure some hardships to remember this." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and declared to Luo Yu, "I will support you with all my strength. Let us strive to break through together." Luo Yu raised his hand, saying, "There's no need to complicate matters. Simply leave it to me." Ning Rongrong was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. Luo Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl. and chuckled lightly. Dealing with opponents of their caliber hardly necessitates the assistance of a support soul master. He continued, simply stand by and observe as I handle this. Ning Rongrong, observing the man's self-assured demeanor, grew anxious. At such a critical moment, how can you remain so nonchalant? Do you even comprehend what the nine-heart sea butterfly is? It is an extraordinary martial soul, one that ensures the perpetuity of soul power and the invulnerability of allies. Gu Yue Na laughed heartily and remarked to Ning Rongrong, it appears you have indeed chosen a fool who cannot discern the disparity in strength. Allow me to deal with him first, and then I shall address you. As the two sides prepared to engage, the shopkeeper lamented, oh dear, esteemed soul masters. Might you consider taking your conflict outside? This humble establishment is too fragile to withstand the upheaval of your skirmishes. Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, reassuringly stating that it would soon come to an end. I wager she will collapse in a mere second, unable to inflict any harm upon your little shop. How audacious to utter such words at this juncture. Boom. Gu Yue Na's eyes blazed with fury, and her soul rings surged with energy. The third purple soul ring radiated an endless emerald poison mist, which swirled with grandeur, resembling a living entity. It coalesced into the shape of a ferocious beast. Lunging towards Luo Yu with ferocity, Ning Rongrong was bracing herself to muster her soul skills for support, only to be firmly pressed down by Luo Yu's shoulder. I have stated before, we do not require assistance to deal with them. As the toxic assault approached, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, pondering what this individual truly intended. Boom. As Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming and extraordinary aura surged forth from his being. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, followed by a mesmerizing swirl of nine-colored radiance enveloping him, revealing a terrifying phantom of a dragon deity. Under the vast might of the dragon, the toxic mist that surged towards him shattered and dissipated in an instant. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned by the scene before her, her lips parting in astonishment. Utterly taken aback by the formidable presence Luo Yu exhibited, she could hardly fathom how the seemingly ordinary youth had transformed into such a fearsome entity. Gu Yue Na's lips trembled, her complexion pale, a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. She trembled all over, her embedded blue scale serpent spirit wavering precariously, flickering with uncertainty. Gu Yue Na fixed her gaze on Luo Yu, her eyes reflecting profound terror and disbelief. It was impossible. How could this individual possess such a spirit? Why? Upon merely hearing a roar, did she find herself in such a wretched state? She could distinctly sense the profound fear emanating from the depths of her bloodline. A mournful cry from the blue scale serpent spirit. When the dragon deity's phantom truly materialized, her spirit nearly collapsed under the pressure. Despite her cultivation level exceeding 30, she had barely mustered her strength before being utterly overwhelmed by the man's spirit, akin to subjects in awe of their sovereign. The sheer terror of it all was overwhelming. How does it feel now? Is it amusing? Luo Yu, bathed in divine light, approached slowly, exuding an unyielding authority that instilled immense pressure. With each step he took, the soul power emanating from Gu Yue Na faltered, causing the phosphor serpent martial spirit to emit a haunting wail, filled with despair. The balance of power shifted instantaneously, plunging the arena into silence. Chapter 61. The overbearing Luo Yu, the suffocating Gu Yue Na, the pleading gaze of a beauty. At this moment, inside the clothing store in the alley, the air seemed to thicken and congeal. Luo Yu exuded an air of natural grace, enveloped in a shimmering aura of 9 colors, silently radiating an inviolable majesty. Behind him, the ethereal visage of the dragon god manifested a formidable and overwhelming presence. The continuous surge of vitality emanating from his martial soul permeated the entire room, rendering the 3 young women and the shopkeeper breathless with an oppressive atmosphere. The shopkeeper, hidden behind the counter, was rendered speechless, initially believing that the girl who had just revealed 3 soul rings was an extraordinary being. Little did he know that the true powerhouse had only just begun to unveil his might. Without even lifting a finger, the sheer force of his aura had already subdued the previously arrogant girl, leaving her utterly deflated. The shopkeeper's mental state began to unravel, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What right do I possess? I am merely a purveyor of garments. Why do these esteemed individuals come to cause a ruckus in my humble establishment? Even the weakest among them would be beyond my means to contend with. He fervently prayed that these little tyrants would refrain from causing any havoc in his shop. Should any damage occur, he would scarcely dare to seek compensation from them. As a small business owner, he could ill afford any losses. He was but an ordinary citizen, with a family relying on the meager income from his shop. In stark contrast to the shopkeeper's anxiety, Ning Rongrong remained in a state of continuous astonishment, her rosy lips parted in disbelief. Even with her distinguished lineage, she was profoundly shaken by Luo Yu's overwhelming presence. What extraordinary fortune is this? To casually encounter someone of such terrifying prowess? Ning Rongrong felt as though she were in a dream, questioning whether she had truly awakened. With her discerning eye, she could perceive much from the details. Although the man's appearance was rather unremarkable, his martial soul and commanding aura were no trifles. Even within her sect, she had never encountered such a young master. This was indeed alarming. What was the background of this man who had come to her aid? How could someone of ordinary origins possess such strength and talent? Could it be that she had been deceived by her father all these years, and that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not one of the top 3 sects, but merely an ordinary sect? Otherwise, how could one casually meet someone with the ability to dominate all the disciples within her sect? It seemed utterly implausible. Ning Rongrong, with her illustrious heritage and exceptional martial talent, was naturally somewhat proud, seldom finding any one of her peers worthy of her attention. Although the talents within her sect were formidable, she found them rather unremarkable, failing to elicit any sense of wonder, which led her to flee from her home in search of excitement. Little did she anticipate that upon arriving in the small town of Swodo, she would stumble upon such a significant surprise. Her exquisitely long lashes fluttered as her gaze brimmed with a desire for exploration and curiosity, meticulously scrutinizing the man before her. The irritation from her earlier altercation with Gu Yue Na was momentarily cast aside. Luo Yu slowly stepped forward. Despite the lightness of his tread, Gu Yue Na felt as though an immense mountain were pressing down upon her, her azure-scale serpent martial soul continuously lamenting, conveying a deep-seated desire to flee from this place. How could this be? Gu Yue Na's heart was ensnared in a tempest of self-doubt. Such an overwhelming sensation was unprecedented in her life. Her azure-scale serpent was no feeble martial soul, standing proudly among the elite. How could it be so brutally suppressed by the opponent's martial soul, leaving her devoid of even the slightest urge to resist? Even when confronting the world's foremost beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, she had never experienced such a visceral, bloodline-induced trepidation. What manner of martial soul is this? Why is it so terrifying? Gu Yue Na's pearly teeth chattered as she gazed in horror at the man, particularly at the martial soul behind him. Inwardly, she struggled to maintain composure, tightly clenching her long, snow-white legs, forcing her knees to remain steady. Otherwise, she would have long succumbed to the oppressive aura and knelt before him. In response to her inquiry, Luo Yu shook his head slightly, replying nonchalantly, "Did you not just declare that the weak have no right to converse with you as equals? Tell me, do I qualify now?" Boom. As the dragon god of Liu manifested, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his bones, while muscles, as resilient as diamonds, rapidly swelled. The surface of his skin shimmered with a faint glow, enveloped in a dark crimson aura of vitality. With a sharp crack, the blue-scale serpent spirit let out a mournful cry, instantly shattering and dissipating. Gu Yue Na stifled a groan, a coppery sweetness surging in her throat, her complexion resembling that of gilded parchment. A bitter taste filled her mouth, leaving her at a loss for words in response to the man's inquiries. Had she been too arrogant? No, certainly not. Their Imperial fighting team had been in Soto City's Grand Sol Arena for quite some time. And which team had they not crushed underfoot? With numerous victories, it was only natural that she would come to regard Soto City as devoid of worthy opponents, leading to her growing pride. However, the man's overwhelming dominance struck her like a thunderbolt, awakening her to a sobering reality. Gu Yue Na took a deep breath, clinging to the last remnants of her pride, and declared, "I am willing to acknowledge your strength. However, you must not harm me today. My fiancé is the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and my grandfather is a titled Douluo." "Not harm you?" Luo Yu slowly shook his head, then suddenly fixed his gaze. Boom. The floor of the store shattered instantly, leaving 2 deep footprints. A colorful figure flashed by in an instant. Gu Yue Na vanished from sight, swept away. With a resounding crash, the walls of the clothing store trembled. "Yin Yin!" Yi Lingling exclaimed in alarm, her concern evident. The man's movements were too swift for her to offer assistance. At this moment, Luo Yu resembled a ferocious beast, his large hand gripping Gu Yue Na's delicate neck tightly, pinning her against the wall, where spiderweb-like cracks began to emerge. "I apologize, but I detest being threatened. Moreover, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the poison Douluo, upon which you rely, hold little significance in my eyes." Gu Yue Na's pupils dilated in shock, her fair face flushing crimson, under the pressure of his dragon's might. She found herself utterly powerless, her green-tipped fingers drooping limply at her hips, her alluring leather attire dusted with grime. The suffocating sensation left her breathless. As though the slightest exertion from him could lead her to her demise, a primal fear of death welling up from within her. I was wrong. She struggled to raise her limp arm, clinging to the man's body, a pleading gaze emanating from her beautiful eyes, which were beginning to cloud over. Her consciousness gradually fading away. Luo Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Gu Yun was reborn, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Completely indifferent to the 5-fingered marks on her snow-white neck, she gazed at the man in terror, harboring no doubt that had she refused to yield moments ago and dared to continue her threats, he would have undoubtedly taken her life. Where did I go wrong? Luo Yu inquired. Gu Yun, still trembling with fear, replied, It is I, Yinner, who lacks discernment and should not have provoked you. A flicker of light danced in Luo Yu's eyes, causing Gu Yun's delicate form to shudder. She hurriedly added, I should not have taken someone else's skirt. Luo Yu shook his head, dismissing her words. Gu Yun's complexion turned pale, her heart racing with urgency. Her back was drenched in fragrant sweat. Yet she could not fathom what the other party was implying. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed a plea, silently begging the man for mercy. In Chapter 62, the proud girl is subdued, as the man's charm stirs the heart of Yi Lingling. Gu Yun's delicate neck bore bruises, marked by 5 distinct finger impressions. Her already slender and alluring figure was now marred by scratches from sharp stones, revealing a glimpse of spring. She gazed at Luo Yu with desperation, her heart filled with dread. In her past encounters, every man had treated her with tender care. Even the most talented student of the Royal Combat Academy, Yu Tianheng, had been utterly captivated by her, seeking her hand in marriage. Yet this man, when angered, was truly ruthless. For the first time in her life, the pampered Gu Yun felt a genuine fear of a man, having experienced a merciless beating unlike any other. She cautiously inquired, Yinner does not know what further mistakes she has made. Please enlighten me. Luo Yu gazed into her eyes and calmly remarked, Indeed, you are not mistaken. The laws of this world dictate that the strong are revered while the weak are preyed upon. However, excess can lead to downfall. If the powerful exploit their strength without restraint and act recklessly, then the world is perilously close to ruin. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling, who had fought for her independence since childhood, appeared contemplative, while Ning Rongrong and Gu Yun, 2 girls accustomed to indulgence since their youth, looked on with confusion. Utterly unable to comprehend, Luo Yu continued, Consider this. If you, emboldened by your strength, choose to oppress the weak and trample upon their dignity, does it not follow that my superior power grants me the right to mercilessly subdue you, disregarding your very existence? And what if I encounter someone even more formidable than myself? One can only imagine the nature of such a world, beyond the mightiest. Who can assure their dignity and decorum from being trampled upon? Thus, the powerful must exercise self-restraint and establish their own boundaries. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. But if one dares to transgress against me, then a thunderous response is indeed the righteous course of action. Luo Yu ceased to speak further, and a profound silence enveloped the hall. Dong Gu Yun trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions as she gradually came to a realization. Yi Lingling's perpetually calm gaze stirred ripples of thought as she regarded Luo Yu with a penetrating look, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Ning Rongrong was profoundly shaken, lost in contemplation, utterly astonished that a man would articulate such sentiments. Her father had once expressed similar thoughts, yet at that time, she failed to grasp their significance and paid them little heed. However, after the events of today, upon hearing the man's elucidation, she suddenly comprehended certain truths. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper, who had previously trembled with apprehension, now regarded Luo Yu with renewed eyes. His earlier words had resonated deeply within the hearts of the common folk. Dong Gu Yun bowed deeply to Luo Yu, her voice tinged with shame as she confessed, I, Yin had previously harbored misguided thoughts. Your words have struck a chord, enlightening me profoundly. I have truly learned from this. Understanding is all that matters. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when he witnessed Gu Yun snatching something from others, yet willingly offering double the payment, he realized that the woman possessed an inherently good nature. This understanding fueled his patience, allowing him to engage in a few more words of guidance. Otherwise, had he encountered a hopeless case, he would have struck out without hesitation. Gu Yun shifted her stance and approached Ning Rongrong, presenting her a beautifully crafted short skirt. With a tone of apology, she said, I have wronged you before. It was my fault. Here, I return what rightfully belongs to you, and I ask for your forgiveness. Ning Rongrong received the skirt in a daze, taken aback by the dramatic shift in the other's demeanor. The sincerity reflected in Gu Yan's eyes was palpable, leaving her astonished. She recalled her father's words, defeating a person is easy, yet transforming their will and winning their heart is a formidable challenge. How had this man managed to tame such a woman in such a brief span of time? It was nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Luo Yu held in his hand the substantial pouch of coins that Ning Rongrong had just handed him. He took a few swift steps to the front of the shopkeeper and presented the pouch. The shopkeeper, taken aback, looked at him with respect and inquired, "What do you intend to do with this?" Luo Yu spoke softly. "I may have been a bit heavy-handed earlier, inadvertently damaging the decor of your shop. Consider this as compensation." The shopkeeper subtly trembled, an indescribable emotion welling up within him. Even if the other party had not mentioned it, he would not have dared to request compensation. Yet, the fact that the young man had proactively offered it was astonishing. In the past, he had encountered soul masters who, while not prone to bullying, showed little respect for common folk, always looking down from their lofty positions without regard for one's feelings. However, in the eyes of this exceptionally gifted young man, he perceived a genuine sense of equality and respect. "It's far too much. Repairing the shop one tea cost nearly this much," the shopkeeper said, deeply moved. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, considering the remaining amount as compensation for the mental anguish they had caused you. "No, truly, it is unnecessary. I have not experienced any fright. Rather, it is a privilege to encounter a young prodigy such as yourself today. It has truly broadened my horizons." The shopkeeper, wearing a beaming expression of admiration, cautiously retrieved a small handful of gold spirit coins from his pouch, pocketing them, while respectfully offering the majority of the remainder to Luo Yu. This scene did not escape the notice of the three beautiful maidens within the hall. An inexplicable sensation arose within them as they observed the man's demeanor gradually shifting. Such conduct from a man was unprecedented in their experience. In the Douluo continent, the status and identity of commoners are substantially low. The various sects and families dominate, monopolizing the majority of resources, and among the 5 prestigious elemental academies, only the Tianshui Academy is willing to accept commoners. Thus, the man's behavior is indeed unique and rare in this world. The girls might have felt astonished, but for Luo Yu, this was of little consequence. Even after a considerable time in Douluo, the beliefs and ideologies cultivated during his past life on that azure planet remained unchanged. Luo Yu had no intention of lingering here. Making his way towards the door, Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her mind racing with speculation. Who was this man? He was truly extraordinary. His martial soul was remarkably potent and enigmatic, unlike anything she had ever encountered, and his behavior was equally peculiar. He was decisive and ruthless in action, yet displayed such gentleness towards ordinary individuals. What manner of character did he possess? Moreover, did he not intend to exchange even a few words with her before departing so abruptly? A myriad of emotions surged within Ning Rongrong, leaving her in a state of confusion. Just as the man seemed on the verge of vanishing from her sight, she could not help but call out, "Hey, wait a moment." Luo Yu paused, glancing back to inquire, "All issues have been resolved. Is there anything else?" Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed slightly as she stammered, Could you possibly stay with me, to keep me company and protect me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Stay to protect you?" Ning Rongrong quickly replied, Yes. I didn't bring a bodyguard when I stepped out. If you're willing to protect me, I can offer you a monetary reward. You can name any amount." Their eyes met, and seeing the sincerity in the young girl's gaze, Luo Yu suddenly smiled and gently shook his head. "Do you truly believe I am in need of money?" Ning Rongrong paused, initially intending to mention how the man had just asked her for a protection fee. However, she soon recalled his formidable strength. Could someone of his caliber genuinely lack financial resources? He must have concocted some excuse merely to assist her. May I know your name? You've aided me, and I would like the opportunity to repay you in the future." Ning Rongrong subconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, feeling a flutter of anxiety. This was her first time making such an approach. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there was no need for trouble, as he had accepted the others' wealth to alleviate their misfortunes, thus settling their accounts. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly rejecting her so readily? How infuriating. Ning Rongrong's heart was filled with sorrow. Could he not perceive her genuine intentions? Luo Yu pivoted on his heel, directing his gaze towards the now silent Gu Yue, observing her commendable attitude and acknowledging her mistake. He took the liberty to caution her. "You are currently afflicted due to the incorrect method of cultivating your martial spirit. If you do not promptly address this issue, The consequences could be dire. Me poisoned? Gu Yun found the notion utterly absurd. After all, who was her grandfather? The most renowned title Douluo skilled in the art of poison on the Douluo continent. Could she truly be susceptible to such a fate? It was preposterous. While she acknowledged the man's formidable strength, she sensed he was still a considerable distance from the prowess of a title Douluo. Thank you for your concern. But I believe I am not at risk of poisoning, Gu Yun replied with subtlety. Your affliction is not an isolated case. If your family members share a martial spirit akin to yours, their poisoning may be even more severe. That is utterly impossible, Gu Yun retorted, her disbelief palpable. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle arc as he smiled and shook his head, choosing not to offer an explanation before striding out of the clothing store. Ning Rong Rong. Noticing that Luo Yu had not cast a single glance in her direction upon leaving, pouted in dissatisfaction and stamped her delicate foot. Was she truly being overlooked? Gu Yun watched the man's retreating figure and remarked, Lingling, do you think this fellow is spouting nonsense? How could I possibly be poisoned? My grandfather wouldn't be poisoned either. Lingling? What are you lost in thought about, seemingly absent-minded? Gu Yun queried, puzzled. The serene beauty of the girl, with her clear eyes sparkling, exhibited a subtle transformation in her ethereal demeanor, her flowing white dress dancing with the breeze as her soft pink lips parted slightly. Yin Yin. You often ask if I would ever be swayed by a man. I used to think not, but now, it seems I might. What? Gu Yun exclaimed in astonishment, turning to find Yi Lingling's expression as tranquil as ever, yet her gentle words hinted at a newfound certainty. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling contemplates love, and Zhu Zhuqing becomes jealously enraged. No, I must have misheard. Gu Yun stared at the girl in disbelief. Having been in the same battle team for years, she understood Yi Lingling profoundly. Due to the rarity of the nine-heart begonia martial spirit, Yi Lingling's mother had passed away at her birth, and her father had vanished, resulting in her inherently different temperament. Though not cold in her interactions, her demeanor was unsettlingly calm. Yi Lingling possessed extraordinary beauty, radiating an otherworldly aura. However, the men in their team had never harbored romantic inclinations towards her, as they were perceptive enough to recognize that any affection would be futile. She simply had no interest. Gu Yun began to doubt her hearing. You heard correctly. Yi Lingling's gaze remained as tranquil as water, her tone imbued with certainty. Gu Yun, perplexed, questioned, Lingling. You've only just met him and barely exchanged a few words. How could you develop feelings for that fellow? Yi Lingling's gaze lingered on the doorway through which Luo Yu had departed, her voice soft. Yin Yin, some people's essence cannot be concealed. That man, in every gesture, imparts a distinct sensation. Gu Yun, anxious, responded, but that seems rather hasty. You must at least investigate his background. Yi Lingling's lips curled into a gentle smile as she clasped her hands over her heart, her silky hair swaying slightly in the breeze. I do not wish to act impulsively, yet some feelings arrive unbidden and cannot be stifled. Gu Yun regarded her close friend, whose expression shimmered with evolving emotions, hesitatingly stating, but we know nothing of his identity or background. What if we never encounter him again? Yi Lingling shook her head. I believe that if fate intends for us to meet again, we shall. When we meet again, you want to pursue him, will you? Gu Yun felt a sense of unreality. This was not the Zen-like girl she knew. When we meet again, Yi Lingling murmured, I will not pursue him. Thank goodness. Gu Yun sighed in relief. Your infatuation seems not too deep. You can still be saved. I shall confess my feelings directly, Yi Lingling stated calmly. What? Gu Yun's lips formed annoying disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. Alas, it seemed there was no saving her. Gu Yun rolled her eyes dramatically. Heaven knows what enchantment that man had cast upon their esteemed first support beauty of the Emperor's battle team. Gu Yun playfully poked the soft flesh at Yi Lingling's waist. Teasing, if those wolves from Heaven Do City learn that our Lingling has found her heart's desire, there will surely be lamentations. Yi Lingling furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Them? What does it matter to me? Gu Yun paused, taken aback. Was that man truly so captivating? She recalled the earlier encounter, the man's formidable martial spirit, his commanding presence, and his respectful demeanor toward the common folk. Gu Yun instinctively touched her sore throat. Still marked by the man's grip, yet rather than harboring resentment, a flicker of understanding ignited in her eyes, as if she grasped a fragment of Yi Lingling's sentiments. Ning Rong Rong had chased after them, but the alley was already devoid of the man's presence. She stomped her elegant legs, repeatedly tapping the cobblestones at the entrance. Glancing down at her white skirt, her luscious red lips emitted a soft hum, revealing a hint of pride. Such an intriguing character, I shall not let him escape. Even if he withholds his name, this girl will certainly seek him out. Luo Yu has returned to the hotel, holding 2 bags of specialty products from Soto City that he purchased along the way. It is true that the system has assigned him a task. Capturing Ning Rongrong would yield a soul ring, and taming her tempestuous temperament would grant him special rewards. However, he does not feel the need to rush. Haste makes waste. This encounter has already sown a favorable impression in Ning Rongrong's heart. If he were to hastily seek her contact information and persistently cling to her, the outcome would likely not be as favorable as it is now. He wonders if this girl will feel a sense of surprise upon seeing him at the Shrek Academy entrance tomorrow. Luo Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he ascended to the hotel floor and knocked on the door. With a click, the door swung open, and Luo Yu nearly succumbed to a rush of blood to his face. Zhu Yun had her hair elegantly gathered, droplets of water glistening upon the strands. Clad in a white bathrobe, she was unable to conceal her extraordinarily alluring figure. Her ample bosom, pristine legs, and the enticing curve of her posterior formed a breathtaking silhouette. "Master, you've returned. I just finished my bath," Zhu Yun said with a demure expression, resting her head on her delicate arm and leaning against the doorframe, accentuating her already provocative physique. Her enchanting eyes hinted at a playful seduction. "Not now, it's broad daylight," he admonished. Luo Yu's throat quivered slightly as he raised his hand to deliver a playful slap to that plump posterior. "Oh, do be gentle," Zhu Yun exclaimed, her small hand covering her bottom as she cautiously cast a glance toward the bedroom. Her crimson lips brushed against the nape of Luo Yu's neck as she softly murmured, "You're going to leave marks. If you really hurt me, dear master, I will be of no use to you." "And what of Zhu Qing?" Luo Yu inquired. A look of melancholic reproach crossed Zhu Yun's features as her delicate finger rested against the man's chest. Zhu Qing, the moment she stepped in. She questioned if I, as your elder sister, am not as delightful as your younger sister. "You are so biased, dear master." With that, a playful slap echoed once more. Luo Yu cast a sharp glance at her. In an instant, Zhu Yun fell silent, her lips pouting in a display of petulance. Observing the man stride toward the bedroom, Zhu Yun couldn't help but compare her figure with that of her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, in a fit of resentment. In her eyes, she was not lacking in any regard compared to her younger sibling. Could it be that the master favored innocence over allure? Zhu Yun found herself lost in contemplation. Upon reaching the bedroom, Luo Yu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had yet to rise. Curled up like a small creature within the soft embrace of her pink blanket, her head nestled within its folds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu felt somewhat perplexed, questioning the situation at hand. What was happening? "I thought you no longer wanted me," Zhu Zhuqing expressed with a voice as affectionate as a kitten's. Luo Yu was taken aback and said, "How could one think this way?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed her exquisite face against the man's chest and softly murmured, "I have often heard that once a man possesses a woman's body, he begins to take her for granted." Luo Yu chuckled in disbelief. "Who told you that? With your stunning beauty, how could I ever bear to let you go?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and replied, "After what happened last night. Do you think I am a woman of loose morals?" Luo Yu shook his head and gestured towards the bedsheet. "Don't be absurd. If blood could deceive, your clumsy skills." He could not finish his sentence, for Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand had already grasped his waist. "Please, stop talking. I'm utterly embarrassed." Zhu Zhuqing's face appeared as if it could drip with water, and she felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. "All right, I won't say anything more." Luo Yu affectionately tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said, "Here, try this local delicacy from Soto City. I wonder if it will suit your taste. If not, I can take you out for something else delicious." Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, surprised by the man's thoughtfulness. "Let me see how it tastes." Upon hearing the words taste, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered, recalling certain memories that made her ears flush. Outside the door, Zhu Yun eavesdropped on the conversation within the bedroom, her lips pouting in jealousy, and the knuckles of her fingers pressed against the wall began to turn pale from the force. How could he forget his old love for a new flame? That insufferable man, how outrageous. She huffed, "It's just food. What is so special about it?" "I, Zhu Yun, am not impressed." Luo Yu cast a glance at the adorable little head peeking from the doorway and waved. "Zhu Yun, come in as well. I have brought your share." "Really?" I'm coming. At that moment, outside Luo Yu's door, a stunning beauty clad in pink stockings paced back and forth, her enchanting eyes filled with complexity, torn between the desire to knock and a lingering hesitation. Chapter 64. sisterly rivalry and jealousy. Xiao Wu comes visiting. In the romantically hued bedroom, the air was suffused with the fragrance of roses. The sisters displayed their fair and slender legs, intertwined as they sat cross-legged on the bed, indulging in the delicacies from Suodo City that Luo Yu had brought back. Zhu Zhuqing delicately picked up a piece of spicy beef, bringing it to her cherry lips. "Is it delicious?" Luo Yu inquired with a smile. The young girl nodded. "As long as you like it." Luo Yu tenderly produced a tissue, wiping the oil from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness, a sweet sensation blooming within her heart. Zhu Yun, observing from the side, felt the almond pastry in her hand suddenly lose its appeal. Her little face drooped. Joy seemed elusive. It was not until Luo Yu chuckled softly and assisted her in wiping away the remnants at the corner of her mouth that Zhu Yun finally revealed a knowing smile. Zhu Zhuqing shifted closer, nestling against Luo Yu's side, her delicate arm wrapping around his, and with a hint of protectiveness, she warned, "Zhu Yun, this is my man. Please keep your distance." "Oh, has my little sister grown up? Now you're competing for my man?" Zhu Yun retorted defiantly, swiftly wrapping her arms around Luo Yu's other arm. Hiss. The sisters were embroiled in a playful contest of jealousy. Luo Yu silently lamented his inability to endure the situation. The figures of the two sisters were simply too exquisite. He could distinctly feel their arms, and upon a discreet comparison, he realized that each sister's allure was increasingly formidable. Were it not for the fact that their relationship had not yet reached a passionate stage, he might have transformed into the moonlit wolf, engaging in a fierce battle akin to El Bu's legendary confrontations. The sisters, with their haughty expressions and proud chests, clung tightly to the man's arm, engaging in a silent standoff where neither was willing to yield an inch. While other matters might be negotiable, the man's affections were non-negotiable. Luo Yu now sat upright, with his gaze fixed steadily ahead, his eyes focused on his nose, and his nose on his heart. Recognizing the moment's delicacy, he wisely chose to remain silent. Otherwise, the scrutiny might easily shift toward him. Wasn't it better to simply remain as a wooden figure in the stillness? Moreover, the two distinctly different fragrances wafting from the tips of their noses stirred his heart with a hint of distraction. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, shattering the atmosphere within the bedroom. Who could it be? The three exchanged puzzled glances, each somewhat bewildered. "Allow me to go." Luo Yu withdrew his arm, turned over, and descended from the bed, crossing the living room to open the door. A tall and graceful silhouette stood playfully outside. Clad in a brief top and exquisite stockings that accentuated her long legs, she possessed delicate pink eyes that held a hint of allure amidst their innocence. Her dark tresses were styled into a long scorpion tail braid that cascaded down to her calves. "Xiao Wu, what brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. "Did I disturb you?" Xiao Wu asked, clearly a bit embarrassed. "No. Is there something you need?" Though slightly shy, Xiao Wu's gaze remained steadfast on the man's face, her attention earnest. "I wanted to ask you, have we met before?" Luo Yu smiled and inquired. "Why do you ask?" Xiao Wu hesitated and replied, "You give me a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of someone I know. In what way do I resemble them?" Luo Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. Xiao Wu shook her head. "I cannot quite articulate it. It's just an instinctive feeling of similarity." Luo Yu teased, "My dear, if you continue to say such things, I cannot help but suspect that you are intentionally trying to flirt with me." "No, not at all," Xiao Wu hastily denied. Luo Yu spread his hands and remarked, "Well, if you cannot discern where the resemblance lies, I have reason to suspect that you are merely seeking an excuse to draw closer to me." Xiao Wu bit her lip and replied, "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. That individual holds great significance for me, which is why I felt compelled to verify, even if there was but a sliver of possibility." "What kind of person holds such importance for you?" Luo Yu inquired with a smile. "So significant that, throughout her lifetime, Xiao may never fully comprehend the gratitude we owe to him for his kindness towards our family." Luo Yu was taken aback. "So you wish to seek out that individual to express your gratitude?" Xiao nodded. "His strength may not require assistance from others, yet I yearn to do something for him to the best of my abilities." Luo Yu shook his head. "Perhaps those who assisted you had never contemplated the notion of repayment. They simply wished for your family to be filled with happiness and joy." Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, rolling her eyes and retorting, "The way you say that makes it seem as though you have aided me as well." Luo Yu teased, "With such beauty, if I had saved you, I would never let you escape, but rather demand that you repay me with your devotion." Xiao Wu retorted with a scoff, delivering a merciless blow. "Unfortunately, you are not that person, hee. It seems I had misjudged previously. How could a benefactor possibly appear in this place?" Luo Yu feigned surprise, saying, "If I were your benefactor and made such a request, would you acquiesce?" Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted, "You are simply indulging in fantasies. There is no if about it." A hint of defiance flickered across her face, yet her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. In truth, her mother had instilled in her from a young age the principle of maintaining absolute distance from all men except for her benefactor, asserting that she could only consider others once her benefactor had no intention of claiming her. Xiao Wu did not perceive this as a constraint. Rather, she recognized that the presence of a man during those tumultuous times had been a timely salvation for her troubled soul, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. "I apologize for the intrusion. I have yet to properly thank you for providing me with a room," she said. "It is but a trivial matter, not worth dwelling upon." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Wu, intrigued, inquired, "What brings you here?" Luo Yu responded, expressing curiosity about a certain Shrek and a desire to explore it. "What a coincidence. We are together in this," she remarked. "My third brother and I are also here to participate in the assessment. Let us meet tomorrow. Best of luck." The lively and adorable Xiao Wu waved her small fish cheerfully. With a click, she departed, and the door closed behind her. Luo Yu smiled lightly, temporarily deciding not to reveal his true identity to Xiao Wu. He was not someone who sought to gain favors in return. If Xiao Wu were to genuinely develop feelings for him in the future, it would not be too late to come clean then. After all, they would soon be part of the same academy, providing ample opportunities for interaction. Luo Yu suddenly recalled awe. What notions had this young woman instilled in her daughter? With her warnings about maintaining distance from men, it appeared Tang San had little chance. A Chio, a charming woman adorned in elegant palace attire, sneezed while traversing the official road. Her delicate eyes reflected uncertainty. Was it her benefactor who was concerned for her, or was it that little girl, Xiao Wu, who was speaking of her? She couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Wu had heeded her mother's advice. A hint of worry lingered in her heart. Wild men of the human world were not to be trifled with. Should she dare to associate with those despicable humans? Her mother would surely break her little rabbit legs. Just as Xiao Wu exited Luo Yu's room, her gaze abruptly froze. Tang San was leaning against the corner of the hallway, arms crossed, observing her intently. His complexion was ashen, and a purple hue flickered in his eyes. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 65, Stealthy and Thrilling. An unwavering Tang San. In the hotel corridor, Tang San's expression was somber as he sternly inquired, "Where have you been just now?" "I went to confirm if that person was my benefactor," Xiao Wu replied, perplexed, as she gently brushed her flowing hair aside. "Third brother, what's wrong? Are you upset about something?" "No, I'm quite happy." Tang San forced a smile, though his heart was heavy with unspoken distress, as he feared appearing petty. Yet, he couldn't help but probe further. "Have you met with that man? What did you ascertain?" Xiao Wu's rosy eyes dimmed, and her lovely face displayed disappointment. "I mistook him for my benefactor. I merely sensed a fragment of familiarity from him." Tang San visibly exhaled in relief, casting a stern glance at Luo Yu's door. "Xiao Wu, since he isn't, you should keep your distance from him." "Why?" Xiao Wu asked, confused. Tang San hesitated momentarily, realizing he couldn't admit to jealousy. He needed a solid justification. "That fellow doesn't seem like a good person. You're so beautiful. He might be harboring ill intentions towards you." "Surely not." Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. "I found him to be quite kind. Besides, he helped us by providing an extra room without charge." Upon hearing this, Tang San's irritation surged, but he restrained himself. "You must remember, appearances can be deceiving. Out in the world, we must exercise caution. Think about it. Why would a stranger help us? His motivations are indeed questionable." Xiao Wu pouted slightly, appearing indifferent, seemingly unbothered by his words. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with a bright smile, "Oh, third brother. He said he was also coming to join Shrek Academy. We might be classmates in the future. So his character must be sound." Tang San chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Just because of him? Joining Shrek? That is sheer nonsense. Have you forgotten what our teacher told us? Shrek only admits monsters, not mediocrities. It's not a place where anyone can simply waltz in." Xiao's eyes widened. "Are you saying he might not be able to enter Shrek?" Tang San sighed, lamenting, "We have confidence in our admission because we possess innate full soul power. At our age, we are nearly at the level of soul respect around 30. What grounds does he have for comparison?" Xiao Wu opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Those with innate full soul power were exceedingly rare. During her time in the human world, she had only discovered Tang San possessed such a qualification, making it truly exceptional. Tang San smiled broadly. If anyone could enter such an academy, the quality of education would surely be lacking. Our teacher Wuhun have made a point of inviting us to join. Third brother. Perhaps he has the audacity to join Shrek because he could be a genius? Xiao mused, reflecting on her encounter with an intriguing individual. It would be a pity if they couldn't become classmates. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Tang San's expression shifted noticeably. He scoffed. I too would welcome another classmate, but Shrek is no easy feat to enter, unless he is also an innate genius of level 8 or above, which I find highly improbable. Are geniuses so common that we stumble upon them at will? The odds are exceedingly slim. He will likely be dismissed soon enough. Xiao pondered, resting her finger on her red lips. I felt he spoke with such confidence. He mentioned going to Shrek for fun tomorrow. What? Going to Shrek for fun? Tang San scoffed. That fellow has an inflated sense of self-importance. What talents or strengths does he possess to make such bold claims? Even I wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Xiao blinked her sparkling eyes, expressing doubt. Third brother, why do I feel like you're a bit agitated today? Nonsense, that's not the case. Tang San restrained his expression, displeased. After hearing your description, I have a clearer understanding of the type of person he is. Most likely. He is a wealthy playboy who doesn't yet grasp the strictness of Shrek's admissions. I fear he will face a harsh reality check tomorrow. Surely not. Xiao Wu's face reflected a hint of anxiety. Why not? Tang San straightened his back. When have I ever misjudged someone? That young man will undoubtedly be met with disappointment from the admissions officers tomorrow. Third brother, Xiao Wu fretted. He helped us before. If he isn't admitted, can we speak to the teachers on his behalf? Tang San raised his hand and sighed. If he isn't accepted, perhaps it is for the best. Consider this. Shrek only recruits extraordinary individuals. There are no ordinary folk. Forcing him to remain among us would only create pressure. Once he realizes the disparity in talent, he will likely feel inadequate and unhappy. Do you understand, Xiao Wu? Third brother is merely looking out for him. Oh, Xiao Wu responded absent-mindedly, caught off guard. Seeing her nod, a glimmer of pride flickered in the depths of Tang San's eyes. He had not spoken frivolously. He had discreetly observed Luo Yu and discovered that this individual was quite ordinary, lacking any particular distinction. The idea of such a person being near Xiao Wu filled him with discontent. Who dared to approach my little sister? What right did he have? Achoo! Luo Yu sneezed within the confines of the room. At that moment, he lay sprawled across the luxurious red bed, his arms splayed open, reveling in the tender massage of delicate, fair hands. Zhu Yun knelt gracefully beside him, her knees polished and glistening, the thin black leather of her attire barely concealing her resplendent beauty. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, devotedly enveloping the man. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing sat nearby, her pearly teeth biting into her lush lips. Observing the seductive glimmer in her sister's eyes, she clenched her small fists tightly, seemingly striving to suppress a burgeoning desire to intervene. The moment she witnessed Zhu Yun's hand teasingly glide across the man's back, Zhu Zhuqing's temples throbbed, and she rushed over, swatting her sister's hand away from the man. What do you think you're doing, Zhu Zhuqing? Can't you see I'm giving him a massage? The youthful, cherubic girl retorted with a cold smirk. Oh, I thought you looked rather overburdened. I can do this too. Let me assist you. Such jealousy. Zhu Yun playfully fanned the air with her hand, her laughter vibrant and enchanting, her alluring figure swaying in an irresistible manner. Huffed. I'm not jealous, Zhu Zhuqing huffed, turning her gaze elsewhere. Very well then, who could resist an elder sister? The master is all yours. With a teasing glance, Zhu Yun mouthed something suggestive to Luo Yu before swiftly exiting the bedroom, thoughtfully shutting the door behind her. Bang! The atmosphere in the bedroom fell into an unexpected silence. Luo Yu could perceive the increasingly erratic rhythm of Zhu Zhuqing's breathing as the atmosphere became suddenly ethereal. He shifted his position and enveloped her slender waist with his arm. The woman's waist, a testament to her rigorous training, was both radiant and taut, revealing a tantalizing contour. Humph! What are you up to, you scoundrel? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed a deep crimson, as though it were about to drip with dew. Though she lacked practical experience, she was not devoid of worldly wisdom. A sense of foreboding had begun to take root within her. What am I up to? Haven't you already surmised? A mischievous grin played upon Luo Yu's lips. Then why is your body so tense? You're incorrigible. I shall not engage with you any longer. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to rise. However, with a sudden exertion, she found herself pulled back into his embrace. She playfully pounded against his chest, her voice akin to that of a feisty kitten. How vexatious. My sister is still outside. Shh, fret not. As long as you remain silent, she will not hear a thing. Zhu Zhuqing's large eyes widened in shock. You were utterly wicked. Didn't we just, Luo Yu had no intention of granting the young girl further opportunity to speak. Chapter 66. Luo Yu, the center of attention among the beauties. Gathered at the entrance of Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing curled her delicate toes, gripping the bed sheets tightly, desperately trying to maintain control. Yet, as her throat stirred, a muffled sound escaped her lips. The living room was adorned with scattered rose petals. Zhu Yun, with her hair elegantly styled like a noblewoman's, donned alluring leather pants that hugged her curves, revealing her long, slender legs akin to white pythons. However, she had no intention of sitting idly by. That was not her style. At this moment, she was stealthily crouched by the bedroom door, eavesdropping intently. Her enchanting face was already flushed with embarrassment, and her mind was flooded with countless vivid images, immersing her in an overwhelming sense of empathy. Zhu Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes, her crimson lips pouting in jealousy. Listening to the commotion, she pondered whether this civilized form of communication was a tad too violent. It was evident that some rogue had been overly vigorous, acting with undue haste. After a considerable amount of time, everything came to an end. Zhu Yun slumped against the wall, breathless, her red lips panting, her silver teeth clenched tightly, casting a resentful and sorrowful gaze at the bedroom door. This was utterly excessive. It was tormenting. Creak. The door swung open, startling Zhu Yun, leaving her flustered and on the verge of exclaiming. In an instant, a large hand covered her mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was the tall and robust figure of Luo Yu. Zhu Yun momentarily lost herself, her eyes widening in astonishment. The man's chiseled torso was adorned with defined muscles, resembling steel reinforcements, radiating a subtle sheen as if it held explosive power. Zhu Yun instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth with her delicate hand. Phew. She let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't drooled, maintaining her composure. Luo Yu gently shut the bedroom door, leaving no time for the woman to respond. With a swift motion, he hoisted the blushing Zhu Yun onto his shoulder, carrying her towards the newly arranged sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, Zhu Yun protested, her delicate hand striking the man's back as she twisted her body in resistance. Yet, her actions hardly seemed genuine. They resembled more the playful banter between a young girl and her beloved. Thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu chuckled softly, saying, Didn't you just gesture for me to wait for those 2 words? That is why I came. You're mischievous. I never said anything. Zhu Yun's eyes glistened with emotion, caught between resistance and acceptance. Rest assured, Zhu Qing has grown weary and has fallen asleep. Upon hearing this remark from Luo Yu, Zhu Yun's expression transformed instantly, shedding all pretense. She pressed against the man's chest, her voice a soft, enticing whisper, Master, you have not forgotten to bring me breakfast. How shall I repay you for your kindness? Luo Yu grasped the woman's delicate hand, his gaze fixated upon her enchanting, dreamy eyes, a perfect arc gracing his lips. Such a trivial matter surely requires no recompense. Zhu Yun's eyes sparkled as she pouted, saying, My master is so considerate towards me. I must repay this kindness with utmost sincerity. Following Zhu Yun's earnest invitation, Luo Yu found himself unable to refuse, swiftly becoming ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Meanwhile, in Soto City, at the hotel where the imperial fighting team of the Heaven Do Empire resided, a cacophony erupted. The floor trembled, reverberating with the sound of destruction. The elegantly adorned room had descended into chaos, littered with the remnants of shattered items. A tall and muscular young man, akin to an enraged lion, relentlessly wreaked havoc, while the other 6 members of the team stood at a distance, silent and apprehensive. Yu Tianheng's eyes were ablaze with fury as he glared at Gu Yue Na. His fiancée had merely gone out for supplies, yet upon her return, her attire lay in tatters, and her neck bore the bruised imprint of a hand. How could he not be enraged? Yin, tell me who did this to you. I swear I shall tear him to pieces. Gu Yin lowered her gaze to her emerald green nails, softly replying, Tianheng, please calm down. I am unharmed. With a sudden explosion of rage, Yu Tianheng pointed at Gu Yin, exclaiming, You're in this state, and you claim you're fine? Speak up. Who has done this to you? I vow to make him pay dearly. Gu Yin shook her head, attempting to explain, Tianheng, it was my fault. I was in the wrong and was merely taught a lesson. Let us leave it be, shall we? Please do this for me. Huh? Yu Tianheng found this absurd, his body trembling with anger. He kicked a wooden chair, splintering it into fragments that scattered across the room. Gu Yin, I cannot swallow this humiliation. You must reveal who harmed you. Gu Yin pressed her lips together, pleading, Tianheng, let this matter rest. Yu Tianhing, surrounded by crackling energy, coldly retorted. Are you out of your mind? You were mistreated, and yet you defend your assailant? Gu Yue Na sighed, shaking her head. Tianhing, that individual's strength is unfathomable. It would be wise not to provoke him. The man let out a chilling laugh, his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Wuhun manifesting, muscles swelling with overwhelming power. I refuse to believe there exists anyone among the younger generation of the Heaven Do Empire whom I, Yu Tianheng, cannot confront. Gu Yue Na remained silent, lips pressed together in disapproval. Yu Tianheng turned to the girl and white beside her, lingling. Your sister is in an emotional turmoil. Now it's your turn to tell me who harmed you. Yu Lingling shook her head. Captain, you should heed Yen's advice. That man is terrifying, and you may not stand a chance against him. In a fit of rage, Yu Tianheng, whose soul power had reached level 39, suddenly broke through to level 40. He laughed coldly, his tiger-like gaze piercing. I cannot be defeated? What nonsense is this? Lingling, just tell me who it is. I want to see which person I, Yu Tianheng, cannot overpower. Even if I falter, I refuse to believe that 7 of us together cannot reduce him to a mere pile of mush. Captain, be cautious. Yu Lingling urged. Cautious my foot. I am intent on retribution. Yu Tianheng's eyes glowed with a fierce resolve. Ultimately, under relentless pressure, he learned of Luo Yu's appearance. And the team dispersed, commencing a citywide search. Luo Yu has not been idle on this side. He has provided thorough and insightful explanations for the intricate issues faced by the Zhu Zhuqing sisters, striving for excellence. However, the sisters' most significant challenges are deeply entrenched. And only through Luo Yu's relentless dedication in the days to come can there be hope for resolution. The following morning dawned. As Luo Yu awoke from her slumber, she found herself enveloping Zhu Zhuqing, inadvertently stirring the weary Zhu Yun who lay upon the sofa. After a brief and simple grooming, the trio of sisters checked out of the hotel, eliciting the envious and wistful gazes of the attendants, whose eyes seemed perpetually on the verge of shedding tears of jealousy. This was primarily due to the striking beauty of the 2 sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and her companion, one radiating fiery allure while the other exuded a pure charm. Their figures astonishingly exquisite, far surpassing the ordinary. The contrasting essence of their presence left the attendants beset with doubts, pondering whether Luo Yu experienced a nightly existence akin to paradise. Luo Yu, accompanied by 2 young ladies, exited Soto City and traversed the official road, following the map's guidance. They passed through lush, verdant farmland and arrived at the entrance of a quaint village. The moment the man set foot here, he caught the attention of the 2 maidens who had arrived earlier. One, with her exquisite long legs clad in snug pink stockings and enchanting light pink eyes, was a vision of beauty. The other, adorned in a sky-blue fairy dress with silky patterned stockings, revealed her gracefully elongated legs, exuding an air of regal elegance. Her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Both ladies fixated their gaze upon Luo Yu. The narrative promises to grow increasingly thrilling, as the initial build-up has nearly reached its zenith. For now, 2 updates will be posted daily, precisely at midnight. Readers are encouraged to leave favorable comments, which are greatly appreciated. With the Qingming festival approaching, more updates will follow, as the author is diligently writing late into the night, striving to deliver quality content. Anticipate daily updates during the holiday. Chapter 67. A beautiful encounter, for beauties assemble, envious gazes. At the entrance of Shrek village, the surroundings were enclosed by a fence. The village appeared quite dilapidated, with the academy's sign merely a worn piece of wood. A rickety table was positioned at the entrance, behind which reclined an elderly man in his 60s, dozing with his eyes closed. In front of the table, a crowd had gathered, with many parents accompanying their children to enroll. As they waited, anxious middle-aged men and women tightly grasped their children's hands, their bodies tense, faces reflecting unease. Yet their eyes sparkled with hope as they gazed into the depths of the village. They understood that today was of paramount importance. If their children could join Shrek, a bright future awaited them, transcending the common folk to ascend into the noble ranks of the heavenly Do Empire. Among the waiting crowd, 2 striking figures stood out. One, with her pink stockings hugging her tall, graceful legs, exuded a playful charm. The other, in her fairy dress, revealed her snowy, long legs, radiating an ethereal elegance. Both women's figures and beauty were exceptional, rare in Douluo. The allure they emanated unknowingly captivated the attention of many around them. Several young men, while stealing glances, swallowed nervously, yet dared not approach, intimidated by the formidable aura of the 2 ladies. As Luo Yu approached the entrance of Shrek village, the 2 stunning beauties simultaneously called out. You're here? Xiao Wu, who had been watching intently, waved her small hand with bright, excited eyes. It's you. What brings you here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected reunion with this man. Luo Yu approached, offering a friendly nod to Xiao Wu. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, the corners of his lips curving upwards. What? Is it only permissible for you to be here, while I cannot? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with complexity. The enigmatic aura the man exuded yesterday had piqued her curiosity. Yet, that infuriating man had evaded her attempts to understand him, fleeing with remarkable swiftness. She had thought it would be ages before they crossed paths again, yet here they were, unexpectedly reunited today, with newfound determination. Ning Rongrong resolved that since fate had brought them together once more, she would unearth all the little secrets he harbored. Initially, the focus of the gathering was on the two lovely young ladies. However, witnessing these outstanding girls greet a single man with such warmth shifted everyone's attention squarely onto Luo Yu, who was now under scrutiny. They were eager to discern what merits he possessed that allowed him to foster such familiarity with two enchanting girls. A glance from one young man revealed the dismissive roll of his eyes. This fellow appeared rather ordinary. There was nothing particularly exceptional about him. His appearance was unremarkable, and he certainly did not seem more handsome than I. Others shared similar sentiments, feeling a twinge of envy and discontent. Yet, in the next moment, when they noticed the pair of twin sisters by Luo Yu's side, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. Could it be that these stunningly voluptuous twins were indeed associated with this man? How does he know so many beautiful women? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and directed a question at Luo Yu, a hint of jealousy in her tone. The collective gasp from the crowd was palpable. It turned out that these twins had truly come with him. Adding in the two who had greeted him, that made 4 beautiful women in total. What on earth was happening? We have come to apply to the academy. What brings you here? Have you come to flaunt your entourage of beauties? Before Luo Yu could utter but a few words, in a mere instant, he became the focal point of the entire gathering, capturing everyone's attention in the shadows. As Luo Yu sensed the almost imperceptible glances of jealousy surrounding him, he instinctively touched his nose, pondering what he had done to evoke such peculiar stares. Who are these two lovely ladies that greeted you? Zhu Zhuqing discreetly prodded the man in the lower back with her finger. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Luo Yu candidly recounted the origins of his acquaintanceship with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, facilitating introductions among the 4 young women, all being vibrant young maidens. They quickly grew familiar with one another, thanks to Luo Yu's connection. Onlookers initially presumed it to be a scene of misfortune, yet were taken aback by the harmonious camaraderie among the girls, their gazes towards Luo Yu shifting to something quite odd. With the enrollment yet to commence, the 4 girls gathered together, engrossed in conversation, leaving Luo Yu somewhat sidelined. After some exchange, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and her sister with surprise. So, you two are also runaways? Sort of, Zhu Yun replied, omitting the detail about having fled from pursuers. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow at Ning Rongrong. What? Did you sneak out as well? Indeed, Ning Rongrong pouted. It's too suffocating at home. It's nice to get some fresh air. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, was about to interject when she was suddenly pulled aside by an agitated Tang San. Brother San, what are you doing? I just met some new friends, and we haven't spoken much yet, Xiao Wu protested, shaking off Tang San's grip. Tang San replied solemnly, Xiao Wu, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? While we are out, it is best to keep our distance from outsiders. Xiao Wu shook her head, insisting, they are not outsiders. Once we register, they will be our classmates. Tang San chuckled. Whether they are classmates is uncertain. Getting into Shrek Academy is no simple feat, and it is not a refuge for the inept. Last year, they didn't enroll anyone at all. Do you really think these girls can make the cut? Xiao Wu pouted. Even if they don't get in, isn't it fine to be friends? Tang San shook his head. I told you yesterday that fellow over there is a wealthy young master, and you didn't believe me. Look. Today he is out and about with a pair of twins. There is no need for us to get too close to such people. Just think about it. 1 man, 2 women. What can come of that? Tang San sneered. Xiao Wu's expression shifted. You shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. If you have an issue, say it to my face. At this moment, Luo Yu approached. Perhaps others could not hear clearly. However, with his pure divine body, he possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, allowing him to comprehend every word distinctly. Tang San, this crafty fellow, narrowed his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp intensity, fixating on the approaching man. My dear friend, you extended your assistance to us yesterday, for which we are truly grateful. Should you require any financial compensation for your hospitality, I would be more than willing to accommodate. However, I must apologize, as my sister and I are accustomed to solitude and are not inclined to engage with outsiders. Tang San emphasized the term outsiders with a weighty tone, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized Luo Yu. An instinctive caution lingered in the air, whispering the need to be wary of this individual. Luo Yu pointed at Xiao Wu, questioning whether it was her desire to avoid contact with outsiders or rather your own reluctance. Tang San appeared to be struck by the truth of the matter, his expression shifting as he huffed. You already have 2 female companions by your side. Is that not sufficient? Why must you pursue my sister Xiao Wu? Luo Yu's gaze shifted, and he coldly inquired, What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, Tang San replied, shaking his head. He spoke with a stern tone. I cannot concern myself with your affections for anyone else, but do not harbor any intentions towards Xiao Wu. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Is this fellow truly obsessed with his sister? Luo Yu pondered deeply, questioning himself. Had he truly done anything to provoke such intense possessiveness from Tang San towards Xiao Wu? Oh, I am curious to see how you will make me regret this for a lifetime. A playful smirk danced on Luo Yu's lips. In an instant, Tang San's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, exuding an invisible aura of menace. Chapter 68. The beauty awaits the spectacle, the unwavering confidence of Tang San. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Tang San's aura surged. When has Luo Yu ever suffered a setback? I shall not indulge his despicable habits. My gaze grows increasingly frigid. The atmosphere within the arena thickens with tension, and the onlookers revel in the unfolding drama. Unconsciously, the majority find themselves aligning with Tang San, primarily because Luo Yu incites envy. He appears utterly unremarkable, with an average appearance and an unassuming presence. Yet, how does he manage to be surrounded by twin beauties and maintain such proximity to 2 other goddesses? Most present are spirited youths, brimming with pride and naturally unwilling to accept this. They can hardly wait for Tang San to deliver a lesson to Luo Yu, hoping that the 4 enchanting maidens will be utterly disenchanted with this fellow. Suddenly, Xiao Wu interjects, positioning herself between the 2. San Gu, what troubles you? Your demeanor has been off since yesterday, and when I inquire, you remain silent. Tang San offers a brief, light-hearted smile. It is nothing. I merely find this spoiled rich young man distasteful, particularly his ulterior motives in approaching you. How can I tolerate him? Huh. Luo Yu was directly amused, feeling that this was utterly absurd. Me, a debauched young master? Which of your eyes perceives that? Tang San squinted, his voice icy as he remarked, spending money extravagantly. Bringing along a pair of lovely sisters to stay in a hotel. What noble deed could possibly arise from that? I cannot sense any profound spiritual energy emanating from you. If not a debauched young master, then what else could you be? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and remarked, If you cannot perceive my cultivation, perhaps you should reflect upon whether it is your own abilities that are lacking. Tang San chuckled, sneering, With my purple extreme demon eye, I have discerned the illusory for many years without error. Pray tell, what traces of cultivation do you possess? Luo Yu shook his head, asserting that past accuracy does not guarantee present infallibility. Impossible, Tang San declared with unwavering confidence. Under the gaze of my purple extreme demon eye, the true nature of a soul emperor cannot hide. Attempting to deceive me is utterly laughable. You are indeed quite self-assured, Luo Yu remarked, casting a glance around at the multitude. If I were to strike you directly, it would hardly be appropriate, would it? Tang San's aura turned chillingly frigid, his eyes gleaming with a deep violet light, radiating an air of lethal intent. I advise you to tread carefully and choose your words wisely. Do not provoke the wrong person. If I am compelled to act, your regret will come too late. Luo Yu beckoned with a finger, urging him to proceed without further ado. Move swiftly and decisively. With a thunderous roar, Tang San unleashed his formidable energy, shattering the ground beneath him and causing the earth to crack like a spider's web. His overwhelming presence silenced those around him, who felt the weight of his immense power. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with her sister, their eyes glinting with sympathy as they regarded Tang San. Surely, he must be courting disaster, Zhu Zhuqing mused, particularly intrigued by the audacity of this reckless individual who had so brazenly stepped into the fray. Ning Rongrong, however, wore an expression of bewilderment, almost poised to settle in with a front-row seat to the unfolding drama. Frankly speaking, she could hardly believe that a man of his caliber would seek to join the humble Shrek Academy. Why would he condescend to affiliate himself with such a lackluster institution? Had it not been for her own whims in leaving home, she would never have graced this place with her presence. With eager anticipation, She awaited Luo Yu's next move, intrigued by the prospect of conflict. In contrast, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of concern, acutely aware of Tang San's proficiency with hidden weapons and soul power. She feared for Luo Yu's safety and sought to intervene. "Third brother, calm down," she implored. "You've never been this agitated before. What has gotten into you today? Why must you resort to violence?" Tang San shot her a fierce glare, declaring, "If someone provokes me, that's one thing. But if anyone dares to covet you, I will ensure they regret it." Xiao Wu shook her head urgently. "Third brother, you must be mistaken. He harbors no ill intentions towards me, and besides, he even aided us before. Don't you remember?" Tang San sneered. "Of course, I remember. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground by now. Can you not adopt a more amiable demeanor towards him?" Xiao Wu expressed her frustration, feeling as if Tang San had become a different person today. In a raised voice, Tang San asserted, "Attitude? For someone like him, I hold no regard. I despise those who rely solely on their family's name, lacking any true strength. Third brother, you're being excessively rash. He hasn't said a word, yet you've already branded him." Tang San confidently replied, "My purple extreme magic eyes have reached the second level of subtlety. I cannot be mistaken. No matter how skilled his acting, he cannot deceive my gaze. He possesses no real power, merely posturing." Xiao Wu pushed Tang San aside and approached Luo Yu, blinking her eyes. "I apologize for my brother's outburst. It's the first time I've seen him so worked up." Biting her lip, she continued, "Go ahead and take the Shrek test without concern. Even if you don't score perfectly, I will certainly advocate for you with the assessment instructors if I succeed." Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly from Xiao Wu's tone. It seemed she was regarding him as a vulnerable entity deserving of sympathy and protection. Surely, she couldn't genuinely believe herself to be a mere pencil, incapable of contending with Tang San. Yet it appeared she did. At that moment, Tang San walked around Xiao Wu and approached. "San Gu, what are you up to now?" Xiao Wu's displeasure was evident. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. "Step aside. I only wish to speak with him for a moment." Addressing Luo Yu in front of everyone, he declared, "Since Xiao Wu has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, considering your current aura, the Academy would never accept you. Without admission, you shall inevitably lose sight of Xiao Wu, and thus, there is no need for me to be irked with you." As Tang San spoke, the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who understood the underlying context, grew increasingly peculiar, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. The three women noticed Luo Yu slowly raising his palm, an aura of danger emanating from him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind a table. "Enough of this nonsense. It is time for testing your soul power." The elder continued, "Let me make it clear. Only those under 13 years of age with a level above 20 qualify for preliminary admission to the Academy." A chorus of astonished gasps arose around them. To reach level 20 by the age of 12? What an absurd requirement. The elder scolded, "Silence. If you cannot meet the basic criteria, how can you be deemed a little monster?" Those wishing to test should hurry, do not dawdle. One by one, individuals stepped forward to test their abilities, only to be met with disappointment. Either their levels fell short, or they exceeded the age limit. After testing more than 10 people, all were eliminated. The elder's expression darkened, his disappointment palpable. "This generation is worse than the last." Tang San, wearing a confident smile, stood tall and proclaimed, "Allow me to go first." He gracefully approached the elder, placing his hand upon the crystalline orb. The orb erupted with a resplendent light. The testing teacher's pupils widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this real? Level 29? He moved closer to examine Tang San's physique, further astonished. "You are only 12 years old?" The surrounding crowd erupted in a flurry of disbelief. Tang San's talent left them in awe. They understood just how extraordinary such a gift was, a realm far beyond their reach. Tang San nodded, unfazed by the envious and reverent gazes surrounding him. The crystal orb radiated its brilliant light, illuminating his self-assured visage. Tang San pointed at Luo Yu, a proud smile gracing his lips as he said, "I have completed my test, level 29. What about you? Care to give it a try?" Chapter 69, The Trembling Crowd, Tang San's slap in the face. Tang San's voice, though not loud, carried an air of unwavering confidence and provocation. The crowd fell into silence. The elder responsible for testing radiated excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. At 12 years old, level 29. This is undeniably a prodigious talent. We have struck gold. The admissions elder's exhilaration was palpable, igniting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Is this person even human? Close to 30 levels at my age? This must be a joke. The youths and their parents wore expressions of shock, disbelief flooding their minds. In their worldview, achieving level 20 at this age was already an exceptional rarity. Tang San's level shattered their perceptions, leaving them utterly stunned. As they glanced at Luo Yu, who remained silent at the side, an involuntary flicker of sympathy crossed their eyes. It seemed that today, he would be thoroughly overshadowed by such a monstrous talent. Who could withstand such brilliance? Some shook their heads in resignation. Being ridiculed by such a genius left one utterly speechless, as the chasm between talent and strength was a glaringly visible divide. Everyone thought that Luo Yu would soon leave in disgrace. Even Tang San couldn't help but smirk. He was confident that no one among his peers could surpass him in soul power. While others were still naive, he had already been practicing the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Shantian Gong, allowing him to cultivate his soul power to its innate peak, rapidly advancing thereafter. He could never believe that these so-called geniuses could compare with him. His martial soul talent and mastery of Tang sect techniques were no laughing matter. His usual pride, often concealed, now shone brightly. For he could not tolerate any other man approaching Xiao Wu, under no circumstances. If there were, they would face his wrath. Tang San sneered at Luo Yu, the testing crystal still radiating its dazzling brilliance, a testament to his unparalleled soul power among his peers. Luo Yu stood there, listening to the surrounding jeers, watching Tang San, who was surrounded by admirers like the moon encircled by stars, his expression gradually becoming somewhat peculiar. Tang San proudly proclaimed, "You were so eloquent just now. Why have you fallen silent now?" Luo Yu shook his head and sighed, saying, "I find myself perplexed by a particular matter. Why is it that some individuals, despite their apparent ordinariness, exude such confidence?" Tang San's expression of irritation instantly froze, and he glared, asking, "Who are you referring to?" Luo Yu chuckled, "I am merely curious. Is a soul power level of 29 at the age of 12 truly remarkable? Does it warrant such confidence?" Hiss. The crowd was astir, gazing at Luo Yu in disbelief as a cacophony of whispers erupted. Could this fellow be mistaken? Was he unaware of the significance of such a cultivation level at merely 12 years of age? This was the mark of a genius, an extraordinary talent. Everyone present now perceived that Luo Yu was merely posturing. Tang San's innate gifts were undeniably formidable, instilling awe in those around him. Swish. A shadow darted before Tang San, casting a friendly glance his way before glaring at Luo Yu. It was the elder responsible for admissions at Shrek Academy. He discerned the tension between Tang San and Luo Yu. Regardless of who was right or wrong, he had witnessed Tang San's exceptional talent. Shrek had not encountered such a promising candidate in many years. In the eyes of the elder, Luo Yu's aura appeared exceedingly ordinary. Consequently, the choice was evidently clear. The old man, seizing the opportunity to garner some favor from Tang San, admonished Luo Yu sternly, "Young man, the entrance of Shrek is not a place for your quarrels. Here, the power of words holds no value. Strength is the true path. Do you look down upon a cultivation level of 29? If you possess the capability, then reveal it for all to see. If you lack such prowess, I advise you to depart promptly, for Shrek does not welcome students who boast without substance." Upon finishing his words, the elder cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Noticing the kind gaze directed at him, he felt reassured that his actions were justified. Offending an ordinary youth in exchange for a genius's goodwill was a risk worth taking. Xiao Wu had already approached, softly advising Tang San, "Their brother. Your actions may embarrass him. Your talent is far beyond that of an ordinary person. Perhaps it would be best to let this go." Upon hearing Xiao Wu speak on Luo Yu's behalf, Tang San felt an irritable flame ignite within him. Jealousy surged within his heart. "Xiao Wu, it's not that I wish to contend with him. You saw how he boasted himself. Does he not believe my cultivation level of 29 is impressive? Then let him showcase his soul power and enlighten us all." At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Luo Yu, with many spectators harboring a sense of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating his downfall. Luo Yu, accompanied by the stunningly alluring twin sisters, certainly incited envy and desire in those around him. As he faced the slap of humiliation from Tang San, onlookers reveled in the spectacle. Despite the surrounding skepticism and mockery, Luo Yu remained composed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as if he were merely an amused spectator. "Zhu Zhuqing, why not give it a try?" "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, turning to Tang San to request the testing crystal ball. With a teasing flourish, Tang San tossed the crystal ball into the air, quipping, "What's this? Feeling timid and sending a woman to do your bidding?" Facing ridicule, Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at Tang San before withdrawing his gaze, slowly shaking his head. "Hush. Just watch. There will be a surprise." Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the overwhelming radiance that erupted from a crystal ball. Everyone stiffly turned their eyes to behold the dazzling light emanating from the crystal sphere, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, who was continuously channeling her soul power into it, leaving them momentarily astounded. No, it cannot be. Another level 29? This woman appears to be no older than 13. The elder in charge of admissions was left dumbfounded. Questioning the situation, have we uncovered a nest of prodigies today? This girl, seemingly younger than Tang San, had attained such remarkable cultivation? Gasps of astonishment reverberated around them. Yet Zhu Zhuqing remained modest, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Not long ago, she had been at level 27, and in a brief span, she had ascended to level 29. She was acutely aware of the circumstances behind this rapid progress, all stemming from the diligent efforts of the man she cherished. This realization brought her both shyness and inexplicable joy. Recalling Tang San's earlier disparagement of her man, a chill crossed her features. She turned to the bewildered Tang San and remarked, I am merely 2 months shy of 12. I should be younger than you. Achieving level 29 seems rather unremarkable, does it not? Tang San's expression froze, utterly perplexed by the notion that a random woman could stand in comparison to him. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance and commanded, Zhu Yun, showcase your cultivation casually. Of course, master. Zhu Yun replied obediently, causing the hearts of those around them to race uncontrollably. Such a fiery and enchanting beauty. Calling this fellow master, it was more extravagant than a romantic relationship. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Zhu Yun, and the ethereal spirit cat manifested. Surrounded by 4 resplendent soul rings of yellow and purple, dazzling in the eyes of all. 4-ring soul sect? This woman is over level 40? The recruitment teacher was left dumbfounded, while Tang San staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning. How could he find himself inferior even to the woman beside this man? It was inconceivable. Had his Xintian skill been in vain? This was illogical. And Tang San could hardly believe it, his expression darkening. At that moment, the Zhu sisters appeared so radiant, yet they stood obediently on either side of Luo Yu, willingly playing the role of green leaves. Their presence left the onlookers astounded, yet their hearts were shattered with envy. Within the 4 soul rings, Zhu Yun disdainfully remarked, So you are Tang San, is it? At level 29, you dare to take pride? Even we sisters surpass you, and you wish to compare yourself with my master? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you think you are worthy? Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang San's face darkened as he was mocked by a woman. Yet he could not muster a single retort. Zhu Yun scolded, My master merely finds you unworthy of his attention. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone significant? I have endured you for far too long. The peculiar gazes from those around him made Tang San feel as though he were being roasted on a fire. He swayed, his eyes bloodshot, pointing a finger at Luo Yu. I demand to see you test your abilities personally, not through others. The prowess of others is irrelevant to you. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Luo Yu locked eyes with Tang San, his gaze fierce, and yawned in boredom. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. He took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhuqing, channeling his soul power into it. In that case, widen your eyes and behold, he declared. Your 39th level of cultivation is insignificant here. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the crystal ball erupted with astonishing phenomena. Chapter 70. The Shattering of the Testing Crystal, a sensation of Shrek's overwhelming talent. The same crystal ball, when manipulated by Luo Yu, produced an entirely different spectacle. Unusual waves emanated from it. Tang San's pupils constricted in shock, while the elder responsible for Shrek's admissions was left astounded. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister wore expressions of knowing anticipation, regarding Tang San as if he were a mere jester. Ning Rongrong, curious, fixated on Luo Yu, never once considering Tang San's talent, instead finding the enigmatic Luo Yu far more intriguing. With a resounding boom, the ground vibrated violently as the crystal ball in Luo Yu's grasp blazed with unparalleled brilliance, erupting in a blinding white light. The intensity of the light struck so suddenly and fiercely that most present were rendered momentarily blind. However, the piercing pain in their eyes paled in comparison to the turmoil brewing within their hearts. A simple comparison revealed that the brilliance Tang San had previously unleashed was but a pale shadow compared to this spectacle, akin to the difference between fireflies and stars. A disparity immeasurable. Yet, Tang San had already achieved the 39th level of cultivation. What level of power must one possess to conjure such terrifying phenomena? As this realization dawned, the surrounding parents and students shivered, unable to fathom the implications. They had never before witnessed a talent like Tang San's, let alone something of this magnitude. The circumstances surrounding Luo Yu have transcended their wildest imaginations. Tang San shook his head in tremulous disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible. How could this be? I had clearly investigated. He possessed little soul power. With all his might, he activated the purple extreme demon eye, relentlessly probing the figure engulfed in blinding light, desperately seeking to uncover any means by which the man might have achieved such an extraordinary effect through deceit. Alas, he found no trace of trickery. Instead, he beheld Luo Yu's soul power surging forth like a torrential flood, unrestrained and terrifying. The mocking smile that lingered at the corner of his rival's mouth was a deliberate affront, piercing Tang San's pride in that instant. Meanwhile, Xiaowu stood by. Her delicate face etched with astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief, utterly shocked by Luo Yu's prowess. It was not merely Tang San who had misjudged. She too had underestimated him. She had never anticipated that Luo Yu's talent could ascend to such heights. After all, she was a reincarnated soft-boned rabbit with 10,000 years of cultivation. Was there any need to question her own gifts? To encounter someone like Tang San, who could rival her, was already enough to leave her in awe. The overwhelming prowess of Luo Yu left her genuinely dazed, rendering her unable to fathom the existence of such a prodigy in this world. Everyone presumed that the apex of brilliance would gradually culminate in an end. Little did they anticipate that this was merely the inception of astonishment. Crack, crack. A series of delicate, crisp sounds reverberated through the air. All eyes turned rigidly towards the source of the noise, tears streaming from their eyes due to the blinding light. Yet they remained fixated on the location from whence the shattering sound emanated, their hearts racing with fervor. In Luo Yu's hand, the testing crystal ball, radiating a brilliant light, had developed a network of intricate cracks. In an instant, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Has it really cracked? Someone trembled and stuttered. Is it possible for the testing crystal ball to break? Of course, the crystal ball has a limit to its endurance. Exceeding that limit will inevitably lead to fractures. Are you suggesting that this individual possesses a soul power so formidable that even the testing crystal ball cannot withstand it? As for me, I have no idea. This is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon. However, one thing is certain, this person, who appears to be of our age, possesses a total amount of soul power that is undoubtedly far superior to ours, as if he belongs to an entirely different realm. Luo Yu hardly afforded them any time to react. At the moment the brilliant white light surged to its zenith, a resounding explosion echoed, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. The testing crystal ball emitted a mournful wail, unable to withstand the pressure, and shattered into countless fragments. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous shards flew in all directions. When tranquility was restored at the entrance of Shrek village, Luo Yu had already withdrawn his soul power, standing there with an air of calmness, as if the astounding spectacle that had just unfolded was entirely unrelated to him. Did the testing crystal truly just explode? What kind of soul power does this individual possess? It is utterly terrifying. Oh mother, I wish to return home. This is too frightening. Even though Luo Yu had not targeted anyone, the act of shattering the crystal ball had genuinely unsettled these individuals. At that moment, countless faces flushed with embarrassment averted their gazes from Luo Yu. They began to comprehend that every occurrence has its rationale. If a man lacked prowess, how could such alluring and enchanting women willingly address him as their master? How could he be surrounded by such a multitude of beauties? It was evident that their previous ignorance and narrow-mindedness had blinded them. The jealous glances they had cast earlier transformed into expressions of acknowledgement and, more significantly, admiration, as they witnessed Luo Yu's overwhelming power. After all, his might was simply explosive. In contrast, no one cared about Tang San any longer. At 12 years old, at level 29, was he truly a genius? Had one asked these individuals before, they would have answered without hesitation, yes, a genius. However, after witnessing Luo Yu, to pose the same question again felt somewhat awkward. Compared to Luo Yu's level of soul power, what did level 29 signify? Tang San's talent was rendered trivial. Did they not see that the testing crystal had exploded? Who could rival such a feat? The elder in charge of admissions at Shrek felt a pang of regret. He was aware of the implications. This testing crystal was specifically designed for soul masters below level 30, while it could withstand pressure. To obliterate it in one fell swoop was a feat that even a level 40 soul power might struggle to achieve. He regretted his actions immensely, feeling like a fool. In an attempt to please a level 29 individual, he had inadvertently offended a true prodigy. What could he possibly do now? Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished. Her red lips parted in hesitation as she murmured, "This is too terrifying. I attempted that crystal ball earlier, and with my current level of soul power, I feel I am still far from even cracking it. Luo Yu shook his head, his face betraying little emotion. After all, this was not the first time such a thing had occurred. He was well accustomed to it, and there was little cause for astonishment. Impossible, impossible. Tang San repeatedly shook his head, still unable to believe that Luo Yu possessed such an overwhelming depth of soul power, far surpassing his own. Could it be that all those years of cultivating the Xiantian art had been in vain? Otherwise, how could anyone be so much stronger than him? Luo Yu approached Tang San, and the crowd parted, retreating in haste, their previous disdain replaced by palpable fear and astonishment. After covering a certain distance, Luo Yu halted, fixing his gaze upon Tang San. Have you not always referred to me as a scion of privilege? Is there anything left unsaid? Please, continue. I am all ears. Casually scratched his ear, showing little regard for the other person. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor faltering under the scrutiny of the onlookers. The scorn he had directed at Luo Yu earlier now felt like a slap across his own face. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Luo Yu. His tone chilling. I underestimated you before. I did not anticipate how deeply you concealed your abilities. However, this must be your final card. I warn you. Do not presume that your powerful soul force grants you the right to flaunt it before me. My expertise lies not in soul force. So you would do well to tread carefully. Oh? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Little 3. Is that not enough of a setback for you? Have you begun to regain your confidence? Chapter 71. Tang San's perfect scheme, an open challenge. Tang San's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed as he regarded Luo Yu, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by a mocking expression. Setback? What setback? Do you truly believe that your slight advantage in soul force cultivation can intimidate me? That would be a gross underestimation of Tang San. He turned to survey the surrounding students, parents, and the elder responsible for Shrek Academy's recruitment. Deliberately raising his voice, the level of soul force is not a definitive measure of one's abilities. With sufficient resources, even a pig can be elevated. The true testament to a person's prowess lies in their practical combat skills. What do you mean? Luo Yu sought to discern the true nature of Tang San's ploy. Tang San chuckled derisively, his confidence radiating as if he had long since unraveled the entire situation. Enough pretense. Do you still not comprehend my meaning? My level 29 is a testament to my own diligent training. Yours, I suspect, is merely the result of your affluent background and the resources you have squandered on spirit herbs. I, Tang San, possess innate full soul power. I do not boast. But my talent is exceptional. I have never ceased my training. So how could your soul power possibly surpass mine by such a margin? Therefore, the truth is singular. Tang San declared, pointing a finger at Luo Yu with a look of disdain in his eyes. Your cultivation is entirely reliant on the accumulation of spirit herbs. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to achieve such a level at your age. You may ask anyone here, does anyone truly believe you attain this through your own efforts? Tang San's assertions were resolute and emphatic. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expression shifted. They suddenly found Tang San's arguments compelling. Achieving level 29 at the age of 12 was indeed remarkable. How could someone possibly reach over level 40? Such talent would surely be extraordinary. It seemed evident that this individual had resorted to drugs to elevate his level, likely consuming vast amounts of resources. In an instant, the onlookers' gazes toward Luo Yu transformed from astonishment and reverence to jealousy and disdain. Even the elder in charge of Shrek's recruitment exhibited a change in demeanor. The notion of enhancing one's level through drugs was akin to hastily nurturing seedlings. What future could such an approach promise? It was merely a fleeting moment of glory. Damn, that startled me. No wonder this fellow seems so formidable. He must have relied on drugs to get here. How did I not consider this earlier? This makes sense now. Otherwise, achieving over level 40 at this age would be a jest. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Tang San felt immensely satisfied with the turn of events. In just a few sentences, he had restored his reputation and dealt a significant blow to his opponent. The sound of Luo Yu's applause resonated with remarkable clarity, drawing the surroundings into a hushed silence, as all eyes converged upon him, eager to hear his words. Luo Yu gazed at Tang San with a look of pity and asked, "Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that others may surpass you?" Tang San snorted dismissively. "Given the current circumstances, your secret has been unraveled. Do you intend to continue this charade?" With the aid of his Xiantian skill, complemented by his innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, how could there be such a disparity in strength? Thus, Tang San was entirely convinced that this individual had resorted to herbal enhancement. His disdain for the opponent deepened. Relying on underhanded methods to elevate one's strength renders any high soul power utterly hollow. What does it matter if your level exceeds mine? In practical combat, you are but a paper tiger, easily pierced and rendered inconsequential. Emerging from his recent humiliation, Tang San regained his confidence, his demeanor radiating with renewed brilliance. Reveling in the perfection of his deductions, whispers began to circulate around them, casting doubt upon Luo Yu. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked on with peculiar expressions. Well aware of Luo Yu's capabilities, she could effortlessly defeat a soul master and suppress the spirit hall. To label him a paper tiger? Such folly. The three ladies observed the self-assured Tang San in the arena, their gazes turning increasingly strange, sensing that he was unwittingly marching toward his own demise. They eagerly anticipated witnessing his despair upon discovering Luo Yu's true power. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the vicinity of Shrek Academy, shattering the atmosphere and capturing everyone's attention. Four figures swiftly descended from the distance, arriving at the village entrance in the blink of an eye. The first to arrive was a robust man in his 50s, his brow furrowed, with broad shoulders resembling fortress walls, his coat failing to conceal the muscle forged like steel beneath. Following closely were three others, a handsome youth clad in gray with captivating peach blossom eyes, a stout boy sporting a red mohawk, and a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and piercing eyes, his face marred by bruises and bloodstains. The elder in charge of Shrek Academy's admissions brightened upon seeing the burly man and hurried over. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" The sturdy figure, frowning, inquired. What was that blinding light and the sound of explosions at the village entrance? "I thought there was trouble, so I rushed over." The elder pointed towards Luo Yu, explaining. "It was not a disturbance. During the testing of this young man, our assessment crystal shattered." "What?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his companions' eyes widening in shock. They gazed at Luo Yu with astonishment, particularly Dai Mubai, whose pupils constricted upon recognizing him. How could this calamity come here? He instinctively took a step back, still feeling the lingering pain on his face. "What troubles you, Mubai?" Zhao Wujie asked, turning back. "And nothing. I was merely startled to hear someone shattered the crystal." Dai Mubai stammered, unwilling to reveal his acquaintance with Luo Yu. Having already witnessed his prowess the previous night, he dared not boast of being defeated. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to question Luo Yu, the elder leaned close and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Wujie paused, then began to scrutinize Luo Yu and Tang San, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke. "Since you all have come to apply to Shrek, there is no need for disputes over trivial matters. I hereby officially declare that you have all passed the preliminary test and may proceed with me to the next stage of evaluation." "Wait," Tang San interjected suddenly, pointing at Luo Yu. "Teacher, if this fellow's soul power is merely a result of drug enhancement, he cannot be considered a genuine contender for Shrek." Zhao Wujie frowned and turned to Luo Yu. "To shatter the testing crystal, your soul power must be over level 40, correct?" Luo Yu nodded. "Indeed. How did you accomplish that?" Zhao Wujie felt a profound shock within, struggling to believe it. Luo Yu shrugged, pouting slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, and smiled. "After all, I have never taken any drugs. Who would believe that?" Tang San scoffed, firmly disbelieving. Zhao Wujie's eyes flickered, and he inquired, "May I examine your body for confirmation? Do you doubt me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Ahem." Zhao Wujie displayed a hint of awkwardness. "It's not that I doubt you. It's simply that your soul power is extraordinarily remarkable, leaving me somewhat uncertain." Luo Yu shook his head and nonchalantly replied, "I cannot allow you to investigate. If you choose to believe, then believe. If not, so be it." Zhao Wujie's expression shifted. His initial doubts began to waver, and uncertainty flickered in his gaze. Tang San scoffed, saying, "If you refuse any form of inquiry, it must be that you fear exposure." He turned to Zhao Wujie, clasped his hands, and proposed, "Teacher Zhao, since he is unwilling to permit an investigation, let us not dwell on that. Instead, why not witness a battle that will unequivocally demonstrate an individual's prowess? With so many witnesses present, it is unlikely he can hide any shortcomings." A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips. Everything was unfolding according to his design. Today, he intended to showcase before everyone who the true prodigy was. A soul master of over level 40 being defeated by a soul master barely in their 20s. How would he ever show his face again? Most importantly, this would likely ensure that Xiao Wu would no longer regard this individual favorably. It was a flawless plan, seamlessly crafted. Tang San was confident that, regardless of whether this opponent had relied on drugs to ascend to soul master status, he would be no match for him. Today was destined to end in his favor. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong declines Tang San's challenge. The group battle commences. Luo Yu faces 4 opponents. Zhao Wuji pondered Tang San's suggestion, his eyes flickering with contemplation. From his perspective, he wished to avoid discord among his 2 brilliant students. With so many onlookers present, regardless of the outcome, the defeated party would not feel at ease, thus fostering resentment detrimental to the unity of the academy. However, observing Tang San's fervent determination, it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, Zhao Wuji was keen to ascertain whether Luo Yu, at level 40, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Suddenly, he conceived a compromise. The new students could be divided into 2 teams for a contest. This way, regardless of which side faced defeat, it would be framed as a collective failure, minimizing the personal humiliation of individual losses. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Luo Yu. What is your opinion on the suggestion of a practical match? Luo Yu shrugged indifferently, revealing that he was somewhat troubled by the urgency of another's desire for confrontation. The stubborn individual would soon come to understand the unfolding situation. Tang San's eyes glinted with coldness, a smirk playing on his lips. He possessed a multitude of hidden cards and had never regarded Luo Yu's strength with any seriousness. Silence. Zhao Wuji bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Since there are no objections, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, it shall not be a private duel among you, but rather a contest where each of you leads a team into battle. This is for your benefit, as future Soul Master competitions will require teamwork rather than solitary combat. He summoned the elder responsible for recruitment and inquired, how many candidates meet our admission criteria today? The elder gestured towards the Zhu sisters. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. Is it just the 2 of them? The elder sighed, I have yet to complete all the assessments. Then expedite the process. I need to form the teams. Zhao Wuji glared. He produced a new testing crystal ball and swiftly assessed the remaining candidates. The outcome revealed that only a scant few met the standards, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu being the only additional participants. One was at level 27, the other at 29, sparking a minor commotion. The other parents and rejected children, bearing the weight of disappointment, did not leave immediately but lingered to observe, aware that the excitement was about to commence. A spacious area had been cleared at the entrance of Shrek village, with onlookers retreating to the sides, all eyes fixed on the arena. Zhao Wuji presided over the proceedings, stating, this year, precisely 6 individuals meet the criteria. Luo Cc and Tang San, you may each select 2 individuals to serve as your teammates for a 3v3 match. Not a problem, Tang San replied swiftly, rubbing his hands together, already eager to engage in the fray. Luo Yu nodded slowly, remaining silent as he cast a cold gaze upon Tang San. Zhao Wuji remarked, very well, you may form your own groups. Before any selections could be made, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun stepped directly to Luo Yu's side, clearly declaring their allegiance. Xiao glanced at Tang San and whispered, Brother San, this doesn't seem right. Can we avoid fighting? It would be detrimental to our camaraderie. Tang San shook his head. Why should we refrain from a confrontation? Watch closely as I expose this person's true strength and reveal his true nature. Xiao sighed, unable to argue further. Then let us keep it light. After all, we will be classmates in the future. Tang San smirked coldly. That depends on whether his strength qualifies him to be my classmate. He turned eagerly to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, since we've divided into groups, shall we commence? Just as Zhao Wuji was about to nod, a voice interrupted him. Wait, I haven't declared my group yet. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San with disdain, pouting, don't get ahead of yourself. I never said I would join you. Without further ado, she strode over to stand beside Luo Yu. I wish to be in his group. Seeing Ning Rongrong's dismissive expression and her hurried retreat towards Luo Yu, Tang San's countenance soured, akin to having swallowed a dead fly, his fists clenched tightly. Zhao Wuji found himself in a difficult position. He glanced at the 3 beauties beside Luo Yu. One of you, come over here. No. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, along with Ning Rongrong, rejected in unison without the slightest hesitation. This scene only intensified Tang San's frustration. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered the arena. His eyes fixated on the 3 beauties beside Luo Yu, his innate desires igniting as he was captivated by their beauty. Teacher Zhao, why not let me and Daimo Bai join Tang San's side? It would make it an even 4 against 4. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Nonsense. You have all been enrolled for a year. Why meddle with newcomers? Ma Hongjuan's gaze remained glued to Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, his eyes shimmering with peculiar light. But Teacher Zhao, just look at the strength of those on the opposite side. They are no pushovers. Zhao Wuji hesitated. Rest assured, Dai Bai, and I will exercise restraint. I wouldn't dream of harming these lovely junior sisters. Ma Hongjun approached Tang San, casting a puzzled look at Dai Bai, who had remained inactive at a distance, and called out, Dai Bai, why are you still over there? Dai Bai was drenched in cold sweat, nearly cursing Ma Hongjun under his breath. You fool. Don't drag me into this. He lacked the courage to provoke the formidable Luo Yu. He forced a smile, which appeared more like a grimace. You go ahead. I'll sit this one out. My stomach's a bit unsettled today. Ma Hongjun hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, Dai Bai, aren't you usually eager at the sight of women? Just look at those stunning twin sisters across from us. Don't you have any thoughts? I'd rather think about your mother. The mention of that subject stirred up Dai Bai's inner turmoil. It was a sore spot for him. While he thought this, he maintained a facade. After all, one doesn't eagerly disclose being cuckolded, and he feared Luo Yu to his core, refraining from provocation. Clutching his stomach, he frowned. I genuinely can't fight today. I get stomach issues whenever I engage in combat. Ma Hongjun found it odd, typically, upon hearing of beautiful women. Dai Bai would spring to action, regardless of any ailment. What was happening today? Ultimately, Dai Bai managed to excuse himself under the pretext of needing to relieve himself. Leaving only 8 individuals in the arena, standing in 2 lines, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Oscar on one side. Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Yun, and Ning Rongrong stood amidst the tension, as the audience remained unable to discern the victor of the impending clash. Dai Bai caressed his face, a sense of comfort washing over him, for at last, he had someone to share in the pain. With Zhao Wujia's declaration to commence, the atmosphere within the arena became electrified, resonating with explosive sounds and a kaleidoscope of colors. The fiery phoenix soared through the air. As Ma Hongjun was enveloped in a scorching red blaze, the malevolent flames swirling around him, his eyes glinting with mischief, exuding an unmatched aura of power that charred the ground beneath. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu radiated a soft pink glow, embodying the enchanting charm of a delicate rabbit. Oscar conjured several auxiliary sausages, distributing them among the trio. Tang San's aura surged, his hands transforming into ethereal jade, as blue-silver vines manifested like phantoms. His eyes, ignited by the purple extreme demon eyes, flashed with a defiant brilliance, surveying the arena with an air of confidence. Just as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their martial spirits, Luo Yu interjected with a raised hand, halting them. The sisters gazed at Luo Yu in astonishment, their expressions filled with confusion. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Luo Yu twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes to observe the 4 formidable opponents ahead, and calmly stated, You 3 step back. Allow me to engage them alone. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment, incredulous at Luo Yu's audacity. What? Is he really going to take on 4 opponents? Is he out of his mind? Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat dazed, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun were initially taken aback. Soon after, they glared at Luo Yu with immense fury. You underestimate us far too much. You're courting death. Boom. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Tomorrow, the exquisite and brutal defeat of Tang San will commence. The updates will accelerate starting from the Qiming Festival. As a gesture of gratitude for the brothers' support, the pacing will quicken, as this segment serves to justify the beating of Tang San. If he isn't sufficiently detestable, how can Xiao Wu develop a disdain for him, only to eventually fall for the protagonist? Any issues? Please forgive me. Love you all. I would like to emphasize that updates will commence every night in the late hours. Chapter 73. Crushing the evil fire phoenix with a violent slap. Is defeat imminent? The disdainful demeanor of Luo Yu ignited the simmering anger within Tang San and his companions. A thunderous roar erupted instantaneously, causing the eardrums of the surrounding spectators to tremble. An explosion of fiery brilliance surged skyward from the open ground at the village entrance, accompanied by a rapid rise in temperature. Ma Hongjun, exuding an impressive aura, was the first to stride forth from beside Tang San and Oscar. His small eyes glinted with uncontrollable fury as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Yu, while flames took the form of phoenix feathers, cascading from his back and enveloped in a blazing orange inferno. His tone was chillingly cold. What qualifications do you possess to dream of confronting the 4 of us? It is utterly laughable. You 3 may merely spectate. Allow me the honor of teaching this brat a lesson. Though slightly stout in stature, his speed was astonishing. With a piercing shriek, he unleashed a torrent of malevolent flames that surged toward Luo Yu, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The air itself was saturated with the acrid scent of scorching. Even from a distance, the audience could feel a searing wave of heat wash over them, making it difficult to breathe. Their hearts raced in awe. Indeed, Shrek's students were extraordinary, undeniably possessing the capability to challenge those beyond their level. At this moment, Ma Hongjun advanced with formidable momentum, wielding an infinite inferno as his weapon. Luo Yu stood still, his eyelids not even flickering, unwavering and unflinching. This prompted gasps of astonishment from the audience. Could it be that this fellow was paralyzed by fear? If he did not summon his martial spirit soon, it would be too late. Ma Hongjun, observing Luo Yu's reaction from the air, could not suppress a cold smirk within. His evil fire phoenix was no mere trifle of a martial spirit. Those who dared to underestimate him would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Was the soul sect truly formidable? Which genius could not challenge those above their level? With a swift motion, Ma Hongjun closed the distance, his palm transforming into the talon of a phoenix, radiating a sharp, icy glow, accompanied by a searing wave of fiery brilliance, as he ruthlessly struck toward Luo Yu's throat. He could almost envision the scene of his opponent faltering under his contempt, a smug, sinister smile involuntarily gracing his lips. His eagerness to charge forward was not to assist Tang San, but rather to vanquish Luo Yu, with the tantalizing possibility of winning the favor of the three exquisite beauties by his side. Yet, fantasies are but illusions, and just as Ma Hongjun approached, the moment of truth awaited. Luo Yu stirred. In the face of that fierce onslaught and the explosive flames, he did not even summon his martial soul. He simply raised one arm, reaching out with his hand to grasp the opponent's claw directly. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a powerful wave surged forth. The scene seemed to momentarily freeze. The entire arena was in shock, a multitude of astonished eyes fixated on the spectacle before them. He caught it just like that? Without even summoning his martial soul? Such a terrifying attack was effortlessly blocked by mere flesh. While others were astounded, only Dai Mu Bai wore an expression of disbelief. Ma Hongjun's pupils constricted, his face a mask of incredulity. His invincible phoenix iron claw was firmly ensnared by a broad hand, like a vice grip. The phoenix evil fire that enveloped him continuously scorched the man's palm, yet it failed to leave even a trace of injury. How could this be possible? Gazing into the man's deep, dark eyes, Ma Hongjun's heart sank abruptly. A chill ran down his spine, a wave of coldness surging upward. Luo Yu slowly shook his head and remarked, "Though your voice is quite loud, is your strength truly at this level?" Ma Hongjun's flame surged as his soul power surged, desperately struggling to escape Luo Yu's grasp. Luo Yu furrowed his brow and let out a disdainful huff. "Do not move." With a crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as the phoenix claw twisted, contorting his fingers into grotesque shapes. The connection between heart and hand was severed, causing Ma Hongjun's complexion to pale as he emitted a piercing scream. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" With a thunderous roar, Ma Hongjun lost all composure, desperately attempting to flee as his second soul ring began to spin and rise. Soul skill, blazing phoenix. Flames enveloped him, amplifying his power by 30%. Yet, beneath the surging flames, Luo Yu not only stood his ground but wore a look of serene satisfaction, with a playful twist of his lips. He uttered words that plunged Ma Hongjun into despair. "Let me share a secret. I am not afraid of fire." "I don't believe it." Ma Hongjun shook his head fervently, convinced that his hellfire was of such an extreme nature that no one could possibly disregard its intensity. He invoked his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. In a frantic moment, he summoned his first soul ring, opening his mouth wide as a solid beam of purple-black flame erupted forth, hurtling towards Luo Yu's head with the swiftness of a gale. Given the proximity, a mere mortal would have had no time to react. However, a cold smile graced Luo Yu's lips as he raised his palm, moving with the speed of lightning to intercept the fiery beam, blocking it with his bare hands and sending it hurtling back. With a sharp clap, his palm struck Ma Hongjun's face, forcing all the flames back into his own mouth. While his fingers clung tightly to the contours of Ma Hongjun's face, refusing to relent, Luo Yu towered over him by more than a head, effortlessly seizing his face and lifting him up, despite his frantic attempts to kick and break free. This scene unfolded in mere moments, and when the audience finally processed what had transpired, they could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Luo Yu. This single act was utterly chilling. Zhao Wuji was rendered speechless by the shock. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of his own strength. How could he have been dispatched so swiftly? It had barely been 3 seconds. Most alarmingly, Luo Yu had yet to unleash his martial soul. This was terrifying. What manner of power did this individual possess? Release him at once. Tang San's voice boomed from the side, causing Luo Yu's gaze to sharpen instantly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as purple-black-blue-silver vines erupted from the ground, their thick tendrils adorned with peculiar barbs, ensnaring his body from all directions and sealing off his escape. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San and Xiao Wu conjured a tempest of swirling energy, their forms a blur as they converged from either side, launching a dual assault against Luo Yu. Luo Yu remained unruffled, his expression resolute. With a swift motion of one arm, he hurled Ma Hongjun like a concealed weapon, propelling him directly towards Tang San in an attempt to delay him. Unexpectedly, Tang San chose not to catch Ma Hongjun. Instead, he deftly evaded, allowing Ma Hongjun to skid along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he was sent flying. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he maintained his speed, charging straight at Luo Yu. TSK. You disregard the safety of your teammate just to contend with me? Luo Yu's face bore a sardonic expression. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke with fierce determination. Such a useless person will only hinder our progress. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Even if you displayed some skill just now, today you shall witness my true strength. Xiao Wu, unleash your second soul skill, bewitchment. With a thunderous sound, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye emitted a deep violet glow. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes radiated a captivating pink light. The two mental assaults, swift as lightning, struck Luo Yu directly. Luo Yu's movements momentarily faltered as the surrounding blue-silver vines swiftly ensnared his body, binding him tightly and restraining his joints. The thorns on the vines simultaneously released a toxin that paralyzed his nerves. Xiao Wu, like a nimble rabbit, had already darted forward. With a graceful leap into the air, she seized the moment, her delicate legs clad in pink stockings spinning elegantly. Ultimately, her long legs coiled and intertwined, firmly locking around Luo Yu's neck. With mental attacks from the front, the blue-silver vines restraining his lower joints, and Xiao Wu's alluring legs constricting his throat, he was utterly immobilized. Luo Yu appeared to be utterly subdued, rendered helpless and at the mercy of others. Now you find yourself incapable of moving, do you? Engaging in a 1-against-4, do you possess the qualifications for such a challenge? Tang San's lips curled into a bright, mocking smirk, exuding the countenance of a victor. His hands, suffused with the hue of mysterious jade, clenched tightly into fists as he launched a ferocious strike aimed directly at Luo Yu's chest, intent on concluding the battle with a single blow. In a previous moment, Luo Yu had overwhelmed Ma Hongjun, yet in the next instant, he found himself ensnared, facing the devastating onslaught of Tang San, poised for a tragic defeat. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the sidelines. Zhao Wujin shook his head repeatedly. This lad possesses considerable strength, yet he has ultimately succumbed to hubris. Now, being so thoroughly restrained, the outcome of the battle appears inevitable, set to conclude in mere moments. It must be said, Tang San has demonstrated remarkable timing in controlling the battlefield. He is indeed a promising talent. Zhao Wujin was already preparing to extend a hand to Luo Yu. Ningrongrong, with anxious eyes, pouted her lips and stomped her feet in distress, gazing at Luo Yu with a look of reproach, lamenting that had she known it, he should not have been so overconfident. It was far too reckless. Just as she was about to offer her assistance, she was halted by the simultaneous grip of Zhu Zhuqing and her sister on her shoulders. Do you not see he is trapped? We should lend our aid. Zhu Yun exclaimed. What is the hurry? Let us watch. Our master is not so easily vanquished. What? Ningrongrong turned her gaze back to the arena. As she watched Luo Yu, bound and helpless, on the verge of being struck in the chest by Tang San's fist, she gasped in horror. The hazy depths of Luo Yu's eyes abruptly regained clarity, his gaze radiating an ethereal brilliance, while the corners of his lips curled into a flawless arc. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, heralding an unforeseen transformation. The enchanting Xiao Wu, who had been tightly embracing Luo Yu, felt her captivating eyes narrow, her legs growing numb, and her delicate frame began to tremble. The pace quickened, at least 4 updates today. Let us begin with the first. Xiao Wu is undoubtedly ours. Chapter 74. The overwhelming suppression of Tang Sect's ultimate techniques. Tang San faces crushing defeat. Xiao Wu, with her long, exquisitely clad legs resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, tightened her grip around Luo Yu's neck, asserting control over his body and leaving him with no chance to resist. At the moment the dragon's roar resonated, a flicker of horror crossed Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes. Her body quivered uncontrollably, instinctively reacting as her long legs stiffened, rendered immobile. The sudden, overwhelming dragon pressure emanating from Liu rendered her body weak and tingling. As if countless currents surged through her, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. Inside, Xiao Wu was engulfed in a tumult of panic, questioning what kind of martial spirit the man possessed to evoke such a profound reaction in her. Her legs trembled incessantly, as though she had momentarily lost control over her own body. Her limbs felt weak, her movements resembling that of a playful child clinging to Luo Yu, utterly devoid of any lethality. Just as Xiao Wu was momentarily dazed, Tang San had already summoned the Xian Yu hand, launching a fierce punch towards his opponent. As the purple-black vines enveloping Luo Yu burst forth with a dazzling kaleidoscope of light, a gentle crimson aura of vitality enveloped the arena, culminating in a thunderous explosion. All the purple-black vines shattered into countless pieces, scattering debris in every direction. A fist, imbued with surging vitality and encircled by 9 radiant hues, was suddenly thrust forward, directly confronting the advancing Tang San. With a resounding impact, Tang San was met with an unexpected force, his expression morphing into one of utter astonishment. In the next instant, he felt the overwhelming power emanating from the fist, propelling him away like a projectile, his eyes wide in disbelief as he soared through the air. Tang San had believed victory was assured, never anticipating that Luo Yu could instantly break free from his bindings. The combined mental assault from him and Xiao Wu, alongside the entangling abilities of the blue-silver grass and Xiao Wu's locking technique, should have made controlling a single individual a simple task. Yet, the control felt as fragile as paper before the man, utterly ineffective. With a crash, Tang San was sent flying several dozen meters, stumbling backward for several paces before barely regaining his balance, his long robe torn to shreds by the residual force. He suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat and lowered his gaze to his hands, noting the white marks etched into his fists. Tang San's gaze narrowed. His years of arduous training had rendered his Xian Yu hand impervious and immensely sturdy, yet it had nearly been shattered by this individual. What kind of martial soul possessed such extraordinary amplification? At that moment, Luo Yu stood as the undeniable focal point of attention, bathed in the gaze of numerous spectators. A majestic 9-colored dragon silhouette materialized behind him, vitality surging forth with formidable presence. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, each person speculating about the nature of Luo Yu's martial soul. Those present with beast martial souls, including Zhao Wujie, felt the oppressive aura emanating from his bloodline. Zhu Yun gazed at Luo Yu with rapt admiration, captivated by his dominance and strength. She tugged at Ning Rongrong's skirt and remarked, "See? I told you. Our master does not need our assistance. Whatever he decides, we shall simply follow." Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded, though her attention remained fixated on Luo Yu. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as her thoughts spiraled in delight. Within the arena, having just sent Tang San flying, Luo Yu's gaze flickered as he swiftly grasped Xiao Wu's ankle. "Come down," he commanded. The immense force jolted Xiao Wu, her form swaying as she struggled to maintain her grip around Luo Yu's neck. Gritting her teeth, she fought to regain control of her numbed body, her legs surging with strength. "First soul skill, waist bow," she declared. Yet, no matter how Xiao Wu channeled her soul power or exerted her legs, Luo Yu remained steadfast, as immovable as iron, firmly anchored to the ground, unaffected by any external force. Xiao Wu's face paled gradually. This was the first time her waist bow had failed her. With a delicate cry, she found herself being pulled down by Luo Yu, who seized her around the waist, suppressing her soul power and playfully swatting her round posterior. "Let me go?" Xiao Wu protested, flailing her arms in an attempt to strike Luo Yu, but her efforts were akin to a mere tickle against him, utterly ineffectual. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a series of slaps, showing no mercy, striking Xiao Wu's backside until it felt numb. "What business do you have meddling in a man's battle? You deserve to be punished." Xiao Wu, blushing fiercely, felt as though her dignity had been utterly tarnished before the crowd. She yearned to resist, yet found herself utterly powerless, for the overwhelming aura of the man left her increasingly dazed. The dragon god's martial soul inherently possesses a suppressive power over soul beasts. "Release Xiao Wu at once." Tang San's roar echoed from a distance. Luo Yu halted, having just delivered a playful smack to his own backside, and raised his gaze. "What's the matter? Does your hand no longer ache?" Tang San's eyes were filled with a crimson hue of discontent. "I warn you, do not lay a finger on my Xiao Wu. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it." "What? Your Xiao Wu?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, delivered another resounding slap to Xiao Wu's rear, remarking, "It seems she has little to do with you." Tang San's eyes narrowed, his breath turning perilously ominous. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a thunderous roar, Tang San gathered his strength beneath him and launched forward. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed, and she spoke softly, "I shall deal with this fellow first before addressing you, young lady. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Why should I hesitate to strike you?" Xiao Wu retorted in a sulky tone, her bottom already numbed from the blows she had received. Luo Yu shook his head, refraining from an immediate explanation, as Tang San was about to approach. He hurled Xiao Wu towards Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, directing, "Zhuqing, ensure that this girl is kept under control and does not run amok." Luo Yu and Tang San swiftly engaged in combat. The arena reverberated with incessant roars. The ground fractured repeatedly, exuding an astonishing aura. It was evident that the upheaval was far beyond what two low-ranking soul masters could generate. With each strike from Luo Yu, Tang San evaded with an almost ethereal grace, deftly avoiding the attacks while simultaneously tracing enigmatic patterns with his hands, utilizing the force of his opponent against him. As Tang San grew increasingly confident, he coldly remarked, "You won't be able to maintain this arrogance for long. I possess the ghostly shadow escape to evade your attacks. And with the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, I can divert your strength effortlessly. My skills far exceed yours. What can your brute force accomplish against me? You cannot touch me, and if this continues, your defeat is inevitable." "Huh, you think I take this lightly? It seems that after not being struck for a while, you've begun to believe in your own prowess." Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, and as he moved, a sudden surge of white mist enveloped the area, within which appeared a radiant moon rising, conjuring a series of ethereal illusions within the arena. The divine footwork known as the fairy breeze gazing at the moon was unleashed. Initially, Tang San had the advantage in speed, deftly evading attacks with ease. However, in an instant, Luo Yu surpassed him, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered by Luo Yu's attacking trajectory. The Tang sect's ultimate technique, ghostly shadow evasion, was swiftly rendered ineffective, and Tang San found himself at a disadvantage. In astonishment, Tang San exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you keep up with my Tang sect techniques? Here, your Tang sect skills are worthless." Luo Yu's gaze was piercing and formidable as he seized upon a moment of vulnerability from Tang San. The dragon god martial spirit enveloped him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, the explosive power resonating deeply within the soul. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a punch of immense strength and weight, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, utilizing a feather's touch to move 1,000 pounds? What of it? Witness as I shatter myriad techniques with sheer force. Boom. Luo Yu's punch struck with the ferocity of a tempest, rendering Tang San's attempts to mitigate its force utterly futile. The blow landed squarely upon his chest. With a resounding thud, Tang San was sent reeling, spitting blood into the air, his complexion paling to that of a withered leaf. Like a tattered rag, he was propelled backward. Chapter 75, The Frightened Shrek Talents by Luo Yu. Third update. Crash. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu stood tall in the very spot where Tang San had previously occupied. His robust physique was bathed in a resplendent nine-colored light, and the vigorous force of his blood and energy continued to surge around him. He slowly withdrew his fists, his gaze calm. He cast a slight shake of his head towards Tang San, who lay sprawled on the ground, a hint of disinterest evident in his demeanor. Why seek trouble when one can live modestly? To be candid, with your abilities, engaging in battle offers little sense of achievement. Upon hearing these words, Tang San trembled violently. His dazed eyes first glanced at Luo Yu, then fell to his own hands. He shook his head repeatedly, his breath quickening, his voice quivering. Impossible, it cannot be. How could the formidable techniques of the Tang sect be defeated? The Xiantian skill faltered, his soul power level crushed by his adversary. The ghost shadow perplexing steps failed him, unable to keep pace with his opponent's movements. The controlling crane catching dragon technique collapsed, its principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect completely shattered by a single punch. For the first time, the invincible techniques of the Tang sect faced utter defeat, throwing Tang San's mindset into disarray. He appeared almost deranged, voicing his bewilderment incessantly. Having traversed through time equipped with the Tang sect's unmatched skills and possessing an innate full soul power, Tang San was filled with confidence. Although he seldom voiced it, he firmly believed himself to be unrivaled among his peers. Thus, he carried an inherent air of superiority, feeling the chill of isolation at great heights. The woman he secretly admired was not to be touched by others. As Luo Yu appeared, engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiao Wu, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Xiao Wu had never been this close to another man before. Even with him, despite addressing him as third brother, she maintained a certain distance, refusing even to hold his hand, fearing that Xiao Wu might drift away from him. Tang San's possessiveness surged, feeling as if something precious to him was being coveted by another, filling him with disdain for Luo Yu. The mention of the benefactor Xiao Wu spoke of ignited a fierce jealousy within him, wishing fervently that he would never appear again. His first instinct was to deem Luo Yu unworthy. Was his appearance superior to his own? Did he possess greater strength or talent? What could he possibly compare to him? Merely a fool. He believed that showcasing his own prowess would swiftly dispatch such a contemptible man. Yet, this man he looked down upon exhibited astonishing talent, effortlessly defeating him and dismantling the invincible techniques of the Tang sect. This left Tang San's heart reeling, struggling to accept the reality. At that moment, Ma Hongjun lay collapsed by the village fence, his once mischievous eyes now filled with awe. Even his audacious nature was quelled. No longer daring to covet Luo Yu's women. His fingers were twisted and deformed, yet he felt no hatred. He was not foolish. The opponent had overwhelmed him without even unleashing his martial spirit. What tremendous power that must be. How could one provoke such an ancestral powerhouse? Noticing Luo Yu's gaze sweep towards him, Ma Hongjun trembled, quickly hunching his body and retracting his neck. Oscar stood forlornly in the arena, clutching 2 sausages. His legs unsteady and his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Out of 4 attackers, 3 had been dispatched in an instant. The situation was dire, leaving him at a loss for words. When Luo Yu's indifferent gaze turned towards him, Oscar's body quivered. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, extending his hands forward. Big brother, no. My lord, would you care for a sausage? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo Yu's lips twitched, pondering the species of this peculiar creature. The onlooking parents and children gaped in astonishment, nearly losing their balance. Was this truly the aloof genius they had envisioned? In their minds, the students of Shrek Academy were exalted beings, akin to mythical monsters. Particularly, as their own children faced elimination, their reverence and yearning for Shrek deepened. Yet now, what had they witnessed? It turned out that so-called geniuses could also exhibit fear and trepidation. How formidable must this young individual, who instilled such dread in them, truly be? In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Luo Yu's image instantaneously transformed into one of grandeur and enigma. Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. It was not merely the audience that was astonished, but he himself could scarcely fathom that 2 youths of such tender age could execute such remarkable feats. Particularly, his gaze towards Luo Yu burned with fervor, akin to that of one beholding a rare treasure. As for Tang San, while he too was commendable, he paled in comparison. One wielded the blue-silver grass, while the other commanded a dragon-type martial spirit that sent tremors through his very essence. After the battle concluded, one stood unscathed, while the other lay bloodied on the ground. It was a choice so obvious that even a fool would discern which option to select. Zhao Wujie's complexion flushed with excitement. Shrek had truly stumbled upon a gem. He wanted him, needed him, desired him. At that moment, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of exhilaration intertwined with a hint of anxiety. He was eager to recruit Luo Yu into the academy, fearing that any delay might result in this remarkable talent reconsidering his decision. Chapter 76. A bamboo stick shatters the hidden weapons, strangling the neck and crushing Tang San. The black-robed figure strikes. Zhao Wujie hastened into the arena, his voice resonating. Since the battle has concluded, I hereby declare the entrance examination at an end. You are all accepted. However, an incongruous voice interrupted him. Zhao Wujie turned, visibly displeased. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had risen from the ground, his face etched with intense resentment, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared fiercely, No, it is not over yet. I have not been defeated. And I still possess the Tang sect's most powerful hidden weapon. Zhao Wujie urged, Classmate Tang, why not let today's battle be forgotten? But Tang San's gaze was resolute, his conviction unyielding. I will not yield. The Tang sect's ultimate techniques will not falter. He pointed an accusing finger at Luo Yu, his voice frigid. Today, I shall certainly bring you down. Luo Yu, feeling a pang of impatience, thought to himself, this is truly relentless. He met Tang San's gaze and advised, give up. You cannot win. Instantly, Tang San's heart was pierced with anguish, as though a myriad of needles had struck him, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. Dare you say that again? With a thunderous roar, Tang San unleashed his soul power, and stout, purplish-black vines erupted from the ground, resembling a multitude of venomous serpents, encircling Luo Yu from all angles. Luo Yu furrowed his brow in irritation, not just at you, but at your so-called Tang sect's ultimate skills, which are hardly impressive. Ignorance. Soon you will be unable to utter such words. The greatest strength of my Tang sect lies in our hidden weapons. Tang San, with a cold smirk, fully activated his ghost shadow perplexing track, his hands of profound jade reaching their utmost potential. With a flick of his wrist, 10 fingers danced, unleashing 10 beams of chilling light, each following a different trajectory, swift as a phantom, aimed at the vital points of Luo Yu's body. Simultaneously, the blue-silver vines coiled around him, forming a cage-like encirclement that sealed off all avenues of escape. Yet, this was not the end. Tang San's soul power erupted once more. In a swift maneuver, he released 64 piercing steel needles, their tips glimmering with a sinister purple sheen, infused with the deadly poison of the mandala snake. With fluid precision, Tang San wielded his hidden weapons, confidence restored, his mocking laughter ringing out. Aren't you quick? Let's see how you evade this. The spectators around him felt a chill run down their spines. These techniques were exceedingly ruthless, presenting a certain death scenario. Be careful. The Zhu siblings cried out, initially unperturbed, but the icy glimmer radiated a terrifying intent that was genuinely alarming. Third brother, what are you trying to accomplish? Xiao questioned, perplexed, her delicate brows knitting together. It was evident to her that Luo Yu had been holding back, while Tang San remained relentlessly aggressive. Within the arena, the thick, ghostly vines erupted from the ground like 1,000 serpents dancing, sealing off all paths for Luo Yu. Dozens of icy beams, saturated with venom, locked onto his vital points, raining down in overwhelming numbers. In the face of such a lethal trap, Luo Yu suddenly smiled. Hidden weapons, tools of treachery, mere trifles. To speak frankly, your hidden weapons are nothing but trash. Huh, how amusing. Wait until you utter such words again, Tang San retorted, suddenly lowering his head. With a sharp crack, a 7-inch long crossbow bolt shot forth from his back, its attack imminent, carrying an oppressive aura of death. Luo Yu shook his head, and with a flash of light in his hand, a slender bamboo skewer, over a meter long, materialized. Huh? The crowd was bewildered, failing to comprehend Luo Yu's intention in wielding such an object at this moment. You intend to use that to deflect my hidden weapon? Tang San laughed outright, a smirk of disdain crossing his lips. Luo Yu raised his head high, his eyes bursting with brilliance. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded a bamboo stick, swift as the wind, tracing enigmatic trajectories in the air. Whirlwind sword technique. With a resounding boom, a tempest erupted in the open space. Shadows of swords densely filling the surroundings, swirling countless currents of air. Cold beams of light intermingled with the sword shadows, creating a spectacle from every conceivable angle, as if thousands of strikes were unleashed simultaneously. The thick azure silver vines were effortlessly shattered, as though they were mere vegetables being chopped. All incoming cold light and poisonous shadows were repelled and severed. Ultimately, even a 7-foot crossbow bolt was cleaved in half by the sword aura emanating from the bamboo stick. In an instant, all threats had been neutralized. As the wind dissipated and the sword aura concealed itself, Luo Yu stood calmly, holding the bamboo stick, his long hair flowing like a celestial swordsman. He remained steady on the ground, not having moved an inch. The crowd around him gasped in astonishment, some stuttering in disbelief. He blocked it. He managed to fend off so many hidden weapons with just a bamboo stick. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes shimmering with awe. Even Xiaowu, with her mouth slightly agape, could hardly believe that the third brother, renowned for his expertise in hidden weapons, had effortlessly dismantled them with a mere flick of his hand. Zhao Wuji's mind was in a state of bewilderment. What kind of divine being is this? Is he truly here to join Shrek? Does our Shrek possess such prowess? The bamboo stick in Luo Yu's hand ultimately proved inadequate to withstand the immense burden of the divine technique, shattering with a resounding crash. This sound echoed within Tang San's heart as if it had detonated there, ruthlessly obliterating all his pride. This was far more agonizing than death itself. Every scornful remark he had uttered previously tore at his soul, making him feel as though the gazes around him regarded him as nothing more than a jester. Gritting his teeth, filled with reluctance, Tang San squeezed the words from between his clenched jaws. I concede. Luo Yu let out a disdainful laugh, a glimmer of icy disdain flashing across his brow. How absurd. After all that pretense, you declare it over just like that, truly believing yourself to be a saint? Now, it is my turn, isn't it? As Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, a tremendous roar erupted, akin to that of a ferocious beast, unleashing a torrent of power in a violent explosion. What do you intend to do? Tang San inquired, his eyes wide with fear. I shall obliterate you. A sinister and brutal glint appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. In the next instant, he flashed before Tang San, lifting his leg to unleash a sonic boom that struck directly at his abdomen, sending Tang San soaring diagonally into the air with a single kick. With a gasp, Tang San coughed up fresh blood, his eyes bulging in shock as he was about to make a move. Luo Yu charged forward, leaping high into the air, delivering another kick aimed at his chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated as Tang San let out a painful wail, sent crashing to the ground by Luo Yu's forceful descent. Thud! Dust erupted into the air as Luo Yu's foot landed on Tang San, sending a shockwave through the surrounding spectators. Fearsome, utterly fearsome, Luo Yu withdrew his foot from Tang San's chest, lowering his gaze and curling the corners of his lips into a smirk. I possess a rather amiable temperament and harbor no inclination for violence. However, that does not imply I hold any fondness for the incessant buzzing of flies. Should you wish to perish, I shall oblige you. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoosh! Luo Yu grasped Tang San's neck with a firm grip, lifting him effortlessly. His muscular arm tensed, and with a sudden force, he brought it crashing down. Boom! Luo Yu's palm, along with Tang San's head, was thrust deep into the earth. A profound silence enveloped the arena as everyone came to the realization that this individual was not only immensely powerful but also a ruthless character capable of killing with a mere jest. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the air thickened as if time itself had paused. A ferocious aura surged from the distance, heralded by the approach of a figure cloaked in black, exuding a murderous intent that seemed capable of annihilating the world. Who dares to harm my son? I shall have your life. Chapter 77. Suppressing Tang Hao. The elegant woman appears. Xiao Wu is astounded. The roar resonated with unbridled fury. A massive hammer, adorned with black and red patterns, abruptly manifested behind the shadowy figure. The hammer crackled with explosive energy, expanding in the wind to become a colossal entity, heavy as a mountain. Release my son. The cloaked figure appeared in an instant, the enormous hammer carrying with it a cataclysmic force, sending ripples through the air as if it were imbued with the weight of 1,000 tons, hurtling towards Luo Yu with lethal intent. Those surrounding him felt an immediate chill of terror. Merely sensing the aftermath of the hammer's approach sent shivers down their spines, rendering them mute with fear. The supreme weapon soul, the Haotian hammer. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically as he gasped in disbelief. He yearned to rush to Luo Yu's aid, yet his limbs remained paralyzed with trepidation. He had no desire to confront the master of the Haotian hammer. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun, witnessing Luo Yu's peril, widened their beautiful eyes in horror. In unison, they cried out, their forms darting forward instinctively towards Luo Yu. The onlookers could scarcely bear to witness the scene, convinced that Luo Yu would be obliterated into a crimson mist within the next heartbeat. Luo Yu raised his head, gazing at the imposing and colossal Haotian hammer, which descended from the heavens with immense force. The fierce winds lashed against his face, causing discomfort, yet he displayed no signs of fear. In fact, even the dragon god martial soul willingly receded. Relaxing his entire being, he directed a look of disdain towards the figure clad in black robes. Tang San lies beneath my feet. If you possess the capability, then strike me down today. I shall respect you as a man. Otherwise, do not claim I look down upon you. Boom. The enormous Haotian hammer abruptly quivered, halting in midair, and all momentum came to an abrupt standstill. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Why haven't you smashed it yet? Just a moment ago, you seemed quite formidable. A figure lingered in midair. Beneath the black robe lay the rugged visage of a middle-aged man, his jaw clenched and his gaze fixated on Luo Yu with intense fury. He spoke with a menacing tone, Brat, release my son, and I shall spare your life. Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering as she stared directly into his eyes. I advise you to save your bluster. With your capabilities, you cannot intimidate me. Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably, his hand trembling, yet refusing to wield the Haotian hammer with the intent to strike. For should that hammer fall, Tang San would also face dire consequences. He had initially intended to wield the hammer to deter Luo Yu, thereby rescuing Tang San. However, he never anticipated that this young adversary could see through his strategy. Remaining steadfast and unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence, Tang Hao now clenched his teeth in frustration, utterly perplexed. Normally, when faced with mortal peril, wouldn't one instinctively choose to flee? What is wrong with this boy? Are you threatening me? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating a menacing aura. Luo Yu slowly shook his head. Since it was evident, why bother asking? May I inquire if you are a fool? Suddenly, Tang Hao's aura erupted with ferocity, and 9 soul rings spiraled upwards, each one exuding formidable power, particularly the last crimson ring, which was truly soul-stirring. A title Douluo? 100,000-year soul ring? The entire audience stood in stunned silence, completely dumbfounded. Zhao Wujie trembled, recognizing Tang Hao's identity, and silently mourned for Luo Yu. It was over. Had he offended such a formidable individual? Was there any chance of survival? This man had the audacity to strike down even the previous pope. Tang Hao commanded the 9 soul rings, a colossal hammer hovering in the air, his tone icy. Young man, do you know who I am? The corners of Luo Yu's mouth curled into a smirk, revealing not a trace of panic, but rather a hint of amusement. Oh, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. I advise you to behave yourself. I have made it abundantly clear that I detest pretentiousness in my presence. His gaze turned icy as he pivoted, and in an instant, Tang San emitted a pained wail. Stop! Tang Hao bellowed. Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. The onlookers rendered speechless by Luo Yu's audacious manner of speaking. How audacious to threaten the title Douluo. Truly remarkable. Is he utterly fearless? What immense courage he possesses. Does he not fear retaliation in the slightest? Tang Hao clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his fury. You, young man, have crossed the line. Crossed the line? Luo Yu scoffed disdainfully. Ask those around us if I have ever provoked Tang San. He brought this upon himself, his lack of strength leading to his defeat. Yet, when his son falters, the father seeks to intervene. What nonsensical reasoning is this? Tang Hao's expression darkened. Release him, and I shall spare your life. Did I hear you correctly? It seems you are once again issuing threats? Luo Yu feigned surprise, probing his ears and spinning around once more, while Tang San's lips bled. Stop, please stop. We can discuss this. Tang Hao shouted repeatedly. This was somewhat commendable. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, observing Tang Hao's concession. Zhao Wujie's face seemed to scream admiration. Setting aside what may come next, he was currently in awe of Luo Yu's audacity. Typically, a soul sect would not dare to breathe in the presence of a title Douluo, yet here, this individual boldly confronted one. Rendering the title Douluo unable to raise his head, perhaps this was an unprecedented occurrence in ages. Zhu Zhuqing and the other ladies, including Ning Rongrong, displayed varied expressions. Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes, her heart racing. Despite being the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, known for her rebellious nature, she lacked the courage to confront a title Douluo so defiantly. The risk of death loomed at every turn. Was he truly unafraid? What on earth do you want? Tang Hao bellowed. Luo Yu shook his head, expressing indifference. Your son has offended me, and he is currently unable to speak. You might as well offer an apology on his behalf. What? Me apologize? Do you think you are worthy of such a thing? Tang Hao roared with fury, resembling a raging lion. Oh. Luo Yu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and silently stepped forward. I apologize. I truly apologize. Tang Hao's lips trembled as he spoke, struggling to articulate his words under the gaze of the entire audience. I am deeply sorry. Sigh. Luo Yu sighed. Since it is thus, who can blame me for being so easy to persuade? Here, I return your son to you, should you come to provoke trouble again. It shall not be resolved so easily. With a swift motion, Luo Yu seized Tang San by the collar, his arm quaking as he hurled him into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, Tang Hao flashed into action, catching Tang San and channeling his soul power into him. Observing the ghastly sight of his son spitting blood from his mouth and nose, an involuntary tremor coursed through his aged visage, and a formidable aura of vengeance emanated from him. Witnessing Luo Yu's reckless act of releasing the hostage, a myriad of question marks materialized above the heads of the onlookers. You have released the hostage. What could possibly deter them now? Surely, this would lead to your demise. Luo Yu remained composed, offering only a faint smile. In his eyes, Tang San held little significance, especially considering that Tang Hao could not stir up any substantial turmoil. At this juncture, eliminating him would merely tarnish Xiao Wu's perception of him, fostering feelings of aversion. It was prudent to wait until Xiao Wu was utterly disillusioned with Tang San. At that moment, the outcome would be amusing. Suddenly, Tang San regained consciousness, his eyes widening in astonishment at Tang Hao's formidable strength. Father, avenge me, he implored. Tang Hao nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed menacingly on Luo Yu. Receive my strike, and I shall spare your life. Luo Yu's gaze was filled with intense disdain. Just released him, and you already think about taking action? Without further ado, he prepared for the strike. Tang Hao's arm bulged with veins as he wielded the Haotian hammer with one hand, bringing it down with tremendous force. As the hammer descended, the onlookers were shaken, yet Luo Yu remained composed, seemingly well prepared. In an instant, a pink silhouette of a charming woman appeared with breathtaking swiftness. A sharp, commanding voice pierced the air. "You dare to lay a hand on him, you mere titled Douluo?" Before anyone could react, Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the sound. Chapter 78. The whole arena trembles. The enchanting woman, "Touch my man, and you shall perish." With a thunderous crash, the massive Haotian hammer descended from above, carrying an overwhelming force. Suddenly, the pink figure dashed into the arena, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Yu. Her delicate arm rose, and with an elegant flick of her fair hand, she unleashed a palm strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, as a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing an explosive surge of soul power to ripple through the surroundings. The crowd, taken aback, felt their eardrums tremble, their heads buzzing in an instant, momentarily stunned by the aftershock. Once they regained their footing and gazed into the arena, they were met with a sudden shock. Luo Yu remained motionless, his demeanor calm and composed. The formidable power of Tang Hao's 9 rings could not disturb the tranquility reflected in his gaze. A colossal Haotian hammer charged towards him, yet it was firmly halted by a delicate jade hand. The owner of that hand was a resplendent woman clad in palace attire, her elegant brows and radiant complexion captivating all who beheld her. Her figure was as ripe as a luscious peach, with a slender waist that seemed barely graspable, and her soft pink eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure. The onlookers, however, dared not glance askew, too intimidated to approach. To single-handedly block a full-force strike from a titled Douluo without a scratch, what caliber of mastery did this woman possess? In that moment, Tang Hao was most astounded. His Haotian hammer, weighing a staggering 10,000 pounds and augmented by his own strength to terrifying levels, had been effortlessly countered by this sudden apparition. "Who are you? State your name," Tang Hao bellowed. The palace-clad beauty's enchanting gaze momentarily turned icy, reminiscent of ancient glaciers. Her lips parted slightly, and the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. "You are not worthy to provoke me. Begone!" With a swift motion, she raised her snow-white leg, unleashing a blinding flash of pink light. The fierce power radiated from her, showcasing remarkable agility. As the pink glow enveloped her toes, a glimmer of golden light flashed, and with a resounding clang, she sent the Haotian hammer flying. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. One arm cradling Tang San, he grasped the careening Haotian hammer, hurtling backward for dozens of meters before he could dissipate the terrifying force and regain his footing. This spectacle caused the onlookers to shrink back, each person gripped by fear, overwhelmed by reverence for the unexpectedly formidable woman. It was utterly terrifying. No matter how beautiful her legs might be, they dared not gaze upon them, fearing for their lives. They could not help but speculate on the relationship between Luo Yu and this exquisite lady. Tang San was clearly a father-son pair. What was this, a mother-son duo? Surely, it must be so. Otherwise, why would she be so enraged at the sight of a man being assaulted? Yet, in the next moment, they nearly questioned their very existence. After effortlessly deflecting the Haotian hammer, the woman dismissed Tang Hao with a glance, swiftly turning her attention to Luo Yu. Filled with remorse, she gracefully bowed. "I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed one." What they had just witnessed, the previously imposing and untouchable woman now displaying a tender demeanor while apologizing to a soul master, left everyone stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Some even pinched themselves, convinced they were caught in a bizarre dream. How could a stunning woman, capable of effortlessly swatting away a titled Douluo's full-force strike, be so courteous to a mere soul master? No, it seemed to transcend mere courtesy. Those perceptive enough could sense the underlying fear in her tone, as if she dreaded incurring his displeasure. Their gazes fixated on Luo Yu, astonishment etched onto their faces. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exchanged complex glances. In the vast Star Luo Empire, there were hardly any titled Douluo to be found, figures they revered and would never dare oppose. Yet, this formidable entity submitted to their man? What kind of identity did he possess? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with excitement, her heart soaring as she felt herself on the brink of ecstasy. She realized she had not merely chosen wisely. Her man's astonishing talent and terrifying background made her feel unworthy, as if her affections were a mere trifle in comparison. Clearly, she would have to exert herself doubly hard moving forward. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's mind was in turmoil. Confusion reigned. With backgrounds like yours, what business do you have attending Shrek Academy? What right do we have to host you? Now immensely relieved, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for the clash between Tang San and Tang Hao, he would have subjected these newcomers to a trial of brute force, intending to temper their spirits. Observing the protective ferocity of the woman towards her man sent shivers down Zhao Wujia's spine. Temper their spirits? If he had unknowingly provoked this little sovereign, he might have lost his life. The subsequent words of Luo Yu sent a jolt of trepidation through the hearts of all present. Rise, it matters not. Your timing is impeccable. Zhao Wujia's tiger-like eyes widened, his heart racing furiously. What was this lofty tone, reminiscent of a monarch? Who was this little sovereign? Surpassing even the prestige of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? Before his own ascendance, had he not been compelled to treat the title Douluo with utmost deference? The elegantly adorned matron observed Luo Yu's lack of reproach, her regal and alluring visage blossoming into a captivatingly gentle smile. In that case, allow me to first rid you of this bothersome fly. With that, she elegantly bent her leg and propelled herself into the sky like a streak of pink light. Her demeanor turned frosty as she launched an assault against Tang Hao. The heavens were ablaze with shifting lights, the impending battle igniting with fervor. The youthful maiden, her legs clad in sheer stockings, bit her red lips tightly as she gazed intently at the unfolding spectacle above. Chapter 79, Little Dance. Brother, you must leave quickly. I fear my mother may misunderstand. Who exactly are you, my lord? Tang Hao inquired, astonished and enraged, as he hovered aloft. The matron remained impassive, not uttering a word. Her leg, generating a sonic boom, struck fiercely towards Tang Hao's head, each blow lethal and devoid of mercy. Boom, boom, boom. The skies erupted with thunderous roars, radiant energy flickering as waves of wind surged across the ground. Little Dance stood firmly on the earth, her pink stocking legs straightened, her cherry lips agape in shock. Bewildered as she glanced at the matron and then swiftly towards Luo Yu. A contemplative expression crossed her face, only to be replaced by continued confusion and astonishment. Bang! In the air, Tang Hao, unable to evade in time, was struck by the matron's powerful kick to his shoulder, letting out a muffled grunt as he swung the Haotian hammer to deflect her renewed assault. Do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle against me? Tang Hao exclaimed, fury boiling within him. If you dare touch him, you shall perish. The matron's voice was frigid, her soul power surging forth as she delivered another merciless strike, leaving no room for negotiation. This is intolerable. Tang Hao, appearing almost deranged, unleashed a dazzling crimson glow from the Haotian hammer, suffused with a bloody aura of slaughter, as soul rings rapidly expanded, seemingly on the verge of detonating. Little Dance, return. Luo Yu furrowed his brow and called out from below. Although the beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, she ultimately heeded the man's words. Gracefully leaping through the air several times, her radiant figure shimmering, before returning to his side. As the woman withdrew, a fleeting madness flickered in Tang Hao's eyes, and the peculiar transformation of his soul rings came to an abrupt halt. He gazed deeply at Luo Yu, pondering how this individual could possibly foresee his desperate move. Was it merely a coincidence? It seemed so. After all, the opponent was merely a minor soul master, incapable of such discernment. Yet, this woman proved to be exceedingly troublesome. With his old wounds still unhealed, Tang Hao refrained from engaging directly. Clenching his teeth, his expression twisted with resentment. He reflected on the fruitless struggle, having fought vigorously without gaining any advantage, only to be left seething with frustration. Was he truly to retreat in disgrace? Reluctance gnawed at him. Ultimately, glancing at the severely injured Tang San in his arms, he released his tightly clenched fist. With a frigid gaze directed at Luo Yu, he vowed, "Young man, your actions today will not be forgotten by Tang Hao." Luo Yu nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. It is good to remember, cultivate your memory. Should you dare to stir up trouble again, do not blame me for taking ruthless action against you and your father. Tang Hao nearly spewed blood from his throat. The man's gaze was reminiscent of one contemptuously observing a crawling insect, a treatment Tang Hao had never before endured. With a fierce glare, Tang Hao retorted, "With your sharp tongue and cunning words, I foresee your days are numbered." A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Yume's brow as she raised her hand and let out a cold snort. "If you wish to strike, then strike. If you prefer to leave, then go. But do not blame me for not warning you. Your son is rather fragile. If you do not seek a remedy soon, do not hold me accountable for his demise." Tang Hao was consumed by fury. Yet he was also mindful of his son's life and wary of the beautiful woman's formidable strength. "Young man, the day I fully recover from my old affliction shall mark your end." "Oh?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, taking pleasure in Tang Hao's furious expression. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "When you come, make sure you are not empty-handed. Remember to bring yourself a coffin." Tang Hao will certainly kill you one day." Tang Hao struggled to turn away, but a feeble voice emerged from his embrace. "Dad, wait a moment. What is it? Take Xiao Wu along." Tang San directed his gaze to the ground, calling out, Xiaowu, don't linger here. Come with your elder brother. All eyes in the vicinity suddenly focused on the slender-legged young girl. Xiaowu wore a complex expression as she looked at Tang San, hesitating to speak, her thoughts obscured. Tang San urged, Xiaowu, come with your elder brother. Xiaowu exhibited indecision. If you dare to go with him, I'll break your rabbit legs. A cold and furious voice came from the elegantly dressed woman. Tang Hao spoke sternly, Son, do not fear. Your father will support you. Ignore this madwoman. Humph. The elegantly dressed woman scoffed in silence. With Tang Hao's words, Tang San suddenly felt emboldened. He pointed a trembling finger at the woman and shouted, Who are you to call her a madwoman? Just because you are a titled Douluo? I'm calling my sister Xiaowu to leave. What business is it of yours? What business is it of mine? The woman's lips curled into a more pronounced sneer. Tang San, infuriated and ready to retort, was abruptly silenced by Xiaowu's rebuke. Be quiet. This is my mother. Tang San's spirit jolted as if struck by lightning, disbelief flooding his eyes. His voice trembled as he stammered, Xiaowu. What did you just say? She is your mother? Xiaowu nodded. Tang San's heart raced, doubt creeping into his mind. My father just attacked her, and I scolded her? What should I do now? Sigh. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers perked up, their expressions revealing a sense of anticipation. Some looked at Tang San with pity, silently mourning for him. Such a pitiful child. Want to pursue that girl? With the way this father-son duo is handling things, I think they should just give up. There's no hope for them. Suddenly, the crowd sensed something amiss. If this elegant woman was Xiaowu's mother, why was she treating that young man with such respect? What kind of relationship was this? They struggled to comprehend. Xiaowu turned, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. With trepidation, she glanced at her irate mother and softly said, Mom, let me explain. There's nothing between us. We're just siblings. Just ordinary friends. The mother's face bore a commanding authority. Xiaowu, have you forgotten what I told you before you left? Xiaowu recoiled slightly, waving her small hands in denial. Mom, please don't misunderstand. I remember. I have never been close to any man, truly. The mother scoffed, and Xiaowu quickly turned her head, looking at Tang San with pleading eyes. Elder brother, I beg you, please leave. I'm afraid my mother will misunderstand our relationship. With a sharp gaze, Tang San observed Xiaowu's anxious urging for him to depart, and his heart ached. Already gravely injured from Luo Yu's assault, he fainted instantly. Chapter 80. Xiaowu. Tugged by the ear, soon to give rise to a host of infatuated admirers. Little San. Tang Hao exclaimed, witnessing his son collapse from anger, his heart heavy with sorrow. He laughed in fury, casting a cold glare at those below. Very well. Everything you have done today, Tang will remember, and I shall return the favor in due time. Luo Yu smiled gracefully, waving her hand with elegance. Farewell, travel safely, and do visit again for your demise. Tang Hao's temples throbbed with rage. Wishing he could immediately unleash his fury and annihilate the surroundings, yet he restrained his anger, burdened by concern. Youngster, there is no need for your current arrogance. It requires not my intervention. When my son Tang San emerges anew, cleansed of his burdens, he will assuredly crush and obliterate brats like you. Luo Yu shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Tang Hao suddenly chuckled, his voice deep and resonant. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. A defeat now means little. You fail to comprehend my son's true talent. Just wait. He cast a lingering gaze at Xiaowu. You will surely regret not choosing my son today. With those words, Tang Hao transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The elegantly dressed lady, Xiaowu, furrowed her brows in concern, clenching her fists, ready to pursue him, but was halted by Luo Yu. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and huffed. Why won't you let me go after him? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze from the horizon, slowly shaking his head. A desperate enemy should not be pursued. The Haotian sect possesses a unique divine skill, the Great Samurai Hammer. When life is at stake, the 9 soul rings can explode simultaneously, exhausting one's potential to enhance power, resulting in unparalleled might. Awe powdered her crimson lips in indignation. How can I let him go unpunished for his disrespect towards you, if he fights with all his might? Should I not do the same? Luo Yu chuckled softly as he patted her fragrant shoulder, his words undeniably true. If he were to forcefully retain them, he certainly possessed the means. Yet, I cannot bear to witness your suffering. A's initial expression of reluctance shifted upon hearing Luo Yu's final words. Her delicate frame trembled, instantly softening as her enchanting eyes gazed at the man with a touch of emotion, shimmering like rippling waters. However, isn't this akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains? Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, disdain flickering in the depths of his eyes. Just based on them, they could not stir up any significant turmoil in my presence. It would be wise for them to refrain from causing trouble here. Next time, I might not be so accommodating. Yes, yes, we shall heed your command, Wu replied, her delicate pink eyes gleaming with admiration. Although she possessed the voluptuous figure and alluring visage of a mature woman, when gazing at Luo Yu, she exuded the aura of a besotted young fan. Sensing the peculiar looks directed her way, Wu surveyed the surroundings, her gaze turning icy as an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary titled Douluo, erupted forth. I am conversing with my benefactor. What are you staring at? Depart at once. With a rustle, the crowd around her jolted, scattering like startled birds. Despite their myriad questions, such as how Luo Yu could command such a powerful and alluring woman, they dared not linger and swiftly fled the scene. Luo Yu shook his head in resignation. Indeed, harbored no fondness for humanity, remaining as indifferent as ever. Not only did the crowd flee, but Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, fearing that Luo Yu would seek retribution, hastily made their escape, swiftly disappearing into the village. The prowess and background of Luo Yu have instilled a profound sense of fear within them, particularly for Dai Mubai, who initially harbored vengeful intentions, relying on the Star Luo Empire for assistance in eliminating Luo Yu. However, with the appearance of Wu, his thoughts of retribution were swiftly extinguished. What vengeance can one seek when a woman is lost? Once a hat is donned, it remains, but life takes precedence. At the very least, preserving one's existence allows for the possibility of seeking another partner in the future. A new notion began to blossom in Dai Mubai's mind. What if he were to find a way to curry favor with this esteemed ancestor? With such an alliance, what fear could he possibly have of Davis? Upon his return to the Star Luo Empire, he could walk with unparalleled confidence, and the throne would surely be his. Would he then lack for women? The road ahead appears to widen infinitely. In that moment, Dai Mubai was not alone in such thoughts. In the suddenly silent clearing at the village entrance, only the fiery and alluring Zhu Zhuqing sisters remained. The enchanting and innocent beauty, Ning Rongrong, displayed her delicate legs, while Xiao Wu and Zhao Wuji stood by. Even the enrollment teacher had fled in terror. Luo Yu surveyed the crowd, their eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry, and could only shake his head in resignation. Alas! With Tang San's interruption, his original intention to remain unobtrusive had been thwarted. Let us not linger here any longer. If anyone has questions, let us find a more suitable place to converse. Luo Yu turned his head and called out, Teacher Zhao. I'm here. Is there something you need, Luo classmate? As Zhao Wujie finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the fierce gaze of the beautiful woman, causing him to shiver involuntarily, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He quickly corrected himself. Please, just call me Xiao Zhao. No need to frighten anyone. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ao and said, Teacher Zhao, you see, we have been accepted, right? At that moment, the robust Zhao Wujin nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Indeed, indeed. With your capabilities, you should be honored to have such students. I dare say you are more than qualified to be a teacher yourself. Luo Yu furrowed her brow. Feeling quite unaccustomed to your demeanor, it would suffice to treat us as ordinary students. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of despair wash over him. For was this not an insurmountable challenge for me, Zhao? With your status, how could I possibly regard you as an ordinary individual? Just as Zhao Wuji was about to usher everyone into the academy, Wu approached Luo Yu's side. Benefactor, please hold on. I must attend to a personal matter first. The elegantly dressed lady took a few steps aside, gripping Xiao Wu's ear and glaring at her with her enchanting eyes. It is time to address your issues, young lady. Come here. Chapter 81. The flustered Xiao Wu leaped into the man's embrace. A series of delicate cries echoed from the open space at the entrance of Shrek. Luo Yu and others witnessed the shocking scene of domestic violence. Mom, please don't hit me. It hurts. Xiao Wu pleaded, her delicate eyes glistening with tears. Do you even know what pain is? The beautiful woman glared, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. What did I teach you before you left the house? Xiao Wu hurriedly explained. You told me not to associate too closely with men, not to be alone with them, and I have adhered to that. The beautiful woman scoffed, pinching Xiao Wu's ear and pulling it upwards with force. Do you think your mother has grown old and blind, unable to see what you were just doing? No. How could you possibly be old? You're still youthful and beautiful. When we go out, people mistake us for sisters. I'm not in the mood for your banter. The woman retorted, twisting Xiao Wu's ear until it flushed a deep red. Now explain to me, what exactly is your relationship with that fool? Xiao Wu pouted, looking pitiful. Please let me explain. Sangu is merely a friend I made outside. We just call each other brother and sister. There's truly nothing special between us. The beautiful woman's eyebrows arched, her eyes narrowing. What do you mean there's nothing special? That brat just insulted me, and his father even laid hands on me. And you, as my daughter, had no reaction? Isn't it because your sudden appearance startled them, causing them to momentarily lose their wits? Xiao Wu murmured softly. Besides, you weren't even bullied. It was you who kept chasing after them. Rebellious daughter. Still daring to talk back? Today, I shall cleanse our household. The elegant woman furrowed her brows tightly, raising her jade hand as if to strike, while Xiao Wu shrank her neck, resembling a frightened fawn. In the midst of her fury, a large hand grasped her wrist from behind. Luo Yu shook his head and advised, enough? I can testify that Xiao Wu indeed has no connection with that fellow. We encountered her at the hotel before, and they all had separate rooms. Upon hearing someone intervene, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. However, after Luo Yu finished speaking, her heart leapt into her throat, and her nose tingled with the threat of tears. Her heart ached, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with sorrow. Brother, are you speaking up for me, or do you wish for our mother to be the death of me? Although what you said is the truth, it cannot withstand the misunderstanding and assumptions that our mother will conjure. As expected, the elegant lady in traditional attire grew even more furious, her clear voice rising sharply. What? You have even gone to the hotel with that man? Xiao Wu braced herself for the impending storm. She was all too familiar with her mother's wrath, which left no room for explanations. Luo Yu gently tapped the shoulder of the elegant woman and spoke. Now, it is a rare occasion for you and your daughter to be reunited. Let us not provide outsiders with a spectacle of discord. Did you not mention to me before how much you missed your daughter? Why the harshness now? In truth, Xiao Wu spoke with me at the hotel, and I could discern that she holds you in high regard, and her relationship with Tang San is indeed negligible. With Luo Yu's mediation, the woman's anger began to dissipate. She gestured toward Xiao Wu and asked, Did this girl not engage in a bit of a scuffle with you previously? Luo Yu smiled gently, dismissing the matter as trivial. She had not been harmed, and besides, she had disguised herself, leaving her assailant unaware of her true identity. The elegant lady let out a soft huff, expressing her relief that no harm had befallen her. Otherwise, she would have disowned her daughter for siding with an outsider against her own kin. Luo Yu was taken aback and chuckled softly. I am not one of your inner circle. The beautiful woman's captivating eyes sparkled with determination as she replied, Who says otherwise? From the day you rescued my daughter and me, we have belonged to you, and no one